Chapter 1. I never expected to encounter issues during the health check. As night fell, Ye Liu returned home from work with a deep sigh. Today marked the company's routine health examination. After reviewing the report, the doctor advised him to pay closer attention to his health. Indeed, the pressure from work had been overwhelming lately, accumulating stress coupled with an unhealthy diet. He was well aware of this himself. Yet it seemed an impossible balancing act between earning a living and maintaining his health-due aspect that appeared fundamentally at odds with one another. This is what they call the inability to have both fish and bear's paw. His diet primarily consisted of greasy foods. Starting tomorrow, I must commit to a healthier lifestyle. Tonight shall be my final indulgence. He grumbled to himself as he made his way to the supermarket. At that moment, a large black truck suddenly appeared before him, barreling down the street. It collided with a vehicle in the opposite lane and veered directly toward him. Perhaps due to his previous training, Ye Liu instinctively reacted, quickly covering his head and rolling to the side. The truck narrowly grazed him, missing his body by mere centimeters. She could not deny his fortune. Whoa, that was exhilarating. I nearly met my end. Ye Liu sat on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hey, you're still alive. That's unacceptable. We've finally found you, and we cannot let you go. We shall transform you into the mightiest vampire. Before long, he felt a peculiar tugging within his body. Was his life truly about to conclude? In that moment, a series of images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and he felt increasingly drowsy. Hey, no, don't come any closer. Under the cover of night, in a rural village constructed of wood and straw, the villagers fled for their lives. Pursuing them were brutish figures wielding swords, a band of ruthless thieves attacking the village. They were a notorious gang, terrorizing the vicinity. The villagers had previously appealed to the Lord for assistance in eradicating the bandits, but regrettably, no help had arrived, leading to the current assault. For a village of approximately 100 inhabitants, they faced an onslaught of over 50 thieves. Although the villagers outnumbered the attackers, many were non-combatants, including children and the elderly. In stark contrast, every member of the bandit gang was a seasoned warrior, rendering the villagers defenseless. Desperate, the villagers attempted to resist with farming tools, but they were paralyzed by fear in the presence of armed marauders. You scoundrels! Kill the men and old folks. Capture the women alive. The leader of the thieves shouted. To the bandits, the men and elderly were merely obstacles. The reasons for capturing women were all too clear. They laughed, anticipating the thrill as they chased the fleeing villagers. You? One man was caught and struck down from behind by a sword. Fortunately, he still breathed, yet the thief mercilessly delivered another blow with his blade. Before the thief stood a woman attempting to escape. Oh, a married one. If you run any further, I shall slay him. No, please don't. What unfolded before them was a vivid depiction of hell. Houses were set ablaze, food was stolen, and human dignity was trampled upon. No, please don't kill my father. Then stop running, strip off your clothes, and let me violate you thoroughly. If you attempt to flee, your child shall perish. Oh, my hand slipped. Look, he's convulsing. No. One by one, the villagers transformed into lambs for the slaughter, trampled and slain. You have quite an ugly face. Due to your heinous actions, your husband shall face execution. No. This is what they call ugly rejection. Since you are married, both of you shall die. The bandit swung his sword toward the fallen man's neck. As of now, the Lord had yet to arrive to offer aid. The village had become a playground for the thieves. In a sense, isn't this a form of happiness? You can die without knowing your wife has been defiled. Just then, the sword swung down, but instead of severing the man's head, it snapped in two. What on earth is happening? The bandit gaped at the broken blade, as a girl clad in black appeared mysteriously behind him. It is you who are ugly. What? You wretch! As the bandit whirled around in alarm, the girl in black unleashed her sharp claws, tearing him apart. The thief was ripped into 8 pieces, blood spraying forth as he collapsed, instantly lifeless. Oh, was my strength too much? I'm still struggling to fully control this power, relying on the sensations of my past life to guide me. The girl in black licked the blood from her hands, surveying the devastation of the village. Her mouth bore fangs as sharp as blades. "Please, save me. I am willing to offer all the blood within my body as payment." A girl, disregarding her own injuries, approached slowly. She had blue hair and a slender form, exuding an air of calm. Most strikingly, she wore an eye patch over her right eye. Her face bore no fear, only determination. She was a girl with a story. "I understand. A single cup of your blood will suffice. In exchange, no need for it all. Drinking too much of the same flavor becomes tiresome. I merely wish to savor what delights me. A vampire who does not crave blood is indeed peculiar." In any case, let's deal with these bandits first. Before her lay a scene of utter devastation. She had responded to the girl's cries for help, yet the situation was even graver than she imagined. Thanks to her night vision, she could grasp the dire circumstances, but an ordinary person might be driven mad by the surrounding wails of anguish. Having been reborn into this world for several months, she had been striving to adapt to her vampire form. Although her strength and speed were several times greater than in her previous life, she regrettably transformed into a girl with silver hair and crimson eyes. She had pondered the reasons for her arrival in this world, yet she remained perplexed by the intentions of the voice that had summoned her. A glance at the civilization in this world revealed a resemblance to medieval Europe, with nobles exploiting the populace, rampant banditry, and the slave trade. The so-called order was merely a means for the elite to amass wealth. Returning to the present, she needed to address the immediate crisis. It was time to showcase the fruits of her training. As a form of payment for her assistance, perhaps she could obtain something delectable. "What do you plan to do?" the blue-haired girl inquired. "I shall eliminate the bandit leader. You stay here. Now let the blood flow." Ye Liu extended her hand toward the lifeless bandits. Perhaps due to her transformation into a vampire that fed on the blood of the living, the guilt of killing did not arise within her. The blood remaining in the corpses floated into the air, forming blood orbs. She manipulated them with blood magic. The blood orbs descended to the ground like buttons and slimes, then attacked the remaining bandits. The thieves seemed to notice the blood orbs, rushing at them with swords. "What the hell is this thing? Help me." The blood orb transformed part of itself into tentacles. For tentacles pierced the limbs of a bandit, as the orb absorbed the flowing blood, swelling slightly. Yet this approach was taking too long. Upon realizing the threat, the bandits might flee or attempt to eliminate the danger. Ye Liu stomped her foot forcefully, causing a deafening crack to resonate through the ground, creating fissures. What was that sound just now? Is it the sound of magic? Could it be the Lord's army? Impossible. We were granted permission to raid this village at will. In exchange, we must leave the territory afterward. The bandits seemed startled by the sound, turning to face her. Upon seeing the fallen comrades around them, they understood they faced a formidable foe. "You dare!" Ye Liu scooped up dirt from the ground and hurled it at one bandit, injuring him severely and sending him crashing to the ground. Who are you?" the bandit shouted, sword pointed at her. "I am Ye Liu, or perhaps my name from my past life. Is it still acceptable to use?" "I forgot, as no one has inquired." "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing of consequence, only that the dead do not deserve to know my name." She commanded the blood orbs, using the tentacles like whips to lash at the bandits, intending to make them experience the suffering of the fallen villagers. The bandits, who briefly cried out in agony, soon collapsed, their bodies a bloody mess. She did not take pleasure in killing. It was merely a stark reminder of the harsh law of the jungle she had come to know since her arrival in this world. In this other world, one without strength is subject to the whims of others, facing humiliation and death at their hands. "You dare to lay a hand on my subordinate? Prepare to meet your demise." A brawny man wielding a great axe approached her, his face contorted with fury. It appeared that this fellow was the leader of a band of thieves, and she had successfully lured him in. His was of utmost importance. The other thieves were also fixated on her, their attention unwavering. Thus, if she were to vanquish this mountain bandit leader with overwhelming might, the others would surely flee in terror. After all, their numbers were vast otherwise. More villagers would meet a tragic end. That would spell doom for the transaction. Now it is your turn. D. The bandit leader swung his great axe at her. She could have countered normally, but this time she chose to accept the blow directly. D. The axe plunged deeply into her body. For an ordinary person, this would be a fatal wound. The bandit leader seemed to share this belief, grinning as he withdrew the axe. See, this is what happens if you resist us. Before he could finish, the bandit leader's eyes widened in shock as he beheld her body. For her wounds began to regenerate, healing in a manner reminiscent of a video played in reverse. You, could beer you a vampire? Bingo. You are correct, but there is no reward. Ordinary weapons are utterly meaningless against me. Vampires, sentient monsters existing in this world, were humans endowed with monstrous powers. Their might, shape-shifting abilities, regenerative powers, the capacity to converse with animals, and the use of magic render them formidable creatures. But unfortunately for you, I possess holy water. Do not become too complacent. You lowly vampire? The bandit leader chuckled as he produced a small vial from his cloak, pouring its contents over his axe. Vampires may be inherently powerful, yet they possess numerous fatal weaknesses. Sunlight, garlic, silver, wooden stakes, and sacred artifacts, among others, such as their inability to cross bodies of water or enter uninvited into buildings. They are, in essence, a veritable smorgasbord of vulnerabilities. Vampires are categorized into lower, mid, upper, and special ranks, with lower vampires being assessed as average or slightly above average among all monsters. In terms of classification, they are rated as tire. Given the man before her did not fear her, it was evident that he held the vampire in contempt. For those wielding a weapon doused in holy water, even a lower vampire could not dare to approach. The divine power dwelling within would evaporate them upon contact. Of course, weapons directly infused with holy water would be lethal as well. D. The bandit leader swung his axe at her once more. For an ordinary vampire, this would be a lethal strike, so she resolved to accept it again. This time, the axe buried itself deep in her neck. Though she felt no pain, the sensation was nonetheless distressing. Ha! The vampire shall be purified by the holy water weapon. This time you are truly finished. It seemed he had no intention of withdrawing the axe this time. With no choice, she grasped the axe with both hands, further severing her own neck. Hey, are you committing suicide? Can't you endure the pain of holy water? You fool. No, it is because it was not a complete severance, hence I took matters into my own hands. What? Her form transformed into a dark mist, then reassembled into the shape of her body. The connection between her neck and body restored completely. The bandit leader's laughter ceased abruptly, leaving him frozen in place, motionless. Huh? Why are you not dead? You should have evaporated immediately. Apologies, but I am not a lower vampire, nor an ordinary one. I possess none of the quintessential weaknesses of my kind. Huh? No, this cannot be. If that is the case, does that not make you the most powerful monster? You cannot be harmed to death. You possess the strength to effortlessly rend a person asunder. Overwhelming magical power. The bandit leader babbled in terror. Ye Liu manipulated her blood orbs, using tendrils to pierce the bandit. The man, struck directly, collapsed with a thud. The blood orbs absorbed his essence, swelling in size to form a massive sphere exceeding 3 meters in diameter. One effort. She bared her sharp fangs, smiling. The thieves, having lost their leader, fled in disarray. Approximately 10 were slain by her hand, while the remaining dozens hastily escaped. Ye Liu made no attempt to pursue them. Her priority now was to tend to the injured and extinguish the blazing houses. Who are you? An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached timidly. He was likely the village chief. I am the legendary vampire from the depths of the forest that you have summoned. Ah, indeed it is. A blue-haired girl, wearing an eye patch, stepped forward. In truth, she had only just encountered her and did not even know her name. Let's set that aside for now. I must treat the wounded. Please inform me of those in critical condition. However, it is entirely understandable that the elder remains vigilant towards her. Yet, if the injured are not treated promptly, the situation may deteriorate further. Logically, she need not assist the villagers, but a plan resides within her mind. If you resist, I would not hesitate to create chaos here. All right, This way, please. The village chief guided her to a place where a child was bleeding profusely from a large abdominal incision. The mother desperately attempted to save her child, tearing her clothing in an effort to bandage the wound, but it barely constituted emergency care. If left unattended, the child would perish from excessive blood loss. Yet she possessed a means to save him. I apologize, but I cannot use divine magic. My method of restoration may be somewhat crude. Blood. Coagulate. Ye Liu intoned the spell, and the wound of the child on the ground began to clot, transforming into a large scab. Vampires cannot directly employ healing magic on humans, yet as an expert in blood, she could manipulate it. Thus, preventing further bleeding through the coagulation of blood was indeed feasible. Ah, thank you, exclaimed a mother, expressing her gratitude to Ye Liu, who waved her hand dismissively. A large scar would remain on the wound, but it was certainly preferable to death. She hoped the mother could comprehend this. Show me the other injured. I shall save everyone. All right, thank you. Please save my husband. Please save my father. Ye Liu continued to coagulate the blood of the other injured, successfully saving them all. Thank you. This is wonderful. We are saved. Do not mention it. The villagers expressed their astonishment and gratitude towards her. The next order of business was to extinguish the flames, for time was of the essence, and the houses were still ablaze. I must dismantle the burning houses. Is that acceptable? All right. But how do you intend to do so? The houses are on fire. There are many methods to extinguish flames. In my approach, she stepped before the burning dwelling. As the structure had transformed into a fireball, with the furniture reduced to mere ash, she could act without hesitation. With a swift inhalation, she exhaled forcefully. A powerful gust of wind swept through, lifting the house and extinguishing the flames in an instant. Akin to snuffing out the candles on a birthday cake. Incredible. How terrifying. Although it appeared effortless, the villagers began to murmur anxiously. After the thieves fled and the injured were treated, they gradually regained their composure. The surroundings began to brighten, signaling the dawn of a new day. Thank you, vampire. The blue-haired girl who had sought her assistance bowed deeply. Do not mention it. I have my own reasons. Reasons? Indeed. Village chief. Has this village been abandoned by the Lord? Ye Liu turned to the chief. If such a large band of thieves existed, their presence should have been detected prior to the attack on the village. Therefore, the Lord ought to have warned the village in advance and requested extermination before the assault. Yet events unfolded as they did. Furthermore, just moments ago in the village, the thieves had proclaimed, "This village is free for the taking," in exchange for departing the territory thereafter. We requested the Lord to eradicate them, but were ignored. The village chief murmured in anguish. Indeed, they had known beforehand. We shall later interrogate the captured thieves. It appears the Lord promised them safe passage in exchange for abandoning this village. The Lord has forsaken this village. It seemed he was well aware. The Lord seemed a nefarious character, even ignoring requests for extermination. They had been abandoned by their Lord, and if a similar incident were to occur again, this village would surely face annihilation. However, even if they fled the village, there was no guarantee of a normal existence. They might become landless tenants or impoverished denizens of the city. They seemingly faced a binary choice of destruction. If left unchecked, this village would soon perish. Yet, fortuitously, she would provide them with a third option. I have good news to share with you. Good news? The village chief asked, somewhat apprehensively. As Ye Liu revealed a commercial smile. His expression tightened further. No, it was her sharp fangs that instilled fear in him. Should she acquire this village, it would be a significant step forward in her plans. Allow me to protect this village in place of the Lord. As a vampire, I would be far more reliable than the Lord's soldiers. Upon her declaration of protection, the village chief's eyes widened, becoming both excited and fearful. What? A vampire protecting a human village? You intend to drain us dry of our blood? If that were my intention, I would have done so already. Rest assured, while I will indeed obtain blood from you, I shall never take your lives. I propose a symbiosis. The village chief ceased to employ formalities, regarding her with skepticism. This was only natural, for the notion of coexistence between vampires and humans was unprecedented in legends or fairy tales. Such a concept was deemed absurdly ludicrous. I have protected you thus far, and have yet to attack you. Conversely, the Lord has provided no protection. Which side do you believe to be more favorable? As a last resort, should the Lord pursue the matter, you could even feign that I threatened you. If the Lord sends troops, I shall drive them away. How does that sound? This is too advantageous for us. What is your ulterior motive? My motives are simple. I desire not only blood but also the creations of humankind. For instance, items such as salt, sugar, and pepper. As a vampire, the village chief began to contemplate, clearly wavering. They currently possessed no form of protection, which meant that should the thieves return, they would face death. This was not a matter of choice. The answer was singular. It was not surprising that a vampire would covet human possessions. However, the village chief appeared increasingly troubled. It was well known that vampires sought not only human blood but also treasures. And the quantity demanded was not theirs to determine. I require some time to consider. Very well. Take your time. The village chief stepped away from her, approaching the villagers. This was a monumental decision, and they would not arrive at a conclusion lightly. The recent thieves might attack again without provocation, and it was she who protected them from such aggression. They should now comprehend that she was a better option than the thieves. I have a question. The blue-haired girl, who had been silently listening to their conversation, spoke up. What is it? IRI. IRI, what do you wish to know? Why does a vampire wish to become the village chief? IRI fixed her left eye intently upon Ye Liu. A truly unique girl. I have two objectives, and this is the first step towards achieving them. Can you share them with me? Well, alright. Point 1 is to have a stable supply of delicious food. My blood is exquisite. IRI rolled up her sleeve, presenting her arm before Ye Liu. Her arm was slender and pale, reminiscent of snow. You were quite confident, Ye Liu remarked. When I was injured, I accidentally licked it. Thus, it is indeed delectable. IRI appeared eager to confirm this, extending her hand toward Ye Liu. You are merely human. How could you possibly know the wonders of blood like a vampire? Moreover, as I previously stated, I desire not only blood. I also crave meat, fish, sweets, and other culinary delights of humanity. I wish to indulge in them freely. To achieve this, I require a human settlement. Ye Liu's soul was summoned to this world and placed within this body. The good news is that most of her taste buds remain human, allowing her to indulge in food without reservation, including but not limited to garlic, the only added option being blood, having arrived in this realm for several months. What troubles her most is the lack of decent delicacies. For someone accustomed to the culinary delights of Earth, she finds the cooking choices in this world to be disappointing. As a vampire, she craves the icy taste of blood, yet she also yearns for other snacks, comforting sodas, potato chips, and cake. Crass, I do not deny. This is my desire. I disregard nutritional balance, binge eating, or health. I wish to feast at my whim. Do you understand? As a vampire, I do not fear death, no matter how arduous life may be. All I desire is for her to prepare a sumptuous meal. In response to Ye Liu's fervent declarations, Ye Liu cast a scornful glance. After all, she was once human. It is only natural to crave delicious food. To achieve this, she must dwell among human settlements, particularly in the realms of sugar and cooking. Before her reincarnation, she lived a 9-to-5 existence, and at 30, her health check revealed abysmal results due to work-related stress and irregular eating habits. But now, as a vampire, she need not worry about such things. Furthermore, she longs to live freely in this world, indulging in services she never experienced in her past life. Hey, do not regard me with the gaze of this person is insane. So, what is the second objective? The second objective could be described as my wish, or rather, a desire inherited from another. Ye Liu retrieved a tattered diary from her pocket and gazed at it for a moment. Coexistence of vampires and humans. To create a village where these two disparate beings can merge without intersecting. That is the task I have been entrusted with. You believe such a thing can be achieved? This is someone else's. No, another vampire's wish. First and foremost, it is impossible. The relationship between vampires and humans is that of predator and prey. I will find a solution to this dilemma. I shall inform you later. Then I shall inquire again at a later time. Ye Liu suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. This girl is truly extraordinary. She speaks with a vampire without a hint of fear. Perhaps she has had different experiences in the past. Speaking of which, the village is currently discussing future matters. Do you not wish to partake? Ye Liu inquired. I have already been cast out from the village, thus I hold no right to speak. Ye Liu appeared somewhat dejected. Yet you have offered to use your own body as a price to assist the village. I do not wish to be spoken of in such a manner by a vampire. Oh, it seems the discussion has concluded. While she and Ye Liu conversed, the village chief approached timidly. It seems the village meeting has ended, and the other villagers are leaving, casting glances in their direction. Upon closer inspection, the inhabitants of this village appear frail and unhealthy. Clearly, they suffer from severe nutritional deficiencies. Have you made a decision? What shall it be? Will you accept me or reject me and struggle to survive on your own? Please protect us. In exchange, we shall offer our blood. The village chief bowed his head. Unlike before, he now used honorifics, appearing temporarily willing to comply with her. Thus, he acquired authority over the village and became the chief. Henceforth, she shall use this village as her base to execute her plans. This village shall be protected by me. In return, you shall submit to me. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly. I will not engage in matters that cross the line. Huh. She displayed a businesslike smile, while the village chief emitted a lament. Alas, he has once again seen my sharp fangs a few months into her existence as a vampire. This marks her first genuine interaction with humans. This is likely an area in need of improvement. Therefore, let us commence with the reconstruction of the village, beginning with the houses that were burned down. However, we lack timber. Why not fell trees in the nearby forest? This rural area is surrounded by mountains and forests, teeming with trees. Yet the elder shook his head. The nearby forest is home to monsters and wild beasts. Entering the forest may be manageable, but if we attempt to cut down trees, they will come immediately, and that poses great danger. Then we shall proceed as follows. Ye Liu produced a wooden cup from her bosom, and with her claws, she sliced open her wrist, allowing some blood to flow. A small amount of vampire blood collected in the cup, which she then handed to the village chief. The chief's expression turned to one of revulsion, his eyes widening. This is truly impressive blood, truly befitting a noble vampire. Its crimson hue rivals that of diamonds. No, it appears murky. There is no need for flattery. She felt no pride in her blood for being a vampire. Place this cup nearby. The small monsters and beasts will be deterred by my scent, and will not approach. In this manner, you shall be able to fell the trees. Do you understand? Yes. Thus, the village's structures can at least be repaired. She stepped slightly away from the village and ventured into the forest. For some reason, Ye Liu followed her. Why are you following me? Is the forest not dangerous? Wherever Ye Liu, the vampire, is, that place is safe. You may simply call me Liu. And how is it that you are not afraid of me? In response to her inquiry, Ye Liu fixed her left eye on her intently. How should I put it? Your demeanor is surprisingly normal, so I do not fear you. Is that a compliment or a jab? The answer lay within Liu's heart. This girl remains difficult to comprehend. They ventured deeper into the forest until the village was no longer visible. What do you intend to do? Ye Liu asked. The village is currently facing a food shortage. If this continues, the population will not grow. Only with ample food will people come. Thus, I shall summon a crop that is easy to cultivate. Summoning magic? Such a thing should not exist in this world. It is the stuff of legends. Fear not. For now, this may be magic that only I can wield in this world. Ye Liu retrieved her diary and opened to the page on summoning spells. Confirming the method once more, she bit her finger, allowing blood to flow, and dripped it onto the ground, focusing her magical energy. Respond to my call, my prayer, my request. A massive geometric pattern began to materialize on the ground. Drawn in blood, sparks flying, she envisioned round, brown crops in her mind and concentrated further. Defy the boundaries of the world. Appear, break the norms and manifest here. This is my wish. The magic circle contracted and exploded, resulting in two objects falling where the formation had been. One was a round brown potato, and the other was a plastic syringe with a needle. These items were foreign to this world. Products from Blue Star. Both the potatoes and the syringe were summoned artifacts from Blue Star. Ye Liu squatted down, bringing her face close to the potato to touch it. Then she picked up the syringe and examined the needle. What is this? Potatoes and a syringe. The syringe in your hand is a tool for drawing blood. Once a month, each person will collect blood into this container. If there are 50 individuals, there will be sufficient blood to satisfy both me and other vampires. So, if we use this to draw blood, the villagers will not perish precisely. But do not handle it too much. It may break. She took the syringe from Ye Liu's hands and placed it in her pocket. The syringe's hygiene, blood magic can address that issue. How convenient magic is. Ye Liu will collect the villagers' blood using this syringe, and in exchange, the vampires will protect the village. In that case, coexistence between humans and vampires is not impossible. In summary, the villagers will pay a portion of their taxes in the form of blood. There is a term for blood donation on Blue Star. This is what is known as blood tax. And what about this? This is a potato, an excellent crop that is easy to grow and delicious, suitable for roasting. In this world, the primary crop is wheat. The yield of wheat is rather meager, and it is only consumable when transformed into bread. In contrast, potatoes can be harvested twice a year, which is indeed commendable. For vampires, tomatoes might be more favorable, yet they appear to be quite challenging to cultivate. So that matter can be deferred for later discussion. Tomato juice resembles blood, thus most vampires would find it appealing, akin to how humans enjoy the texture of meat substitutes made from soy. However, it does not present itself as food. Not food. Well, it resembles rocks or clods of earth. Ye Liu gazed at the potatoes and murmured softly. Indeed, upon her observation, the potatoes might not seem particularly appetizing, having grown accustomed to them on earth. She had not noticed this before. Yet, For someone encountering them for the first time, their appearance might strike one as rather subtle. Unpeeled, they resemble the color of soil. Once peeled, I imagine they would turn a yellow hue, rendering them edible. Initially, we planned to cultivate a single potato in the field for mass production, followed by the planting of other crops. We should not summon just one. We ought to summon more. However, this summoning magic can only conjure a total of 50 grams of material at most. Moreover, after a single use, it requires at least a month before it can be utilized again. Although this summoning magic allows for the invocation of items from other worlds, its weight restrictions are exceedingly stringent, permitting only approximately 50 grams at a time. Furthermore, employing this magic disrupts the boundaries of the world, preventing its reuse until the original state is restored, though it is rather inconvenient to use. There is no alternative. It truly is cumbersome. If only it could be employed daily. Given that it can only be used once a month, it is utterly insufficient. Even summoning once a month would be considered fortunate. Such a futile magic. Oh, please do not disparage this magic. It is the creation of a vampire, a magical genius who has lived for a millennium and has dedicated 30 years to its development. Ye Liu was about to reveal her own summoning but halted, realizing it was inappropriate. Wait, the body cannot weigh less than 50 grams. Only the soul has been summoned. There is a belief that a human soul weighs 21 grams. It is said that one's weight changes by 21 grams just before death and after passing. She was unsure of its validity, yet the fact of her summoning remained. As she pondered these thoughts, her bat familiar flew over and settled on her shoulder. A vampire. Having a bat as a familiar is quite convenient, as it can serve as a messenger. Squeak, squeak. It seems the hideout of the fleeing band of thieves has been discovered. Let us go and confront them, Ye Liu remarked with keen interest. Onward. Rather than saying they were let go, it would be more accurate to say it was by your design, Eli remarked knowingly. Discovered, are they? Quite astute of you. Heh, if they are indeed thieves, they must have amassed a considerable fortune. Thus, as she spoke, a glimmer of sanguine red sparkled in Ye Liu's eyes. Hey, hurry and prepare to retreat. Within a certain cave, the thieves who had attacked the village were frantically gathering their escape gear. They trembled in terror. Their powerful leader had been slain by the vampire in an instant, and they were now engulfed in panic, bickering before a treasure chest overflowing with riches. If the vampire comes, we shall be killed. The boss is dead. We stand no chance. I know. Quickly, grab the treasure and flee. I will take it. Huh. You intend to sneak away with it. I will. Do not jest. Can your words be trusted? Ultimately, they were but a ragtag group. Lacking sufficient trust among themselves, they began to argue over who should carry the valuables. Wait. This is not the time for disputes. Let me handle it. Step aside. Do not joke. They remained oblivious to the bats above, their eyes gleaming with a scarlet glow. Even if they had noticed, it would have been futile. They could not escape, for the vampire had already. I apologize for the wait. Thieves. I have come not only to drink blood, but also to extract wealth. Ye Liu reveled in the thieves' screams. They huddled against the cave walls, attempting to maintain distance from her, but regrettably, there was no place to flee. Well then, thieves, I find myself devoid of reason to show mercy. As she spoke, she crossed her arms. Earlier in the village, she could not kill the thieves indiscriminately. The reason was to locate this hideout, and she also did not wish to instill fear in the villagers. Consider it, if a vampire were to kill at will, they would certainly become a figure of terror. But could capturing them and selling them yield a profit, perhaps as mind slaves? No, there would be no buyers at all. Eli, it is best if you step outside. From this moment on, the slaughter is about to commence, and this may not be something you can accept. Ye Liu glanced at Eli. Do not worry, I am fine. Eli's expression was tranquil. If she truly did not mind, there was no need to force her out. Very well, then, I shall repeat myself. Rest assured, I will resolve this swiftly. As she spoke, Ye Liu adopted a hand-slicing stance and advanced forward. The thieves attempted to retreat, yet there was no escape route. Damn it, come on. A thief brandishing a sword lunged at her. Facing the swinging blade, she met it with her hand, effortlessly severing it in two. No, this. She decapitated the attacking thief with a swift strike of her palm and then turned her gaze toward the remaining thieves. With over 30 left, dealing with them one by one would be bothersome. I shall resort to magic to ensnare them all at once. Wait, we surrender. Please save us. We have no other choice. We became thieves due to food shortages. Please. We acknowledge our wrongs. The thieves began to plead for mercy. They should have known she was a vampire who would not show leniency, yet they seemed to be in a state of panic. Their minds clouded. Nevertheless, even so, She had no intention of sparing them, that if that were the case, you should have at least only stolen food. Yet you cruelly slaughtered that village. Those words are merely excuses. You sought to toy with the lives of others, and you do not truly regret it. You simply realize you are about to die. Blood, heed my summons. Soon, the blood gushing from the headless corpses began to stir. Flowing towards the feet of the thieves, the ground beneath them transformed into a pool of dark blood, and then the blood extended like tentacles, wrapping around their bodies starting from their feet. Hey, stop, let me go. The thieves reached out for assistance, but she resolutely turned away, unresponsive. If you had shown mercy to the villagers, I might have considered it. However, die, you scoundrel of the Vampire Hunters Guild. You shall be slain. The thieves were ensnared by the blood tendrils, which constricted around their bodies like bandages, ultimately destroying them. She had contemplated keeping them as a one-time blood reservoir, but such blood would only repulse her. Should she release them, the next village would surely suffer. Eli approached the thieves, observing for a moment, then fixed her gaze upon her. Cold-blooded fiend. Do not claim that humans are cold-blooded. If a vampire's blood were warm, that would be rather peculiar, would it not? Look, like a cold-blooded creature, right? Moreover, you are not a saint. These thieves did slay villagers. Indeed, I was merely jesting. This girl, to be honest, completely eludes her understanding. By the way, why do you sometimes speak in that haughty tone? Eli inquired further. Does it not suit me? From a vampire's perspective, Ye Liu responded. Most vampires are proud. She merely tends to appear understated, yet to be accepted by the villagers. If she were too humble, it would incite suspicion. You are not suited for it. Forcing it is futile. It appears absurd and may invite ridicule. Are you being polite? Besides, we have not known each other for long. You mean to say I am impolite? Eli pondered seriously. As usual, this girl was impossible to grasp. Never mind. Let us return to the village and commence the governance of the settlement immediately. Yelio interrupted the conversation. What are you planning to do? She inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding the next move of the vampire before her. I have numerous ideas. First and foremost, to improve the food situation. At that moment, an unusual sensation wafted in from outside the cave. Yelio gazed intently, spotting a crow soaring high in the distance, its eyes locking with hers. Having transformed into a vampire, she recognized that this was no ordinary bird. It was a magical creature, under the command of someone else. The crow descended into the forest. If it blended in with its kin, it would be nearly impossible to locate, as it was surely on its way to relay information to its master. What's wrong? Nothing. Let us return to the village. They swiftly reclaimed the treasure chest and made their way back. The chest was filled with gold and silver. Though not overflowing, it contained exquisite swords and coins, thus possessing considerable value. Standing upon the plains, the girl felt the crow flutter down onto her arm. Beneath her feet lay the decapitated body of a human. No, a vampire. Caw, caw. Found it. The next prey. Now, let us return to the city to regroup. The girl was clad in shimmering silver armor, a metal rarer and softer than iron, typically unsuitable for armor. Even a robust individual would require hefty resources for repairs. However, in certain circumstances, it proved immensely useful. Contact with silver armor would inflict severe burns upon a vampire, causing excruciating pain, and donning silver armor would enable her to single-handedly vanquish most vampires. The girl tossed her long, red hair, gazing intently in the direction where the crow had flown. I shall spare not a single vampire. I am determined to eradicate them all. Yelio had resided in this village for 2 weeks. During this time, she instructed the villagers to cultivate potatoes, believing they possessed a better understanding of farming. Potatoes were an easy crop to grow, so she anticipated no issues. Of course, she did not remain idle. She ventured into the forest to hunt bears and wild boars, gathering meat. With her vampiric abilities, she could track animals by scent, making hunting a simple endeavor. The villagers also constructed a house for her. Although it was merely a single room, it was larger than the other homes, indicating their earnest efforts. Regardless, she began to foster a positive relationship with the villagers, just as she thought all was well. Trouble. The tax collector is coming. It was daytime, and she was resting when the village chief, also an elder, burst into her abode. She immediately emerged from her coffin, lifting the lid and stepping outside. The sun was glaring, and although it posed no harm, her eyes struggled to adjust. Good morning. You should return to your home. It's safer there. Illy, the girl residing with her, remarked. Though she had her own home in the village from which she hailed, she assisted with chores and cleaning, making her presence quite agreeable. So, former village chief. Has the tax collector arrived? Yes, Someone just spotted him heading towards this village. They hurried back to inform us. I suspect he will arrive shortly. It is not harvest season yet, so he must be here to determine how much tax to levy this year. The tax collector, as the name implies, was responsible for collecting taxes. They were employed by the Lord to extract a specific proportion of the harvest from various villages as tax and to decide the amount to be collected. What shall we do? If we pay taxes, your share will I want to assess the situation. Just pretend I am not here to greet them. All right. The former village chief nodded and exited the home. Her reason for not showing herself was to ascertain whether the village had indeed been abandoned by the Lord. Currently, there was sufficient evidence suggesting abandonment, as the villagers' pleas for assistance against bandits had been denied. And the bandits claimed their attacks on the village were sanctioned by the Lord. However, it was crucial to obtain definitive proof. Moreover, she was seizing the village from the Lord, a situation difficult to justify. If the Lord had not abandoned the village and genuinely intended to protect them, she would need to reconsider her role as village chief. In the worst-case scenario, she might have to relinquish control of the village and seek another to execute her plans. Eli, hi. I will eavesdrop a little. How? If you show yourself, you'll be exposed, and you won't hear anything from here. Just alter your appearance. With a snap of her fingers, her body began to shimmer and shrink. A bat? Indeed, a transformation ability. Ye Liu morphed into a bat, flapping her wings as she soared into the sky. This was a unique ability of vampires. She could alter her form at will. Not only could she become a bat, but she could also transform into insects or even elephants, akin to a fantastical version of the 72 transformations. Open the door. Aha. Ye Liu flapped her wings and flew through the open door. In the village square. The tax collector and the former village chief were embroiled in a heated debate. The tax collector was accompanied by 10 men. Aside from one dressed in slightly finer attire, the others were armored and fully armed. Meanwhile, a crowd of villagers had gathered. This is outrageous. To demand 80% of our harvest as tax is absurd. Silence. This year's cold weather has led to anticipated increases in yield, but 60% has already made it difficult for us to survive. If we must give 80%, no matter our efforts, we will run out of food by spring, then eat tree roots and bark, in the face of the village chief's desperate pleas. The tax collector coldly declared 80% tax was excessive. Typically, it should hover around 50%. Soon, the village's wheat would be depleted, and starvation was unavoidable. Have mercy. Under the previous lord, it was only 40%. Since the change of lords, living on over 60% has been exceedingly challenging. If we are to pay 80% now, the entire village will starve. Silence. If you resist, I will kill you. We never intended to come here. The soldiers simultaneously drew their swords from their sheaths. Observing this, Ye Liu confirmed her suspicions. The Lord had abandoned this village from the start. An 80% tax would lead to the village's demise. All would perish or flee. Enough. If the Lord does not wish to retain this village, then I shall take it over properly. She positioned herself between the villagers and the tax collector, dispelling her transformation spell. What is this vampire? What nonsense is this? It is daytime. The tax collector widened his eyes in disbelief, while the other soldiers aimed their swords at her. I am the new ruler of this village. From this moment forth, I shall govern this place. What are you saying? The vampire is spouting nonsense. I speak with utmost sincerity. Blood, transform into mist. She produced a syringe from her pocket, removing the cap and allowing blood to drip. Before it could touch the ground, the blood evaporated, morphing into a cloud-like mist that began to envelop the surroundings. The blood mist encroached upon the tax collector, surrounding him. What is this? I can't breathe. The tax collector suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness. My apologies, but I did not intend to consult with you. Now, soldiers, relay this matter to your lord. From this day forth, this territory is mine. You are liberated from your rule. The soldiers trembled, clearly terrified of her, rendered immobile. Vampires are creatures that cannot be defeated without holy water or similar tools. It was only natural for them to be afraid if they lacked means to confront her. With no other choice, she slightly lowered her altitude, maintaining distance, and shifted the blood mist from around the tax collector to behind her, playfully shaping it into a dragon's visage. Quickly take the tax collector away. Or else she transformed the blood mist into the shape of a sword again, mimicking a decapitation motion, prompting the soldiers to spring into action. Help, help. We will be killed. They placed the tax collector onto the cart designated for taxes and fled with it. Thus, this village shall be entirely mine. As for the reason I do not slay them, it matters not whether I do or do not. It merely serves to demonstrate to the Lord over there our stance. Should they dare to send troops, she shall show no mercy. Ye. Esteemed Lord Ye Liu, I entrust you with our future. If we are taxed at 80%, we shall perish. Please lend us your aid. Please protect us. The villagers bowed their heads before her. Witnessing the tax collector's demeanor, they lost all fondness for the Lord. Excellent. Let those in the village who still harbor any illusions return wholeheartedly. From this day forth, she must bear full responsibility, and with responsibility comes the weight of duty. Is this not the essence of greater power yielding greater responsibility? Upon the tax collector's hasty retreat, Ye Liu promptly summoned all the villagers to the square. The most had already gathered due to the commotion. They gazed at her with unease as she cleared her throat, preparing to address them. I believe you are already aware, the tax collector demands an 80% levy. The village had opposed this, and they attempted to resort to threats of force to extract taxes. The villagers wore troubled expressions, casting their eyes downward to them. The Lord was their support. Without the protection of a strong figure, survival would be impossible. Yet if they were to pay 80% in taxes, they would soon succumb to starvation. In such dire circumstances, it is difficult for anyone to remain optimistic. But fear not, for as I have stated before, I shall safeguard this village. I have expelled the tax collector, and I hereby declare that the tax for this village shall only be 30% of the harvest. 30%? That is akin to divine intervention. No matter how benevolent a lord may be, the minimum has always been 40%. Ah, is this truly the case? The villagers widened their eyes in astonishment. A mere 30% of the harvest as tax was unprecedented. Even the kindest of lords would not offer such generosity. The rationale behind taxation is not to harass, but to cover the expenses of protecting the nation and the land. Thus a 40% tax on the harvest is already the limit. Anything below that would jeopardize the management of the territory, whether for maintaining an army or providing for the populace's labor. Sustenance and funds are essential, all of which derive from taxes. In other words, for the sake of the people, a threshold of 30% must be maintained. The defense of this village lies in my hands. There is no need to lead an army, thus taxes can be lightened. However, as I have mentioned before, blood taxes must be paid in blood. The moment she made this proclamation, the villagers erupted into a clamor. They still wish to drain our blood. To be bled dry by a vampire is to court death, yet to follow the Lord is to starve. Calm yourselves. I shall not bite you. Rather, I shall employ this. Ari, come here for a moment. Ye Liu retrieved a syringe from her bosom, displaying it to the villagers before summoning Ari, who stood nearby. Ari rolled up her sleeve, extending her fair arm toward her. It was fortuitous that she comprehended Ye Liu's intent so swiftly. Ye Liu inserted the needle into the vein of her arm and began to draw blood. Once the container was filled, she withdrew the needle and showcased the syringe to the villagers. First, once a week, this 15 milliliters of blood shall serve as your tax payment. There is no need for convoluted considerations. Simply replace crops with blood. In that case, I shall protect this village. Ari, are you all right? In response to the village head's inquiry, Ari gave a thumbs up. Regrettably, she was not a doctor, so the quantity of blood drawn would be adjusted according to the villager's future health. If someone appeared robust, more would be drawn. If they seemed frail, less would be taken. Moreover, the collected blood could be stored in barrels. Hygiene. By employing blood magic to coagulate it, it shall not spoil, thus there are no concerns. Furthermore, the blood will be consumed by other vampires. A slight decay would not pose an issue, presumably. As for the needles, she crafted them with magic to ensure each was single use. For she certainly did not wish for the villagers to contract any bloodborne ailments. In truth, she could manipulate blood directly to form needles for extraction, yet utilizing tools might instill greater reassurance among the villagers. If drawing blood regularly in the future, it would be prudent for the villagers to consume more protein-rich meats. And she would continue to hunt for game. If such a quantity of blood could reduce taxes, would that not be splendid? Rather than suffer from hunger under the Lord's rule, it is preferable to pay with blood. The villagers regarded the syringe, feeling somewhat reassured. Indeed, witnessing the amount of blood collected was of paramount importance. Frankly speaking, the taxation system in this world is quite chaotic. The size of the cultivated land determines the tax. Yet the method of measurement relies on steps. In other words, the subjective whims of the tax collector can alter the outcome, and bribery is not uncommon. In contrast, her blood tax is far more straightforward and transparent. If this blood tax system can be successfully implemented, the coexistence of vampires and humans should be feasible. Cattle and humans, though predator and prey, can at least coexist. The relationship with livestock is far less harmonious. Having mutual interests is the foundation of trust. In the future, she wishes to invite more vampires to join this village, forming a vampire army. If their weaknesses remain undiscovered, they will be exceedingly formidable. Naturally, the character of the vampires must be sound. She has no intention of allowing a murderer to infiltrate. I understand. We are willing to pay the blood tax. Please protect our village. The contract is established. Thus, first and foremost, take good care of the potatoes I provided you a few days ago. Are there any other means of generating income? There are no monetary avenues available, and as crops designated for tax cannot easily be converted into currency. Reserves must also be maintained, and the villagers must serve as labor. This indicates the necessity for alternative methods to continuously earn money. Currently, she can defeat formidable monsters and sell their parts in the city. However, should the village expand in the future, the financial flow may become strained. Indeed, the need for specialty products remains. Potatoes can be cultivated everywhere, thus they are not viable. If sold externally, they will soon be cultivated elsewhere, becoming worthless. Of course, she could summon seeds from earth to plant, yet if only there were other options, as once a month is quite time-consuming. Now, she intends to utilize the treasures seized from the bandits as initial capital to construct basic facilities for this village. Actually, there are rumors of gold in the mountain near this village. The former village head remarked at a mountain of gold. Why would such a thing be left unattended? Ye Liu inquired curiously if there were indeed a mountain of gold. The Lord should be ecstatic and undertake its development. This village ought to be far wealthier. That mountain is rife with powerful monsters. It is not a place for humans to venture. Moreover, this is merely a rumor. There was once a river at the foot of that mountain where someone claimed to have found gold, as recounted by a deceased elder. The former village had explained. Hey, that is practically a legend. The credibility is almost zero. How can you be certain? The former village head bowed his head earnestly. How could that elder have reached the riverbank in a place where humans cannot go? Ye Liu pondered another question. I do not know. This is merely the tale of the village's elder from my childhood. The former village head did not appear to be lying. It is possible that the information regarding the mountain of gold is indeed lacking. If time permits, she could search for it. However, what is more pressing now is the need for methods to generate income. She possesses a plan for earning money and intends to execute it. The following day, Ye Liu ventured into the nearby forest. Unlike usual, she discreetly departed from the village. For some reason, she wished for no one to know about this endeavor. Yet, why are you following me? I thought I was sneaking out. I have a feeling that something good may happen. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. Eri, having sensed her movements, had been trailing her. Were she able to teleport, she would have effortlessly shaken her off. But in a forest teeming with monsters, she could not afford to do so. It is not merely intuition. I possess this to show you. My secret. Ye Liu turned to find Eri removing the eye patch from her right eye. Her normally concealed right eye shimmered like gold. A dense magical aura began to leak from her eye, spreading into the surroundings. A magical eye. How rare. It is nothing of great significance. The term demonic eye, as its name suggests, refers to a powerful eye that possesses the ability to cast formidable spells or curses merely by gazing at a target. Weaker variants of the demonic eye may only emit light. The disparity in performance among these eyes is quite striking, akin to the varying degrees of vision one might find among ordinary human eyes. It is highly probable that Eli possesses a remarkably potent demonic eye, enabling her to track my clandestine departure from the village, illustrating the might of such an eye. Are you donning an eye patch to conceal your eyes from the villagers? No. My eyes tend to dry out. Such a simple rationale. More importantly, where are we heading? As Eli readjusted her eye patch over her right eye, she murmured, it seemed unlikely that we could return to the village unscathed. Eli, regarding the matters ahead, refrained from disclosing them to the villagers, observing that the purpose of our journey was now compromised. Ye Liu sighed in resignation. To maintain secrecy, a price must be paid. I shall provide you with delectable treats. A deal is struck. Indeed, it was unwise to bring her along. Next time, I must exercise greater caution when leaving the village to avoid detection. This instance was merely due to her ignorance of Eli's demonic eye. Next time, she would surely not be so oblivious. Before that, let us go hunting. I will run at full speed, and you will struggle to keep up. Impossible, Eli replied with a blank expression. As a vampire, her full sprint would be unattainable for an ordinary human, and I cannot abandon her here. May I carry you while we run? Ye Liu inquired. Certainly, I am ready. Wait, I did not mean in that way. Eli commenced shedding her garments, and she hastily intervened. I meant to carry you on my back. Ye Liu clarified. I understand now. Is it truly so easy to misinterpret? I cannot keep pace with your thought process. Ye Liu mumbled as she lifted Eli into her arms. She feels light, akin to a child. Hold on tightly. We are departing. Let us proceed. My beloved steed Liu. Who is your steed? Eli squirmed restlessly in her embrace. Yet she endeavored to maintain her pace, the surrounding trees in the forest whizzing past them rapidly until they arrived at their destination. Roar, a great bear, traversing on all fours within the forest, emitted a mournful cry at Ye Liu's sudden appearance. Today is your fortunate day, encountering love around the corner. Ah ha ha. You shall become the village's meat and a tool for negotiation. She produced a syringe filled with blood from her bosom, removing the cap and allowing droplets to fall to the ground. Blood, penetrate. The blood on the ground appeared to morph into a small slime, extending its delicate stingers swiftly towards the bear's heart. Roar. The slime pierced through the cardiac region, subsequently beginning to siphon the bear's blood, growing larger by the moment. Unable to endure, the bear collapsed, convulsing, until it lay still. Upon closer inspection, this is not merely a bear but a demonic creature, adorned with small horns upon its head. She retrieved her diary, flipping through its pages for relevant entries. Here it is, the so-called demon bear, a creature that can only be vanquished by an A-rank adventurer team. Exceedingly formidable for humans. Once its presence is detected, the nearby villagers would flee and form a large-scale extermination squad. Do you not engage in hand-to-hand combat? As a vampire, should you not bite? This method suffices for blood extraction. Alternatively, let me inquire, are you adept at eating? If not, perhaps your perspective on vampires could be altered. While some vampires may indeed behave thus, it does not define me. I aspire to elegance, drawing upon my past experiences from the Blue Star. You are quite particular for a vampire. Well, think as you wish. Now, let us take this bear with us. Follow me, we shall walk for a while. She hoisted the bear, its length measuring 2 meters. A feat impossible for an ordinary human but effortless for her as a vampire. Carry me. No. I am shouldering the bear. One hand is occupied. My left shoulder is free. If you wish to be carried, you have a bear's corpse beside you. Perhaps not. Thus, they advanced toward their true destination. After approximately 30 minutes, they arrived. Here, merely ordinary trees grew, a familiar sight within the forest, yet there was a singular distinction. A beehive. Precisely. This is my objective. A large honeybee nest, constructed as if hanging from the branches. As they approached the hive, bees swarmed forth, enveloping her. Buzz buzz, greetings. I have come to collect honey. Moreover, I am here to substitute for the blood of pests. I have specifically brought this bear for you. Vampires can converse with animals, which includes bees. She forged a pact with this beehive. In exchange for protection against threats, she would regularly provide honey. In essence, they were guests. The bees communicated with her through the sound of their wings. Buzz buzz. No, I also desire honey. Eliminating threats is a part of the contract. Buzz buzz. A portion of the bees departed from her, relocating to a branch on the right side of the hive, where they constructed a new nest. This is a hive designated for my honey. How delightful. Can I collect from here next time? Buzz buzz. I can take the entire hive. This is splendid. The bee circled around her, forming a win-win relationship for her craving sweet treats and the bee seeking protection. She examined a cup placed beside the tree and poured the blood onto the ground. Then, using her claws, she sliced her wrist, allowing fresh blood to flow. A little blood accumulated in the cup, which she placed beside the tree once more. Thus, magical creatures and beasts would fear her, daring not to approach the beehive. Such impeccable adherence to rules. Should any beast attack, inform me immediately, and I shall swiftly repel them. The after-sales service is remarkably thorough. The bees traced a figure-8 pattern, expressing their gratitude towards her. How do you find it? Ely, with the powers of a vampire, we can reliably obtain honey. We can indulge in abundant sweet honey. To be candid, it is even more delectable than blood. I eagerly anticipate this honey every month. In this world, sweetness is exceedingly precious. Honey, of course, is a luxury item. This ability has proven immensely beneficial. One of the reasons she maintains her sanity in this world is the allure of honey. Truly a sweet delight, capable of alleviating stress and various anxieties. Ely regarded her expressionlessly. Not a vampire, but a honey vampire. Perhaps, Ely's words, sharp as a bee's sting, left her without retort. Do you wish to eat honey? Indeed. As they licked the honey, they filled buckets with the sweet nectar, secretly stashing it away before returning to the village. If considering a sale, there would be no quantity to share with the village. As a gift, bear meat awaited. Thus, they returned to the village, showcasing the bear in the square. This is a demon bear, a creature that requires a united effort from high-level adventurers to defeat. Is it truly so close? If it were to invade the village, the blood had been perfectly extracted. Ely refrained from unnecessary commentary. Speaking of which, the bear is documented as quite formidable, due to its swift demise. The disparity in strength with the thieves remains unclear. And so, for days after commencing honey collection, troublesome individuals arrived in the village. It is about time to procure essential supplies such as salt. I must venture into the city to gather provisions. Ye Liu pondered the village's shortage of resources while seated in her home, dining on dinner. It is well known that the human body requires a variety of substances from external sources, such as salt, proteins, and vitamins. Should supplies continue to dwindle, an excessive blood harvest could lead to collapse, which would be detrimental to their health. To resolve this issue, a nutritious diet must be ensured, particularly with salt. The absence of it renders not only humans but nearly all animals unable to survive. Even if she hunts wild beasts in the forest to distribute to the villagers, it is of no use without salt for seasoning. Previously, the tax collector was driven away, so now the villagers face some inconvenience when they go to the city to purchase goods. Liu, what are you eating? Illy gazed curiously at the wooden tray in her hands, which contained a vibrant red, elastic liquid. This is congealed blood, a delicacy I have named blood jelly. I am not entirely sure. But is it delicious? For me, it is quite delightful. Ye Liu scooped up the blood jelly with a wooden spoon and tasted it. Although it was indeed flavorful, it is better served cold. There is a cold place to the north. We should go there to chill it. No, it's not that I want to eat something cold in a cold place, but rather I desire something cold in a warm environment. Specifically, I wish to enjoy ice cream by the kotatsu. Ah, how I long for the culinary delights of Blue Star. Reflecting on it now, I realize how blissful those moments were. Drinking icy soda on hot summer days brings back fond memories, and if only some sugar could be added to this blood jelly, it would surely taste delightful. If possible, I would also like to savor blood from humans with a higher sugar content, as that would be sweeter. Liu should not be heading north. No need to dwell on it. I am aware I am speaking indulgently. You ought to indulge in dreams. Is there anything in dreams? Why is it so noisy outside? What is happening? The sun is about to set. Who knows? Illy seems unaware as well. So she walks out of her house while continuing to eat the jelly. She soon sees the former village chief arguing with someone near the village entrance. The individual possesses beautiful red hair cascading down to her waist. Clad in silver armor, with a sword at her waist, clearly not a villager. No, there is only one person who wears silver armor, and that is a vampire hunter. While she believes she could win in a fight, she decides to hide behind a building to observe the situation. I know a vampire has come to this village. I am here to eliminate it, so leave it to me. That you have been threatened by a vampire. But fear not, I have vanquished many vampires thus far. I will surely protect this village. I have witnessed that creature's abilities. The girl confidently boasts that I see. So she is the crow master I saw earlier. Through shared vision, she witnessed her defeating a bandit. Having gathered sufficient information, Ye Liu steps out from the shadows of the building and approaches the girl. You have emerged, vampire. Today, I shall be the one to save this village. The girl draws her sword and charges at her, the blade forged of silver, radiating a white light. This is holy magic. It is a form of magic that only humans can wield, serving as a special attack against vampires. It is more potent than holy water, possessing purifying abilities, driving away the dark like a detergent. It can only be regarded as cleansing magic. Calm down. I pose no threat to the villagers. A blatant lie. A vampire could never refrain from drinking blood. Before the village is harmed, I shall vanquish you. The girl launches an unprovoked attack against her. Holy sun, drive away the darkness. She swings her dazzling silver sword, fiercely striking at her. Such an attack is trivial, requiring no defense. She allows the girl's sword to impact her shoulder, the silver blade failing to wound her, halting in place. What? Why haven't you turned to ash? Is this advanced holy magic? The girl panics, brimming with flaws. Indeed, as she stated, the holy power contained within that sword is formidable. Even a considerably high-ranking vampire would not easily withstand such a blow. This girl, although young, is a remarkably skilled vampire hunter, making her the perfect adversary for a vampire slayer. Yet, it holds no significance for her. Her soul is human, rendering the effects of the holy attribute ineffective. Which should serve as the explanation. Apologies, but holy magic is ineffective against me. Could it be that you are a high-class vampire? No, even so, you can withstand the silver holy sword and advanced holy magic. Then, I shall use this. The girl momentarily distances herself, plunging her silver sword into the ground, and begins to chant. Sun, grant me your power. Sun, drive away the darkness. Please purify the wicked darkness before me with your pure power. Too many flaws exist. If I attack her now, she will be defeated. She continues to chant. Holy power, sun, encircle me. As she recites, a brilliant light shines down from the sky. It is a dazzling light, resembling sunlight condensed to its essence. Any vampire exposed to such light would likely be unable to endure this holy magic. Ha ha. The most supreme holy magic. This is it. The girl gasps, revealing a victorious smile. Indeed, it is an intense light. But, wait, in that case, she wishes to do something. How long can this light last? Ye Liu leisurely basks in the light, finding it a bit too dazzling to open her eyes. Until you vanish, vampire, it seems it will last a long time. She spreads her arms wide, adopting a pose for sunbathing. What? Ye Liu suddenly strikes a mysterious pose, causing the girl to point at her in horror. I thought I would take this chance to tan my facial skin. My complexion is rather unhealthy, and I am quite conscious of it. This light is from the sun, right? Just like sunbathing. In fact, I would prefer to have a pair of sunglasses and a lounge chair. After enjoying the sunlight for a while, the light dissipates after about 5 minutes. The girl sits on the ground, staring blankly at her, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly defeated. Thus, I have lost to a vampire. Everyone, flee quickly. I will subdue this one. Take this opportunity to escape. The girl struggles to stand, using her silver sword as a makeshift cane. She seems determined to sacrifice herself so the villagers can escape. But no one runs. Holy sun, absorb my life. Drive away the darkness. Oh, it's about time to stop. Ye Liu scoops up some dirt from the ground and throws it at the girl. The dirt splatters onto the girl's armor, causing her to faint. So, what now? It will be troublesome when she wakes up. She takes out her diary, confirming the page on confronting vampire hunters, while sighing. Hey, what is that diary? Illy inquires curiously about the diary in her hands. This is a diary and memorandum of a vampire who has lived for 1,000 years. It records his concerns regarding the coexistence of humans and vampires. Sometimes it can serve as a reference. So I am checking it.as a vampire. You are quite meticulous. Indeed, although I have only mentioned it for a few months, she, Avril, is not much like a vampire. About 10 minutes later, the girl struck by sand regains consciousness. She seems not fully awake yet, propping herself up from the ground and surveying her surroundings. Upon locking eyes with the vampire before her, she immediately stands up. You, vampire, prepare to meet your end. My sword. The girl attempts to draw her sword from its sheath at her waist, only to find it missing. Naturally, as that silver sword is in Ye Liu's possession. Why can a vampire wield a silver sword? Who are you? I am a somewhat different vampire. By the way, are you here to hunt me? Do tell me your name. I am Ye Liu. Ares. I have come to save innocent people. She is indeed a girl full of righteousness and willing to share her name. Yet, she does not hold a fondness for vampire hunters. They are typically unreasonable, perhaps merely differing in stance, unrelated to good or evil, and the vampire hunter guild behind them is exceedingly greedy and cruel. However, she does not harbor much disdain for this girl, who is willing to sacrifice herself to protect others. That is quite admirable. Is that so? Ares, you may stay in this village for the time being. Even if you wish to attack me, I do not mind. Ares gaped in astonishment. If the roles were reversed, she would undoubtedly share the same surprise. Why would a vampire allow a vampire hunter to remain in the village? I govern this village, and if someone were to hunt vampires for some peculiar reason, it would spell trouble. If you linger here, attempting to vanquish me, the other vampire hunters will surely be deterred. Am I correct? Ares is undeniably a formidable vampire hunter, despite her unassuming appearance. Few possess the ability to wield the highest tier of holy magic. Those who dare to interfere with her prey are scarce. For the majority of vampire hunters are driven by greed and would not expend effort for a mere chance at a kill. Some nefarious individuals even resort to murder to lure vampires with the scent of blood. In contrast, Ares can be considered quite virtuous. It is worth mentioning that this village has been abandoned by its lord. I have taken it upon myself to protect it. You witnessed me vanquishing the brigands. Did you not? Should I depart, this village would lose its protector and face annihilation. How infuriating. If I were to seek assistance from the Vampire Hunter Guild, what would you intend to do? That would be inconsequential. Though it may be troublesome, I shall confront them all at once. Vampire hunters typically possess equipment and combat methods tailored to slaying vampires. For instance, Ares' silver gear is a prime example, potent against vampires, yet soft and ineffective against other monstrous beings. Furthermore, she bears virtually no weaknesses as a vampire, which renders her a formidable opponent for any vampire hunter. In other words, she is the bane of vampire hunters. Here, I return the silver sword to you. What do you plan to do? Will you remain in the village or return? I have no preference. Ye Liu tossed the silver sword to Ares, who instinctively dodged, allowing the sword to clatter to the ground before she retrieved it and sheathed it. She could have caught it gracefully in midair. Ares hesitated briefly before glaring at her. I shall stay in this village. but not because you bid me to. It is to shield the villagers from the harm of vampires. Just you wait. I will soon unveil your true nature. Do as you wish. Inform the Vampire Hunter Guild of this matter. Should some misunderstand the situation and arrive, it would indeed be troublesome. Understood. Is there a surplus of houses here? The girl turned to yell, My home has vacant rooms that I can lend you. Thank you ever so much. That would be splendid. The rent is 1 gold coin per day. That is extortion. If it is not in use, it should be rented out at a reasonable price. It is quite reasonable. Take it or leave it. The house is this way. Eli walked toward her home, with Ares following closely behind, casting her a glare as they passed. Vampires and humans can never coexist. The predator and the prey are eternally incompatible. I shall find an opportunity to slay you. Even if you are a high-ranking vampire, you should be weak during the day, unable to fight effectively. Do as you wish. If you can kill me, then come forth. The peculiar village with an assassin residing within it is preferable to the presence of other vampire hunters. She had heard from other vampires that true vampire hunters are extraordinarily ruthless. They would not hesitate to incinerate an entire village. The Lord's mansion. In his office, a portly man stood enraged after receiving a report. He had been seated in his office chair, but his anger compelled him to rise. The village of Xena has refused taxation and has welcomed a vampire as the village chief. Indeed, this is the report from the tax collector himself. It cannot be mistaken. How could such foolishness occur? Vampires should instinctively attack humans, not rule them. They intend to encroach upon my domain, Baron East-West. The Lord slammed his right hand forcefully upon the table. In response to his fury, the reporting soldier saluted and spoke. However, according to the report, that vampire is almost certainly a vampire. It unleashed a terrifying red mist that enveloped the entire village, rendering the tax collector unconscious. Should we not request assistance from the Vampire Hunter Guild? The tax collector has lied in his report. He cannot admit to being rendered unconscious by a mist akin to that of a minor cloud, thus he has exaggerated the severity of the fog. No, I shall not contribute to the Vampire Hunter Guild. If I request aid now, how exorbitant will their demands be? The Lord is typically parsimonious with his contributions to the Vampire Hunter Guild, which is notoriously strict with territories that fail to pay. A warning to other territories that have not paid. They may demand exorbitant fees. However, vampires can be dealt with by ordinary soldiers. Yet, that vampire has supposedly defeated 50 brigands. You see, they are rampaging at the borders of the territory, and those individuals should be quite formidable. Then summon 1,000 soldiers. With such a force, we should be able to prevail. Though the costs are high, it is far cheaper than paying the Vampire Hunter Guild. Yes. Thus, to rescue the villagers, we shall dispatch soldiers. Fool, burn the entire village. The villagers ruled by vampires are too disgraceful to remain in my territory. All shall be considered as victims of the vampire's wrath. Send the soldiers to slay them. The current lord inherited his title from his parents. He is not particularly foolish, but neither is he exceptionally clever. The West Territory is not particularly vast, and the chill of this year is biting. Nonetheless, he still mobilizes 1,000 soldiers, a heavy burden, due to his lack of experience and other factors. He has not grasped the implications of this decision. 3 days have passed since Ares arrived, and Ye Liu felt exasperated by her actions. What is this? Come now, oh dear. Just as the sun reached its zenith, while she was inspecting the fields, Ares leaped out brandishing her sword. Ye Liu effortlessly dodged and tripped her, causing her to fall elegantly to the ground. Dreadful, why are you not weak during the day? This should be the time when vampires are at their most vulnerable. Even the weakest of vampires would perish under the sun. Even high-ranking vampires cannot avoid this frailty. I told you it is futile. I do not weaken even in daylight. Impossible. Remember this. Next time, I shall surely slay you. Ares fled in a huff, and she would likely return in an hour or two. During these 3 days, she had attacked indiscriminately, regardless of time or place. Ye Liu, feeling exasperated, lifted a fallen tree to measure its length against the field's dimensions. The length of this field is equivalent to 4 trees. She was measuring the village's farmland, essentially conducting a land survey. However, lacking a ruler, she resorted to using the uprooted tree for rough measurements. She wished to prepare a measuring tape or a large ruler soon, or rather, due to the absence of paper, she could only rely on her memory for measurements. Do you recall this? I have forgotten. Eli tilted her head expressionlessly. It matters not. These memories are stored within my blood. She drew water from the well using a prepared bucket, biting her finger to let a drop of blood flow into the full bucket. The blood then dispersed in the water, reflecting her image. The length of this field is 4 trees. Moreover, the water even emitted sounds, and Eli stared intently at the water within the bucket. What is this? The blood contains memories. So I have visualized them. Is it not convenient? Indeed, this is a form of magic that visualizes memories, even if she has not retained them well. This magic allows for easy recollection. She wished to use this magic to recall the knowledge she had learned while studying on Blue Star. For instance, information from the biology class she had dozed off in might prove useful. Wait a moment, why not use this magic to screen films for profit? But would copyright be a problem in another world? Are we not supposed to measure fields with steps? As Ye Liu pondered these thoughts, the anxious villager, the owner of the field, addressed her. He still seemed to fear her as a vampire, which was quite understandable, even for her. It is exceedingly challenging to maintain a sense of composure in the presence of someone who could take her life at any moment. If one were to measure the stride of a pedestrian in steps, it would vary significantly depending on their mood. Utilizing a tree of constant length might prove somewhat better, provided that the same object is employed. Ah, I see. Indeed, when the tax official came to measure before, he openly demanded a bribe, threatening that should we refuse to pay, he would deliberately record a smaller measurement. Truly, bribery is rampant, and one can easily manipulate stride measurements. Even if the steps were remeasured and increased, excuses could be concocted, such as claiming one's feet were slightly shorter or that one inadvertently walked a shorter distance. Well, this measurement is temporary. We will conduct a precise measurement again to ensure the accuracy of the data. Ye Liu stated. Understood, and from the potato fields, sprouts have begun to emerge. The villagers acknowledged. Oh, I shall continue to rely on you. With those words, she proceeded to measure other fields. After surveying all the fields, it appeared that this village primarily cultivated wheat. While wheat is not an undesirable food, it does not fetch a high price and is not drought-resistant. She contemplated planting potatoes or other crops instead. She wished to sow apple seeds, but that would require time. If only there were someone capable of employing time magic to summon her predecessor, the original owner of this body, who could wield such power. Iris, gather the village representatives to my home. We are to hold a meeting. Understood. Thus, at Ye Liu's residence, a total of 10 individuals, including the former village chief and the blacksmith, convened, along with her and Iris. The meeting commenced. Lacking a table, everyone sat upon the ground. Today marks our first village meeting. First, we wish to decide on a new name for this village. This is Xena Village. Shall we rename it? The former village chief's words prompted my nod. It was the first time I had heard the village's name. To signify the commencement of my rule. One of the candidate names is Dracula Village. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, Ares burst through the door, disregarding the situation inside, and lunged at me with a sword. Ye Liu caught the silver sword and wrested it from her grasp. Alas, I did say you could attack. However, the lack of regard for time and place makes matters quite troublesome for me. As the leader of this village, unlike you, my time is precious. My time is precious too. If I could kill you instantly, I would leave this village immediately to protect other innocent beings from the harm of other vampires. Ares cried out, tears streaming down her face. How should one respond? Her desperation was palpable, and Ye Liu felt it. Vampires generally target humans, so her words were not entirely unfounded. Yet, Ye Liu did not wish to harm anyone. She desired to be recognized as a unique individual among vampires. If one could be attacked at any moment, it would indeed be quite troublesome, thus she wished to establish some rules. When the sun is high in the sky, that is when vampires should be at their weakest, every day at this time. I shall spar with you in the village square. Henceforth, no more ambushes. Interrupting my work will only serve to vex me. What is so wrong with disturbing a vampire's attack? Then, say it before everyone gathered here. As they dedicate their precious time to this. Ye Liu directed her gaze toward the former village chiefs present in the meeting, who were smiling at Ares. If it could be helped, the time of the village chief during work hours would be diminished. Impacting village operations. Disrupting a meeting is far more troublesome than slaying a vampire. The participants murmured in agreement, the final sharp retort coming from Iris. Upon hearing these words, Ares began to weep. Remember, I shall certainly hunt you down. From tomorrow onward, I shall attack you daily. Do not flee. With those words, she exited the meeting. Eventually, she would come to understand. For now, it was best to let it be. The meeting continued. Thus, the following day at noon, she confronted Ares in the square. This time, I shall be prepared. Witness my holy power. I intend to hunt in the forest afterward, so let us conclude swiftly. Take this. Ares hurled garlic at her, which Ye Liu caught with her left hand. Seizing the opportunity, Ares charged at her with the silver sword. But it was too slow. Or rather, the bandit leader she had fought previously was quicker. It was baffling how she had managed to slay other vampires. Ye Liu effortlessly dodged the descending silver sword and attempted to trip her again. However, it seemed she had learned, swiftly evading the maneuver. How is this? I will not be fooled by the same trick. Thus, Ye Liu hurled a clump of earth with her right hand, striking her armor directly. The impact caused her to topple, indicating that this tactic still held merit. Ye Liu savored her victory with a mouthful of garlic. If only there were goat or beef heads. I shall have Iris prepare a garlic steak with meat later. Why can vampires not only hold garlic, but also find it so delectable? No, when eaten raw, it is not as delightful. Roasting it is preferable. Did I inquire about the taste? Ares lay on the ground, glaring at her. Should I assist her to her feet? Oh, the mighty vampire is truly formidable. Young lady, you fought admirably. Do strive for improvement next time. Ye Liu noticed a few villagers gathering in the square. Cheering. It appeared they had been observing their battle previously and seemed to be enjoying it. In this world, entertainment is scarce, so such skirmishes seemed amusing. Most people revel in a spectacle, much like those in the past on Blue Star. Ye Liu assumed they would soon find it tiresome and cease attending. But quite the opposite occurred. Starting the next day, an increasing number of people gathered to watch. Ares also employed surprising tactics each time, yet they all failed. Goodness, they were being treated as a circus performance. With Ares as the monkey, she did not mind, though Ares might very well perish. It was somewhat pitiful. A heartwarming time, yet it could not last long. The original owner of this land could not remain silent. As the sun hung high in the sky, in the village square, Ye Liu was engaged in her daily duel with Ares. Most villagers had gathered around, taking a break from their farming to watch the battle as a form of entertainment, which had fully transformed into a pastime. Holy water. Fool. Your clothes will get wet. Ares splashed water from a small glass vial toward her. Although holy water posed no harm to her, wet clothes were still uncomfortable. You seem to be worried about the wrong thing. Vampires are supposed to fear holy water. I worked hard to make this from well water yesterday. Ares shouted while keeping her distance. Upon witnessing this, the villagers erupted in cheers. Today's strategy from Miss Ares was holy water. Yesterday, it was silverware, and the day before that it was sanctified cloth. Though none of these proved effective, her efforts were commendable. Go, Miss Ares. I see you washing yourself while making holy water from well water. You perverted peeping Tom. Village chief. This person deserves the death penalty. The villagers clamored, each speaking over the other. Hearing this, Ye Liu mused that if the village had wine, they would surely enjoy themselves even more. If it were possible to brew wine, perhaps she would attempt it in this village. Hey, you, focus during the battle. My apologies. It seems today's amusement is coming to an end. So I was lost in thought. Amusement? You treat my actions as a joke. I shall not forgive you. Ares raised the silver sword and charged at her. As usual, Ye Liu tripped her, causing her to crash to the ground. Today's victor remains the vampire. All right, it is nearly time to return to farm work. Miss Ares, you should really refrain from wearing skirts. Everything is visible. The villagers stood up, jeering as they departed the square. Only she, Ares, and Iris remained. Ares sat on the ground, unwilling to rise. Hey, are you all right? Can you get up? The cacophony is unbearable. Why can't I secure a victory? I swear I shall not succumb to the vampire. I should have grown stronger, yet I find myself toyed with like a mere child. Tears glisten in Ares' eyes. She yearns to express that the disparity in strength between them is insurmountable. How could Ares possibly prevail? Yet, even if she were to voice this, it would likely go unheeded. Furthermore, why, despite being a vampire, do you refrain from drinking human blood? I consume it with this syringe. How peculiar. Typically, one would expect to bite and draw blood. Why do the villagers hold you in such reverence? After all, she has established a solid rapport with the villagers, as she ventures into the forest daily to hunt and subsequently distributes the spoils to them. They must surely delight in the prospect of feasting on roasted meat every day. However, at this moment, her desire for salt is thwarted. It is too precious, rendering the flavors rather bland. Isn't that a good thing? For it entails no bloodshed. Nonetheless, it seems the weight of pressure has accumulated excessively. She is on the verge of losing her temper. Perhaps she could offer a modicum of advice. Ares, there exists a secret. You harbor a glaring flaw. Village chief, it's terrible. Just as Ye Liu was about to impart some counsel to Ares, the former village chief rushed over, waving his staff in a flurry. His demeanor fraught with panic. What is the matter? Your face has turned pale. It's dire. A fearsome army, nearly 1,000 strong, is advancing toward this village. They must be here to vanquish the vampire. An army? Have vampire hunters arrived? Ye Liu turned to glance at Ares, who shook her head. That's impossible. The Lord cannot possibly afford to hire such a multitude of vampire hunters. Moreover, I have already notified the Vampire Hunter Guild of my intent to eradicate the presence here. They would not dispatch anyone. Then it must be an army of regular soldiers. Is the lord of this land a fool? Leading an army to hunt a vampire is, in many respects, an act of folly. To be frank, the cost-effectiveness is appalling. Vampires are formidable beings, yet if one can uncover their weaknesses, they are not insurmountable foes. The sheer number of soldiers is not of paramount importance. For weaker vampires, a mere 100 soldiers suffices. For those more powerful, it is far more economical to entrust the task to experienced vampire hunters rather than deploy 1,000 soldiers. The expenses for recruiting a large force and their sustenance are excessively wasteful. But sadly, I possess no knowledge of a vampire's weaknesses. The Lord here has not contributed to the Vampire Hunter Guild. Thus, if vampire hunters were to be sent, it would incur significant costs. Hence, I suspect he has dispatched a multitude of soldiers. Truly a greedy vampire hunter guild. The noise is intolerable. It is all due to the vampire uprising. Your attacks on humanity necessitate a countermeasure. Ares averted her gaze slightly, shouting. Yet it seemed she realized the greed within her own organization. Should 1,000 soldiers arrive at the village, they would certainly require proper hospitality. I can speak with the soldiers of the army. Ares declared. What ulterior motive do you have in being so gentle with me? Ye Liu gazed at Ares with surprise. Even you, who cannot be defeated by me, could not possibly triumph even with 1,000 men. There is no necessity for soldiers to perish in vain. You do not wish for your soldiers to die, do you? I am at least a reputable vampire hunter. They may heed my words. Isn't it rather strange for a vampire hunter to be in a vampire village? It raised suspicions of being an impostor. Fear not, for I possess this order recognized by the Vampire Hunter Guild. Ares produced a document from her bosom, adorned with a shimmering seal, akin to a striking manicure. What do you think? This is an unforgeable holy seal. Even vampires, upon contact, shall be purified. You too may find it hard to escape. If you can touch it, do give it a try. I shall not be purified. Ye Liu reached out to touch it, but even for a high-ranking vampire, touching it will not come without consequences. You pervert! Ares exclaimed in astonishment. Her holy magic activated, capable of inflicting severe damage even on upper-tier vampires. If her words could indeed compel the army to withdraw, that would be splendid. She truly possesses an irrefutable document. Ares is exceedingly gentle. Miss Eli, it is not as such. However, I apologize, but I actually wish for this battle to occur, Ye Liu stated. What? You desire it to happen? Ares regarded her with skepticism. Yes. Through an overwhelming victory in this battle, we can proclaim the self-sufficiency of this village to the surrounding areas. Thus, perhaps other vampires will hear of it and gather here. At Ye Liu's declaration, Ares narrowed her eyes, her expression brimming with ire as she unsheathed her silver sword, gripping it tightly. For this, are you willing to slay as many as necessary? You truly are a heartless vampire. No, I never said I intended to kill anyone. To annihilate the enemy forces with overwhelming strength. Yet without a plan for slaughter. Ultimately, we merely aim to intimidate the army into retreating. If I were truly to slay 1,000, even the villagers would come to fear me. What I seek is a coexistence between vampires and humans. Rather than dominion through intimidation, Ares listened in bewilderment to her words. The majority of the enemy troops are innocent subjects. It is unjust to slay them upon first encounter. She intends to treat them gently at first. Thereafter, they must bear the consequences of their own actions. She turned away, departing from Ares. Wait, I shall accompany you. Eli followed closely behind her. Stay in the village. It is safer there. I wish to see how a non-human interacts with humans. Very well, do as you please. At last, the Lord's army has launched an assault. They are prepared to combat the vampires. Their numbers plentiful. Defeat is inconceivable. Forward. Slay the vampires in Xena village, along with those who have been transformed into mindless undead. As the sun began to descend from its zenith, knights clad in iron armor led soldiers donned in leather armor into battle. They comprised the vampire hunting forces of the West Territory, an army formed from the conscription of young men from various villages. Can we truly defeat the vampires? They are monstrous creatures of incredible strength. Should they drain our blood, there is naught to fear. We have provided you with holy water, if poured upon you from above. They shan't even be able to lay a finger on you. The captain fervently rallied the demoralized soldiers. For ordinary folk, vampires remain a terrifying presence. However, even commoners, armed with holy water and united, can easily slay a typical vampire. Mosquitoes have incense, slugs have salt. Vampires have the sacred, regardless of their might. Possessing a clear weakness is always a significant issue. Behold, Xena village. Prepare the torches. Burn all the buildings. At the captain's command, The soldiers struck flint to ignite their torches. Prepare the fire arrows. Those among the soldiers capable of using bows knocked arrows, their tips aflame. The captain then inhaled deeply and issued the command. Target the buildings, fire, yet the fire arrows did not launch. A sudden gust swept through, extinguishing the flames upon the tips. Standing in the direction of the wind was a girl clad in black, with a blue-haired girl wearing an eye patch a short distance behind her. Stop! I shall not permit you to incinerate my village. Your target is me, is it not? Then aim directly at me. Who are you? I am the vampire you seek. Ye Liu revealed a slight smile, sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, causing the soldiers to hold their breaths. You truly roam in the daylight. Soldiers, release the holy arrows. Deliver judgment upon the vampire. Holy arrows. What is that? Holy arrows are arrows tipped with holy water. The soldiers hurriedly doused their arrow tips with holy water and readied their bows once more, aiming at Ye Liu. They did not intend to approach the vampire, opting instead for a ranged assault. Humans hunt with bows, slaying creatures stronger than themselves, like bears. Loose arrows. Approximately 100 soldiers unleashed a volley of arrows simultaneously, which fell upon the vampire like rain, piercing his very flesh, witnessing the arrows embedded throughout its body. The captain revealed a smile of triumph. Success. After all, the vampire is merely an adversary of humanity. Have we won? This means we can return to the village. The vampire is not so formidable after all. The soldiers also expressed their joy, but in that very moment, the vampire's form dissipated into darkness, as if it were mist, causing the arrows to clatter to the ground. The darkness coalesced once more, reconstituting its original form. Ye Liu regarded the captain with an air of superiority. In stark contrast, the soldiers of the Lord's army displayed expressions of shock. They believed they had inflicted a fatal wound. Yet she remained unscathed. How could this be? Is it truly over? If it is, we shall retaliate. No. Unleash more arrows. Fire. Fire. Very well, then. More arrows were released, but compared to before, an increasing number veered off course. The archers, being human, faltered, unable to steady their aim. Occasionally, an arrow found its mark in Ye Liu's body, yet she paid it no mind, as if merely swatted by a mosquito. Oh dear, how perilous. Ye Liu abruptly waved a hand, and a gust of wind surged forth, deflecting the errant arrows. Is that a holy water arrow? Why does it not affect her? Are you not a vampire? The captain of the Lord's army spoke in a hoarse voice. And Ye Liu bared her teeth in a smile. I am a vampire, and I am also the village chief of Sinan Village, also known as Dracula Village. Listen, from this moment forth, that village shall be under my dominion. Inform the Lord, it is no longer his. No, we cannot convey such a message. Forward. We must slay that vampire at all costs. If arrows prove ineffective, then let us use spears and douse her with holy water directly. The captain pointed at Ye Liu, commanding the soldiers, driven by the Lord's edict to eradicate the vampire. Should he succeed, he would gain favor in the eyes of the Lord, an opportunity to rise above. Willing to sacrifice as many soldiers as necessary to achieve his goal, yet the soldiers, reluctant to advance, began to retreat. If such a being cannot be slain even by holy water arrows, how shall we kill her? Fear not, she is undoubtedly preoccupied with defense. While the effects of holy water may be negligible, her strength is assuredly lacking. The moment the captain shouted, Ye Liu stomped the ground, and with a resounding crack, the earth split apart. Excuse me, I did not quite catch that. What strength do you refer to? You surely heard me. Vampires possess keen hearing. If you find me feeble, why not test it? Humans are weak. I might inadvertently rip off their heads. Ye Liu stepped forward, prompting the soldiers to take a step back. Even the captain, forgetting his orders, was overtaken by fear. 60 seconds commence now. I shall turn my back to you. What? Do you not comprehend? Those who wish to flee may do so, but this time, I shall not pursue. What a jest. Why would we? I intend to expand the territory beyond that village. Thus I shall not slay those who surrender. Soldiers, heed my words. I shall expand this Dracula village and establish a nation where vampires and humans coexist. The vampire's enigmatic declaration bewildered both the soldiers and the captain. That is impossible. Vampires feed on human blood. And do you not consume beef, horse, or bird? Even within the predator-prey dynamic, there exists no reason for coexistence to be unattainable. Nonsense. In response to the captain's outburst, Ye Liu chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that some notions are not easily disseminated, then fixed a serious gaze upon the Lord's army. Spread this declaration far and wide. I allowed you to escape for this very purpose. If you deem this absurd, that is of no consequence. If you find this proclamation amusing, Then let it be a challenge to me here. Ye Liu bared her fangs once more and suddenly turned her back to the army. The soldiers had reached their limit. The terrifyingly powerful foe provided them with a justifiable reason to flee. Thus, they should escape before changing their minds. The soldiers ceased waiting for orders and began to scatter. No, no, no. Run. We cannot win this. Wait. Do not leave the vampire here. Then you shall engage in battle. I have had enough. The soldiers abandoned their spears, bows, and everything else, fleeing as lightly as possible. Damn it. Hey, if you flee, you will all be branded as traitors. I shall remember your faces. Your families will face execution. Only the captain attempted to halt their flight, but none heeded his call. Soon, 60 seconds had elapsed. I have granted you the opportunity. It is your fault for not taking it. Ye Liu whispered in the captain's ear. In that instant, his head was cleanly severed, falling to the ground as his lifeless body toppled heavily. I had no intention of killing him, but this is war. Should he return alive, innocent soldiers may face execution. Ye Liu addressed the fleeing soldiers coldly. I have instilled sufficient fear in them. They shall not return. But should they dare come back, this time, I shall not be so lenient. Most of the attacking soldiers were ignorant commoners, thus Ye Liu spared them for the time being. There was another reason. Should I slay the enemy soldiers here, I would acquire a considerable amount of blood, which would complicate matters. Why? Is an abundance of blood not favorable? It should be a boon, yet with such blood, the village would no longer require a blood tax. What does that imply? I need to accustom the villagers to the blood tax. It will serve as a bond of mutual benefit between the vampires and the villagers. And I do not wish to sever it. Thus concluded the first battle of Dracula Village with but a single casualty. The rumors of this conflict gradually circulated, impacting not only Baron West's territory but also extending beyond. The notion that a vampire could ascend to the position of village chief was unprecedented. This news swiftly spread throughout the kingdom of Silvalia, even beyond the confines of West's territory. Reactions among those who heard the tale varied. The common folk largely dismissed it as a jest, while many lords remained skeptical. Yet among these crowds, those privy to the truth were contemplating their response. Within a building in the capital of the kingdom of Silvalia, the Vampire Hunter Guild, Silvalia branch, convened an urgent meeting. Representatives clad in opulent attire gathered around a round table, deliberating on their course of action. This table was entirely crafted from silver, with chairs and other furnishings fashioned from gold, epitomizing extravagance. The vampire's occupation of the village was undeniably true, corroborated by the report from the Silver Saintess. Ares, even she had failed in her personal endeavor, attesting to the troublesome nature of this vampire. Therefore, it would be unwise to proceed without deploying multiple adept vampire hunters. However, the occupied Sinan village in West's territory has refused to remit donations to us. Thus, we may have no choice but to relinquish it. Indeed, it may be preferable to allow it to be ravaged by vampires. If so, it would serve to further publicize the vampire threat and facilitate the collection of donations. Why not take this opportunity to elevate our funding requests from various nations and territories? In such circumstances, none would be able to refuse us. The representatives discussed their own interests. The Vampire Hunter Guild was, in essence, an organization that exploited its privileges for profit. They monopolized vampire hunting while simultaneously propagating the vampire threat to amass donations. Vampires were indeed a troublesome presence. While it was possible to combat them by preparing weaknesses such as silver and holy water, such preparations were arduous. Moreover, vampires possessed formidable powers, making ordinary soldiers, adventurers, or mercenaries wary. In other words, lords were compelled to seek assistance from professional vampire hunters. As fate would have it, we initially planned for our vampires to assault a village within West's territory, and it now appears to be a stroke of luck. Indeed, then we shall continue to propagate the threat of vampires under human control. This is quite commendable. Should the kingdom of Silvalia find itself in dire straits due to this vampire, we must extend our assistance. Thus, a favor would be well worth its weight, potentially even granting us a foothold in national politics. I would prefer that this vampire claims the lives of approximately 1,000 souls. The Vampire Hunters Guild is not merely a covetous organization. They profit by creating a chasm between vampires and humans, inciting discord, and becoming a global menace. Coexistence between vampires and humans is a mere impossibility. Even if it were feasible, we would never permit it. Among the vampires, there are also foolish individuals. If this vampire truly has the potential to dominate the village, we shall dispatch our own kind to bring an end to it. Unleashing chaos and advising the Silver Saint, Ares, against any punitive actions. Ha ha ha. It is settled then. Let us toast to our glory. Cheers. The representatives raised their goblets filled with wine, their faces adorned with smiles. By the way, regarding that village of Xena, I recall rumors suggesting the presence of a gold mine there. A gold mine is of little consequence. If it were a silver mine, that would be our privilege. Something we could seize from the Lord. Even if it is merely a rumor, we shall investigate it thoroughly in due course. Whether or not there exists a gold mine is of no concern to us. In the northern regions of Sylvalia, upon the throne of a castle, sat a laughing maiden. A human village ruled by vampires. Is that truly the case? Her hair was a deep shade of purple, cascading down to her waist, and she donned a gothic Lolita dress as dark as the abyss. This maiden sat cross-legged upon her throne. This is the precise information relayed from those dispatched to the kingdom of Sylvalia. My lady Minorina, the elderly steward bowed respectfully, while the maiden known as Minorina rested her chin upon her hand, deep in contemplation, not domination, but rule. Indeed, I have heard as much. While she may stand in the position of a village chief, it seems it is not a relationship of subjugation like ours. If that individual truly speaks of coexistence with humans, how audacious. I find myself rather intrigued to see how she fares. I have made up my mind. Shall we proceed? Minorina smirked disdainfully, rising to her feet. Though her stature was slightly diminutive, her bosom exceeded the female average. Considering her petite frame, such a size was rather considerable. As a fellow millennia-old vampire, I shall investigate the matter. It is a splendid way to pass the time. Understood. Let us prepare the carriage at once. Wait, I did not say we would depart immediately. Should I choose to take matters into my own hands, you must make some basic preparations for my reception and send a letter in advance. Very well. Minorina expressed satisfaction with the steward's response, then once again took her seat upon the throne. She smiled joyfully, her lips revealing sharp fangs. So, Ivy, it seems the dream you spoke of may indeed be within reach. The tale of humans and vampires coexisting as equals is enough to elicit laughter from me. I shall ascertain the worth of those who inherit your will, despite your derision of this dream. I believe you are now prepared to support it. I have no interest in half-hearted aspirations. Yet the trajectory of impossible dreams can weave a narrative, which is precisely an excellent way to pass the time. What? An army of 1,000 has been defeated in the office of Lord West. The Lord received the report, utterly dumbfounded. For him, this battle was supposed to be a guaranteed victory. The soldiers scattered, fleeing back to their respective villages and towns. The captain has yet to return and may have been caught while retreating. Wait, what of that village? The vampire will remain there. Even so, we no longer possess the combat strength to send forth. Before the next harvest season, we cannot prepare sufficient provisions. Moreover, our finances are in disarray. This is intolerable. Just a single vampire and a 1,000-strong army could not overcome him. With a spritz of holy water, he should have been vanquished. How incompetent this captain is. After the next harvest, we shall launch another offensive. The Lord seethed with fury, unaware that for the vampire in that village, holy water bore no effect. Yet he intended to send forth his troops once more, doomed to repeat the same folly. However, this year, the temperatures are unseasonably low, and crop yields are poor. He shall soon realize that leading an army was a grave mistake. In the memories of Ares. Are there any survivors? Ares desperately attempted to flee the burning village, only to be captured shortly thereafter. Nearby, her parents lay lifeless, with her brother and familiar uncles and brothers, all bloodied and sprawled upon the ground. The man before her, grinning, had slain them all. It appears you are the last survivor. The struggle of those facing the brink of death is so beautiful. This is why I hold such affection for humanity. The man opened his mouth wide, sharp fangs gleaming, and she was to be slain. But at that moment, an arrow struck the ground at the vampire's feet. Oh, it seems the vampire hunters have arrived. I must retreat. You are fortunate, and should express gratitude to the vampire hunters. Oh, and I am called Cedial. Remember my name, for it shall haunt your dreams for a lifetime. The man emphasized his identity as a vampire hunter, maintaining an air of composure and amusement. He then slowly stepped into the flames, while Ares, powerless to resist, could only extend her hand. Wait, do not think to escape. Is this all but a dream? Looking around, she found herself in Illy's room. It seemed she had spent the entire night crafting holy water, only to inadvertently fall asleep. Once again, she confirmed that the water in the toilet had transformed into holy water, sighing as she bottled it. Another nightmare, though she had dreamt this many times before, each time mistaking the dream for reality. Such a pity. Yet thanks to this dream, her resolve as a vampire hunter was reignited, and no longer was she a damsel in need of rescue. She had become a savior belonging to the Vampire Hunters Guild. Just watch. Today, I shall slay you. 3 months prior, Ye Liu had visited this village. 2 months ago, She had driven away the Lord's army. During this period, nothing of note occurred. All remained peaceful. Daily, she would defeat Ares in the village square, hunt monsters, and distribute the meat to the villagers. However, while peace is commendable, problems began to arise. This time, it must be done. As she pondered, Ares rushed in, screaming. Here, in the village square at noon, they engaged in their customary duel. "Oh, Miss Ares, you have doused yourself in holy water for a desperate assault." Yet the vampire maiden merely grasped Ares by the head and gently brought her to the ground. It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. Now, I shall return to my duties. The surrounding villagers transformed into an audience, rising to resume their agricultural labors. This duel had become akin to a signal for a break, and in this entertainment-deprived village, anything that could incite a commotion was welcome. This. As Ares was held by her head, she struck with a silver sword. Alas, the maiden's feeble swing bore no harm. Ye Liu playfully patted her cheek with her free hand. "You have grown weak. I have you in my grasp, but what shall I do? Tossing you might result in injury, so why not surrender? Do not underestimate me." Ares glared at her with a profoundly regretful expression. "However, if her secret tactics fail, she stands no chance against me, and thus she easily accepted her defeat. Why can I not achieve victory? I have resolved to eradicate all vampires." Tears began to stream down Ares's face. "Why do you harbor such hatred for vampires? Even among other vampire hunters, your obsession is excessive. Vampire hunters are typically composed and do not recklessly risk their lives to slay vampires. Ultimately, they resembled mercenaries, slaying vampires merely for monetary gain. In stark contrast stood Ares, an anomaly. She risked her life to rescue villagers from their plight, without any remuneration, yet remained steadfast in this village, with a fierce gaze. She glared at the vampire before her. My parents, every soul in the village I call home has been slaughtered by you fiends. How can one articulate such anguish? It was profoundly heart-rending, and as she pondered this, Ares shot her a venomous look. Don't act as if you're an outsider. Because of your kind, I have lost everything. If you find this tiresome, then end my life. To her, Ye Liu might as well have been an enemy. Yet, for Ye Liu, the circumstance felt utterly helpless. She too did not wish to become a vampire, nor was it she who had slain Ares's entire family. To harbor hatred against an entire race for the actions of a few is incomprehensible. Even so, I must assert that I bear no responsibility. What? You must be jesting. It is because of your kind that I have lost everything. Ares's expression was terrifying, her fury bordering on madness. She was grievously mistaken. So, Ares, you owe an apology to every inhabitant of this village. What? I do not comprehend your meaning. Thieves attacked this village, and as a fellow human, you must accept your share of the blame. Do not jest. Just because we are both human, what relevance does that have? She likely perceived Ye Liu's words as nonsensical, prompting her to shout in anger. As if dousing her ire with cold water, Ye Liu chose to speak with chilling clarity. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. Huh? Ares displayed a look of disbelief, as if her facade had been pierced. Ye Liu sympathized with her plight, yet if she remained silent, she might be unjustly branded as an adversary. Even family are not vampires, I recognize. Me, they are all strangers. Do not conflate all vampires into one. Ye Liu understood Ares's sentiment, having lost her parents to soldiers of an enemy nation. She harbored animosity towards all from that realm. Yet, to blanket an entire race with such disdain, especially one as vast as vampires, was intolerable. What is that? You need not grasp it right now. More importantly, I apologize for broaching such an unpleasant topic. As an act of contrition, I offer you this. It is my favorite. Ye Liu produced a small vial from her cloak and handed it to Ares. Is this blood? It isn't red. It's yellow. Could it be humanity dissolved into liquid? No, this is honey. What? Why would a vampire drink honey? Shouldn't you be drinking blood? Because I like it. Plain and simple. Continuing the conversation would yield no fruitful outcome, so she opted to change the subject. Wait. Ha. Can you keep up with a vampire's speed? She showcased the difference in their abilities before making a swift escape. Ares stood there, clutching the vial, gazing in the direction Ye Liu had fled. She could not fathom that all vampires were enemies. They had killed her parents, her brother, and the friends and acquaintances of her village. Ordinarily, she would have dispatched this vampire with a single strike. Yet this vampire was entirely different. Her holy power had no effect, as if she were toying with a child. In the end, she remained in the village, presented daily with the opportunity to slay her, an enigma indeed. Moreover, Ye Liu's demeanor in the village was even stranger. Vampires were expected to attack humans, yet she displayed no inclination to assail the villagers. Blood was collected using tools akin to syringes, preserved, and consumed in small quantities each day. What is this? An appropriate attack on humans to drain their blood? If it were not so, she wondered what she was doing. She found herself at a loss as to how to report this to the Vampire Hunters Guild. No, she would document all her concerns and relay them. The guild would undoubtedly render a just judgment. Though somewhat stringent, they were a righteous organization dedicated to safeguarding humanity from the perils of vampires. Really. 2 days after Ye Liu had spoken some harsh truths to Ares, at noon, Ares had grown accustomed to battling in the square. Yet it was evident she could not concentrate, her expression sullen. I concede. She tripped Ares, causing her to fall. She neither regretted nor complained, simply stating her defeat before promptly rising. Ares appears quite gloomy today. Does she not? Just as yesterday, it seems rather peculiar. Lacking novelty, watching her has become tedious. Perhaps it would be wise to temporarily divert their attention from her. If this continued, Ares would feel uncomfortable being treated as an object of observation. Her melancholy demeanor seemed to infect those around her, and the villagers who had once watched with interest now felt discontent. The previous Ares would have fought with all her might, earning the support of onlookers for her efforts. But now, she lacked that spirit. A person who does not strive is unappealing, and it is neither exciting nor meaningful to offer support. Of course, Ares had no intention of pleasing them. Nevertheless, she did not outwardly express disdain, thus rendering her an acceptable spectacle. Ye Liu too had begun to resemble an actress, yet she did not mind being a source of entertainment for the villagers, as her adversary. Encouraging Ares might yield counterproductive results. Thus she resolved to support her in silence. So, shall we go and fetch it today? Of course. Ye Liu whispered, and Iris immediately dashed over. Strangely, she only mentioned going to fetch, omitting any reference to collecting honey. No, today we are merely hunting in the forest. No, your gaze just now was one of a hunter. In other words, honey. Even if hunting beasts was the purpose, she saw no harm in it. Or rather, was that indeed the correct path? The seriousness of intent differed. That gaze was one of deep yearning, a desire for honey. Iris removed the eye patch from her right eye, revealing a golden eye that scrutinized the surroundings. Goodness, using your magical eye for such trivial matters. I must inform you, today I intend to negotiate, so do not act rudely. No worries, I was never one to exhibit politeness. Negotiating, you say? Iris tilted her head. Yes, I have considered it. We must find a way to earn gold coins for the village. Given the current opposition with the Lord, neighboring villages would not purchase our ordinary wheat. That is true. However, should we possess something exceedingly rare and valuable, the situation would differ. Via illicit means, they might be willing to negotiate with our village. In other words, we shall present honey as our village's specialty. Beekeeping, negotiating with bees. Have you turned into a bee? Do not speak nonsense. More importantly, let us proceed. At the very least, you ought to greet them. They ventured into the forest, commencing their search for beehives, developing a honey business. She had signed for only one hive, yet for beekeeping, she desired multiple hives. Finding beehives proved challenging. Regardless, it was a daunting task. Ye Liu remarked, with this magical eye, it would be a cinch, though I am loath to use it. Iris brushed her eye patch. You appear rather juvenile. Were one unaware, they might mistake this for some malevolent eye of a dark lord. Iris removed her eye patch, her eye glowing as she diligently scanned the environment. By the way, that magical eye appears quite formidable, yet why could you not vanquish the bandits that attacked the village, manipulating people, inducing illusions, even causing the ground to crack with the power of that magical eye? It is impossible. This magical eye, if used earnestly even once, will result in blindness for several months, rendering it unusable to eliminate all the bandits. It is terribly impractical, and there are time constraints. Setting that aside, I believe I have found one. Over here. Iris waved, and she followed. After walking for a while, they arrived beneath a tree. Here, she exclaimed, pointing to a spot where, slightly higher up on the trunk, a round beehive was visible. Its entrance a faint gray. Ellie, we must leave this place immediately. Not make a sound. Why? Alas, Ellie stumbled over a tree root and collided with the trunk. In that instant, a swarm of wasps erupted from the hive. Come out, let us negotiate. Those creatures surely do not produce honey, do they? Furthermore, they perceive the hive as under threat. Enraged and oblivious to reason, negotiation is futile. Quickly, we must flee, not fight. If it were a vampire, victory would be assured. Physically impossible. She scooped up Ellie and hurried away. Thanks to the vampire's agility, they successfully evaded the wasps. If this body were capable of combat, perhaps it could emerge unscathed. But that was a different matter altogether. Especially with Ellie present, even humans hesitate to engage with cockroaches. After much difficulty, they had finally located the bees, the honey-producing ones. Please, find the wasps. A flat hive, Not those monstrous insects. All right, over there. Ellie pointed in a direction. Ye Liu, utilizing her vampire vision, confirmed the sight of a wasp nest nestled within a larger rock crevice. Well done. Leave the rest to me. She approached the rock crevice slowly, drawing closer until she was about 2 meters away. I am a vampire, and I wish to speak with you. The swarm emerged from the hive, buzzing around her. In fact, I have decided to engage in beekeeping. Buzz. Yes, much like what humans occasionally do. Therefore, I propose that you relocate your hive near the village and share your honey with us. In exchange, I shall ensure your protection. Of course, I have considered the working conditions as well. In the future, I will plant flowers in the vicinity to facilitate your honey collection. Easy. The amount of honey collected will depend on our negotiations, but I will keep it within limits that will not disrupt your lives. Upon hearing her words, the wasps began to fly in a figure-8 pattern. Success in negotiation. The first contract has been secured. Excellent. Let us maintain this momentum and continue searching. Ye Liu declared joyfully. Oh, next over there. Ellie pointed again. Which one? That one is a long-legged wasp nest. You are mistaken again. I don't quite grasp the differences. Subsequently, they established beekeeping contracts with 5 nests and resolved to create an apiary near the village. They promptly relocated the hives along with the trees, hastily constructed them, and immediately set the bees to work producing edible honeycombs. So sweet. If only we had started beekeeping sooner. Ye Liu savored a taste of the honey. No, you mustn't enter without permission. No one is allowed inside but me. If you approach the hive, the bees will attack you. Ellie edged closer to the hive. Had she truly just signed a contract with the bees? Was this considered beekeeping? Or was she merely employing them to extract their sweet honey in a neighboring forest east of Dracula Village? A man clad in noble attire murmured to himself, "What a dilemma! Coexistence between vampires and humans is not what I had envisioned. The guild has commanded us not to interfere, yet this clearly contradicts my principles." He drew a massive magic circle on the ground and placed his hand upon it. "Arise, my servant, Wind Dragon." The magic circle erupted with sparks, and a dragon, boasting massive wings and over 10 meters in length, materialized, its scales gleaming like iron in a brilliant green hue. Its name was Windragonia, and upon its appearance, people reacted as if confronted by a natural disaster. It was a fearsome beast. This world harbored not just vampires, but also elves, dragons, orcs, and other races. Roar. All right, go attack the human village. Oh, do not kill them. I wish to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The man wore a gentlemanly smile. In contrast, the wind dragon seemed displeased, growling in discontent, while the man continued to smile serenely. Later, I shall drain all their blood, so do not blow them away with wind or slay them. The man displayed a seemingly benevolent smile, though sharp fangs peeked from his lips. Ares, do not continue this. You are truly bothersome. In the village square, Ye Liu and Ares were engaged in combat. Ares, wearing a sullen expression, challenged her with a sword, only for her to trip her. Ares made no attempt to rise, lying silently, while the villagers turned their attention elsewhere. Ye Liu's previous counsel seemed to have been too effective, but as a vampire, it felt inappropriate to offer her consolation. "Mayor, we have a serious problem." Just then, the former mayor rushed over at full speed, still brandishing his staff as usual, though it seemed merely ornamental. "What is this long grass vine?" he stumbled, not due to the vine but because of the unusually overgrown weeds in the square. The square had seen plants grow at an extraordinary rate due to the radiance of Ares' holy magic. The former mayor stood up energetically and approached her. "Mayor, we have a grave situation. People from the neighboring village are fleeing." "Fleeing? What has transpired?" "They were attacked by a dragon. Oh, let us hear what they have to say." Dragons, being quintessential monsters in fantasy realms, indeed exist in this world, with their strength varying by individual. Accompanied by the former mayor, several men, panting heavily, rested at the village entrance. Upon sighting her, they recoiled in terror. A vampire. The rumors are true. Her reputation had spread, as she had repelled the Lord's forces. Though the village of vampires held a poor reputation, it was preferable to being unknown. "Indeed, I am a vampire. But why have you fled here?" Ye Liu inquired. In truth, our village was attacked by Windragonia. The dragon has taken residence in our village, and despite our best efforts to drive it away, the Lord has ignored our pleas. Thus, we thought perhaps we could seek the assistance of the vampire lady. In other words, they were at their wits' end and had come seeking her help. Windragonia. She retrieved a diary from her pocket, flipping through its pages until she found the pertinent entry. "What are you looking at?" Ellie approached, having appeared from nowhere. Windragonia is a dragon capable of manipulating fierce winds. In the human realm, it is a legendary being, known for destroying cities and causing calamities. The The diary contained additional information, yet she felt it unnecessary to divulge it all. Why has it suddenly appeared? Is it migrating in large numbers from elsewhere? You wish for me to help you expel Windragonia? Ye Liu asked the men who had fled from the neighboring village, and they nodded in agreement. Yes, please assist us. If we do not, we shall never return to our village. The men pleaded. I can help, but there are conditions. Conditions? Does that mean we must offer our blood? The men appeared somewhat fearful. You wretched, cold-blooded fiend, Ellie scoffed. Ellie, be quiet. What I desire is not blood. Indeed, her aim was to profit, and for that, she needed to engage in trade with the outside world. However, at present, this village was subject to taxation, and no one was willing to trade with them, which had been a significant issue preventing them from acquiring essential supplies like salt. You shall engage in trade within our village. That is my condition. Fortunately, their village possessed honey. If they could sell it through the neighboring village, it would convert to currency. The sweetness would be invaluable. Is that all? What about the blood? Unnecessary, if you agree. We shall proceed to drive away the dragon immediately. Right now. Our opponent is a monster of national military caliber. We need to be adequately prepared. No need. We must act swiftly, for if it approaches this village, it could be troublesome. Ye Liu was determined to protect her apiary at all costs. Any threat to her property must be eradicated post-haste. Subsequently, she was led by a man as they rode horses. However, she chose not to ride, as her own speed surpassed that of the horses, all the while carrying Illy on her back. Hurry up, this is too slow. Ye Liu expressed her disdain for the pace of the horses. The men, equally exasperated, questioned why they were being outpaced. Come on. Beloved steed Ye Liu, you are lagging behind. Illy appeared rather pleased. After a brief period of running, the village began to materialize before them. In the central square stood a colossal dragon, bellowing ferociously. Is that Windragonia? It is indeed massive. Ye Liu paused, gently setting Illy down, murmuring to herself, for after all, it was merely a creature of legend. Hey, the fabled dragon, a beast capable of conjuring whirlwinds with a mere flap of its wings. Its scales, so impenetrable they can pierce iron, and it can unleash fiery calamities. We must approach with utmost caution, striking its vital points unexpectedly. You all stay here. I shall investigate. Wait. Why approach from the front? She charged directly toward Windragonia. The dragon noticed her as well, roaring and spewing flames. To prevent her garments from igniting, she deftly evaded while sprinting toward Windragonia, executing a swift hand strike aimed at the dragon's neck. Remarkably, it severed cleanly as if slicing through slime, the dragon's head thudding heavily to the ground, the decapitated body collapsing as well. Blood, coagulate. She immediately cast a spell to solidify the blood gushing from the headless dragon's corpse. Seemingly a success. No, it cannot be. A calamity-class monster felled in a single blow. The villagers who had brought her stood in bewilderment at the sight of the headless Windragonia. Why solidify the blood? Illy inquired as Ye Liu smiled faintly. In truth, my diary states that this creature's blood and flesh are quite delectable. Thus, to prevent it from decaying, I employ blood magic to maintain circulation within. In my estimation, as long as the blood flows, it is akin to it still being alive. The circulation generates heat. After all, how splendid. For the foreseeable future, we shall feast upon dragon steaks, with garlic, of course. The diary also mentions that while Windragonia is weak, it is quite tasty. To a powerful vampire, it is akin to a large lizard. Oh, how I anticipate this. It seems we shall soon indulge in exquisite meats. Just then, a bird soaring above was likely a familiar spirit. In any case, she decided to throw a stone at it. A bird flew high over Dracula Village, where an observer utilized the bird's eyes to survey the village's condition. Splendid. What a beautiful village, and most importantly, the humans surviving amidst crisis are truly lovely. Just as I adore. Humans shine when faced with adversity. Their blood glimmers like gemstones. This is why I hold such a fondness for humanity. Now, I shall personally. The vampire furrowed his brow, emitting a small shriek. The bird plummeted, struck by a stone, and the vampire observing through the bird's eyes was momentarily startled, yet soon resumed a gleeful demeanor. I did not anticipate they would notice my familiar, throwing stones almost within sight. It seems my personal visit is quite perilous. Perhaps I should summon my brethren instead. Moreover, I must ensure that the Silver Saint does not interfere. That could prove beneficial. The vampire chuckled as he perused the village report pinned by Ares. Such delightful meat. It is rare to find such fare even on Blue Star. The day after defeating Windragonia, Ye Liu reminisced about the taste of dragon steak within the comfort of her home. She had swiftly returned the dragon to the village and hosted a barbecue party in the square. The meat was exceptionally tender, delectable enough to overshadow even the finest beef she had previously tasted. It was so scrumptious that she felt all other meats had become unpalatable, deciding to reserve them for truly momentous occasions henceforth. Additionally, she had downed the familiar raven that had been observing from afar. Being a raven, it undoubtedly belonged to the Vampire Hunter Guild. The surveillance was not limited to Ares. The guild's purpose was to hunt vampires. Personally, she felt indifferent as long as the hunters did not make any reckless moves. A letter. She received a missive from Illy. Illy always resided in her home, or rather, it served as her base of operations. Illy's abode had been overtaken by Ares' supplies, and she wondered if Illy had a place to return to. Contemplating these matters, she opened the letter, which read, "I shall visit tonight. Please prepare to receive me and have food ready." Illy, who sent this letter, delivered by a bat. The sender is a vampire, yet the letter does not disclose their identity. Though uncertain of the sender's identity, she saw no reason to prepare food for a stranger, thus deciding to disregard the letter. Following this, she engaged in a duel with the despondent Ares, hunting beasts in the forest, passing the time as usual. As dusk fell, a carriage descended from the sky. Landing in the square, being outside at the time, she immediately noticed the carriage and hurried to the square. Then, a girl resembling a princess emerged from the carriage. Her hair was purple, cascading to her waist, and she donned a gothic Lolita gown as dark as night. Her gait was equally graceful, exuding an elegance surpassing that of ordinary individuals. "Good afternoon. Have we not met in quite some time? Or should I say, it is our first meeting." The lady smiled warmly, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Observing Ye Liu's expression, the lady seemed to comprehend something and nodded. "I now understand. My name is Minorina. I am an old friend of your previous incarnation." The former soul, Avril. Minorina beamed with confidence, and Ye Liu, of course, recognized the name. She need not retrieve her diary, for it had appeared numerous times. The purple-haired girl before her was Avril's close confidant, a top-tier vampire. "What brings you here? I do not recall Avril instructing you on any matters. Fear not. I have come solely to meet you, the one whom Avril summoned with her life. Oh, let us converse at my home." "No, I would prefer to be your guest. More specifically, I would like you to prepare food using the resources available in this village." Upon finishing her statement, Minorina snapped her fingers. An elderly butler emerged from the carriage, carefully setting up a chair and table in the village square. "Quickly fetch the food. I have sent word in advance to prepare everything." Minorina seated herself upon the arranged chair, while the elderly butler produced a ceramic cup and began pouring red tea from a kettle. "What is a top-tier vampire doing here?" Ares shouted from a distance. She was panting, clad in silver armor, brandishing a silver sword as she approached Ye Liu and Illy. "Step back. That is Minorina of the Purple Shadow. Even within the Vampire Hunter Guild, she is regarded as a vampire of the highest caliber." "Oh, is that so? I have no interest in human rankings, but my strength should be quite reasonable, despite Ares approaching fully armed." Minorina remained seated, smiling. In this regard, she exhibited great confidence in her vampiric prowess. Ares radiated sacred energy, adorned in silver armor. For an ordinary vampire, merely approaching her would result in their demise. "Avril is not here." "What is your name?" Ye Liu. "Why do you allow a vampire hunter to linger in this village? If your goal is the coexistence of vampires and humans, then she is merely a nuisance." Minorina gazed at her quizzically. Ye Liu understood her implication. Under normal circumstances, she would agree with this perspective. However, due to a series of events, she comprehended Ares' role as a vampire hunter and the potential for communication with others dispatched. Ye Liu continued, "She does not attack without cause. That was unexpected. However, I suggest we expel her as soon as possible. Retaining a vampire hunter brings no benefit," Minorina countered. "While she is here, she serves as a pillar of support for the villagers. Until they are aware of our safety, having someone to rely upon is more advantageous." Ye Liu elucidated. "Well, it seems unnecessary now. Moreover, the Vampire Hunter Guild is the most lamentable of organizations," Minorina continued. "I shall not permit you to defame the Vampire Hunter Guild. While it is true that you are the hunted, it is quite possible you perceive us as the lowest and most vile." Ares exclaimed in anger. Indeed, Ares' role as a protector had come to an end. The villagers had grown quite close to her, and even in her absence, they would not feel unsettled. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she was reluctant to dismiss her. How should I put it? I feel that if Ares were to engage her in conversation, she might come to understand. Perhaps through her, we can alter the mindset of the vampire hunters. I trust in her." "What?" Ares gasped in astonishment. "Of course, there are other reasons. Given that this is a village of vampires, it is unreasonable for humans to lack the means to contend with them. In such a scenario, Humans would merely become slaves to vampires. To avert such a fate, she also desired to have a vampire hunter within the village. Even if they did not slay vampires, it was essential to possess the capability to regulate them, akin to how police confront criminals. Aries was a girl of justice and candor. She would fiercely protect the villagers, striving to prevent danger even without a chance of success. She comprehended that the Vampire Hunter Guild was a greedy organization and that she wielded formidable holy magic if she bore no hatred towards vampires. She might even assist them. I deem it impossible. Vampire hunters and vampires can never coexist. One is the hunter, the other the prey. Minarina did not believe that two opposing entities could merge, perhaps, but I think it hinges on how we approach it. Humans must possess the strength to combat vampires, as noted in Avril's diary. Is that so? Very well, let us conclude this topic. I am now far more inclined towards food. Minarina sighed, casting one last glance at Aries. Aries silently lowered her head. Ye Liu placed 2 wooden cups, a plate, and a spoon on the table before Minarina. One cup contained honey, while the other held a gel-like blood. The plate bore black, hard bread, dehydrated for preservation. Do savor it. This is the trio our village can offer. In other words, this is all we have. The black bread was hardly fit for entertaining guests, yet it was all her village could provide: wheat, honey, and blood. She had requested everything that could be prepared. The potatoes were nearly ready for harvest, but in such scant quantity that they would be replanted as seed, for only a few had been grown and needed to be increased. This is my sweet blood, Illy announced, giving a thumbs up. Indeed, the cup contained her blood. I see, Minarina said without hesitation, biting into the black bread. It was too hard for an ordinary person to consume. Without soaking it in soup, it was virtually unchewable, truly a testament to a vampire's prowess. With a single bite, she crumbled the bread. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, admired the strength of Minarina's jaw, as the black bread was deemed too tough. Minarina finished the bread with an air of displeasure. Ye Liu understood well the displeasure of unpalatable food. Minarina did not even complain, silently consuming all that was presented to her. Ye Liu had merely provided as requested. Even if it was unappetizing, she had no choice but to partake. Minarina then drank the honeyed water. It was sweet, and compared to before, felt far more blissful. I understand. It's akin to heaven after hell. Ye Liu and the villagers nodded in agreement. As the black bread had indeed been exceedingly unpalatable, the bread's hardness was a matter of preservation. While there was no immediate solution, hope lingered for future improvements. Minarina finally lifted the cup filled with blood, attempting to drink. Oh, this is not ordinary blood, she remarked, somewhat astonished. The gel? I slightly solidified it. Please eat it with a spoon. Ye Liu explained the method of consumption. Is this a human technique? Avril had never done this. Minarina took the spoon and began to consume the blood jelly, elegantly finishing everything. Thank you for your hospitality. Would you prefer sharp critiques or sweet sentiments? She inquired, directing her gaze towards Ye Liu. The former would provide Ye Liu with some suggestions for improvement, while the latter would offer sweet platitudes. After all, Minarina would not complain after being treated. Her conclusions were merely derived from her diary. Please provide me with sharp critiques. You may speak candidly, Ye Liu replied sincerely. Minarina then turned her gaze to Illy, giving her a thumbs up as the provider of the blood. Then I shall say it all. For this meal, I grant it 30 points. The honey receives 30 points. What about the others? 0 points. Ye Liu glanced at Illy, who appeared unusually shocked and disheartened. Impossible. My blood should be delectable. Indeed, she held a mysterious pride in the taste of her own blood, asserting, Illy's blood is the most exquisite in this village. Due to her magical eye, a dense flow of magical energy coursed through her blood, akin to a seasoning. This is the true delicacy of blood. Minarina produced a high-end glass vial from her open collar and tossed it to Ye Liu. Curiously, Ye Liu caught it, wondering where it had come from. Inside was fresh, crimson blood. Minarina urged her to open the vial and pour it into her mouth. What is this? Oh, it is so delicious, she nearly exclaimed, feeling a sense of embarrassment. If she were to judge, the taste of this blood was entirely different from Illy's. It was like the disparity between premium brand beef and supermarket discount products. Is this truly human blood? Perhaps it is dragon's blood. Hee. This blood comes from the humans I have meticulously raised. Raising humans. She had never heard of a vampire rearing humans. Well, it might seem peculiar for a vampire attempting to dominate a human village to say such a thing. I acquired some humans to my taste from the village, providing them with 3 meals a day along with afternoon naps, nourishing them well over the years. Frankly, this village held little allure for vampires now. If this continued, apart from a few particularly eccentric vampires, hardly any would venture here. What? Wait, vampires can obtain blood without risk. Indeed, Minarina's declaration ignited doubt within her. Had all her efforts been misguided? The humans were satisfied. Yet vampires had no reason to come unless they were the hungry ones. Was the reason the blood? Modern vampires sought not just satiation but the delight of blood, akin to her craving for honey and salt. Yes, the villagers appear quite emaciated. They do not seem particularly appetizing, Minarina remarked. Illy and the other villagers were evidently malnourished. Of course, this village had only recently endured the burden of exorbitant taxes imposed by the Lord, and that issue had yet to be fully resolved. Even if it were said that one could reliably drink human blood in this village, if the blood were not delectable, they would soon depart. To remedy the shortcoming, the quality of the blood must be enhanced. If a sufficient quantity of delightful blood could be consumed, other vampires would be drawn, and generally, those who possessed delectable blood were exceptionally healthy. It was clear that the village must become more prosperous. Ye Liu sighed at last. Indeed, but it is a formidable challenge. I have managed to do so by selecting only my favorite human blood and raising but a few. Minarina cautioned her in a stern tone, though it was likely out of concern for her to know. More accurately, it was concern for this body, or rather, for Avril's former self. Did I understand? But I had already planned to make the village prosperous first. Is that so? Then please do strive for it. Minarina smiled faintly, appearing somewhat pleased. By the way, as a token of gratitude for the blood exchange, I wish to take some honey. What? That is not freely given to you. It is indeed my cherished possession. How infuriating. The precious honey has been further taken away. My blood is not delectable, and Iri continues to suffer. She hardly knows this girl, yet, regardless, we must improve the nutritional status of the villagers from now on. Just as mosquitoes are drawn to sweetness, the vampires will ultimately come. As she resolutely reaffirmed her determination, Minarina hesitated for a moment. However, no matter how hard one tries, even if the blood is enhanced, the vampires will undoubtedly stay away from this village. What? This sounds like a death knell. What does Minarina mean by that? The vampires will absolutely not approach this village, Ye Liu pondered. This place is toxic to vampires. A high-ranking vampire like myself may fare well, but lower-tier vampires would weaken and perish after a while. Minarina explained. Toxic? But there are people living here. Could there be something that is only poisonous to vampires? Ye Liu expressed skepticism. There is, and even I feel a bit unwell now. The cause may lie in that mountain over there. Minarina squinted and pointed to the mountain in the north. That mountain is rumored to house a gold mine, and at its base lies the forest where they gather honey. What could be there? Ye Liu scrutinized the forest with her vampire vision but found no suspicious areas or items. If there is something as terrifying as a dragon, that would be disastrous. I am not quite sure what it is, but I sense discomfort. You should also feel a tingling sensation on your skin, though you do not know what is causing it. Right? Minarina looked at Ye Liu. Well, Ye Liu wanted to say that she felt nothing, but upon seeing Minarina's serious demeanor, she changed her response. If we bring a lower-tier vampire to suffer, we might uncover some reasons, but I advise against doing so. Minarina turned to her. Regardless, if vampires are found dead in the village later, how will her plans be implemented? We must find out the issue at all costs. She did not feel uncomfortable at all, perhaps because she lacked the unique weaknesses of vampires. In other words, she had hardly encountered anything that made her body feel ill at ease. The lack of weaknesses in a vampire has become a problem. We cannot identify the source of the poison in the gold mine. Minarina, I apologize, but I would like to ask for your help in discovering the cause. That I do not wish to venture into uncomfortable places. Can't you go find it yourself? In truth, I do not feel uncomfortable at all. Even if I approach or touch the source, I cannot determine it. Ye Liu's words made Minarina furrow her brow slightly. And then she looked earnestly at Ye Liu. Have you truly completely overcome the weaknesses of a vampire? It is impossible for a vampire to be without weaknesses. Even for me, while I do not perish under sunlight, I become weakened, and I would suffer harm if doused with holy water. Minarina was quite curious. Indeed, I am entirely unaffected by holy water and silver. Ares, may I borrow your silver sword? Ye Liu reached out to Ares for the sword. Certainly. Ye Liu glanced at the silent Ares, and she directly handed her the silver sword. Ye Liu attempted to take it, gripping the hilt and swinging it, causing Minarina to recoil as though she had seen something repulsive. Even though the hilt is not made of silver, wielding a silver sword is formidable. Merely imagining it is terrifying. Not just the hilt. I can also handle the silver part. See, please let go. Merely looking at it makes me uncomfortable. Minarina displayed a look of disgust. Vampires genuinely detest silver. Being so weak to silver, do you not encounter many troubles? What if the opponent is human and wears silver armor? Can you not win simply because they wear silver? I can touch silver, but it burns me. Ordinary vampires are corroded by the holy power of silver. For instance, one could smear blood on the armor or use their own body to coat the armor in blood. I see. Ye Liu nodded in agreement with Minarina's words as she returned the sword to Ares. Vampires might neutralize the effects of silver through their preferred blood, similar to mixing sweet sugar with spicy soy sauce to create a sweet and spicy dish. No. Rather, neutralizing it scientifically to render it non-toxic. However, even for a high-ranking vampire like Minarina, touching silver seems to be painful. Even if it does not evaporate, it is uncomfortable, akin to grasping a thorny rose vine. Or like the sensation of touching dog feces. Regardless, it is certainly uncomfortable. Upon seeing her release the silver sword, Minarina let out a gentle sigh of relief. It truly unsettles me to see my kin handling silver. I apologize. I will be more mindful in the future. So, what now? I do not feel uncomfortable, thus I cannot identify the cause. Yet I am determined to discover the reason, to create a place where humans and vampires can coexist. Ye Liu implored. This was certainly something Minarina was reluctant about. However, if she did not uncover the cause, she could not take countermeasures, and the worst outcome would be having to abandon this village. She contemplated for a moment. If the poison there is so dreadful, I am somewhat curious about the cause. All right, I will assist you, Minarina stated at that moment. Thank you so very much. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. Ye Liu moved a little closer to Minarina, only for Minarina to quickly turn away. Do not misunderstand. I'm not doing this for you. I am merely curious about the cause. You are simply accompanying me. There is no need to thank me. Minarina spoke somewhat haughtily. Understood. Though she said that, Ye Liu would still seek an opportunity to repay her kindness. Let us head to the mountain immediately. My time is quite precious, Minarina urged. Very well, but are you truly going to the mountain dressed in that gown? Ye Liu remarked. The dress will surely be torn. Iri added. At their remarks, Minarina wore a proud smile. Do not underestimate me. Minarina. Do not abide by the common sense of ordinary people. By the way, have you ever been to the mountain? Ye Liu reminded her. No. Is there a problem with that? If humans can enter, then there is no issue. All right, we shall depart at once and return before dawn. Minarina stated nonchalantly. Their voices overlapped. Wow, my favorite dress. In the darkness of the night, they ventured into the forest. Minarina, noticing her gown snagged by branches, appeared somewhat disheartened. Regardless of whether they are vampires or humans, the durability of attire becomes irrelevant when entering the forest clad in a shimmering gown. Iri had already removed the eye patch from her right eye. With her magical vision, she could see clearly even in the night. I warned you not to wear a dress earlier, Ye Liu lamented. You were so verbose. For me, there is no choice of attire that is not extravagant. Minarina retorted angrily. Minarina brushed off the dirt from her gown, and massive bat-like wings sprouted from her back. There was never a need to walk on the ground. We can fly. You can fly too. Right, now that you mention it, that is indeed true. The common sense of humanity is quite strong. Ye Liu had even forgotten that she could sprout wings and soar through the sky. She flapped her back vigorously. And bat-like wings emerged from behind her as well. Whoosh! Then, Iri jumped onto her back, resulting in the wings being compressed, rendering them immobile. Miss Iri, if you sit on my back, my wings cannot move. My dear steed. Push forward. If I truly exert myself, you might be severed by the power of my wings, or you could be thrown off. The wings of a vampire are exceedingly robust, if it were her wings. They could even slice through iron like terrifying blades. They possess astonishing power as weapons. Attacking with wings, how delightful. Then let us embrace. Very well. You two appear like lilies, Minarina playfully teased. Thus, they soared into the sky. With Minarina leading the way, gliding down to a mid-level perch on the mountain, where she gently set down Ely. From this point onward, a sense of unease began to encroach upon us. Minarina pointed to the rocky surface of the mountain's steep cliffs, suggesting that there might be something hidden within. I've heard whispers of gold residing within this mountain, Ye Liu remarked. This was a tale passed down by the villagers of yore, resembling more of a half-truth than a credible story. And the bearer of this rumor had long since passed away, thus lacking any authenticity. If it were gold, I wouldn't mind, but silver is a different matter entirely. If there are hidden chambers here, then just wait, Ye Liu exclaimed, striking a fist against the rock, causing a portion of the mountain to crumble. Yet, nothing emerged. If it had been soil, it would have been acceptable, but constructing hidden chambers within solid rock seemed implausible. She pondered if some creature resided within the rocks, but that too appeared not to be the case. Minarina then began to sift through the debris with an air of displeasure. After picking up each piece, she finally grasped a small stone, a look of anguish crossing her face. This is it. The stone she presented to Ye Liu shimmered with golden and silver glints in certain areas, and her hand appeared slightly scorched from holding it. Is this silver, or, no, it seems to contain gold as well. Ye Liu examined the stone before her. Silver, or, a mineral rich in silver, thus it is indeed silver. Yes, as we cannot ascertain its purity, and given the presence of other minerals. I touched it myself. Undoubtedly, this is a mineral containing silver, with gold and other minerals mixed in. It seems Minerina has stumbled upon the source of the problem. Is the gold and silver mountain interconnected? Ye Liu inquired. Indeed, such occurrences are not uncommon in this world. Her hand bore signs of slight burns, leaving no room for doubt. Ye Liu also searched among the nearby rocks, discovering some silver objects, which she touched without harm. Silver is poison to vampires, yet it has no effect on you. If we vampires had no weaknesses, we would be the mightiest of creatures. Are you truly invincible in every sense now? Minerina seemed somewhat exhilarated. Who knows? I just feel stronger. Ye Liu replied nonchalantly. I have no chance either. There is no way to defeat you, and you can wield sacred weapons at will, which is dreadfully unfair. Only now do I realize that I can wield sacred weapons. Minerina's words brought a lightness to her response as she examined the gold and silver within the stone she had collected. She was not well versed in the lore of gold and silver mountains. But could gold and silver truly coexist in the same location? No, this world is not Blue Star, so earthly knowledge may not wholly apply. The mountains are laden with vast quantities of silver, rendering most vampires unable to survive here. Indeed, if the mountains are rich in silver, even those at a distance would be affected by the sanctified toxins. If it were a gold mountain, it would be a treasure trove, easily relinquished with joy. However, a silver mountain is deadly for vampires, akin to slugs dwelling on a sandy beach. Comparing vampires to slugs might be somewhat inappropriate, yet they share a commonality. Both possess distinct weaknesses, which is easily comprehensible. What shall we do? If it transforms into silver ore, it will be difficult to eliminate the cause. Minerina smiled at her, perhaps testing her response in this scenario. Well, once silver is tainted with blood, it becomes harmless to vampires, correct? Even if it comes into contact with blood, once washed away with water, it will become toxic again. If it is ordinary water, it remains harmless. If not washed with water, the potency of the blood will endure. Once contaminated, unless cleansed with holy water, it remains problematic. If blood signifies contamination, then there is a method. She began to concentrate her mind, refining her magical energy. What are you planning to do? Minerina asked, intrigued. I intend to render the vast silver deposits within the mountain non-toxic. I believe I can accomplish that. Ye Liu replied. To detoxify the abundant silver lying dormant within the mountain? Do you plan to blow up the entire mountain? If that were the case, it might indeed be possible. I want to engage in such perilous undertakings, and besides, while silver is poison to vampires, it is incredibly precious to humans. That would be wasteful. As Ye Liu responded to Minerina, she directed her refined magical energy far away. In the village, I have some solidified blood slimes created through magic. She could remotely invoke magic, as these slimes were conjured by her. Akin to controlling a remote vehicle, blood, disperse. A dense mist of blood began to rise from the direction of the village, ascending into the sky, gradually drifting towards their mountain like a veil. Do you truly know what you intend to do? It is impossible to eliminate the silver contamination underground or within the mountain using blood mist. Minerina expressed her skepticism. Indeed, if it were a gaseous mist, it would be unfeasible, but what if it were liquid? The blood mist now hovered above the mountain summit. If all was prepared, it was time to unleash it. Blood, liquefy. A torrential downpour of blood began to cascade, absorbing moisture from the air, swelling as it poured down upon the mountain. Blood rain. I see. Indeed, in that case, the silver contamination within the mountain would also be feasible. I am still controlling the rainwater that has fallen. I am manipulating the blood that is already seeped underground to ensure that grass and trees do not absorb it. You are manipulating a substantial amount of blood droplets. You truly excel at this. After the blood rain ceased, Minerina surveyed her surroundings, and the unpleasant sensation had vanished. So, are we now safe? Ye Liu inquired. Yes. This mountain has become harmless to vampires. Ye Liu could not help but reveal her sharp fangs in a triumphant grin. Thus, she could proceed with her plan, luring suitable vampires to Dracula Village. Thank you, Minerina. No need for thanks, as I mentioned earlier. This was done for my own sake. Moreover, I also encountered some intriguing phenomena. Blood rain is an excellent technique for vampire hunting. If their silver swords and armor are entirely detoxified, they will undoubtedly panic and appear quite comical. Minerina beamed with delight. Perhaps she had cast some magic that should not have been invoked. It turned out the rumors of a gold mountain were indeed true. She had thought it was a baseless tale. How fortunate. Now that we are here, let us explore further before heading back, Ye Liu suggested. From a distance, something approached. It was Ares' familiar, a raven. The raven flew up to her, beginning to squawk excitedly. Caw, caw. What? Upon hearing this news, Ye Liu turned towards the direction of the village. What is it saying? Ely asked. It claims that vampires have attacked the village. We must return immediately. Ha, what am I doing? After Ye Liu and her companions ventured into the mountains, Ares remained behind, inadvertently voicing her innermost thoughts. The surroundings had plunged into darkness, yet she could see clearly in the night as if it were day, thanks to her sacred magic. She was a vampire hunter, tirelessly roaming to protect the innocent, vanquishing those malevolent vampires who posed a threat to humanity. Her ultimate goal was to slay the vampire that had ravaged her village, avenging all. However, she now found herself trapped in a village dominated by vampires. Toyed with daily by one such creature. To make matters worse, she had even uttered, I believe in you. Vampires were supposed to be the villains that needed to be eradicated. They attacked humans and drained their blood. Thus their very existence represented a malevolence towards humanity. Therefore, she always ventured to villages afflicted by vampire attacks to carry out her righteous crusade. This time should have been no different. The vampires invaded the village, prompting her arrival, yet Ye Liu not only refrained from attacking the villagers but actively aided them instead. Once, when the Lord's army attacked, she barely took any lives, merely driving them away. Vampires ought to be humanity's adversaries. She sighed deeply. Just then, a bat soared down from the sky, landing lightly upon her arm. It held a letter in its mouth, which she took and examined. The contents of the letter were utterly unbelievable. To confirm its authenticity, she released her familiar and immediately dashed towards the designated location, the rocky area to the east of the village. She ran with all her might, breathless yet determined. For the letter contained information that was simply too astonishing to accept. How could this be? You arrived just in time. Now, leave the rest to me. Awaiting her was a vampire, possessing a physique akin to that of a bear. You, the notorious Bayard, a high-ranking vampire sought by the Vampire Hunter Guild. Indeed. However, my current mission is to assist the Vampire Hunter Guild, for there is an abundance of blood to be had, and none shall obstruct me. Bayard disregarded Ares and began to walk away. Wait. The letter states, from now on, vampires will annihilate Xena village, thus I shall depart from the village. Is this an order from the Vampire Hunter Guild? Is it true? Ares lamented as she displayed the document. Why would the Vampire Hunter Guild assist vampires? There are many glaring inconsistencies. Yet, this letter bears the guild's holy seal. This seal, imbued with sacred magic, is impossible to forge. Furthermore, only those within the guild can apply such a mark to prevent misuse. It is indeed true. My presence here is proof of this letter. Now hurry and leave. You are impeding my mission. Are you truly willing to tolerate the rampancy of vampires? This thought echoed abruptly in Ares' mind. Drawing her silver sword with one hand, she positioned herself against the vampire. If it were Ye Liu, it might have been different, but her opponent was an ordinary vampire, although a high-ranking one. There remained a glimmer of hope if sacred magic proved effective. Do you genuinely believe that village will be destroyed? Bayard mocked. What do you mean by that? She exclaimed, her voice rising involuntarily. How could the vampire know her thoughts? The mission is as you previously reported. If that village is annihilated, you will no longer have to worry. Bayard continued, stroking his chin as he spoke. What are you saying? Ares replied, her voice trembling with fear. This calamity befalling the village is the doing of that vampire. If this news spreads, humanity will no longer acknowledge vampire dominion. In other words, vampires will continue. Wait, what did I just say? Yes, continue to commit evil, just as you desire, Bayard continued, a cruel smile playing on his lips. What? At this moment, Ares trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. The village was an anomaly to her, an existence she could not accept. Vampires attacking humans was evil. Thus, they should not coexist with humanity. Therefore, she could not accept this village. By the way, should you defy the mission, it would equate to betraying the Vampire Hunter Guild. In other words, you would be expelled. What? So abandon this mission and leave the village. Her grip on the silver sword began to falter. If she let him go, her troubles would vanish. If she did not, her troubles would persist, and she would be expelled from the Vampire Hunter Guild. Quickly, sheath your sword. All right. Ares complied with the vampire's command, returning the silver sword to its scabbard. There was no other choice. It must be the command of the Vampire Hunter Guild. This was the right course of action for the guild. By sacrificing that village, many future lives would be spared from the clutches of vampires. The villagers were indeed pitiable, and Ye Liu might never attack them again. Observing her demeanor, Bayard revealed a smile. Haha, this feels delightful. The vampire hunter obeys my command. He spoke as he strode towards Dracula village. This must be correct. This must be correct. This must be correct. The villagers shall be feasted upon at will. Hee hee. The vampire hunters will never come. How splendid. Slaughter them all. Wait. You have become inconsequential to me. I shall begin to indulge. She stood before Bayard, drawing her silver sword once more, causing him to scratch his head in confusion. Do you intend to stop me? Are you certain you wish to be expelled from the guild? I do not wish for that. But, she hesitated momentarily, yet could not accept it. She discarded the document with her left hand and gripped the silver sword with both hands. I simply cannot allow vile vampires to attack the village. What? She swung her sword at Bayard, but he leapt back, narrowly evading it, causing the silver sword to plunge deep into the ground. Bayard glared at her with fury. Hey, you wretch, very well. If you obstruct me, I shall feast upon your blood. You audacious fool who dares to defy a high-ranking vampire. Bayard was immensely powerful. Even the magical aura he exuded was palpable. If only someone could assist her in subduing him, facing him alone would be a daunting task. This vampire was a paragon among high-ranking ones, verging on an elite monster. And now, it was night, the most potent time for vampires. Enough of this noise. Regardless of rank, be it lowly or high, the vampire hunter shall not spare any vile vampire attacking humanity. Ares possessed the strength to typically overcome most high-ranking vampires, but dealing with an elite would prove challenging. Fortunately, she had dispatched her familiar raven to inform Ye Liu beforehand. Cough. Oh, though it hurts, I must stop you and eliminate you. Ares was hurled back, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, the imprint of Bayard's fist clearly visible on her silver armor. Cough. She struggled to rise, the surrounding scenery blurred, making it difficult to see. The reactivated sacred magic could not be sustained and faltered. Hee hee, I wish to taste the blood of a vampire hunter. Is that so? If so, all the better. Bayard lifted her with one hand, his mouth agape, drawing near her carotid artery. Answer me. Bayard curiously caressed her face. At that moment, Ares thought that this scoundrel must be the vampire satyr who had attacked her village. Then I shall accept it. She tightly shut her eyes in fear, yet upon noticing the figure encroaching into her line of sight, she opened them wide. What she beheld was the vampire behind Bayard. You are late, you scoundrel. Apologies for the wait. Leave the rest to me. Ye Liu said with a smile. She herself was unsure why those words escaped her lips. They were simply uttered without thought. Yet somehow, she felt a slight sense of relief. Ye Liu crushed the arm Bayard used to hold Ares aloft. Cough. It is truly incredible that a vampire hunter was saved by a vampire. Bayard seethed with anger. In the past, it would have been impossible, but I intend to establish a village of coexistence. So, while I am absent, you dare to act wantonly without my consent. Ye Liu glared disdainfully at Bayard. Vampires fear neither holy power, garlic, nor silver. No matter how many times they challenge, they will easily lose. How detestable that to become an enemy would be terrifying, but to become an ally would be immensely reliable. Ares, are you all right? Ye Liu inquired, having rescued Ares from the brink of being bitten by a vampire, checking her armor for signs of injury. The imprint of a fist was evident, yet her internal organs appeared unharmed. Are you all right? Ares felt a sense of joy, but the fact that she had been saved by a vampire left her with an inexplicable feeling of discomfort. Is it true? Was your head struck? Is your consciousness and memory clear? Ye Liu remained somewhat worried. I am clearer-headed than before, but before that, we need to defeat that guy, right? Ares pointed in a direction where Bayard stood. As a vampire. It was truly a pity if a vampire were to relocate to a village. Discussions might still be possible. However, if they were to launch an attack from the outset, there would be no room for dialogue. Much like how one would not engage in conversation with a thief. Meanwhile, Minerina descended from the sky, carrying Ely. Just in time, Ely. Ares is now entrusted to you, said Ye Liu. Understood. Ares, do you have any last words? Is there anything you wish to eat? Ely's expression turned solemn, yet a hint of mischief danced at the corners of her mouth. This is the command of the Vampire Hunter Guild. I am merely acting upon orders. Bayard protested vehemently. What are you saying? You think we would let you destroy our village for no reason? Ye Liu swiftly approached Bayard and landed a powerful uppercut to his chin, as his chin lifted. She followed up with a fierce blow to his abdomen, her fist penetrating through him, transforming the vampire's body into darkness. Then, as the shadows coalesced and his form reconstituted, the gaping hole in his abdomen vanished. You are strong, but it is futile. Even in battles among vampires, we cannot kill one another, Bayard remarked, terror morphing into a smile upon his face. The vampires of the night are nearly invincible unless their weaknesses are exposed. Moreover, in battles between vampires, such weaknesses cannot be exploited. This means that there are virtually no means to slay one another. Fighting is thus rendered meaningless. This is common knowledge. In such circumstances, it is only natural for one side to retreat. Minorina added, vampires possess astonishing regenerative abilities. Once they sustain damage beyond a certain threshold, they revert to darkness. Even if one wishes to reduce them to ashes, they will transform into shadows during the burning process. This implies that unless one employs holy magic or other weaknesses, complete annihilation is only achievable through grand sorcery. So you cannot kill me. Even with your interference, I can easily slay humans, Bayard declared. Turning his back on Ye Liu as he prepared to walk towards the village. No, there are ways to kill a vampire. For instance, crushing him beneath a massive stone, rendering him immobile until dawn when sunlight can dry him out. Vampires weaken in sunlight. High-ranking vampires may not evaporate easily, but it seems possible to kill them during the day. If they are dried out under the sun for 3 days and nights, they should perish. Or is it possible to launch an attack that leaves no remnants of their body? Your suggestion strikes me as rather cruel. Minorina turned her face away, as if she did not recognize the person before her. Demon, beast, cold-blooded fiend, Valrakshasa, Eli scoffed. Even vampire hunters would not entertain such thoughts. Ares shook his head. Which side are you truly on? Regardless, indeed, such methods of killing are somewhat indirect or rather cruel. Ye Liu replied with exasperation. How strange that she is labeled as the villain. In any case, considering that vampires may appear in the village in the future, it is possible that a rampaging vampire could emerge. If I fail to stop it, then it would be inexcusable. Thus, I must devise a plan for when such a creature arises. You cannot stop me. Vampires cannot kill vampires, Bayard boasted. That is the conventional wisdom, is it not? Allow me to show you something interesting. But before that, Minorina, please move a bit further away. Oh, I do not know what you plan to do, but I am intrigued. Minorina soared into the air, maintaining a safe distance. Thus, Ye Liu could borrow Ares' silver sword and attempt something. Holy light, dispel the darkness. Holy magic, a spell particularly effective against vampires or darkness itself. Of course, creatures of darkness cannot wield it, and beings that fear heat do not breathe fire themselves. Likewise, vampires do not emit lethal light. Yet, she was no ordinary vampire. She could frequently bathe in sunlight, and her body had memorized and utilized holy magic. Her form radiated intensely, illuminating the surroundings. How is this possible? Is this sunlight created by holy magic? Impossible. How could a vampire wield it? And so powerful, I must be dreaming. Bayard's previous composure evaporated, and he attempted to flee from her. Yet his movements were painfully slow, leisurely enough to induce yawns. Ye Liu effortlessly dashed forward, appearing directly in front of Bayard in an instant. Farewell. She pierced her palm through the vampire's abdomen while simultaneously emitting a beam of light that consumed his entire being. No, it cannot be. Damn it. Bayard instantly evaporated into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, Ares and the others were equally taken aback. This holy magic is far more potent than I could have imagined. How can a vampire utilize holy magic? And with such strength, even surpassing that of someone known as the Silver Saint. Ye Liu, you are amazing, Eli exclaimed, her face flushed. Wait, I lack the weaknesses of a vampire, so it is only reasonable for me to possess holy magic. Ye Liu stated matter-of-factly. Unbelievable. Had I not left, I would have been caught in the aftermath. You just effortlessly crushed a vampire's arm. In terms of physical strength, even among vampires, you seem to be among the elite. Minorina expressed her excitement, her lips curling into a sharp-toothed grin. Each held differing thoughts, yet the outcome led them to survive this crisis. After vanquishing Bayard, they returned to the village, the night drawing to a close. I dislike sunlight. Take me to your home, Minorina requested, prompting them to hurry back to her abode. Thus, they were able to converse once more. Yet, what manner of dwelling is this? Light is seeping in. This hardly resembles a vampire's bed. Minorina complained if it were otherwise, the house would be completely dark, and this is my home. My castle does not allow light to penetrate, even during the day. It is only natural for a vampire. Minorina expressed her dissatisfaction with the light flooding in. I see. So a vampire's house should not allow light to pass through. Even during the day. Lower-tier vampires would melt when exposed to sunlight. I had not realized this before. In the future, if vampires reside in the village, I must pay attention to constructing houses with good light-blocking properties. I apologize, but Minorina, even if you're exposed to sunlight, you will not evaporate, correct? Of course. I am a high-ranking vampire, after all, Minorina replied with a disgruntled expression. I will be mindful of that. Now, Ares, I wish to ask you, are you all right? Do you have a history with Bayard? Ye Liu remarked, shifting her gaze towards Aries. She slightly lowered her head and shook it. No, this is the first time I have encountered a vampire named Bayard. The issue lies with the vampire who sent him to this village. It must be related to me, Aries stated seriously. She did not wish to delve deeper into the matter. Very well, I shall not inquire further about past grievances, but I would like to know that fellow's name and other information. That fellow's name is Settle. He is likely also a high-ranking vampire, wanted by the Vampire Hunter Guild. However, you may be colluding with the Vampire Hunter Guild, attempting to assault this village, Aries continued. The one called Settle is aware of the contents of the report submitted to the Vampire Hunter Guild. Moreover, he used official documents from the guild to try to persuade me to leave the village, allowing vampires to massacre the villagers. The Vampire Hunter Guild colluding with vampires? Are they engaging in judicial transactions? And they would dare to let vampires attack my village. A crimson gleam flickered in Ye Liu's eyes. The Vampire Hunter Guild is, of course, an organization dedicated to hunting vampires. Ordinarily, they would not cooperate with vampires. Vampires themselves also harbor disdain for the guild, so she believed it improbable that they could collude. However, if there were vested interests or coercion involved, it would be understandable, especially if the counterpart were a high-ranking vampire. Minorina, do you have any leads? Ye Liu inquired. No, I have not heard of any vampires assisting the Vampire Hunter Guild. Minorina crossed her arms and gently shook her head. What on earth was that fellow Cedial thinking? Collaborating with the Vampire Hunter Guild is sworn enemies. Well, it seemed that Cedial was already on a path to destruction, but the real issue lay in their attempts to massacre the village. The Vampire Hunter Guild was far more corrupt than I had imagined. Ye Liu felt utterly speechless, unable even to sigh. She was aware that the Vampire Hunter Guild was a greedy organization, yet their need for operational funds made their pursuit of money somewhat understandable. However, a guild that hunts vampires to protect humanity turning around to exploit them in order to annihilate a village was simply outrageous. I had defied the orders and fought against Bayard. So I must have already been blacklisted. For my sake, you lost an important guild. Do not apologize. I am fighting for what I cannot forsake for myself, not for you. Aries gazed at her with unwavering determination. Her eyes were now more resolute, devoid of any confusion. It seemed that Eli also sensed something, watching Aries intently. Aries, Eli, from this moment forth, I too shall work here to protect the village. Enough. To prevent Eli from uttering anything peculiar. She immediately changed the subject and comforted the disheartened Aries. Regardless, I am truly grateful to you for safeguarding the village. Thank you. I accept that. But I can no longer return to the guild. So I wish to reside in this village for the time being. I am not merely a passerby. I am a resident that I cannot bear to witness the village being mercilessly slaughtered by vampires. Aries took a deep breath and continued. I have always believed that the Vampire Hunter Guild is a dreadful organization, one that not only fails to save the innocent but actively seeks to harm them. Even the vampires I despise can have individuals like you and Minorina, who do not attack humans but instead protect them. In truth, I do not protect them. I simply refrain from attacking them. Ye Liu remarked, merely refraining from attacking is hard to believe. What I see with my own eyes is what I consider correct, though I still do not fully trust vampires, Aries asserted. We wholeheartedly welcome you. Aries, upon hearing Ye Liu's words, a faint smile graced Aries' lips. Now, even in the presence of vampires, she would not indiscriminately attack. Having her by their side in the future would be immensely beneficial. Regardless, Aries' holy magic is extraordinarily powerful. Conversely, outside of holy magic, well, you understand us. So, what are the mountains? Have you discovered the reasons why vampires cannot reside there? Oh, that. Ye Liu explained the existence of gold and silver mines to Aries, who nodded in understanding. A silver mine. No wonder vampires cannot inhabit the area. Moreover, fortunately, there are only rumors of a gold mine. Had it been a silver mine, the Vampire Hunter Guild would have undoubtedly conducted a thorough investigation and confiscated it. The privileges of the guild are truly formidable. Silver is essential for vampire hunters. It serves a greater purpose. Should they refuse to comply, other nations would unite in complaint, as the guild wields global influence. It is truly dreadful. The power held by this greedy organization is terrifying. Privilege is an abhorrent term, yet there are countless instances of genuine unfairness. Speaking of which, I have never heard of sand silver. Aries, well versed in silver, might be speaking truthfully, but if rumors of silver were to spread, the Vampire Hunter Guild would seize it. The mere existence of rumors regarding a gold mine may hint at deeper reasons. Yet that is a matter long past, beyond their knowledge. Isn't it wonderful? If you possess both gold and silver mines, you shall grow wealthy. But but it feels akin to stealing from the Lord. Extracting gold and silver from the ore requires expertise. Should she act recklessly, she may end up crushing both. You need not worry about the Lord. Do you? That mountain is already teeming with magical beasts. Without you, we would not even be able to approach it. Is that so? Indeed. And the Lord has already abandoned this village. The mountain seems to have been forsaken as well, does it not? Furthermore, we cannot return it. Ares winked at her. Ye Liu suddenly sensed a cunningness about her. No. Perhaps this was her true nature. Had she previously sought to prove her righteousness by defeating wicked vampires? Very well, since we aim to control the gold and silver mines, even if we possess gold and silver, we cannot process them for sale. Minarina, do you have any contacts? As a vampire, I cannot possibly have contacts with a silversmith. That is true, just as they would not expect a slug to have contacts for salt production. I have a contact. I know a blacksmith. May I write to her? Ares inquired. She has no connections with the Vampire Hunter Guild, correct? Ye Liu was well aware of Ares' acquaintance with the blacksmith. No, it is a personal relationship. She assists me in maintaining my silver equipment and also helps repair my armor. Very well, then I shall entrust this to you, Ares. This will surely bring substantial wealth to the village. Indeed, the conversation became remarkably humanized, and I nearly forgot that you are a vampire. Thus, the unity of Dracula Village grew even stronger, and they secured a source of funding. Oh, by the way, do you know any chefs? Ye Liu asked. Why would we need a chef? Ares expressed her confusion. Because I wish to indulge in some delicious food. Are you truly a vampire? Oh, Ares was unaware that her soul was human. In the rocky field where Bayard had met his demise, a vampire smiled amidst the plains. Hee, I never anticipated that Bayard would meet such a grim fate. Moreover, I am far stronger than Bayard in this desolate terrain. Yet, that vampire, I fear I cannot kill. He hummed cheerfully, beginning to gnaw on a severed human arm. Though he is a nuisance, there is no necessity for me to slay that vampire. As long as I destroy that village, my objectives will be fulfilled. Even if I cannot kill her, I possess ways to triumph over her. Cedial turned towards the village, a slight trace of blood from the arm upon his lips. Next time, I shall employ more strategy. I hope you and the villagers will resist with all your might. For the blood obtained in such a struggle is bound to be exquisite. It is only when humans are fighting desperately that their blood becomes all the more delectable. On the day Bayard was defeated, after nightfall, Minarina summoned Ye Liu to the rocky field on the eastern side of the village. Ye Liu, I shall return today. But before that, fight me. What? No. What are you saying? Fighting among vampires is meaningless, and Ye Liu hesitated, overly modest. With her formidable holy magic, it could be said that most vampires would not stand a chance. You can wield holy magic, so in the end, you will always win. I am aware of this. Thus I ask that you refrain from using magic. This shall be a pure contest of strength. I do not particularly wish to fight with a girl. Is there a reason? I wish to ascertain your true power, so please give it your all. It is night. Neither of us shall truly perish. Very well. But Ye Liu was somewhat reluctant. However, before she could finish, Minarina lunged at her with the swiftness of a clawed sword. It appears that if I do not engage you in battle today, you shall stir up quite the commotion, Ye Liu remarked helplessly. A voice came from behind Minarina, and she immediately turned, but did not see Ye Liu. You are indeed much faster than I. While watching Bayard's fight, my eyes could hardly keep up. Indeed, but this power was not something I achieved through effort. It is merely that Avril's body is exceptional. Ye Liu chuckled self-deprecatingly. We vampires are inherently strong from birth. Unlike humans, we do not require much effort at the outset. The human perspective on power is rather peculiar. It remains unclear why, but there are times when strength or victory, not attained through personal exertion, is deemed contemptible. Some individuals, born into privilege, perhaps benefit from an innate advantage. In the case of vampires, their inherent superiority can be countered by humans utilizing weapons and armor to mitigate their weaknesses. Should one fail to acquire such armaments, they remain but an ordinary person, verging on weakness. Such sentiments, expressed towards vampires, may come across as mere boasting and can be quite irksome, particularly to lesser vampires who may react with great indignation. Thus, caution is advised. With power comes the inclination to be more arrogant. Oh, I am already quite self-assured, she replied. Thank you. I shall remember that. If you wish to avoid defeat at my hands, I implore you to unleash your full strength. I am eager to ascertain the extent of your power, just like this. Minalina tightened her claws, inhaled deeply, and struck the ground with all her might. A thunderous sound erupted as a vast chasm formed in the earth, large enough to house a dwelling. Even vampires of her caliber could not boast such extraordinary strength. My apologies, I cannot exert myself fully here. so I shall temper my power, Ye Liu remarked, lightly clapping her hands before delivering a seemingly casual punch to the ground. In that instant, the earth quaked, fissures spreading widely as boulders shattered under the impact. I must still control my strength. After a brief period, the tremors ceased, and the rocky terrain transformed into a flat expanse. The disparity in power had grown stark, and judging by Ye Liu's demeanor, she seemed not to have exerted herself to the fullest. Indeed, in terms of physical prowess, I cannot compare to you. That is sufficient. I comprehend now that Mina Lina brushed the sand from her attire. She regarded Ye Liu, stating, I must inform you that my physical capabilities are nearly on par with Xiaiwei's, and you now far surpass her. What? Is that truly the case? My physical prowess exceeds hers now. You are being modest again. This is your body, after all. At the very least, Wei could not easily appear behind me. Well, perhaps it is due to the compatibility of human souls with vampire bodies. Or perhaps it pertains to your individual essence. Regardless, you are undeniably the mightiest among vampires. Even devoid of sacred magic, you could easily toy with me, the strongest contender, Mina Lina declared. The reasons behind this phenomenon are inconsequential. What remains certain is that Ye Liu's power is formidable. Vampires are already a notably potent class of beings among monsters. Ye Liu not only stands out within this group, but also lacks any discernible weaknesses, such as susceptibility to sacred magic. Moreover, she is the sole individual capable of wielding soul-summoning magic. Wei, a prodigious mage, risked her life to create this spell, and it is certain that for many millennia to come, none shall replicate it. With such power, one could act at will. That may not be the case. I have yet to savor any delectable food. That is due to your misguided methods. You could attack freely in the streets, consuming as much as you desire. I cannot engage in such mundane antics. Vampires inherently avoid the sun. Very well, I shall take my leave now, looking forward to the developments here and whether you will fulfill Wei's wishes. With that, Mina Lina unfurled her wings and took to the sky. A village ruled by an excessively powerful vampire presents an intriguing scenario. However, some matters cannot be resolved solely through strength. The manner of addressing these issues hinges upon the wisdom of the leader. Thus, Mina Lina bid farewell to Ye Liu, soaring back to her castle. Hey, the carriage. You haven't forgotten about the carriage, have you? Ye Liu called out from behind, but Mina Lina merely paused momentarily before feigning ignorance and continuing her flight. The following morning after Mina Lina's return, Ye Liu summoned Ares, Eli, and the former village chief to the fields for a particular purpose. There, they encountered something unusual. Ares, you are not clad in silver armor? It appears less strange this way, does it not? Ares was devoid of her silver armor and sword, instead donning a light dress. Previously adorned in imposing or glittering silver armor, this contrast brought forth a refreshing charm. Additionally, she had trimmed her previously waist-length red hair to shoulder length. Eli concurred, noting that Ares now resembled a completely different person compared to the previous day. If other vampires were to visit the village while I was fully armed, they would surely be frightened. I can no longer return to the Vampire Hunter Guild, so I have changed my mindset. As for the silver armor, the mark left by Bayard cannot be repaired. Ares glanced shyly at them, lowering her head. I wish to apologize for one thing. I have long labeled you as humanity's enemy, that I do not know if coexistence between vampires and humans is possible. But you are at least not an enemy to humanity. Lift your head. It is of no consequence. The fact remains that most vampires do indeed attack humans. Your attempts to slay me in defense of the villagers were not misplaced. Thank you. For Ares, the realization that the Vampire Hunter Guild she once believed in now exploits vampires to attack the village was utterly unfathomable. This revelation nearly upended her worldview. The sanctuary she once considered a refuge had devolved into a den of vice. Nevertheless, she had come to terms with the past and was ready to take a new step forward. Furthermore, regarding the vampires she once loathed and deemed deserving of death, she began to contemplate alternatives beyond mere extermination. I hope you will contribute your strength for the sake of Dracula Village. I cannot ascertain whether I can be of assistance, but at the very least, if vampires come to the village, I will not engage in unwarranted aggression. I will speak with them first. If they attack, I shall retaliate. That will suffice. Humanity too shall respond to aggressors. Ye Liu extended her hand toward Ares, who hesitated momentarily before cautiously grasping it. Her aversion to vampires still lingered, yet it felt more humanized. May I inquire if there are indeed no cultivated fields here? What do you intend to do in this place? Ares seemed embarrassed, prompting her to forcefully change the topic. We have planted a few potatoes here. Ye Liu pointed to the edge of the field, where some wilted potato leaves emerged, having sprouted from just 2 planted potatoes. They were indeed quite diminutive. Dada. I have never seen such a plant before. These are potatoes. We believe they are ripe. Hence our visit to harvest them. Ye Liu explained, I have been diligently cultivating them. At that moment, the former village chief spoke with pride. Ye Liu had previously imparted knowledge about potatoes to him, entrusting him with their cultivation, given her occasional absences from the village due to busyness. It was prudent to have an agricultural expert manage the task. Very well, I shall proceed. Ye Liu grasped a stem and pulled it free. Unfortunately, the potatoes did not come up with it. So she resorted to digging with her hands to unearth the potatoes. She managed to extract approximately 16 potatoes from the soil, her hands now soiled. She swiftly used her claws to slice away the dirt and then restored them with dark magic. Such magic is indeed convenient. All right, the harvest is complete. Hey, do not carelessly sever your own arm. While I understand it appears impressive, it is not good for my heart. If only you could transform your hand into a spade. Eli remarked, patting her chest. Very well, Miss Eli, your thoughts can sometimes be quite perplexing, Aries expressed, taken aback by Eli's words. Now, let us attend to business. We shall replant the potatoes. Ye Liu returned the harvested potatoes to the field. Ah, my hands are dirty again. Aries, I hope your sacred magic can illuminate these potatoes. The reason she had summoned Aries was to determine whether sacred magic could facilitate the growth of the crops. Previously, her sacred magic had caused weeds to flourish in the square, transforming the ground into a lush lawn. This implied it should also promote the growth of potatoes. Aries took a moment to adjust her breathing before turning her gaze toward the potatoes. I never anticipated I would cast sacred magic upon plants. Dispel the darkness. Aries extended her hand, radiating a holy light that illuminated the soil concealing the potatoes, yet nothing transpired. Let us try again. Holy light. Disperse the darkness. Still, no sprouts emerged. Once more, holy light. Disperse the darkness. Suddenly, tiny shoots burst forth from the ground. Oh, the divine magic is truly magnificent. We shall successfully cultivate potatoes, I exclaimed. Come, you should give it a try too. You can wield holy magic, right? Aries fell to the ground, staring at her incredulously. My apologies, I am merely a novice in holy magic, hence I wanted to observe if it would be feasible for you first. You see, as a vampire, I might inadvertently introduce some peculiarities that could hinder growth. As Ye Liu spoke, she planted fresh potatoes in the soil beside Aries' sprouting ones, covering them with earth and taking a deep breath. Holy light, disperse the darkness. A warm energy surged within her, intensifying in heat. She felt a sense of foreboding. The holy light emanated from her hand, illuminating the planted potatoes. In that instant, not only did the tiny shoots emerge, but the stems elongated and grew rapidly. Oh, splendid, splendid, Ellie exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, the potatoes had matured, their leaves wilting. She attempted to pull out the stem and unearth the potato. It had grown significantly larger than the previous one. Furthermore, the potatoes adjacent to Aries benefited from the residual glow, their leaves flourishing. Wait, your holy magic is exceedingly peculiar. My holy magic output is top tier, even within the Vampire Hunter Guild. Why on earth is this happening? Your strength and magical power are utterly extraordinary. Aries gazed at her with an expression akin to that directed at a monster. Just moments ago, Ye Liu had been in a state of mild power. What would occur if she unleashed her full potential? Regardless, the potency of the holy magic was secondary. What truly mattered was that they could freely harvest potatoes. This meant they could indulge in a delightful potato feast. Let us return and roast some potatoes. We only need to keep a few for planting. Oh, wait. You are overlooking the formidable holy magic. Aries interjected. The divine once proclaimed that now is not the time to focus on holy magic, but rather on enjoying the potatoes. God would not belittle holy magic. They hurried home with the potatoes, and Ellie placed a frying pan on the stove to roast potato slices. Should we sprinkle salt? Sure. Wait. Can crops grown with holy magic be eaten directly? No one has ever tried this. Since it is bathed in holy light, it should pose no harm. Do not utter such nonsense, you vampire. All right. Ellie served the potatoes on a wooden platter. Having already sprinkled salt, Ye Liu picked one up with her hand to savor. Delicious. The warm potatoes paired splendidly with the black bread and the wild beast meat her palate was accustomed to. Hot. Can you hold it like that? It might burn your tongue if you don't let it cool, because I am a vampire. Come, taste it quickly. Very well. Oh, delightful. So much tastier than black bread. Indeed, did I truly cultivate these potatoes myself? Both Aries and Ellie appeared quite satisfied, though the village chief seemed to harbor some ambivalent thoughts. Honey and potatoes might make a delightful combination. Well then, let us give it a try. Nice. Thus, the potato harvest stabilized, resolving the village's food predicament. Just as Ye Liu believed she could finally relax, a bat flew close to her. It was not her familiar. Clutched in its mouth was a letter, which she opened to read. What is this letter? A curse letter. No, it cannot be. It is from someone wishing to relocate to this village. How wonderful! An increase in population. No, it will not increase. The sender of this letter is a vampire. Ye Liu had received correspondence from a vampire. The sender was undoubtedly a vampire, as only they could command bats. And this particular bat emanated a distinctly vampiric aura. What does the letter say? Ares fixed her gaze on her with utmost seriousness. For her, matters concerning vampires were of great concern. Ye Liu showed the letter to Ares, who frowned upon reading it. Wow, written in blood. The letter was penned in blood. It was not surprising, considering a vampire would find blood more convenient than ink. My name is Safi. I write this letter to request permission to relocate to your esteemed village. I shall arrive tonight, and I would be immensely grateful for your allowance. Please convey your reply through the bat. How polite for a vampire. The one coming to Dracula village must be quite unusual. Previously, when repelling the Lord's army, she had declared this a village where humans and vampires coexisted, hence it was expected for vampires to arrive. However, the willingness to come after hearing such a declaration might indicate that this vampire was rather peculiar. At the very least, the visitor should be a relatively weak vampire. Strong vampires would not consider coexistence. They could attack humans at will, making it unbeneficial for them to come to this village. If they attacked humans indiscriminately, they would face extermination, suggesting that the type of vampire arriving would be more manageable for her. Let us respond first. Ye Liu retrieved a small vial filled with blood from her pocket, uncapped it, and poured the blood onto the letter. Then, invoking blood magic, she inscribed her message in blood. Welcome, however, please do not endanger the village and its inhabitants. By the way, she wrote the letter in the language of this world. Having learned to read and write from the previous owner of Avril's body, Ellie and Ares discreetly observed her as she drafted the letter. A letter written in blood, regardless of its content, would appear threatening. It resembled a curse. Receiving such a letter unexpectedly would be quite terrifying. It is understandable that a vampire preparing black ink would be quite strange. Indeed, it is inappropriate for a vampire to write letters formally. Ares' statement held truth. It was inherently unsuitable for a vampire to engage in proper correspondence. She entrusted the completed letter to the bat, which flapped its wings and flew away. Now, it remained to be seen what kind of vampire would arrive. She hoped for a peaceful one. Otherwise, she wished for a gentleman, someone who understood humanity. And then Ares turned to her. I have a question. If that vampire poses a threat to the villagers, what will you do? What if the newly arrived vampire behaves arrogantly? The question was posed lightly, yet her expression bore great seriousness. As a vampire hunter, the safety of humanity was paramount. Ye Liu too hoped she could protect the villagers, making it a beneficial scenario for all involved. This question deserved a thoughtful answer. The severity of the threat would vary. Initially, there would be strict punishment. Afterward, it would be determined whether to permit him to remain in the village. If he wished to stay, an opportunity for reflection would be granted. Should he revolt again, regrettably, extermination would be the only option. Upon hearing her words, Ares narrowed her eyes slightly. Such strictness towards her own kin. It was natural for vampires to attack humans. Without such rigor, maintaining order in the village would be impossible. Would vampires truly comply? Attacking humans was their instinct, was it not? Humans too would descend into chaos without governance. Conversely, if vampires adhered to the rule of law and reason, that would be the correct course. The evidence lay in Minarina's restraint from attacking humans. Vampires possess wisdom akin to that of humans. Therefore, demonstrating to them what is forbidden under the law and providing them means of existence should lead to compliance from the majority. Will it truly be that smooth? Of course, it would not be so simple. I intend to persuade both vampires and humans. How do you plan to do that? By making vampires feel that the humans in this village are beneficial to them, and convincing humans that the powers of vampires are advantageous. By fostering a sense of mutual utility, neither side would feel inclined to attack or exclude the other. If it goes awry, and both sides become hostile, then it would require a mediator to maintain order. Ye Liu, while speaking, pointed to herself and Ares, explaining that this was to prevent vampires from attacking humans, as well as to showcase the benefits of coexisting with humanity. The coexistence of humans and vampires is no simple feat. From the outset, it is impossible to hold hands and share a deep connection. Friction is inevitable, as there will certainly be vampires that pose a threat to humans, alongside individuals who harbor fears of vampires. In such moments, employing eloquent words to foster harmony may not yield compliance. Initially, it suffices to establish a mutually beneficial relationship, for sustaining the state of coexistence is of utmost importance. Humans provide blood, while vampires offer protection through their strength. For instance, when the Lord's army attacks, if the vampire forces become unhinged, the villagers will contemplate a future of living alongside vampires. Understanding and interaction are matters to be addressed in due time, and this can be approached gradually, especially as she possesses a lengthy lifespan. After a brief hesitation, Ares let out a sigh. I roughly grasp your intentions. While it may seem somewhat strained, you are not advocating for coexistence thoughtlessly. Of course, even among humans, there exist various issues such as discrimination, let alone between different races of humans and vampires. Additionally, Ares refrained from attacking vampires without cause that I understand. They discussed their matters and then temporarily dispersed. As night fell, they gathered at the village entrance and waited for a short while. Here she comes. Removing her blindfold, Illy pointed ahead, where a figure approached steadily through the darkness. The individual was petite and slender, resembling a middle school student, with permed peach-colored hair cut to shoulder length. Dressed in male commoner's attire, she bore no outward resemblance to a vampire. Most strikingly, her features were exquisitely refined, as if crafted to maximize her cuteness, an appearance that would undoubtedly attract considerable attention even on the streets. Hello, I am Safi. I heard that this village offers blood. Is it not adorable? Wait, she is a vampire? The status of the village's female protagonist seems precarious. Both Illy and Ares appeared to share this sentiment, captivated by Safi. Her androgynous appearance, coupled with a high-pitched voice, rendered it unclear whether she was male or female. Her clothing suggested the latter. What should we do? If I were to inquire about her gender here, would it be considered harassment? Oh, this village is planning for humans and vampires to coexist. We intend to collect blood from humans and then distribute it to vampires. That sounds wonderful. By the way, Safi is being pursued by vampire hunters. Is this vampire referring to herself by name? It's a bit odd, but I suppose it's acceptable. Why are you being hunted? You haven't committed mass murder, have you? No, not at all. Safi simply cannot draw too much blood, and for some reason, they have been chasing me. Well, if you claim you are innocent, then it is no concern. I will protect you. The vampire, who called herself Safi, bowed gracefully, performing an elegant gesture. Such a type of vampire was rare even among their kin, appearing docile and thus unlikely to attack humans without provocation. Although she was uncertain why Safi was being pursued, should the vampire hunters arrive, they would be driven away. The following day, is this the village where Ares once resided? I have arrived. A new visitor entered the village, boasting robust arms and a bushy beard. A figure of considerable stature, he was a tall dwarf, shouldering a massive hammer, which made him exceptionally conspicuous. Do you know Ares? Indeed, I do. He is the individual I mentioned previously. He possesses the ability to accomplish many tasks through magic, earning him the title of the Walking Workshop. I am Silberian. The anticipated blacksmith has arrived. Perhaps they can mine gold and silver to sell. There are silversmiths and blacksmiths among the vampire residents. The much-needed talent had arrived, promising rapid development for the village. However, should the village begin selling gold and silver, complications might arise. On the night following the arrival of Safi and Silberian, Ye Liu gathered all the villagers at the village square to introduce the two new residents. By the campfire, they commenced their self-introductions. Our village has welcomed two new residents, one of whom is a vampire. Upon hearing her words, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. Though they had grown accustomed to her presence as a vampire, adapting to the notion of another vampire as a neighbor would likely require time. Look at those robust arms and that large belly. He appears capable of crushing us effortlessly. Only vampires possess such thick beards. He could drink human blood without raising suspicion. Wait, vampires are not like that. The villagers gazed at Silberian, their sentiments understandable. Safi, with her slender frame and modest height, appeared somewhat timid, while Silberian, with his arms crossed, exuded a bear-like strength. Standing together, the latter bore a more vampire-like appearance, while Safi, when viewed alone, did not seem to fit the mold of a vampire. She recalled Minarina's words, urging vampires to conduct themselves with dignity. Indeed, if one behaves timidly, they would not be perceived as a vampire. I am Silberian. I stake my life as a silversmith. Behold, this is my pride, a silver hammer. This is my proof of being human. Silberian conjured a pure silver hammer through magic. It was not summoning but rather storage magic, having concealed it within his body. Nevertheless, the villagers continued to regard Silberian with skepticism. Can a vampire handle silver? Is he truly not a vampire? Can you prove it in another way? Silberian appeared taken aback by the suspicion, his eyes widening in surprise. These fellows are impossible. Very well. When the sun rises tomorrow, holy water and running water shall not pose a problem. What on earth are you talking about? Ye Liu internally apologized to Silberian. Rest assured, Silberian is indeed a genuine human. Consider this. Vampires would not engage in the work of a silversmith. Tomorrow, let him work, and it will be evident immediately. She sought a vampire detection tool. Perplexed as to how such a matter could be misconstrued in any case, she resolved to hold a vampire seminar later. If she were to approach other vampires using her standards, a garlic incident could very well ensue. First and foremost, Silberian is a true human. Now, let us turn to Safi for her self-introduction. Yes, all right. Safi shyly shook her peach-colored hair, her face slightly flushed. She truly did not resemble a vampire. I am Safi. I am also a vampire, but I apologize. Safi paused momentarily, then spread her hands, adopting a shy pose. She seemed profoundly embarrassed, quickly ceasing her display, her face reddening further as she covered it with her hands. For some reason, Safi exuded an endearing aura that belied her vampire nature. In other words, she was undeniably adorable. The villagers' reactions to this other vampire were telling. So cute. That uncle is the true vampire, remarked villager A. Exactly. How could such a charming child possibly be a vampire? Uncle, reveal your true self, exclaimed villager B. Cutness is justice, chimed in villager C. Silberian silently wept within, because Safi did not resemble a vampire. The villagers felt no fear towards her. How splendid, or so it seemed. Silberian would follow up later in due time. The villagers would inevitably realize that Safi was a vampire, for she only ventured out at night. So, these are our new villagers. I hope you will coexist harmoniously moving forward. Particularly with regard to Safi, there may be numerous questions. Henceforth, villagers are prohibited from contacting her during the day, and visiting Safi's home is also forbidden. I want to hug Safi. To foster a good relationship with the vampire, do not jest. I shall throw you out. If you believe that any reason suffices to engage with Safi favorably, you are sorely mistaken. I am Safi's best friend. Some villagers were indeed frightening. By the way, that fellow once spied on Ares while she was bathing. Ahem. Please be cautious and avoid approaching during the day. For instance, if you accidentally open the door and Safi is exposed to sunlight. What then? Understood. I shall embrace Safi at night. If that fellow attacks you, crush him. Indeed, vampires possess formidable strength during the night, yet they may perish as easily as goldfish at a tipple fair in the daylight. Thus, they must navigate this predicament with utmost caution, particularly since she is the first vampire villager. They intend to use her as a model case to recruit additional vampire villagers, alleviating excessive concern. For if an unfortunate incident were to occur, it is conceivable that no one would come to their aid. The other villagers seemed to comprehend this, nodding in agreement. Understood. You two are most welcome. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to consult with me. With those final words, Ye Liu declared, and thus the gathering in the square concluded. The villagers appeared to accept the two individuals without issue. It seemed that even with an influx of future residents, there should be no problems. As she contemplated this, Ares approached, with Illy standing somewhat nervously behind her. What troubles you two? Is there something amiss? Ye Liu inquired with curiosity. Well, if we evaluate other vampires against Safi as a standard, might they lose their fear due to the vast disparity? Ares remarked. Indeed, though I have operated as a vampire hunter for several years, I have never encountered a vampire like this. As for peculiarities such as yourself, this is a first. As Ares spoke, several lines of annoyance appeared on Ye Liu's forehead. Well, we consider it a positive that the first vampire to arrive is Safi. If a fellow like Bayad were to come, they would have to face stern retribution. Illy gently shook her head. In truth, the first vampire to arrive in the village was Bayad. Illy, do not speak of that. That individual was eliminated before entering the village, thus does not count. Now, let us document our future aspirations. She proceeded to carve the nearby tree into a plank with her palm, as if to erase the memory of Bayad. Then, she produced a small vial filled with blood from her pocket, dripping it onto the plank, commencing to write with the blood. Using blood? How grotesque! A perverse vampire! Illy scoffed. The wooden board bore the following inscription in blood. Matters to be dedicated to the development of the village. 1. Develop gold and silver mines outside Dracula Village. 2. Increase human residents and facilitate their settlement. 3. Sign contracts with merchant guilds to supplement supplies. 4. Increase vampire residents and facilitate their settlement. 5. Create gourmet food. These 5 points were conceived while she lay on her bed. If these objectives were achieved, the village would experience substantial growth, which was her immediate ambition. The first 4 points are more comprehensible. Illy interjected, "Very well, these 4 shall be our goals." Illy continued to gaze intently at the wooden board, while Aries confirmed the blood writings with a hint of discontent. "There are 5 points." Ye Liu sighed. "The last one is superfluous. 4 are sufficient." Illy insisted. "There is truly no need for the last point." Aries stated, "Oh, how peculiar that her desires are disregarded as trivial jest." After examining the board, Illy turned her gaze to Ye Liu. "Let us begin with the first point, so that Aries may diligently assist. We shall exchange honey daily." Illy extended her palm, signaling for something. "Honey? Absolutely not. My daily share would diminish," Ye Liu countered. "Then I shall let you drink my blood. Honey is preferable. Are you truly a vampire? Perhaps you have evolved to survive on honey? Or could you be a mutant bear or bee? What nonsense is Illy spouting? Regardless, she is indeed a vampire." "No matter the case, I certainly appear to be a vampire. Allow me to explain in order. First, we shall develop the gold and silver mines outside Dracula." She summoned her blood magic, causing the inscription 1. "Develop Dracula's gold and silver mines to rise from the board and float in the air. Should we acquire gold and silver, the village's wealth would significantly increase. Gold surpasses all else. With gold and silver, most issues can be resolved. In other words, it is a desire for wealth. A vampire yearning for gold," Illy proclaimed. "A miser." Aries nodded in agreement. Illy and the others regarded her with indifference. It is well known that money cannot solve everything. Yet lacking it is utterly unbearable. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a gaze from behind. Turning around, she saw Safi looking at her with a look of astonishment. Is this serious? A vampire desiring silver mines is rather frightening. "I am not frightening." As Ye Liu drew closer, Safi instinctively took a step back. This was a normal vampire reaction, yet Ye Liu felt it was somewhat abnormal. Now the villagers treat her as an odd vampire. Well, she is merely a tad different. "Safi, I also wish to convey my thoughts to you. For the development of this village, I require your cooperation." Yes, all right," Safi timidly nodded. For some reason, she felt a pang of guilt, as though she were threatening a child. Now, on to the second point, increasing the human population and ensuring their settlement. She returned the first inscription to the board. In 2. Increase human residents and facilitate their settlement floated in the air. To expand the village, it is imperative to increase the population. Moreover, with too few people, there will not be enough blood to provide for the vampires. In essence, you wish to augment the number of tax-paying and blood-supplying individuals. Illy, sometimes a gentler tone is a virtue. I prefer to live candidly, even if it means exposing my sordid heart. Illy, with a hint of pride, gently patted her flat chest, as if there were anything to be proud of. Furthermore, even if we gather many individuals now, it would be meaningless if they are unwilling to settle. Thus, we must ensure they can live here comfortably. Aries remarked, "We should surround the entire village with walls. Have soldiers at the sole exit at all times, and construct a watchtower. That would be perfect." Ye Liu outlined. "Indeed, we also need to build more houses." Ye Liu nodded in agreement with Aries. As before, she returned the inscription to the board, and 3. Signed contracts with merchant guilds to supplement supplies floated in the air. "Hey, what is the significance of this? Even if it remains on the board, it can still be seen." Aries questioned. To be honest, it is quite amusing. "Very well. Aries, do not look at her so despondently. The letters floating are just right." Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, should the population increase, supplies will undoubtedly become insufficient. We hope to purchase supplies steadily from outside. If we can develop the gold and silver mines, the purchasing costs will pose no issue. We need iron and various other materials. Ye Liu stated. To make coffins of iron. Aries inquired. Would suffice. There is no benefit, and it might be too heavy to open from within. Ye Liu was indifferent, yet lower-tier vampires might encounter difficulties. Then perhaps a silver coffin would allow for a peaceful slumber. Just do not use a vampire's eternal slumber bed. Very well. Then let us avoid that. If we use silver coffins, perhaps we could capture higher-tier vampires. Aries murmured horrific notions, prompting a startled gasp from Safi, indicating that cohabitation between vampire hunters and vampires might prove challenging. Ye Liu then returned the floating inscription to the board. And 4. Increase vampire residents and facilitate their settlement soared into the air. This is self-evident. The goal of this village is coexistence between humans and vampires. If we merely increase the human population, it would simply become a human village. May I inquire why you desire the coexistence of vampires and humans? I am quite curious. I, too, am intrigued. Everyone looked at her with curiosity. She seemed to have never elaborated on this matter. Well, now the explanation would be akin to an entrusted wish or some such. Thus, once I have accomplished all my goals, I will divulge everything to you. How stingy, regardless. However, it is not of great significance, so do not harbor overly high expectations. Now, the final point is 5. Culinary delights. I am exhausted. I shall take my leave. As Ye Liu prepared to passionately articulate her 5 objectives, Eli and Aries departed. Only Safi remained, exchanging glances with him. She looked around in confusion, then. Safi was uninterested. Thank you. At least you did not leave. She made the inscription 5. Culinary delights levitate from the wooden sign, then suddenly leapt up to consume it. Quite tasty. Sobalion was a silversmith and blacksmith. After arriving in the village, they could now extract ore from the gold and silver mines, thus reaping considerable profits. Consequently, Ye Liu, Sobalion, and Eli ventured into the forest, heading toward the gold and silver mines. It is astonishing that such mines remain undiscovered. Considering their proximity to human habitation, Sobalion pondered. The mountains are teeming with magical beasts, and the villagers seem unable to enter. Ye Liu elucidated. Due to the inherent dangers, no one has dared to venture inside. Even the nearby forest harbors perilous creatures, let alone the deep mountains. Eli interjected. The forest surrounding this village is home to many dangerous magical beings, far more formidable than those in a typical woodland. Occasionally, a beast may appear, and if one inadvertently strays into the woods, it could lead to demise, which is why no one has approached the mountains. Arf. Oh, a magical beast has appeared. Bang. Arf. A quadrupedal creature resembling an elephant attacked them, but Ye Liu effortlessly felled it with a single punch. This creature appears perilous, or rather, it resembles an elephant. Can it be consumed? This is an A-class King Fong. Why does such a beast exist? Sobalion exclaimed in astonishment. Are you familiar with this? Then enlighten me. Ye Liu was about to retrieve her diary from her pocket, but paused. Instead of searching, she opted to inquire directly. This is a creature with formidable teeth capable of crushing rocks. It is a powerful beast that would pose a significant challenge even to a seasoned adventurer's party. Sobalion explained. If it involves Liu, these are mere minor karami, Eli declared proudly. But why does such a creature appear here, where it is said to be a rare occurrence? Previously, bear-like beasts were sighted. This forest feels like a realm of magic. Sobalion gazed at the corpse of the King Fong with a perplexed expression, then sighed softly. If such creatures roam freely, it is no wonder that the gold and silver mines have remained undiscovered until now. However, if that is the case, then these mines cannot be exploited. The dangers are too great for extraction, and traversing the forest to transport gold and silver is impossible. These are merely minor inconveniences. Bang! Ye Liu slashed the air with her hand, generating shockwaves that felled numerous nearby trees. The trunks were severed, and the sound of crashing timber reverberated. This area transformed into a barren expanse of forest, leaving only the stumps of the cut trees. This forest will soon be cleared. In a place devoid of trees, magical creatures will not appear. Ye Liu contemplated the next steps for this location. Are you truly the individual mentioned in Aries' letter? Sobalion asked, astonished. What did Aries say about me in the letter? An abnormal and peculiar honeysucker. That is entirely accurate. Eli concurred. I am not a honeysucker. Aries truly is. Ye Liu sighed, brushing her face with her hand, lamenting the trials of her existence as a vampire. The next time she encounters Aries, she would sprinkle sand in place of pollen upon him. Speaking of which, advancing while cutting trees might be more efficient. It would expedite the path to the mines, and our garments would remain unsoiled, allowing us to accomplish more tasks, Eli suggested. Agreed. Bang, 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 bang. Ye Liu wielded her hand like a blade, continually felling trees with shockwaves, akin to a game where the map is unveiled upon clearing obstacles, inducing a delightful sensation. Arf. Occasionally, magical creatures got caught in the fray, but it was trivial, after all. To ensure the safety of the gold and silver mines, they needed to divert these threats. This is utterly unreasonable. Sobalion gazed at the ravaged forest, dumbfounded. This is the work of a vampire. Oh, by the way, Sobalion, what brings you to this village? Although you were summoned by Aries, I doubt you would come to a vampire's village without a purpose. Generally speaking, the coexistence of vampires and humans resembles a fairy tale. While vampires may feast upon humans, a human intentionally visiting such a village must possess a particular motive. I heard there is a silver mine, and I wish to procure a substantial amount of silver. If there is a silver mine, I am willing to do anything. Ultimately, I aspire to create something. What do you wish to create? What precisely? I aim to craft my greatest masterpiece to date. I aspire to forge a legendary silver holy sword, hence my desire to acquire more silver. Is that silver holy sword truly that formidable? Of course. It is the mightiest vampire-slaying sword, capable of not just vanquishing vampires but even evaporating humans. Sobalion seemed disinclined to divulge further details. Even if she pressed him, it would be futile. So they continued to chop trees as they ventured deeper into the mountains. However, rather than a holy sword, it seemed more akin to a cursed blade, capable of evaporating humans. Before long, they reached the mountains, further ascending beside the rocky terrain Ye Liu had previously shattered. Sobalion picked up some ore from the ground for inspection. Oh, this is indeed silver and gold, a treasure trove, Sobalion gasped, staring intently at her. I shall demonstrate my prowess. Stone, transform. Upon uttering these words, the ore in his hand began to glow. The ore compressed and morphed into a small ingot of silver. Oh, the ore has transformed into silver. This is one of my magical abilities, metal extraction. I also possess refining and heat treatment skills, eliminating the need for a workshop. All I require are tools such as hammers. Sobalion beamed with pride. It seemed Ares' claims of him being a walking workshop were not unfounded. However, it would be troublesome if magical creatures approached. Even after felling the surrounding forest, it remained uncertain what the creatures were thinking. What if something were to happen? Can you cover your ears? Eli as well. Ye Liu stated. Are you planning to perform something strange again? Sobalion queried suspiciously. Excellent. Eli appeared overjoyed. All right, Eli, cover your ears well. After confirming that Sobalion and Eli had covered their ears, Ye Liu turned her back to them and activated her transformation magic. Transform. Ye Liu's body was enveloped in smoke, transforming into an enormous bat. This was the vampire's ability, transformation magic, and then she took a deep breath. A supersonic wave was generated. The surrounding sound waves roared, and numerous birds and bird-like magical creatures took flight from the forest. Those moth-like beings also fled in a flurry. Wolves and magical creatures in the woods desperately escaped from the source of the sound. It resembled an omen preceding a great disaster. As the animals' collective exodus commenced, this should suffice that Ye Liu reverted to her original form. Incredible! Sobalion was astounded by the scene before him. Wow, 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 wow! Eli exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Eli, you may now remove your hands from your ears. Thus, the gold and silver mines commenced operations. By the way, the name was designated as the Dracula Gold and Silver Mine, like the name of the village. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but since actual mines also utilized geographical names, it was acceptable. Thus, one of their objectives, develop the Dracula Gold and Silver Mine, was provisionally deemed accomplished. They still needed to increase the number of miners and so forth. But that could be addressed gradually. Upon returning home, she made the blood inscription on the sign floating above the table disintegrate, then consumed it. Speaking of which, Eli, why do you have a whip in your hand? The object resembling a whip that Eli returned with is held by her. It's a whip that Sobalion gave me. What do you intend to do with it? Tame the horse. Ye Liu. He also brought back some peculiar items. Sobalion shouldn't hand out such oddities anymore. Hey, Ye Liu, I'm feeling drowsy. Eli rubbed her sleepy eyes. Then let's head home. Ye Liu replied helplessly. Can't anyone let me sleep tonight? Why does everyone say the same thing? After they returned from the mine, they approached the front door to converse with Sobalion. The outside was already shrouded in darkness. Yet Sobalion stood waiting with arms crossed. You finally arrived. It's quite late, and there's no one left outside. Hurry up and tell me about my day. Sobalion seemed to sense something. Safi only moves at night. Safi mumbled softly. Ye Liu turned to see Safi appearing. Wow. Sobalion was startled by the voice from behind. Having not noticed Safi approaching from the rear, Safi, too, was astonished by Sobalion's surprise, her expression reflecting shock. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Safi apologized to Sobalion. It's all right. Just try not to appear suddenly from behind others. It's bound to frighten someone. Sobalion replied generously, for he was not a petty person. Yes, I apologize. Vampires can see better at night, so I didn't realize. Safi bowed her head in remorse. Vampires do not possess a sense of invisibility at night. It would not be surprising to see someone across from them, especially since their stealth abilities at night are remarkably strong. Ye Liu was quite curious about Safi. It was her first encounter with a timid vampire, perhaps tied to her experiences. Just so, Safi, I'm here to bring you your meal for today. Follow me. Ye Liu beckoned Safi to come along. Yes, all right. By the way, where should I sleep tonight? At the former village chief's house like yesterday? Safi asked weakly. At my house. There's an empty room. Ares is there too? Ye Liu remarked. No, That's not an empty room. Safi glanced at the so-called empty room. It's fine. Ares is no longer a saint says. In other words, she has been tainted. At this moment, Illy interjected. Illy, we absolutely cannot speak of that in her presence. Tonight, Safi, I think Uncle Sobalian should go to the former village chief's house. Ideally, guests should stay at the chief's house. But regrettably, since Illy is there, it's not possible. The former chief must bear the burden. Then we shall meet tomorrow. Sobalian bid farewell to Yelio and immediately headed towards the former chief's house. Safi, this way. Yelio invited Safi into the house, then scooped some frozen blood from a barrel, filling a cup and handing it to Safi along with a spoon. Here you go, blood jelly. Please sit on that chair and enjoy. Ah, thank you. By the way, why is it frozen? It's more flavorful this way. After solidifying with blood magic, it can stay fresh for a long time. Oh, I see. Safi sat on the chair, carefully sampling the trembling jelly. Appearing somewhat apprehensive. Delicious. This is good blood. A look of satisfaction graced her face. I collected it myself. It's nothing special. Haha. Illy chimed in at this moment. Ah, I see. Facing Illy's proud expression, Safi exhibited a look of admiration. However, it seemed Safi was quite hungry. She licked the blood jelly and swallowed it in one go. No need to ask for her thoughts. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. It's been so long since I've had a proper drink of human blood. How nostalgic, Safi expressed with a hint of sentiment. That's wonderful. By the way, do you have any vampire friends? If so, I would like to invite them to this village, Yelio inquired, believing that with Safi's character, her friends should also be of good nature, as like attracts like, about 10 or so. If they can reliably feed, they might come. They are not particularly powerful vampires, so it would be challenging for them to drink human blood. Safi replied. Yelio couldn't help but smile. Excellent. This way, the vampire population, no, the number of undead, will increase. The scale of the village could expand significantly. The issue is the quantity of blood. Currently, there are only 50 people in the village, making it impossible to sustain more than 10 vampires. However, she had an idea. If necessary, they could purchase blood from other villages. The village possesses gold and silver mines, along with an abundance of honey. So money is not a concern. Wouldn't it be a waste not to utilize these resources? After all, in the face of the power of money, humanity's fear of vampires would dissipate. Safi, could you send out invitation letters? I want to invite vampires to the village. All right, but could you provide me with blood to write the invitation? The last letter was written with inconsequential blood. Safi pleaded with tearful eyes. Oh my. How adorable. She might possess charm magic, yet for this vampire, charm magic may not be effective. It is likely due to her own appearance and the power it holds. Yelio manipulated the frozen blood in the barrel, separating a portion and allowing it to float in the air. A blood sphere the size of a baseball hovered, drifting towards Safi. Is this enough? Yes, that is sufficient. If there is any left over. No, I'm just joking. It is all right. Thus, Safi pinned the invitation letter, and they stepped outside. Soon, about 10 bats congregated around Safi. Please assist me, Mr. Bat. All right. She gently handed the invitation letter to each bat, which accepted the letters and took flight. Through this letter, they might soon have visitors from the vampire community. If they do come, things will get busy. Whoosh. As Yelio pondered these matters, a peculiar sound suddenly emanated from behind. Turning around, she found Illy striking the ground with the whip. What are you doing? I wanted to replace applause with a whip. I don't need that. Illy seemed quite satisfied, continuing to wield the whip with a blank expression, yet she appeared to be enjoying herself. Illy often engaged in such strange antics, and noticing that Safi was frightened, Yelio decided to follow her. I'm sorry, Illy can be a bit odd at times. Turning to Safi, who was trembling and gazing at Illy with fearful eyes. No, it's fine. Her eyes widened, breath quickening, clearly in distress. Illy also noticed Safi's condition and ceased her whip movements. But Safi began to hyperventilate. No, I don't want to be whipped anymore. Huh? Are you all right? Just as Yelio approached the evidently distressed Safi. No! She let out a scream before losing consciousness. Yelio caught her, nearly dropping her to the ground. What just happened? Illy, find a place for her to rest. All right, I'll get a coffin. You fool, this is not the time for jokes. Oh, my apologies. Vampires should use coffins. I'm sorry. Let her rest in my coffin for now. No, after Safi fainted, they hurried back home. Yelio placed her in the coffin, momentarily opening the lid to allow her to rest. She remained unconscious, drenched in sweat, and even tears glimmered in her eyes, clearly in a poor state. Illy, could you help wipe down Safi's body? Yelio suggested. Yelio, you should do it yourself. You are both vampires. But it involves gender issues. She was uncertain whether Safi was male or female. She speculated that Safi might be female, which wouldn't be a problem, but if she were male, just because this world has a female body. It feels a bit awkward. Or should we wake her up? Ellie proposed. What? She is still unconscious. If she is evidently having a nightmare, waking her would indeed be an act of mercy, Ellie continued. Indeed, the physique of a vampire is remarkably robust. Safi, are you all right? Hey. Finally, Ye Liu shook Safi's body, and she murmured a soft slowly opening her eyes. This is. Safi sat up, surveying her surroundings. This is my home. You suddenly fainted earlier, and I was quite worried. I'm sorry. Safi appeared quite remorseful, bowing her head. I apologize. Was it my whip that caused this? Ellie stepped closer, slightly bowing her head. It's not that. Miss Ellie did nothing wrong, Safi whispered, clearly. The incident stemmed from Safi's reaction upon seeing Ellie's whip. In truth, Ellie was not at fault. A strong vampire should not faint merely from the sight of a whip. However, considering the future, Ye Liu wished to understand the reason, even if it might unearth painful memories. Safi, you are clearly afraid of whips. What happened? If there is something you haven't told me, please share it. There should not be a vampire appearing in Dracula Village without reason. Nevertheless, Safi had come. So she believed there must be a cause. If you prefer not to speak, that is fine. No, I will tell you. In a room where the walls were draped with curtains, Safi recalled being bound to a cross. Appearing as she did at birth, a man resembling a priest, a vampire hunter, stared at her with a vile glint in his eyes. Not long ago, this man had captured Safi. Since then, she had been in this room. Enduring daily interrogations, vampires are truly remarkable. No matter how brutally they are treated, they do not easily perish. It is, indeed, splendid. The man slashed Safi's cheek with a knife, and although a trickle of blood flowed, the wound turned dark, dissipating like mist. Then comes this. No. Safi held her breath. He produced a silver whip, swinging it slowly as if to torment her, and then struck her abdomen with it. No. Hot. Her abdomen burned as if scorched by holy power. Indeed, vampires fear silver. Why would you do such a cruel thing? Tears streamed down Safi's face, while the man wore an unsettlingly pleasant smile. It is only natural. No legal repercussions exist for interrogating a vampire. What a delightful affair. Vampires are splendid. Please, live well for my sake. The man coiled the silver whip around Safi's arm, the pain akin to being seared, leaving her to only scream in agony. He struck several more times, his expression becoming one of blissful delirium. Oh, at this rate, you will die, and that would be such a pity. So today, let us see your fate. Fate. Yes, the theme is to read the countenance of God. The man stepped back from Safi, pulling aside the curtains of the room. A faint sunlight streamed through, illuminating Safi's body. The sun is still weak. Today is overcast, so the sun is not very strong. This fate is something you cannot resist. No. Do you intend to accept your fate? That cannot be allowed. You have only just been born. You should struggle fiercely to survive. The man mocked Safi. So beautiful. Like a human created by God. To make such a being suffer is my proof of surpassing God. Did an earthquake occur? Is this also fate? The events that followed were a blur to Safi. Somehow, the building collapsed, and she was miraculously freed from the cross, donning the clothing of the nearby man. Despite her burned skin, she fled desperately into the forest outside the town. Finally, Safi could catch her breath. But if this continued, it would be disastrous. If that man were to capture her again, if she were caught again, he would surely employ even more brutal methods to end her life. No, I do not want this. Safi was weary, utterly unwilling to face silver whips and sunlight again. She did not wish to be found by that vampire hunter, yet he seemed capable of locating her with magic, and she might not be able to escape. Just then, 2 bats flew past her, murmuring something. Lord Ye Liu, it is said she defeated an army of 1,000 and even beheaded their leader. Yes, there is a variety of delicious food in the village. It is simply marvelous. To have arrived in Dracula Village is truly a blessing. Safi had heard of Dracula Village. It is an unusual place where vampires and humans coexist. The vampires there are incredibly powerful, capable of easily dealing with vampire hunters. If Safi were to go there, would she be protected as well? If they can protect humans, surely they can protect a vampire like her. I shall go. This is the reason. I'm sorry. I have used you. I shall leave at once, Safi cried, desperately lowering her head. Ye Liu recalled her words about being pursued by a vampire hunter. The situation was more dire than initially perceived. Yet that vampire hunter was truly a scoundrel. Safi, you need not leave. We should utilize each other. As the first vampire to arrive in Dracula Village, you are an excellent partner for fostering peaceful coexistence between humans and vampires. Yes, Ye Liu, you selfish opportunist. Ellie, you are so noisy. This is why you can remain in the village. Thank you. Safi, tearfully expressing her gratitude, appeared exceedingly fragile. She seemed so delicate. Likely due to the psychological trauma inflicted by that previous vampire hunter. It would be simple to drive away the vampire hunter pursuing Safi, but doing so would leave her with lifelong psychological scars. If possible, Ye Liu wished to alleviate Safi's trauma. However, there was no need to rush. For the time being, Safi's matters would have to be set aside. She still needed to manage the village and could not devote all her time to Safi. Ye Liu shifted her mindset. Contemplating the future, before becoming too busy, she had to consider the laws concerning vampires. The very next morning, a representative from the neighboring East Village came seeking assistance. Please help us. Nearly all the crops harvested from our village have been taken by the tax collector as taxes. And even the honey we preserved has been seized as tax. I told them that it belonged to the vampires. What? How dare they steal honey? Let us kill them. Hey, everyone, step back. From morning until noon. An officer was appointed as the tax collector for East Village, leading 10 soldiers and 3 carts filled with wheat northward down the street. In addition, they seized approximately 3 jars filled with honey, which did not belong to East Village. Is this truly acceptable? The people of East Village claimed that the honey belonged to vampires. A soldier pulling a cart spoke up, and the officer scoffed. That is certainly an excuse they concocted to avoid paying taxes. Even if it truly belonged to vampires, we cannot ascertain that. But what if the vampires become angry and come to reclaim it? The soldier asked, trembling. There is no problem. If that truly occurs, we can merely return the honey to them. The vampires of that village should let us go as they have in the past. Whether the tax collector visits the vampire village or the army attacks the village, they typically only issue a warning. This officer had proactively requested to collect taxes from East Village, while others were reluctant to go due to the proximity of the vampire village. He considered himself clever, believing that based on the vampires' historical behavior, they would show leniency. Should the tax collection from East Village succeed, he might rise to fame, thus willing to take some risks. Even if the tax collection failed, as long as he could return safely, his reputation would still improve. Hey. What is that? A soldier pulling a cart screamed. He noticed a shadow soaring through the sky, which turned out to be a vampire with bat-like wings. Well, it has truly arrived. Regardless, there will always be a way. The vampire descended onto the street, obstructing their path. Where do you intend to take that honey? This is a vampire? Is it truly safe for them to be out in the sunlight? The officer was momentarily overwhelmed by the vampire's imposing presence, yet he had to remain composed. She would not attack without reason. They could communicate. These are the items we have collected as taxes from Dong Village. The officer inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the vampire before him. That honey, I heard it was stolen from the people of Dong Village. It's mine. Ye Liu narrowed her eyes, expressionless, pointing at the jars filled with honey. The other soldiers, paralyzed with fear, sat trembling on the ground, listening to their exchange. The officer did not falter. He resolved to survive and make a name for himself. Wait, we have done nothing wrong. The goods from Dong Village belong to the Lord. Hence we collected taxes. We truly did not know it was yours. If you claim it is yours, we can return it. We were unaware and hope for your forgiveness. The officer bowed his head, attempting to convey an attitude of sufficient humility. As he anticipated, the vampire listened to his words. If they were unwilling to negotiate, they would have been attacked from the outset. This meant his prediction was accurate. They could be spared this time. This time, I shall not forgive you. I will capture you and feast upon your blood. What? Why? You stole someone else's honey and expect to return safely. It is too late to apologize now. Oh, I am merely apprehending thieves. No. Why? Why is it only when I am present? Ye Liu knocked out the honey thieves, forcefully stuffing them into a cart to take back to Dong Village. What a bunch of scoundrels. To steal someone else's honey and expect to be forgiven as before is sheer folly. She also retrieved all the taxes collected from Dong Village. What would she do next? Welcome back, my Lord Vampire. Those carts are filled with the sacks of grain we were just taken away. Villagers gathered in the square of Dong Village, bowing their heads in unison. By the way, I also brought back the honey. What? Really? Thank you so much. The villagers expressed their gratitude, but for her, it was merely a fulfillment of her duty. Reflecting on it, although the honey had been stolen, the additional seizure of legitimately collected taxes may not have been prudent, as this remained a territory governed by the Lord, unless, if necessary, I can release those captured and allow them to return with the taxes. Or do you have other thoughts? The tax collector must perish, yet other soldiers, after losing considerable blood, might be permitted to leave. For the honey thieves, this might be too lenient. Just to clarify, her anger did not stem from her being a vampire. Honey is an exceptionally valuable commodity. They stole 3 jars, which could exceed 100 gold coins in worth. A grave offense that would not be forgiven in ordinary cities. They attempted to pilfer her hard-earned honey. A crime deserving of death. No, if all taxes are collected, we will starve. This year has already seen a poor harvest. An 80% tax is simply excessive, if it does not reduce to 40%. We cannot survive. The villagers began to complain in unison. Once again, it was the Lord's absurd taxes oppressing the people. A familiar grievance. Lord Vampire, please help us. We would rather follow you than starve. The village chief knelt before her. And soon, other villagers followed suit. Lord Vampire, please help us. We too wish to receive your assistance like the people of Xena village. We will obey any command you give. Please aid us. It seems her domain is about to double. Dong village and Dracula village share a similar population. Caring for them means she must tend to an additional 100 individuals. Coincidentally, she was considering increasing the number of vampires. This could be an opportune moment. In exchange for taxes, blood will suffice. Moreover, there will be more vampires besides myself. Would such a demand be acceptable? Better than perishing under the Lord's rule. Very well, I shall incorporate you under my dominion. However, you may need to relocate from this village to Dracula village. No problem, as long as you can protect us. Excellent. This way we shall have food. The neighboring villagers appeared increasingly healthier, with more meat on their bones. She had always envied them for their ability to feast. Thus, her territory expanded once more, instantly doubling the population. Yet, challenges arose. Merely hunting beasts from the forest would be far from sufficient to support this many people. More furniture and housing would be necessary, thus requiring additional timber and iron. Clearly, it was imperative to establish a route for acquiring supplies through the sale of silverware and other goods. Ha ha ha. To the point of having to collaborate with vampires, how self-deprecating. In such dire circumstances, I have no choice. During the day, in the office of the Agarinari Merchant Guild headquarters, a downcast merchant gazed at his dust-covered clothing, neglected due to lack of time for cleaning, and sighed heavily. His Agarinari Merchant Guild teetered on the brink of collapse. Their caravan, en route to the Western Territories, had been ambushed by bandits, leaving them bereft of their goods. In such dismal conditions, no one was willing to engage in business with them. Bankruptcy would render his debts unpayable, plunging him into a dire predicament. At that moment, a blacksmith he knew reached out to him. He informed him that vampires were seeking business partners, possessing mountains of gold and silver, as well as honey. Silbalion was a trustworthy individual. He would not lie. Thus, a messenger bat from the vampires arrived with a letter, and he signed the invitation to a nightmare. The one seeking me is not the Grim Reaper, but a vampire. Ha ha. Yet, even if I am drained of life, I must protect my employees and my family. It was all right. As a merchant, he had prepared himself for hanging if his business failed. But he had to safeguard his hired workers and the family he loved. This was the responsibility of a guild leader and a father. Mark my words, no matter what I do, I will not allow this guild to collapse. Even if it means striking a deal with the devil. The next reply could arrive at any moment. He needed to be prepared, for it might be the true vampire coming in person. Phew, no, if I start thinking about it now, I will exhaust myself. I replied to the letter the day before yesterday. This should not come today, so I should relax a bit. Just at that moment, he froze, as an enormous bat flew through the open window into the room. Hello, I am here to negotiate. Wow, what? A monster. Is it not the leader of the bats, but the vampire herself who has come? Ye Liu arrived successfully at the Agarinari Merchant Guild headquarters. To avoid drawing attention, she circled overhead as a massive bat before swiftly entering the room. Once she assumed her human form, the small-mustached guild leader, who had been terrified moments before, gradually composed himself and gently shook his head. I apologize for my rudeness. I am from the Agarinari Merchant Guild. He bowed deeply, but Ye Liu raised her hand to halt him. She was accustomed to the rudeness of others. Although labeled a monster, she did not mind. Cough, perhaps. Now, as the guild leader, his attire was tattered, clearly indicating he had no extra funds, which was advantageous for her. I am Ye Liu, the village chief of Dracula village, a vampire, and I am here to discuss business today. Oh, is that so? Then I shall prepare to host you properly. No need. I am pressed for time and wish to conclude swiftly, as I plan to return to the village before nightfall. It takes at least a week to reach that village, but no matter. Now, Let us commence our business discussions. The president of the chamber cast his gaze towards the nearby tables and chairs. After Ye Liu took her seat, Agalanali settled into the chair opposite her. So, what shall we prepare? If blood is needed, I am willing to offer my own, exclaimed Mr. Agalanali. His face flushed with excitement. Ye Liu felt that such a display of subservience to death was unnecessary. Yet if the other party were indeed a vampire, perhaps it was unavoidable. Before we proceed, I wish to inquire, why do you wish to conduct business with us? Engaging in trade with a village of vampires undoubtedly carries risks. A typical chamber would shy away from dealings with Dracula Village. She was curious about his motivations for proposing a transaction, though his attire gave her a rough idea. My chamber is on the brink of bankruptcy. I have no other choice. I am willing to trade with vampires or anyone else. Should I fail, not only would I face the gallows, but my family and employees would also be left homeless. Ultimately, my wife and daughter might become slaves. Mr. Agalanali lamented, his sorrow palpable. From his words, it was evident that cooperating with him would be akin to providing a lifeline. Such a desperate individual would likely be difficult to betray in the future. Thus, engaging in trade with him might indeed be a prudent decision, especially as she had no other options at present. Understood, we urgently require salt, iron, clothing, and food. Blood is unnecessary. Iron, salt, clothing, and food, not human slaves, or blood, or such. He queried, bewildered. Those are not what we seek. We need resources that our village cannot produce and currently lacks. How about we settle this with that? Ye Liu pulled from her pocket a gold ingot the size of a baseball. Hastily prepared by Silverlion, the chamber president gasped upon seeing it. With this, yes, if this cannot be arranged, I shall seek other chambers. And no, I will do it. Let me do it. Please, Mr. Agalanali implored, slamming his hands on the table in fervor. He appeared genuinely excited, not a hint of deceit in his demeanor. Very well, then I entrust the Agalanali chamber to you. Thank you. Please wait, he exclaimed, pulling out a piece of paper and hurriedly scribbling with a pen. After finishing, he handed it to her. This is the contract. Ye Liu accepted the document he presented, observing Mr. Agalanali, who was drenched in sweat and panting. Truth be told, he need not exert himself so. She read through the document, which indeed outlined the agreement between her territory and the Agalanali chamber. It was a standard trade contract, and upon a cursory glance, nothing seemed amiss. This is acceptable, but this contract will not suffice. I require a fresh sheet of paper. What? Ye Liu produced a small vial from her pocket, pouring its crimson contents onto the paper, utilizing blood magic to replicate the previous contract. There, this is a blood seal. A testament to our mutual fidelity, marked in blood. This imprint is akin to a declaration of our souls, and I expect you to do the same. Rather than trust, she placed her faith in the covenant. For a merchant, there are no everlasting friends, only perpetual interests, which form the unbreakable bond. All right. Please wait. I will fetch a knife. Mr. Agalanali stood, trembling as he retrieved a knife from a nearby shelf. Nervously, he nicked his finger, confirming his blood imprint. Once that was done, Ye Liu rose. Then the contract is established. Let us engage in a fruitful business. You may keep this document. Okay. By the way, should this pact be breached, the curse of the blood seal will claim your life. Ah, Mr. Agalanali appeared genuinely terrified. Yet his fear was not unfounded. The blood seal contract contained her blood, which she could manipulate at will. With her blood magic, as long as she had his blood, she could easily locate him. In essence, should she believe Mr. Agalanali had violated the contract, she could compel the blood script to manifest and ascertain his location through his blood, launching an attack. A veritable curse if he fled with the money. She would be equally troubled. Under normal circumstances, if merely a human contract were involved, no one could be blamed for violations. However, having taken this step, she was resolute in her commitment to uphold the contract. In fact, she had already prepaid in gold and intended to continue advancing payments for trade. After all, without funding to procure supplies, the chamber would struggle to acquire the necessary provisions. Gazing out the window, she noted the sunset beginning to appear. Oh no, this is bad. Night is falling. I must return to the village, and do not think of breaking this contract. All right. Ye Liu leaped from the window, transforming into a bat with elongated wings. Soaring swiftly into the night, her speed was such that an ordinary person would scarcely perceive her movement. This marked her first collaboration with humans, and perhaps there would be more in the future. As for the potential troubles that might arise, well, she would not take the blame for that. Vampires typically come out at night, yet she returns before nightfall. Doesn't that seem contradictory? And what is this delectable food? As Ye Liu departed, Mr. Agalanali's voice echoed, revealing his distress over the vampire's desire for exquisite cuisine. It was evident he was prepared to sell his soul, yet the ensuing circumstances were beyond his expectations. At the Silverlion branch of the Vampire Hunting Guild, representatives adorned in lavish attire gathered around a circular table, engaged in fervent discussion. Thus, that village poses a threat. We must eliminate it before it grows stronger. Among the vampire hunters gathered at the round table, an anomaly had infiltrated their ranks. Satyr, a vampire affiliated with the guild. He emphasized the peril posed by Ye Liu, referencing the swift demise of the high-ranking vampire Bayard. Yet the representatives appeared largely disinterested. Satyr, please concoct a more credible fabrication. The notion of vampires wielding holy magic is preposterous. That is a form of magic that incinerates the user. Suicide, is it not? It is true. I witnessed it at the site where Bayard was purified. Satyr revealed his gleaming fangs, yet the other attendees showed little interest. First and foremost, even if we assume that holy magic is conceivable. So what? Vampire hunting is ineffective against holy magic, and even if vampires could wield it, it would not become a weakness. Those who can breathe fire would still scorch their own flesh. Ultimately, it remains a vampire. If one cannot comprehend this, the members of the Vampire Hunting Guild erupted in laughter. Enough, Satyr. Rather than that, we would prefer you to attack another village. We will provide further instructions. We hope you can act alongside the savior. You may take your leave now. The Vampire Hunting Guild utilized vampires to assault villages that refused to contribute donations, subsequently dispatching vampire hunters to those locations to fashion themselves as heroes. Thus, the residents of those regions would express gratitude towards the vampire hunters, fostering deep trust in the guild. Should the Lord refuse to contribute, the residents would ponder, does the Lord not wish to protect us from vampires? Consequently, the Lord might face the risk of an uprising. Is that so? Then, good luck to you. Satyr stood, bowing respectfully. He then rose from the circular table, and upon witnessing this, the representatives began to mock him. Vampires are truly arrogant. Should we become serious, we could easily purify scum like you. What a troublesome fool, claiming that holy magic is ineffective against vampires. What utter nonsense that we can temporarily disregard Dracula Village until the Lord of the Western region issues a proclamation. When the threat of vampires escalates slightly, we shall swiftly resolve it. Thus, our reputation will further enhance. It is indeed a flawless plan. The members of the Vampire Hunting Guild laughed joyously, having devised a plan to annihilate Dracula Village. Regardless of the strength of the vampires, they remained vampires, susceptible to sacred magic or silver as means of combat. As the laughter subsided, a question was raised. How would Dracula Village operate? They lacked means to acquire foreign currency. Self-sufficiency, in the vampire's mindset, that was the only conclusion they could arrive at. Ha ha ha. That is a way of life from centuries past, becoming increasingly obsolete. If they lack food, they will find themselves in dire straits. If they lack clothing, they will succumb to the cold. Their discussions continued, belittling the village, unaware that Dracula Village possessed honey and gold mines. Their assumption of an easy victory over their vampire adversaries stemmed from a lack of deeper contemplation. Yet, it could be a formidable vampire, necessitating the intervention of a silver saint. Was it the one who had recently acquired the divine artifact? Might that be too excessive? The silver-winged celestial sword possesses an overwhelming holy power, capable of purifying not only vampires, but even humans. What if the exiled saint we cast out were to be obliterated by the divine sword? No, it was merely the fallen saint who was purified by the silver saint's holy power. Remember that? Indeed. Exactly. Cider and his confidant traversed the nighttime streets, the confidant wielding a sword, appearing as an adventurer. Though his mouth bore sharp fangs, we shall incite the vampire hunters to assault Dracula Village. Let us prepare. Is that permissible? The decision of the Vampire Hunting Guild was to abandon the offensive. The Cider's words elicited a look of confusion from his confidant. I have no obligation to heed their commands. They seem to regard me as their pet, yet we merely collaborate due to aligned interests. Should our interests diverge, following them would hold no value. I see. Thus, we shall guide the wielder of the Silver Saint's sword to attack Dracula Village. He has been obsessively pursuing the vampire who seems to have fled to the village, and mentioning the name Safi will prompt him to seek it out himself. Cider smiled at his confidant. But he won't heed my call, so I hope to leverage your connections to rally ordinary vampire hunters. Until recently, you were a vampire hunter yourself. It should be feasible, which is precisely why I transformed you into a vampire. Very well, leave it to me. I will endeavor to invite my peers. The powers of vampires include immense strength and shape-shifting abilities, among others. Particularly troublesome is their ability to bite and turn humans into vampires. The reason people fear vampires is their ignorance of when they might become monsters themselves. That, of course, even upon becoming vampires, one's self does not vanish. Only the body transforms, with no direct impact on the mind. Though the thirst for blood inevitably alters if a person possesses a strong will, theoretically, only their body may undergo a transformation, and even as a vampire, they might still detest their kind. However, most individuals, upon becoming vampires, succumb to despair and tend to obey the vampire that bit them. Since they can no longer live as humans, they might as well embrace life as vampires. In other words, due to the physical transformation. The mind may also be affected. Remember to conceal your fangs and claws. You are no longer human. Keep that in mind. Very well, I understand. Then the confidant sprouted bat wings from his back and soared into the sky. Yet, I feel sympathy for those targeted. The fear of humans is also a flaw inherent to vampires. If they cannot feed on humans, it equates to losing their means of survival. Perhaps being easily slain would be a form of mercy. Cider murmured. On the morning of the 10th day after signing the contract with Mr. Agaranari, Ye Liu was relaxing at home when her familiar bat fluttered in through the window. The bat gently landed on her shoulder. Squeak, squeak. What? Several carriages near the village were attacked by monsters. Squeak. And there is my scent. Ah, I think I know who it is. Well reported. Good job. Squeak. Ye Liu caressed the bat's head with her finger, and it seemed to enjoy it. Emitting a comforting sound. So, there are carriages near the village, and my scent is present. Undoubtedly, it must be the caravan led by Mr. Agaranari. Her scent is likely that of the blood contract. If that is the case, they must be rescued immediately. Otherwise, her delicacies will be feasted upon by monsters, and the supplies will be in disarray. Mr. Agaranari's life is, of course, of utmost importance as well. What to do? Should we hurry there now? Clad in an apron, Iri approached with breakfast bread. Ye Liu's meals were always prepared by her. Not only was she a masterful cook, but she also possessed magical eyes to assess the freshness of ingredients. What a convenient magical eye. She wished for one herself. No, it is unnecessary. Ye Liu replied. To forsake others and revel in the deliciousness of breakfast alone. Iri appeared slightly irked. Of course not. That is not what I meant. I merely stated it was unnecessary because Mr. Agaranari holds my contract. Ye Liu smiled proudly, chewing heartily on the hard bread. Truly a vampire, able to consume such bread without soup. If this level of bread is to serve as the staple, the creamy bread from my previous life must be prepared in advance. Run. We must protect the carriages at all costs. The fate of the Agaranari Trading Company hinges upon these carriages. As the president of the Agaranari Trading Company, he shouted to the carriage drivers alongside him on horseback. 5 bear-like monsters are attacking from behind. What on earth is happening? It is imperative to deliver these supplies to Dracula Village swiftly. Yet we are besieged by monsters at this moment. There should be no monsters lurking on this road. This cannot be happening. In this situation, let us use the carriages as bait to escape. No. Even if we are not killed by the bears from behind, we will perish by being drained of blood due to violating the contract. You have seen that terrifying document, have you not? The president of the trading company desperately commanded the drivers. The blood contract in his arms was enough to instill fear in his trading company's employees. Yet, even upon seeing that, they chose to remain with the company, to provide for their wives and children, to pay for their sick mother's medicine. As there were no other employment opportunities, they had no choice. Though their reasons varied, they all depended on his trading company for survival. Therefore, they followed him here. Of course, he too, for the sake of his wife and daughter, must succeed in dealing with the vampires at all costs. Damn it, we must escape at all costs. Good heavens, will the vampire lord not come to our aid? Shall we flee to that village? Fool, if we do that, we will lead the monsters inside. Such an action may well result in our being drained of blood. Right now, the priority is to shake these off. At that moment, something within the president's arms began to writhe. It was so unusual that he felt a twinge of unease, probing with one hand, only to retrieve the writhing object. The blood contract's text was moving. Agaranari screamed, involuntarily tossing away the contract. Then the contract floated gently, as if possessing consciousness, returning to him, even while he was galloping on horseback. Then, the blood letters upon the paper began to stir, the text's script transforming. Welcome to your arrival. I shall assist you as written in this contract. Just as he glanced at it, the words "Welcome to your arrival. I shall assist you as written in this contract" manifested in the air. The letters, like bees, formed a formation and launched an attack on the bears behind. Gugged. One bear was pierced through the head by the blood letters and fell. Gugga. The second bear's right leg was severed by the letters of blood, rolling elegantly to the ground. Gugga-gagga-gaga. The remaining blood characters lined up like swords, slashing through the last three bears. What on earth is happening? No, what has transpired? Despite the confusion, the bears have been utterly annihilated, prompting him to halt the horse's advance. Though the horse was panting heavily, it seemed to endure. Suddenly, the blood characters surged toward him. Agaranali instinctively struck a defensive pose and closed his eyes, yet the blood characters were not aimed at him. They flew towards the contract, rustling back onto the parchment. Then, the blood characters once again traced the crimson marks, transforming once more. That it was nearly perilous. Come on, my village lies just ahead. I await your arrival. After a moment, the blood characters reverted to the original text of the contract. Agaranali was left astounded. What manner of monster was that vampire? Defeating monsters from afar, accomplishing the impossible, effortlessly dispatching distant foes. That power transcended comprehension, instilling a sense of terror. Yet, more than that, he was apprehensive about one thing. Indeed, vampires are fearsome. This was indisputable, and even the individual seated at the driver's seat of the carriage nodded in agreement. This was truly against the rules. Humans ought not to engage in dealings with vampires, she was certain of it. Because the contract could be rewritten at will, they were akin to selling their souls to a demon. Offering their blood to a vampire, he had steeled himself for this. Vampire contracts bore no legal standing, and truthfully, he regarded them as little more than scrap paper. However, when the next contract was to be signed, ink must be used. It was far too terrifying. Yelio and Iri welcomed the arriving carriages near the entrance of the village, and Mr. Agaranali, leading the caravan on horseback, bowed deeply to her. Thank you so much. Mr. Agaranali of the Agaranali Trading Company, your assistance just now was invaluable. It's no trouble at all. I'm delighted you could bring the contract. Without it, I would be unable to utilize the blood characters. And in the worst-case scenario, I might have been too late to provide aid. Fortunately, everything has been resolved. To her, that contract felt like a mere trinket to pacify a child, yet it indeed possessed sufficient power to slay monsters. Have the supplies arrived? Yelio inquired. Yes, they've arrived, Mr. Agaranali replied, drenched in sweat. Fear not, we shan't devour you. Rather, we shall sip, for we are vampires. Iri placed her hands on her hips, speaking quite nonchalantly. Mr. Agaranali stepped back in fright. Iri, that is not what we meant. I assure you, we have no intention of consuming or draining anything. Yelio attempted to rectify her image. Oh, I see. Mr. Agaranali's waist bent slightly, and he offered a commercial smile. Yet a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. Mr. Agaranali retreated once more. Oh dear, she revealed her fangs. She still isn't quite accustomed to the humans here. Let them converse normally for their business. Ahem, what have you brought today? Ironware, salt, clothing, and food. Mr. Agaranali pointed to the cart he had brought. Those seated at the driver's seat all stared at her, their faces reflecting fear. There was no other choice but to acclimate them through continuous trade. Very well, let me inspect that we can unload the goods in the square. Can you assist us? Of course, we are more than willing to help. After moving the cart to the square, they began to unload. The drivers took out bags filled with salt and wooden boxes containing bread, which naturally drew the attention of the villagers, who gradually gathered around. A merchant convoy. Merchants have arrived. They have salt and bread, as well as clothing. How wonderful! Yelio had intended to summon the villagers after the unloading was complete, but about 30 individuals had already congregated in the square. She nearly began distributing the goods immediately, but decided to pause. She needed to ascertain the quantity of supplies before allocating them appropriately. Uneven distribution could lead to divisions within the village. That fellow has quite a lot. This may cause a rift in the village, which must not happen. Finally, as the unloading seemed to conclude, Mr. Agaranali approached her. This is the inventory. Please check. As Yelio examined the paper received from Mr. Agaranali, she also scrutinized the amassed supplies in the square. At that moment, Iri stealthily peeked at the paper. Now is the time for my magic eye to shine. Before my magic eye, no disguise can escape detection. Specifically, if foreign objects are mixed in with the salt, I will be able to discern them. IRI rubbed her palms together, eager to take action. Your magic eye's usefulness is rather limited. Yes, they checked. All the supplies appeared to match the inventory. Ironware, clothing, food, salt. In terms of quantity, while slightly insufficient for the villagers, she believed it was unavoidable. All right, I understand. I will have the villagers distribute them later. What about you, Mr. Agarinali? I shall return now. It seems there is no lodging here. Indeed, this village lacked an inn. Considering the future, such a facility seemed necessary. Mr. Agarinali gazed at her, trembling slightly. Well then, safe travels. If anything arises, the contract will protect you. Or rather, the contract would safeguard him. In any case, his safety should be assured to a certain extent, even in the event of monsters or bandits. I nearly forgot. Here, take this as payment for the next supplies. Yelio produced a silver coin from her pocket and handed it to Mr. Agarinali. His eyes widened, fixated on it. Silver, such a large piece. With this, will you be able to bring even more next time? Indeed, of course. Mr. Agarinali gasped at him. It seemed that she and he could continue their business in the future. Thank you. By the way, regarding the delicacies of the vampire lord, I hadn't anticipated this, so I offer you this horse as a gift. Please enjoy. My beloved steed has been raised with care and will surely be delectable. Mr. Agarinali appeared on the verge of tears this time, pointing at the horse tethered in the stable. Beloved steed. No, a beloved steed? That one. It looks so adorable. It's hard to imagine eating it. I hope I won't need to bring some candy next time. Really, truly. Thank you so much. Mr. Agarinali beamed with the brightest smile of the day. If that horse is that important, do not treat it as a sacrifice. Take good care of it. Well then, I shall return next time. Essentially requiring the same supplies. I shall return shortly. Mr. Agarinali dashed to the stable, mounted the horse, and galloped away as if fleeing, with the cart following closely behind, creating a feeling akin to evading monsters, which left him somewhat conflicted. Well, it's all right. Now that we have ironware, we can commence the mass production of houses, starting construction tomorrow. Hooray! IRI whispered, raising her hand as they pledged to strive diligently from the following day. Thus, they could begin constructing homes for the residents of East Village. In other words, they were accomplishing what needed to be done for the village's development, the tasks of increasing human residents and establishing their settlement. And signing contracts with the trading company to replenish supplies were nearly completed simultaneously. The text she had summoned from the wooden board at home floated in the air before being consumed, leaving only the task of increasing vampire residents and facilitating their settlement. Hey, do you think that trading company will be attacked by the Vampire Hunters Guild? IRI murmured quietly. No, I have confirmed with Ares. The Vampire Hunters Guild lacks the authority to assault trading companies. It would only be troublesome if our dealings with them were discovered by the city guards. Agarinali stated. Understood. Of course. We have also taken measures to conceal our activities, so we won't be easily discovered. If the Agarinari Chamber of Commerce is unable to engage and trade with them, they will inevitably find themselves in dire straits once more. The Vampire Hunters Guild is an organization that operates with a sense of impunity. Yet they lack the authority to disregard the state's mandate against the capture of humans. Were they to possess such power, it would instill fear in everyone. As night descends, is this to be the village where we will reside in the future? It appears so. There is quite a number of people. Approximately 10 vampires have arrived in their village. Welcome. In the moonlit square, the 10 vampires gather, and Ye Liu greets them amicably, for the sake of safety. She instructs the villagers to remain indoors. Should these vampires go berserk, it would pose a significant threat. In this square, she stands alongside Ely, Ares, Safi, and the newly transformed vampires. We have heard that blood can now be drawn more steadily. Recently, humans have begun to take measures against us, making it increasingly difficult to satisfy our thirst. It is truly vexing. Things were far simpler in the past when humans were unable to resist us. The vampires sigh one by one. For reasons unknown, Ye Liu suddenly feels as though she is listening to a group of elderly gentlemen lamenting. By the way, is that girl with the eye patch today's food? She appears soft and sweet. The red-haired girl over there also seems quite delectable. One vampire gazes at Ely, while the others smile in agreement. Despite Ares frowning, she seems to be enduring the situation. This is an unavoidable reality. For vampires, humans serve as sustenance. In other words, just as a piece of meat may appear appetizing or a confectionery may seem particularly sweet. Not to mention, setting Ares aside, Ili's blood is indeed quite delicious. However, within this village, humans cannot continue to be regarded merely as food that if they are perceived as such, coexistence becomes impossible. Here, she must emphatically assert this principle. The initial trust is of paramount importance. No, they are residents of this village, not fodder. I have stated in my letter that the blood of the villagers is not to be taken without permission. What? Then how do we obtain blood? The residents here will donate blood periodically, and that blood will be allocated to the vampires. They will use syringes to draw blood, which will then be preserved using blood magic. Through the repetition of this process, Dracula Village now boasts a substantial reserve of blood. Even with the addition of around 10 vampires, there should be no immediate issues. Moreover, the population of the residents from the eastern village has also increased. Yet, the expressions of the vampires seem somewhat nuanced. That we cannot attack humans, can we? Yes, for this is a village where humans and vampires coexist. But if we cannot attack humans, are we to be deprived of blood-soaked flesh? Simply providing us with clots or liquid blood, will that suffice? The vampires furrow their brows at Ye Liu's words. For them, the act of biting into flesh to draw blood is of utmost importance. Having become a habit of sorts, indeed, for them, the act of drinking blood is special, and merely allowing blood to flow down their throats is insufficient. There are indeed humans who relish the texture of chewy meat. Even if the flavor is identical, a subtle difference in texture may lead one to perceive it as something entirely different. The vampires are bound to feel dissatisfied, and Ye Liu has anticipated this. However, what she did not foresee is that the vampires are accustomed to biting into flesh to draw blood. Thus, without that biting sensation, they cannot attain satisfaction. Ye Liu retrieves a diary from her pocket and peruses the relevant pages after a long absence. Her predecessor, Avril, also noted the sensation of biting into flesh while feeding, as if it were an instinct akin to an infant suckling, a true conundrum for coexistence with humans. Indeed, refraining from biting into flesh poses a significant challenge. But rest assured, I will ensure that you can bite into flesh while drinking blood. That we do not favor pig or cow blood. That I understand. We shall refrain from biting into human flesh, but allow you to feast on meat while drinking blood. The vampires regard her with puzzled expressions. Why would this vampire entertain such an idea? Ares is momentarily taken aback by this notion. Injecting blood into meat? Ili exclaims. Yet, this idea should be flawless, for it provides both the texture of meat and the essence of human blood. Then, let us commence the preparation of meat infused with human blood at once. Yes, that sounds appropriate. Is this truly our kin? Are they merely impostors clad in human skin? Ye Liu's thoughts are dismissed. Ili, please fetch the meat. I shall prepare the blood and syringes. Certainly. Ili approaches her, rolling up her sleeves and extending her arm. No, that is not what she meant. Oh, that arm looks quite delectable, from the scent of her skin earlier. I am convinced that girl is indeed. How utterly delightful, the vampires whisper amongst themselves. For them, the blood of Ili is far more appetizing. Ili, bring the meat. Ili hurriedly returns home and retrieves slices of bird meat captured the previous day. There are about 5 slices, each as thick as a steak. They were roasted for lunch today as well. Meanwhile, Ye Liu summons a blood slime hidden in the basement of her home, manipulating it with blood magic to rise to the surface. A massive form springs forth, reaching a height of 1 meter. Come, take a look. This is the first step towards coexistence between vampires and humans. Ye Liu draws the blood slime closer, then produces a syringe from her pocket. Plunging it into the blood slime and swiftly extracting the plunger, the syringe fills with blood. Inject this blood into the meat. She pierces the bird meat with the syringe and infuses it. Naturally, she employs blood magic to ensure the meat becomes saturated with blood. It feels akin to a sponge soaking up water. The already red raw bird meat becomes an even more vivid, murky crimson. To be candid, it does not appear particularly appetizing. No, appearances are not everything. After all, no human would find it delectable, but vampires will drink it, so it should be fine. Come, taste. This is the inaugural dish of vampire cuisine. Human blood-infused meat. Ye Liu proclaims. What a disgraceful chef. Be quiet. Ili retorts. While Ye Liu hands the dripping human blood bird meat to Safi. She reacts strongly, taking a cautious step back. How peculiar that her culinary creation would elicit such a reaction. Do you find that appealing? Safi regards the meat with a skeptical gaze. It seems at least one person must sample it first to gather opinions. The other vampires observe, seemingly disinterested in the dish as well. How strange. She had thought it was a splendid idea. In this scenario, with tears in her eyes, Safi reluctantly accepts the meat handed to her. She mutters to herself, as if trying to convince her own mind. No, it's all right. It's much better than being interrogated. Do not force yourself to drink. Safi, allow me to partake. You are pushing yourself too hard. Other vampires come forth, snatching the meat from Safi's hands. While it is indeed monstrous cuisine, is it truly that dreadful? A vampire man bites into the chicken meat and begins to draw blood. The slurping sounds fill the air, and everyone holds their breath. The man, having finished drinking, wears an apologetic smile. Once the blood is mixed, an extraordinary contrast emerges. I apologize, but human flesh is still superior. The evaluation seems unfavorable. Indeed, human flesh is preferred. Quite so. Upon hearing the reviews, the assessment of the meat infused with human blood declines. Ely pats her shoulder, carrying the remaining platter of meat as she heads into the house. After a short while, the aroma of roasted meat wafts through the air. She emerges once more, carrying a platter of roasted chicken. Liu, take this to go. Certainly. She accepts the platter from Ely and re-enters the house, this time bringing back a plate of salt and a small jar of honey. Hey. She begins to sprinkle salt over the blood slime, which absorbs and dissolves the salt. Hee. Subsequently, she scoops honey from the small jar with a spoon and drizzles it over the blood slime. Liu, make the slime jump. Oh, all right. She commands the blood slime to leap and spin, allowing the flavors of salt and honey to meld with the blood. Now, let us mix this blood into the roasted meat. All right, let us proceed. She utilized the same syringe as before to inject human blood into the roasted chicken, and this time, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Oh, dear, is that not a tantalizing scent? Could it be the finest of blood? The vampires gazed hungrily at the roasted chicken, their breaths quickening. Is this truly possible? Suckle away. Then, understood. The vampire man took the meat from her, biting into it with fervor, and began to sip. Exquisite. Such blood has not graced my lips in 2 centuries. It was a stark contrast to the agony from before, and he was effusive in his praise, wearing a broad smile. Oh, how I yearn to taste it too. Me as well. The other vampires began to covet the meat in her hands. What sorcery is this? She wielded the blood like a knife, dividing the chicken on the platter into several portions. While injecting the blood, she cast a glance at Ely. Ely, how did you achieve this? I was resentful of being labeled as inferior blood, so I researched delectable blood. Minerina nurtures humans, which suggests their health must be exceptional. Lest their blood should contain higher salinity. And the honey, what role does it play? I have observed that vampires I have encountered possess a fondness for honey. I adjusted the recipe to see how it would complement the chicken. What? I see. You transformed the blood itself into a delicacy, and then further refined the chicken so that humans could comprehend the flavor of blood. Ely, you are truly remarkable. Humph. Ely maintained a stoic expression. Though her chest puffed out slightly with pride, the vampires indulged happily in the human blood-infused meat, yet Safi refrained from partaking. There remains some meat on the platter, and the reviews are excellent. She assumed Safi would desire to drink, but does she lack appetite? As Liu pondered this, the vampires whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at Ely. That girl without a doubt. She exudes the fragrance of delectable blood and possesses the ability to comprehend its flavor. They regarded Ely with a hint of trepidation in their eyes. That individual, do not allow her to become a vampire easily, for if undoubtedly, should she be turned, she could attain extraordinary powers. Our progenitor. Inheriting such blood, what might transpire if she were to become a vampire is beyond our reckoning. They likely intended to keep Ye Liu in the dark, murmuring softly, but unfortunately, her hearing surpassed that of those present. Progenitor, a term she did not recognize, emerged, and she resolved to inquire about its meaning in due course. I am the leader of this village. Those who refuse to heed my commands cannot remain here. More specifically, yes, it is you, the one who whispered about attacking the villagers. Did you hear that? Ye Liu asserted strongly to the vampires while pointing at the troublesome one. The other vampires began to clamor. What did you say? What does it matter if we attack one person? After all, there are many of us. I disagree. If we were to assault indiscriminately each day, regardless of numbers, we would soon cease to exist. What is wrong with attacking humans? It is precisely because we drink blood that we are vampires. It appears that even among vampires, opinions diverge, leading to a quarrel. This is dire. They seem entirely unrepentant about attacking humans. Even though she had previously warned them against it, they appeared not to have listened. In any realm, there exist those who feign ignorance. After all, one cannot awaken a person who pretends to be asleep. For vampires, attacking humans might feel akin to how humans hunt beasts. But should they bring that mentality to this village, it would spell trouble. Foolish individuals will inevitably arise, and thus, to prevent this, I am the lord of this village. And you must heed my words. Should you fail to do so, depart. Ye Liu glared at the vampires, exerting pressure. Most of them appeared somewhat intimidated by her, yet the one who had spoken out revealed sharp fangs and began to provoke her. I refuse. This is a prime hunting ground. I will not allow you to monopolize it. The troublesome vampire, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a punk, was a lost cause. This is not a hunting ground. It is my village. Besides, you would not heed my words regardless. She sighed and surveyed the other vampires, not to mention the troublesome one. The others could very well launch a sudden attack on the villagers. And she needed to prevent that. Very well. Come at me all at once. Let me demonstrate my strength. To suppress them, Ye Liu needed to showcase her power. The reason human society has not descended into chaos is due to common sense, the understanding that wrongdoing will lead to consequences. For the vampires, if they do not abide by rules, they too must witness severe repercussions, instilling a consciousness of strength and hierarchy, of which she was the apex. Fighting among vampires is futile. We lack the means to inflict harm upon one another. One vampire muttered. Previously, the vampire who attacked the village, Bayard, had also expressed this sentiment. Vampires possess remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. Without the use of holy magic or the targeting of vulnerabilities, they cannot be defeated, thus rendering even battles among vampires futile. But that only applies to common vampires. Come now. Don't hold back. Ye Liu extended a hand, beckoning them forth with a subtle motion of her fingers. Very well, since you insist, I shall not hold back either. You desire human blood more than that meat, don't you? A vampire bellowed. Indeed, we are eager to witness the strength of our leader. We know you are stronger than us. But we are curious about just how reliable you are. The other vampires appeared to rally with their own motivations, displaying their fangs and claws toward her. Ili, Ares, keep your distance. What about Safi? Ah, you too. Stay back. She made the decision to exclude Safi from this confrontation. She would not violate the rules by attacking humans. Once she confirmed that the three had retreated, Ye Liu gestured once more to the vampires. Come now, you all attack together. Ha! You are far too arrogant. Surround her. The vampires swiftly encircled her with agile movements. They were not foolish. They would not challenge her directly from the front. The vampires closed in from all directions. Yet Ye Liu pondered for a moment. If I employ holy magic, they would vanish without a trace. That's it. She conceived a method to demonstrate her power. Ye Liu turned towards Ili, who stood not far away. Ili, bring me the utensils used during the day. Understood. You dare to be distracted in the midst of battle? Everyone, charge. The vampires launched a simultaneous assault on her, some attempting to tear her flesh with claws, while others sought to bite her shoulder. Yet, she had already infused her body with power at the points of attack, causing the assailing vampires to feel sudden pain. This one is remarkably tough. My claws shattered. Teeth. The disparity in levels between Ye Liu and the vampires was too great. Even if she relaxed, she would not be easily cleaved by an axe when her muscles were imbued with strength. The lower-tier vampires were unable to penetrate her flesh with their teeth. What a pity! Lower-tier vampires cannot best meet. We are intermediate vampires. Do not underestimate us. Ah, my apologies. How dare you look down upon us? The expressions of the surrounding vampires turned ambiguous, for they had already been unable to drink blood outside. Thus they had come to this village. However, Liu, the utensils, Ili called out from a distance. Holding the fork Ye Liu had used during the day, she then tossed the fork to her, and Ye Liu caught it deftly with her hand. No, it cannot be. Hey, is this a dream? The vampires gazed upon her. Or more precisely, at the fork in her hand, emitting sounds of terror. What has become of your earlier bravado? In a bid to assert her dominance, Ye Liu brandished the fork, adopting a haughty demeanor. Their astonishment was, in a sense, warranted, for the fork she held was made of silver. She approached the vampires with a smile. Now, shall we continue our contest? I shall cook you. Ye Liu displayed the fork as prongs as if showcasing a blade. Hey, stop. You cannot do that. Goodness, a vampire wielding silverware? Just the sight of it sends shivers down my spine. Ye Liu brandished a fork, and the vampires fled in terror, but she would not permit their escape. Class was in session. In an instant, she closed the distance to those fleeing with their backs turned, first delivering a sharp jab to the rear of the first vampire. You had better heed my words from now on. Next, she struck the shoulder of the second, Vampires must exhibit decorum. She would not allow them to flee, especially not that troublesome one. She intended to deliver him a special stab. Help! Hey! Ye Liu attacked all the vampires with her fork, rendering them unconscious. Upon awakening, they would surely regard her with trepidation. Hey! A monster! She instilled a terrifying image in these vampires, threatening them so they would not assault the villagers again. If anyone dares to attack the villagers next time, I shall pierce their heart with a silver fork. We shall never attack. Thus, she persuaded the vampires. No, let us refer to them as courteous spirits. After Ye Liu vanquished the vampires, Ye Liu was cooking meat infused with human blood in the square, and the vampires appeared to relish their meal. This at least temporarily resolved their need for sustenance. However, if the issues of shelter and food were not addressed, complications would surely arise, so she needed to act swiftly. Therefore, I intend to construct residences for you forthwith. For our dwelling, places with silverware, or areas exposed to sunlight are out of the question. The vampires, while gnawing on chicken, expressed interest in her proposal. After all, this pertained to their own domicile, and they seemed quite eager. For vampires, the most crucial aspect of a residence is that it must not be bathed in sunlight. Exposure to sunlight can inflict harm, and in the worst case, lead to their annihilation, making a house that allows sunlight in far worse than one with structural flaws. Fear not, I shall ensure that the residences are utterly devoid of sunlight. First, I will have everyone temporarily reside in a single location. But can you prepare a place spacious enough for us all immediately? A vampire inquired. There are 10 of them. So a building large enough to accommodate everyone would need to be the size of an apartment, which is no simple task to prepare. Yet, she had a secret plan, a scheme that would allow her to provide them with beds in an instant, which is, fear not, it can be completed within today. After all, it is merely the construction of a basement. A basement, dark and damp, is a place people generally avoid. Even in the previous world of Blue Star, homes below ground were rare, as it is a location most people shun. The notion of living in a cave would conjure negative impressions for most, as buildings like apartments extend upwards rather than downwards. Indeed, people require sunlight to thrive. However, for vampires, the opposite holds true. If humans construct high-rise buildings in pursuit of sunlight, then vampires will build low underground basements in search of shadows. Are we to burrow underground? But won't that take time? Digging is quite labor-intensive. If not, I shall seek out a nearby cave. We could infiltrate the goblins' lair, evict them, and seize their territory. The vampires murmured in agreement. Goblins are diminutive beings with green skin and hooked noses. Generally weak, they are numerous, and if surrounded, even a strong human may succumb. However, for vampires, the risk of being slain is non-existent. Thus, there is no chance of defeat. She felt sympathy for the goblins, who might be killed over a meal, but they are the lowest of beasts, often capturing women to breed, so there was little to lament. Indeed, if a single person undertook the task, it would take time, but here we have 12 laborers, 12 exceptional beings, vampires, gathered together. Constructing a basement shall take no time at all, certainly before dinner. Show the people the power of vampires. Yet, it is troublesome. If they do not work, they shall be bled dry. Well, demonstrating our strength to the people is not out of the question. The vampires, initially reluctant, began to spring into action at once. Indeed, a little threat does wonders for compliance. The next time she needed to intimidate them, she would mention the consequence of being bled dry, fearing the prospect of digging directly beneath the village. They moved approximately 200 meters westward. All right, everyone, become moles. Facing a barren plain, Ye Liu shouted aloud. As she called out, she transformed herself into a massive mole. Vampires possess transformation abilities, so it was only prudent to utilize this skill. The other vampires also morphed into moles. Healy, I believe you need not imitate. While it is natural for vampires, you cannot do so. Healy somehow echoed the shout, but of course, she did not change form. I apologize, Safi, I cannot transform, sobbing. Wait, no. I meant to say, since most spirits can transform, I assumed you could as well. Then Safi began to cry, and Ares desperately consoled her. It must be said that the ability to transform among vampires is as fundamental as a bird's ability to fly. Thus expecting them to account for those who cannot transform is unreasonable. However, Safi's inability to do so may be linked to the psychological trauma mentioned earlier. If one's mind is troubled, it is likely they cannot summon the power to transform or alter their physical form. Safi, do not fret. Let us proceed. Follow my lead. Ye Liu took the initiative to start digging into the earth with her hands, and the other vampires followed suit. Herein lies a significant distinction between the moles transformed from vampires and ordinary moles. The moles transformed from vampires are larger and stronger, thus possessing unparalleled digging capabilities. Moreover, among those vampires, she advanced like a torpedo through the soil. Rather than merely digging with her hands, it was more akin to a drill-like speed. Ha ha ha. With this, I can dig to my heart's content. And there will be no accidents in the soil, allowing me to give it my all. Oh. Fortunately, she did not become ensnared by divine power as she collided with another vampire digging nearby. Thus, the vampires simply shattered into fragments before swiftly reverting to their original form. Be cautious. I mean, do not dig so quickly. They then began to excavate more safely, collaborating with the other vampires to construct the basement. Coating the surrounding ground with blood, they accomplished much, resulting in a basement 3 meters tall, roughly the size of an elementary school gymnasium, completed in a single night that a dirt staircase connected the ground. And the thin, reddish walls, coated in blood, exuded a terrifying atmosphere. They stood within such a basement. Remarkable, it is rare to find such a spacious room. There is no concern of sunlight leaking in, and it is wonderfully dark. The scent of blood is even delightful. Safi, I too find it splendid. I apologize for my inability to assist. The vampires extolled the virtues of the room. For them, a blood-walled chamber, or the aroma of blood, may be an appealing scent. This, are we truly to reside here? Even I find it unbearable. In contrast, Ares and Ely did not conceal their strong aversion. Well, it seems the emotional chasm between humans and vampires is indeed profound. Bridging this gap is impossible, so it is best to concede. Even if one speaks of coexistence between humans and vampires, there is no need for complete adaptation. As dawn approached, the vampires appeared poised to sleep here until nightfall. Even bringing their own coffins, the basement, lined with coffins, resembled more of a burial chamber than a bedroom. Soon after they emerged from the basement, Ely seemed prepared to place a wooden sign next to the staircase leading to the basement. Though it was uncertain where she had acquired it. Ely, what does that sign say? Vampires sleep here. A commendable effort, but it may lead to misunderstandings. Best not to repeat this next time. On the morning following the creation of beds for the vampires, Ye Liu guided the villagers to view the gravestones of the vampires, or rather, the locations of their beds. It would pose a problem if the villagers inadvertently ventured inside. The village chief truly had vampires resting beneath the ground. Previously, the villagers, led by the chief, pointed towards the staircase leading to the vampire's underground lair. They beheld the sign indicating that Eli's vampire was asleep in that very spot, aware that beneath the staircase lay vampires. With the scent of blood lingering in the air, the villagers gazed apprehensively at the staircase entrance, gripped by fear. For vampires, the scent of blood is akin to a soothing aroma, yet for humans, it feels more like a harbinger of nightmares. To vampires, the scent of blood serves as a fragrant allure. Humans, too, delight in the scent of roasted meat, although they dislike having their beds permeated by such odors. Calm down. I have assured the vampires not to attack the villagers, Ye Liu proclaimed. However, considering they are vampires, it would not be surprising if they did. The villagers expressed their unease in unison. It appeared that their fear of vampires was not easily dispelled. Nevertheless, Ye Liu had been steadily cultivating goodwill. Look at me. I am a vampire and can serve as a testament to safety. Throughout this time, Ye Liu had been portraying herself as a friendly vampire. Though the idea of a benevolent vampire seemed somewhat ludicrous, it was indispensable, as some perceptions are subtly ingrained. The villagers regarded her. Indeed, their biases against vampires would gradually erode. Their trepidation stemmed primarily from the sudden increase in the vampire population. Yet, the village chief was a vampire, or rather, a honeysucker. The standards set by the chief were rather low. The villagers remarked anxiously that it should be because the chief is safe that the other vampires are not to be feared. Her efforts deserved such recognition. Now, let us consider Safi. Ye Liu pointed towards Safi. Such a lovely child could not possibly be a vampire. Villager, a remark that in comparison, Silverlion is merely a non-blood-sucking vampire. Villager B added. Cuteness is justice. Villager C chimed in. Well, using Safi as an example may not suffice. Ye Liu hesitated, contemplating whether she could truly classify the child as a vampire, for she bore psychological scars that prevented her from transforming. Nonetheless, it was still frightening. After all, vampires do drink human blood. If one were not careful, they too could become vampires. Oh no. The villagers began to genuinely voice their fears. In this world, Vampires possess the ability to transform humans into vampires through blood consumption. Thus, vampires are more terrifying than other monsters. The prospect of being attacked and potentially turning into a monster is indeed a harrowing thought. Wait a moment. Being bitten by a vampire does not necessarily guarantee one will become a vampire. The probability is rather low. Ye Liu attempted to persuade the villagers to be bitten by a vampire and transform into one is a unique ability that vampires possess in this world. However, not everyone who is bitten becomes a vampire. Firstly, the bitten individual must possess the potential to become a vampire. Moreover, the vampire must have the intention to transform the bitten individual. Furthermore, individuals with the potential to become vampires are exceedingly rare. At most 1 in 10. Therefore, even if bitten, the likelihood of becoming a vampire remains quite slim. Despite this, even with such low probability, the mere existence of a possibility instills fear in people. Nevertheless, the typical vampire embodied by the village chief is indeed frightening. Even so, the villagers' unease did not dissipate with her reassurances. Ye Liu cast a glance at Lli, seeking a persuasive method, but she merely shook her head gently. In such circumstances, no amount of words would suffice. Persuasion would require force. That was not persuasion. Indeed, there was no other option. Though it was not a commendable approach, she contemplated demonstrating her strength. Of course, she would not harm the villagers. The dilemma lay in the fact that if she, as a vampire, were to threaten them, it might exacerbate their fear of vampires. Just as she wavered on whether to showcase her power, a panting Ares appeared before the villagers. Moreover, she was devoid of the silver sword she typically carried at her side. What on earth did she intend to do? After spending several days together, Ye Liu felt her perspective on vampires shifting somewhat. In the past, she would never have conversed with a vampire without a weapon. Even moments ago, she had spoken with a vampire. In any case, we should strive to understand vampires. Ares addressed the villagers. Vampires are indeed terrifying, and it is only natural to fear them, just as people fear wolves that attack. It is entirely reasonable to fear blood-sucking vampires. Even those equipped with means to counter vampires still harbor fear. Ares' intervention was well-timed. After all, she held the stance of a human, leading Ye Liu to silently commend her. At present, I am uncertain of what is right. I deem cohabitation between humans and vampires impossible. Nevertheless, I wish to observe this peculiar vampire village a little longer, Ares continued, only to dash back home after finishing her speech. After a brief pause, she returned to the gathering of villagers, wielding a silver sword. Ye Liu instantly grasped her intent and felt a sense of relief. Haha, you all fear vampires far too much. A breathless Ares declared firmly as she appeared before the villagers. Indeed, vampires are fearsome beings. Yes, they are undeniably terrifying, but there is no need to be afraid, for I am here in this village. After making this declaration, a radiant light emanated from Ares. Moreover, she drew forth the silver sword that had been attached to her waist, raising it high above her head. Should vampires attack, I shall protect you. I am the Silver Saintess, Ares. Even if those vampires were to unite and assault, there is absolutely no need to fear. The silver sword raised by Ares radiated brilliant light, soaring towards the heavens. Her figure appeared so divine that the villagers erupted in cheers for her. Indeed, as long as Ares is present, even a vampire uprising would pose no concern. Yes, Silver Saintess, villager, A exclaimed, aside from the village chief. It seems we could triumph over the other vampires, with Ares here. Hooray, villager B cheered. Oh, I briefly caught a glimpse beneath her skirt just now, villager C remarked. It seems something strange has mixed in. The villagers were enraptured by Ares' heroic demeanor. This was something Ye Liu, regardless of how much trust she had garnered, could never accomplish as a vampire. It was precisely because she was human that the villagers placed their faith in her. Humans also possess means to contend with vampires. Based on this foundation, humans and vampires could coexist equally, mutually restraining one another. Ares, I entrust you with this matter from now on, and if a vampire uprising occurs, I shall do my utmost to quell it. Of course, you may hang garlic around your homes, and vampires will steer clear. Ye Liu patted Ares on the back before turning her gaze towards the villagers. For vampires, holy water and silver are lethal, yet garlic is merely an annoyance. Thus such measures are feasible if the village chief says so. With Ares present, it is indeed true that vampires are quite frightening. Yet they also possess numerous weaknesses. Wonderful, the villagers have accepted the vampires. Thus, the vampires officially became residents of Dracula Village. After the villagers dispersed, only she, Ares, and Elali remained. Ares, thank you. Thanks to you, Dracula Village has taken a significant step forward. It was nothing. I merely spoke the truth. If I were to remain here and be intimidated by lowly vampires, that would be quite troublesome. Moreover, this is just the beginning, is it not? Should conflicts arise between humans and vampires, the consequences would be dire. Ares averted her gaze. Elali then approached her. I apologize, Ares. I also have something to apologize to you for. It's all right, Elali. It was my issue for harboring disdain towards all vampires, leading to your coldness towards me. No. It was my fault for forgetting that Ares was originally a vampire hunter. The continuous failures in battle left Liu pressed to the ground, hammered relentlessly. Eli, your words are utterly excessive. Sit aside. Ye Liu admonished Eli, feeling that such remarks were entirely inappropriate. As the Silver Saintess, being beaten by a vampire was an unbearable blow to her dignity. Do not utter such statements that Ares is always destined to lose. Ye Liu scolded once more. I apologize. I intended to offer praise. Eli scratched her head sheepishly. Praise. Ye Liu cast a sidelong glance at Eli before turning to Ares, saying, do not take Eli's words to heart. You are well aware of her temperament. Furthermore, since your arrival in the village, you should have come to understand the vampires to some extent, letting go of your former identity and continuing to live on. I understand. Ares recognized that Eli's sharp tongue bore no malice. It was merely her nature. Thus, the crisis of Dracula Village's collapse was averted. That said, this was merely a temporary reprieve. The future held greater significance. And the fuse of conflict still smoldered. First and foremost, she needed to devise a means for vampires and humans to coexist peacefully. As the president of the Reincarnated Trading Association, he diligently consumed stomach medicine while energetically toiling away. While working in the office of the association that day, a bat soon intruded through the window, clutching a letter in its beak. Here we go again, another request from the vampires. After receiving the letter from the bat, it began to hang upside down from the ceiling, presumably awaiting his reply. Oh, I must write quickly and maintain decorum. He pressed his aching stomach as he spread paper across the table and picked up a pen with his right hand. Composing a letter drained an immense amount of his energy. He had experienced this with contract documents for major clients before, but this reply to the vampire felt like it was sapping his very life force. A slight misstep or any hint of rudeness could result in an immediate sentence of decapitation or bloodsucking. At this point, he genuinely questioned how many sins he must have committed in his past life. Was today a good day? No, it would not suffice to simply say the weather was fair. That was hardly the essence of the letter. He scratched his head, desperately contemplating the content of the correspondence. Ah, truly, my stomach aches terribly. Wishing you increasing health. No. Is it appropriate to use health when addressing a vampire? Would growing darker be more suitable? He was at a loss. He truly did not know. All he understood was that bright words were strictly off limits. As he fretted, the door to the room creaked open, and his beloved daughter entered. She should not have been allowed in the workspace, yet at the tender age of 5, she was blissfully unaware of the rules. Daddy, play with me. She tottered over to his side. Overwhelmed by her cuteness, he could not help but rise and scoop her up into his arms. In her presence, neither the sun nor the vampires mattered in the slightest. All right, I'm sorry, but Daddy is working right now and cannot play. Humph, Daddy, you're always working lately. I apologize. There's a matter of utmost importance that I must attend to. He caressed his daughter's chubby cheeks. And just then, a beautiful woman entered the room. Maya, I told you not to enter Daddy's workspace. I'm sorry, dear. I wasn't paying attention. It's quite all right. It has turned out to be a delightful refreshment. Reluctantly, he handed his daughter over to his wife. Daddy, do your best. His daughter waved goodbye as his wife cradled her, leaving the room. How utterly adorable. Despite the vastness of the world, he was certain there was no warmth comparable to that of this sunshine. Thus, for the sake of my beloved wife and daughter, I must also strive hard. In the midst of persistent gloom, dear Miss Vampire, is it acceptable to say you are growing ever darker? He turned his attention back to the letter. Continuing to write, in a narrow alleyway of the city where the Reincarnated Trading Association was located, a man clad in priestly garb conversed with an adventurer amidst the night's darkness. Understood. You wish for us to hunt the vampires of Dracula Village. Indeed, I, Rodi, as the Silver Saint, shall bestow upon you strength. Best of luck. The man in priestly attire, Rodi, smiled at the adventurer. Rodi appeared to be an ordinary member of the church. However, a silver scabbard hung from his right waist, and a silver whip dangled from his left. Notably, the silver scabbard on his right bore an unusual shape, resembling angelic wings. Vampires must not reign over humanity. Instead, humanity should govern vampires. Beneath Rhodey's calm demeanor lay a flicker of madness in his eyes. Well then, I have heard that there are other vampires in Dracula Village, including that girl vampire you let go, named Safi. Upon hearing this, Rhodey's smile wavered slightly before he donned a resolute expression that I did not spare her. I merely granted her a reprieve until she is called to heaven, and why fear shall allow her to cherish her time before death. This is my final act of mercy. Rhodey's face was alight with smiles, while the adventurer furrowed his brow slightly at his words. That I asked that so? Regardless, it would be splendid if you could cooperate. I beseech you, old friend. No problem. After all, it is your request, the adventurer replied, preparing to exit the alley. Please wait a moment. By the way, could you turn this way? Rhodey called out to the man. His tone bore no malice, entirely akin to conversing with a friend. Thus, the adventurer turned around without suspicion. Rhodey slightly drew the sword from his right waist, revealing a glimmering blade. In that instant, a terrifying stream of light flowed from the blade, illuminating the surroundings as if a flashbang had detonated. The male adventurer was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Rhodey wore a dazed expression. I am truly grateful to you. Thanks to you, I can legally slay a friend. How marvelous it is to kill a close companion. You shall forever live on in my heart. With that, Rhodey exited the alley and walked for a while until he arrived at the entrance of the Agaranari shop. Two guards stood sentinel at the door. Recently, the Agaranari Trading Association had been facing financial difficulties and should not have hired guards. However, Ye Liu had made the decision to pay extra for their employment to ensure the safety of Mr. Agaranari. This judgment proved wise. Good evening. This is the Agaranari Trading Association, correct? Rhodey smiled at the guards. In contrast, the guards lowered their guards slightly, bowing their heads. Even at night, the sight of a priest brought them a sense of reassurance. Just as in the nation where Ye Liu resided on Blue Star, individuals in police uniforms were unconditionally trusted, so too was the priestly garb. Yes, this is the headquarters of the Agaranari Trading Association. What brings you here, father? Oh, nothing of great significance. Rhodey drew the silver sword from his right waist. The blade illuminated the vicinity, casting brightness akin to daylight. However, the guards did not disintegrate into dust as the earlier vampire had. The light emanating from the silver sword was holy magic, based on sunlight, and thus posed no harm to humans, or so it should have been. What are you doing, father? The guards aimed their guns at the priest. As drawing a sword was a normal response, regardless of the opponent's identity. In response, the priest smiled. Do not worry. This is the light of holy magic. It poses no threat to humans. Okay. Conversely, if this were effective, then you are indeed dark beings. Rhodey raised the silver sword, gathering light, and then swung the sword towards the air. A terrifying stream of light erupted from the silver sword, forming a line that surged toward the guards. The guards, engulfed by the stream of light, struggled in agony for a moment before collapsing, their bodies charred. Holy magic, being akin to sunlight, proved effective against dark entities, yet harmless to humans. This was common knowledge in the world. Undoubtedly. However, sunlight is inherently warm. Excessively potent holy magic, in its pure thermal energy, could even incinerate humans. Certainly, no one can wield such formidable holy magic. However, the silver sword in his grasp, the silver-winged divine sword, possesses the capability to unleash such immense power. This legendary sword, recently forged, bears the strength to match its renowned. Indeed, you are creatures of darkness. Does that render my slaughter innocent? Then allow me to commence my task. I have arrived here by divine destiny, the call of the gods, to eradicate evil. Rhodey grasped the doorknob, pulling with force. The door, which should have required two to budge, began to creak under his solitary strength. Eventually yielding a gap through which one could pass, he entered the residence, seizing the doorknob anew, this time tearing the door apart with his might. Rhodey stepped into the manor, a gleeful smile adorning his face. Thus, the hunt begins. Let us hunt the vampires. Come forth. He kicked open door after door, inspecting the interiors. Not only did he refrain from stealth, but he also deliberately created a clamor to incite fear. Eventually, he reached the innermost chamber, the final room, and entered with the same fervor. Inside, Agaranari stood with his wife and daughter, clinging tightly together, trembling. Witnessing this scene, Rhodey's face lit up with elation, and to amplify their terror, he raised the silver sword. Oh, how fearful the parents are. The child must surely be engulfed in greater dread at the thought of death. He advanced towards them step by step. Please, please stop. If you must kill, then take me instead. Agaranari stood before the murderer, while Rhodey cheerfully whistled. Splendid. Then let everyone else perish first, starting with that little girl over there. Please, please stop. It is your fault for becoming a vampire. Accept your fate. Rhodey lifted his sword, poised to strike down at the girl. The silver blade, radiating with a holy light, was ready to declare its verdict, when suddenly, it seemed as if characters drawn in blood materialized in the air, rushing towards him to impede his action. But oh, what is this? Rhodey, though bewildered, began to combat the blood characters. He effortlessly countered the barrage of blood symbols, dispatching them one by one. The weakened blood characters fell to the ground, leaving no trace behind. In that interval, Agaranari and his family managed to escape. Did I take too long? No matter. This is merely a game of pursuit. I also wish to visit the vampire village for some amusement. For me, even after slaying so many, I shall not be reproached in this wondrous village. Oh, deities, I thank you. I shall deliver justice upon the fallen. Relish your fate. The priest unsheathed the silver sword once more, swinging it through the air, whereupon the light emitted from the blade ignited the walls of the room, setting off a conflagration. The heat of the silver sword even conjured flames, transforming it into a demonic blade. The flames spread further, completely incinerating the headquarters of the Agaranari Merchant Guild. Such power is magnificent. Thus, even that top-tier, Violet Shadow Minarina can be captured and enslaved? I see. This is the destiny bestowed upon me. Ah, the wound on my back is throbbing. Under the blaze illuminating the burning manor, Rhodey displayed a mad grin. Have the blood characters been eradicated? In the basement of Dracula Village, Ye Liu was patrolling the lives of the vampires. Having discerned the crisis of the Agaranari Guild through the blood characters, those blood symbols were like toys to her, yet they still held enough power to defeat A-class magical beasts. Ordinary humans could not only fail to vanquish the blood characters, but might also be ensnared by them. Yet that priest had easily triumphed over them. Perhaps it was due to the elemental opposition. Super high temperatures were key. After all, blood is blood. If evaporated, it becomes powerless. Moreover, blood magic is classified under the powers of vampires, belonging to the darkness, and thus it is reasonable for it to be purified by holy magic. While the blood characters are commendable, it is far more crucial to rescue Mr. Agaranari. He seems to have escaped from that priest, but one cannot guarantee he will not be pursued. Village chief, what is the matter? I have a minor issue to attend to. As she was about to suggest they take a break, she suddenly sensed a light, tickling odor wafting through the air. This was not the scent of blood emanating from the walls. The strong, pungent aroma was garlic. It's on the ground. The smell and smoke of garlic are rising from below. We must get out quickly. What is happening? Is someone attempting to smoke out the vampires? The vampires began to writhe in agony, striving to reach the surface. Wait, don't rush out. The smoke and odor were emanating from below, suggesting that the ground might be even worse. What? This is terrible. Safi is on the brink of death. No, she is not dead yet, but her eyes are rolling back, and her body is convulsing. A vampire stood at the stairs leading to the surface, obstructing others from ascending, and indeed, such a possibility existed. Were the villagers rebelling? She had thought the situation was temporarily stabilized due to Ares' assistance. Garlic smoking sounds absurd, yet it is immensely serious for vampires. Is Safi truly nearing death? If the walls of the basement had not been coated in blood, the odor could have been neutralized, and the situation might have been even worse. You all stay here. I will go take a look. Leave it to you. The vampires immediately distanced themselves from the stairs, retreating to the corners of the room. Well, at least they still cared for her. Ye Liu hurriedly ascended the staircase, emerging into the open air, where a thick white smoke and the potent aroma of garlic enveloped the village. What is going on? Are the villagers hosting a garlic party? Liu, I finally found you. She spotted Ares and Ely rushing toward her. Where's the garlic party? I want to crash it. Ye Liu said somewhat angrily. What are you talking about? This is a method of vampire hunting. Garlic smoking hunting, burning copious amounts of garlic near areas where vampires may appear, is one of the vampire hunter's ultimate techniques. Who is conducting such a dreadful hunt? I do not know. Regardless, if we do not resolve this quickly, the vampires may suffocate from the smoke. This hunting method is infamous for causing vampires to perish in agony. In fact, I once hesitated about using this method against you. Ye Liu, where is the enemy? Ye Liu had already removed the eye patch from her right eye, revealing her magical eye. She could even locate the beehives in the forest, so finding the vampire hunters was a trivial task for her. It is night now, but that is inconsequential that I found them. I will take you there. All right, this way. Ye Liu carried Ye Liu as she pointed northward, and they set off without delay. Wait, what about me? Ares' voice echoed from behind. But they ignored him, hoping he could keep up. After running for a while, they spotted a wooden cage engulfed in flames. In other words, there was something akin to a bonfire there. The white smoke billowing from there was indeed the source of all the foul stench. Time rewinds, and in the forest, 6 individuals sat in a circle. They were vampire hunters from the Silver Cross Society, having received a commission from the Vampire Hunter Guild to obliterate a vampire village. They had heard of a powerful vampire residing in the village, but if they could find a stronghold, expelling it would be a simple matter. Hey, add more garlic. Is there enough wood? It burns well and smells good. They were burning garlic in a large bonfire. This was a garlic smoking hunt, one of the ultimate methods to combat vampires. Even the mightiest of vampires would not return to a place that had been smoked with such fumes. For the scent of garlic would permeate the area, and no vampire would wish to reside there. Moreover, the advantage of this strategy was that once they lit the fire, safety was assured. Their bodies and clothing became fortified against vampires through the garlic smoke. More importantly, the garlic components would be present in their blood, causing vampires to detest even approaching them. Although consuming garlic would cause them some discomfort, and the preparations were somewhat troublesome, once successful, this strategy became invincible. What? What is that? One of the companions shouted, pointing in a certain direction. Following the direction indicated by him, they beheld a figure sprinting towards them through the swirling dust, defying the haze. As they scrutinized the silhouette further, it became distinctly visible. Clad in a black cloak, strands of silver hair peeked out beneath, moving with astonishing speed. Behold, a vampire. The creature was charging headlong into the fog. How could this be? This is smoke infused with garlic. It cannot possibly be a vampire. Look, it is that. The vampire hunters encircling the flames were taken aback by this inexplicable occurrence. Prepare to engage. If it is indeed a vampire, it cannot possibly fight effectively in the garlic smoke. She must be straining herself. Indeed, we have consumed copious amounts of garlic. If you can suck blood, then give it a try. They brandished swords, firearms, and other weapons, ready to confront this potential vampire. Vampire hunters. Their holy magic was not overwhelmingly potent. Yet, within this garlic smoke barrier, even a high-ranking vampire would struggle to fight effectively. Perish, you enemies of humanity. 2 companions lunged at the figure, attempting to pierce her with their guns. The tips were forged of silver, and the arrows were imbued with holy magic. If she were a vampire, she would not escape unscathed. Do not trouble me. Ye Liu grasped a silver arrow in her hand. Silver is quite valuable. I shall accept it. You may leave. What? The 2 were flung aside by her shoulder. Rendered unconscious. What? She is not a vampire? Who is she? She is a vampire. You must be joking. How could a vampire? What is that? If she is not a vampire, then she must be a demon, yet she appears far too human for that. No, I do not recognize such a being. Damn it. Silver is only effective against vampires. Fight with iron weapons. Come, let us demonstrate our strength. Do not trouble me. Ye Liu waved her hand, and the remaining hunters were swept away. She promptly extinguished the flames and sought to bury the garlic around her. What a waste. Ye Liu, consume more. If you do not eat quickly, the odor will not dissipate. Ye Liu rarely displayed a hint of distaste. Staring at the garlic, I am already full. You have only eaten one. I detest garlic. Do not be willful. Especially do not express your disdain for garlic in front of a vampire. Honey-sucking demon. Ah, she was supposed to rescue Mr. Agarina Li, but she simply cannot leave the village for now. Damn it. Later, the garlic was shared with the tardy Ares in the basement of Dracula Village. As the scent of garlic faded, the vampires finally felt at ease. Cough. In the pitch-black darkness, everyone was concerned about Safi. Safi, are you well? It seems you have not consumed much blood. No, it is fine. Safi had been in Dracula Village for 2 weeks. Fortunately, a kind and powerful vampire was managing the human village. And thanks to her, Safi was able to find blood to drink. However, Safi, if this continues, the situation will become dire. Yes, for us vampires, if we cannot quench our thirst, it signifies death. Safi had not properly consumed human blood. Whenever she recalled the face of that vampire hunter priest, even receiving a cup filled with blood from the village chief, she could not bring herself to drink it. Moreover, as time passed, that man's visage continually resurfaced in her mind, extinguishing both her appetite and her nausea. The blood previously received from the village chief had already congealed, allowing her to consume it without the need to suck, which was manageable. However, when she attempted to bite into the flesh, the priest's face would materialize in her thoughts. If only the village chief could provide me with congealed blood, I could drink it. Congealed blood is something ordinary vampires cannot manage, and I am entirely incapable of it. Safi, are you saying that without the village chief, you cannot survive? The vampire Mr. Barilu, who had once protected Safi due to the matter of human blood being infused into meat, gazed at her with concern. Yes, Safi intended to do everything possible for the village chief to sustain her. If I claim to enjoy congealed blood, I believe she will provide it for me in the future, though she managed a forced smile. It seemed somewhat rigid. Will you not inform the village chief of this matter? She gently nodded. Concealing the truth is not ideal, but the thought of being expelled from the village is too terrifying. Indeed, this state is not healthy. Yet, Safi felt powerless. She feared human blood, feared the crimson, viscous liquid. Whenever she recalled that man, she felt an urge to vomit. Here is your meal for today. The priest, observing Safi's body pinned to the cross, presented her with a bucket filled with blood. Safi had been imprisoned for a week, and the priest occasionally visited this room, watching her with a sinister smile. That it was profoundly unsettling. Had it not been for the chains soaked in holy water binding her, she would have escaped long ago. Alas, preparing food for a vampire is no easy task. For this bucket of blood, I just chased off some thieves. Please unlock these chains, and I shall drink. Safi slightly moved her right hand, causing the chains to rattle. The priest watched her, seemingly relishing the moment. No, if I do that, you will escape, won't you? If you were to transform into a small insect, pursuing you would be quite troublesome. Clearly, this man has lost his mind. He is a vampire hunter. There is no choice but to drink the blood he provides while awaiting a chance to flee. Though vampires are robust, the body weakens without nourishment. Now, do indulge. This is blood I acquired with great difficulty. Please drink it all. The man presented the bucket before her, attempting to force her to drink. It felt more like drinking than sucking, but that was acceptable. Safi gulped down the blood, yet the taste caused her to retch, cough. What is this? Oh, her mouth, throat, and stomach felt as though they were ablaze. Oh, do you not fancy it? I specially mixed in holy water with the blood. The priest appeared to be delighting in the moment. Holy water? That substance was mixed into the blood? Her body was being purified from within. No, I do not want it anymore. No, you must drink more. The man pressed the bucket against her lips, but she resolutely refused to open her mouth again. Such a thing, only a demon could consume. Chains, struggle, her resistance proved futile. The priest recited a spell, and she felt as though her body was disintegrating. Her mouth slowly opened. Blood poured into her. Ugh. This is a holy magic that can mildly control a vampire's body. It is my favorite that I previously used this to compel a vampire to leap into a holy water pool. The screams during that time were truly splendid. Will it be drowning first, or will the body evaporate first? What do you think happened to that vampire? Hot, hot, hot. Her mouth, throat, stomach, and entire body were ablaze. Holy water was eroding her body. How do you like it? An internal assault is more effective than one might imagine. While one can become accustomed to external attacks, an internal assault cannot be trained for. Oh, you still wish to drink? This is a splendid beginning. Please continue. Safi was forced to drink for an extended period, and she no longer remembered when she had been liberated from the bucket. She only understood that blood was a source of terror for her. Upon arriving in Dracula Village, she realized that although she had escaped, her heart remained imprisoned by that priest, unable to drink normally. After conversing with Safi, Barilus spoke with the other vampires outside the basement. I believe we should inform the village chief about Safi's condition. Is that wise? Safi does not seem inclined towards that. It matters not. Should the village chief expel Safi, I too shall depart the village alongside her. A leader of vampires who fails to safeguard their kin is hardly deserving of the title, Barilla proclaimed resolutely, with the other vampires nodding in slight agreement. Indeed, abandoning one's brethren is a disgrace. As vampires, we must unite in solidarity. On the eve of the assault on the Agaranali Guild, within a castle in the northern region of Sylvalia, Minerina reclined comfortably upon her throne. At that moment, a bat fluttered beside her with a soft thud. Minerina retrieved a letter from the bat's mouth and scrutinized its contents. "Miss, what does the letter say?" inquired an elderly steward, bowing his head. The corners of Minerina's lips curled upwards. "It is from Ye Liu. She requests my assistance." "Oh, how fortuitous. You too seek help." "Mississippi, I do not seek her aid. The outcome of her previous visit resulted in the acquisition of wasps as my familiars." "Silence. They are more powerful and compact than bats, thus proving far more convenient." Minerina justified her increase in wasp familiars. In truth, wasps are indeed exceptionally useful. An assault by over 100 wasps would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat. They possess venom potent enough to slay, and their movements are swift. As assassins, few creatures are as effective as they, given that the typical vampire's familiars consist solely of bats and wolves. Minerina's choice of wasps as familiars demonstrates considerable foresight. Influenced in part by Ye Liu. "Anything is permissible, as long as it aids me. I shall provide you with honey." "I do not desire honey. I merely find bees charming and wish to transform them into my familiars." "What assistance does Lady Ye Liu require?" The seasoned steward had grown accustomed to such dialogues. As Minerina displayed her sharp fangs. As a senior vampire, she hoped to guide the newly arrived fledgling vampires in the village. This was a task she could accomplish with ease, a mere trifle. Through the remnants of blood letters, Ye Liu manipulated the remaining blood on the contract to guide Mr. Agaranali and his companions to this village. She had initially planned to intervene personally if necessary, but Mr. Agaranali, his family, and the guild members arrived safely in Dracula Village, traveling by carriage, all unharmed. As night fell, they kindled several bonfires in the square, temporarily relocating their horses and carriage to rest, while Ye Liu went forth to greet them. "Mr. Agaranali, are you well? Thank you for your assistance." "Albeit barely managing through blood letters," Mr. Agaranali said, struggling to rise from the ground. Bowing to her, appearing as though he had rushed here without rest. "There is no need for such exertion. I apologize for the unexpected direct action taken by the Vampire Hunter Guild," Ye Liu replied. "My apologies. This was unforeseen. The Vampire Hunter Guild indeed possesses privileges, yet they should not have the authority to launch a sudden attack on a guild," Ares remarked, her expression clouded with concern. Considering the potential losses to Mr. Agaranali's business, they endeavored to leave no evidence during the city guard's investigation, attempting to conceal their contract. In the direst scenario, Ye Liu advised them to merely claim they were threatened by vampires. Presenting the blood contract would appear as though they were coerced. Furthermore, the guild had expended considerable resources hiring guards. However, such vigilance was intended for the city's authorities, not anticipating the Vampire Hunter Guild's involvement. Dealing with vampires, I have prepared myself to lose everything. Yet, alas, the guild I painstakingly built has been reduced to ashes. What has my past effort amounted to?" Mr. Agaranali displayed profound despondency, leaving no words of solace. Even in his previous life on the Blue Planet, witnessing a burgeoning company completely incinerated would be unbearable. Were she to stand in Mr. Agaranali's shoes, her heart would shatter. Speaking of which, vampire hunters are typically perceived as weak against humans. The guards of the Agaranali Guild must have employed some formidable warriors, as vampire hunters are specifically trained to combat vampires, not humans. They had not anticipated that the guards would be so easily slain, unable even to flee. "Are you all right?" Safi was conversing with members of the Agaranali Guild, distributing water from a basin filled with cups to those gasping for breath. If she were human, this would be an exemplary act. Thank you. What a lovely lady. No, judging by the attire, perhaps a gentleman. Regardless, both are utterly charming. Incredible. Safi is a vampire, yet no one seems to notice. Even she perceives Safi as merely devotedly distributing water, appearing not as a vampire, but as an ordinary girl, utterly devoid of any vampiric aura. According to the information you provided, the Vampire Hunter Guild has already begun targeting this village. Minerina sighed. "Who is that priest? How could my blood letters be bested by him?" Her blood letters could effortlessly vanquish formidable magical beasts. To be frank, she had not anticipated being defeated by those vampire hunters. While she murmured, Safi's eyes widened as she gazed at her. "The priest, does he carry a silver whip at his waist?" Trembling, Safi halted her distribution of water, nearly dropping the cups from the basin. Speaking of which, Barilu had informed her that Safi's inability to feed normally stemmed from a prior encounter with a priestly man wielding a whip. who had incessantly interrogated her, inflicting psychological trauma. Upon reflection, that man might very well be the one who tormented Safi. What was it like? Safi's eyes brimmed with tears. Should she reveal the truth or fabricate a lie? No. Perhaps the truth would be best. Yes. There was a priest with a silver whip at his waist at the moment she disclosed this. Safi let the basin fall to the ground, her heart racing, breath quickening, her complexion paling and with tears glistening in her eyes. Safi felt a wave of terror. It seemed the priest she had encountered was undoubtedly her adversary. Though she had not been slain, she had indeed sustained grave injuries. The psychological trauma far too profound. The priest with the silver whip could possibly be. At that juncture, Ares spoke. Do you recognize him? Ye Liu inquired. There is one particularly dreadful individual among the vampire hunters. Ares frowned, seemingly lost in recollection. His name is Roddy. He hunts humans under the guise of a vampire hunter, a true maniac. He wields a silver whip as his weapon, and his catchphrase is something about fate. Safi's scream confirmed Ares' suspicion was accurate. Roddy's character indeed appeared to be problematic. Do you know if he also carries a peculiar sword at his waist? A silver sword that can incinerate a house with a mere swing. Through the bloodletters, Ye Liu had witnessed Roddy's combat, yet his silver sword remained a mystery. Although referred to as a holy silver sword, the light emitted from it could ignite structures. A strange sword? I am unaware that I seldom return to the Vampire Hunter Guild. Perhaps I simply do not know. Ares reflected. You can no longer return. Illy, sometimes the truth can be painful. Ye Liu offered a gentle reminder, then turned her gaze towards the frightened Safi. If I eliminate that priest, will the problem be resolved? Yet Minerina shook her head. Impossible. Should you inadvertently eliminate him, Safi may lose her chance to overcome her trauma. It is essential to rely on your own strength to resolve such issues. Ares whispered. Indeed, to do nothing and await salvation from others would be far too easy. However, in that case, only external factors would be addressed, leaving internal issues unchanged. This indeed constitutes a perplexing dilemma. If this persists, Safi will be unable to fully overcome her psychological trauma. Nonetheless, I have a suggestion. Minerina displayed a confident smile. What idea is that? It suffices for her to confront her fears through practice. If she were to stand before the priest now, she might very well perish from fright. Safi sat on the ground, gazing at them with terrified eyes. Somehow, it felt as though they were bullying her. I am referring to practice. It will not be so severe. Ye Liu, you are monitoring that priest, correct? Then let Safi practice with you transformed into the priest. Minerina beamed with pride. This truly was a commendable idea. Starting with a faux priest should help her acclimatize. And perhaps in time, she could stand before the real one. Safi already looked at them with fearful eyes. Hurry and transform into the priest. Time before dawn is precious. Minerina urged Ye Liu with great urgency. Indeed, if she transformed into the priest, it could potentially alleviate Safi's psychological scars gradually. However, Safi gazed at them with tear-filled, frightened eyes. If handled improperly, rather than gradual improvement, it could lead to irreparable consequences. That being said, if left unattended, it seems Safi's condition will not improve, which is quite troubling. Perhaps a slight attempt is in order. She recalled the priest's face and physique, donned in priestly garments, with a silver whip and sheath at his waist. Was the whip on the right or left? Never mind, it matters not. But what did his face look like? Dreadful. She could scarcely remember. What's the matter? Not transforming. Ares, please refrain from speaking. She was intensely focused. His hair was golden, his nose of moderate height, and he bore a beard. She recalled it being double-layered, somewhat reminiscent of a certain entertainer. As long as the atmosphere is right, it should be fine. My image. Oh, how it shatters. That sounds rather sinister. Ignoring Ares' quip, her body was enveloped in smoke. She should have transformed into Roddy dressed in priestly attire, with something resembling a silver whip on his right hip and a silver sheath on his left. It looked like a child's toy, very simplistic and rudimentary in design. Its shiny silver appearance rather gaudy. Is this the kind of fellow he is? It feels somewhat off. Ares gazed at her face with curiosity. The ability to transform ultimately depends on one's imagination. If your imagination is flawed, the transformation will be, too. In other words, Ye Liu does not remember others' faces. You are still dreaming of coexisting with humans and vampires. Yet you cannot recall others' features? How could anyone perfectly remember the faces of those they meet for the first time? As a vampire, she does not possess impeccable memory. Remembering appearances is inherently challenging. Even if you greet someone, You might forget by the next day. To be precise, when transforming, one generally needs to observe a reference to accurately reproduce details. Is that so? I am unaware. Minorina nodded at Ares. Otherwise, vampires would transform more frequently, draining more blood. They would attack those they could morph into, rendering them unconscious, and then desperately observe them to change. Rather than doing so, it would be more efficient to simply drain the individual's blood from the outset. It might be more effective to transform into a mosquito to suck blood. That a statement from Ili made her involuntarily agree, but upon reflection, that might not yield sufficient blood. The ability to transform is indeed not omnipotent. If it were, vampires might have long since infiltrated society, and incidents of neighbors being replaced by vampires could be frequent. Thus, the question remains whether this method would be effective for Safi. This is no longer a matter for debate. Minorina cast a glance at Safi. Ever since Ye Liu transformed, Safi had not uttered a sound. This is hardly surprising. After all, Safi had collapsed to the ground, unconscious in any case. Let us first attend to her. She dispelled the transformation, lifted Safi onto her back, and took her to the basement, entrusting her to the care of other vampires before returning. Minorina seemed to be waiting for her to speak. If we repeat this multiple times, I believe Safi will develop some resistance. This bullying, repeatedly rendering her unconscious, seems rather cruel. Minorina also recognized the flaw in her words and responded with a hint of urgency. No, that is not it. If we do not take this course of action, we cannot resolve the issue. If we leave it be, it would be even more tragic to lose the power of a vampire. Furthermore, that man named Roddy will come to the village, correct? If she does not acclimatize, she might die from fright. Vampires dying from fright. Is it Safi's weakness or Roddy's terror? It is somewhat difficult to ascertain. The notion of vampires perishing from fear does not seem like a joke, yet given Safi's current state, one must concede the possibility. There is no alternative. We shall consider her opinion, and if possible, we will attempt again tomorrow. This must be done. Vampires cannot be overly feeble. After the discussion concluded, Ili approached her. Hey, Ye Liu, I wish for you to become me, she requested with an impassive expression. As usual, Ye Liu was unaware of her thoughts. Why? If I see you, I will be able to see myself clearly. I see. It appears she is motivated by curiosity. Ye Liu was also concerned about the accuracy of transforming before a physical reference. Ares and Minorina were equally intrigued, prompting her to decide to transform under Ili's scrutiny. An image. Oh, transform. Her body was once more enveloped in smoke, her vision lowering. Oh, I look exactly like myself as I usually do. Ili remarked in a tone tinged with admiration. Indeed, it is indistinguishable. If you do not speak, others cannot tell us apart. However, if you speak, even those not particularly close can recognize you from your expressions and mannerisms. Ares and Minorina noted. Truly, using transformation magic to become another person is a high-level skill. Can you see your own body? While she contemplated this, Ili began to speak, looking down at her body. Of course. She could see it. No, can I view my body from above with the magic eye? Above? What do you mean? She did not comprehend what Ili was implying. As she was puzzled, Ili's expression appeared somewhat melancholic. In other words, the magic eye cannot be utilized. Even if one transforms into another, one cannot employ special abilities. If it pertains to vocal organs, that is part of that body, therefore it can be managed. But one cannot mimic the magic eye. Minorina elaborated, and Ili seemed somewhat disappointed. The ability to fly and emit ultrasonic waves stems from the biological structure of that organism, and fundamentally, that organism can perform those actions. Therefore, if one transforms, they can generally manage it. However, if one becomes a mage, they cannot replicate magical power or techniques, hence cannot employ magic, replicating another's abilities. That is impossible. Yet, what does Ili mean by wanting to view her body from above? She was curious and inquired, prompting Ili to approach her, gripping her shoulders. Ili? What is it? Compared to usual, her pupils appeared smaller, and Ili, who typically only observed small animals, now exuded a hint of pressure. After a brief moment of scrutinizing her body, Ili commanded, remove it. What? Remove your clothes. Could someone please explain the behavior of this young girl before her? Ye Liu, now possessing the same body, was utterly perplexed by her inner thoughts. Ili, what are you saying? The transformation magic alters clothing as well. So I am curious if anything has changed underneath. Eli's expression remained inscrutable as she fixated on her own body, as if attempting to see through her garments if she were to disrobe here. Her form would stand completely naked in the open. Yet, what of it? This is but a counterfeit body. I harbor no sense of shame, that shouldn't there be at least a modicum of concern? Must there not be some semblance of modesty? If the clothing were to be damaged, it would inflict harm, as a part of the original body is transformed into attire. Eli truly commencing to shed her garments. Is she serious? What? I must revert to my original form. Ye Liu managed to reverse the transformation, averting further escalation of the situation. However, what does it signify to gaze upon one's own body from above? Days later, Ye Liu transformed into the counterfeit multiple times, causing Safi to lose consciousness repeatedly. Cough, cough. Oh, do not faint. Success. At last, even when confronted with the foe Rodi, Safi did not succumb to unconsciousness. Perhaps she might then be able to confront the true Rodi. In the meeting room of the Silveria branch of the Vampire Hunter Guild, representatives dressed in opulent attire gathered around a round table, engaging in discussion. Rodi had brazenly attacked and incinerated a building belonging to a regular merchant guild. Although post-incident measures could be taken, that man is an aberration. Was it a mistake to bestow upon him the holy silver sword? No, it rather accentuates our authority, thus it is a fortuitous decision. He merely acted a tad too aggressively. Hence we required deliberation. As long as it falls within our branch's jurisdiction, an increase in collateral damage is not of concern. The representatives debated casually. The holy silver one. Rodi is an excessively radical aberration, yet they, acknowledging this fact, resolved to grant him the celestial sword of silver wings. From the perspective of the Vampire Hunter Guild, Rodi's attack on the Agaranari Merchant Guild was unexpected, as they had not received any intelligence linking the Agaranari Merchant Guild to vampires. The assault was evidently a personal decision made by Rodi, seemingly connected to the vampires. Amidst this atmosphere of deliberation, a young man rose to his feet. Wait a moment. Are the members of the Vampire Hunter Guild responsible for incinerating a regular merchant guild, resulting in the death of innocent lives? Innocent lives were burned to death. For the Holy One, what he deserves is not praise, but the punishment he duly warrants. He appears younger than the other participants, likely in his 20s, with a robust physique, embodying a stalwart presence in response to his outcry. The other participants cast indifferent glances. Mr. Bodis, you are utterly oblivious. This is your first attendance, yet you shall learn what is essential. Indeed, it is an unfortunate incident. Rodi fought bravely, merely defending residences besieged by vampires. Consequently, the vampires set the building ablaze and seized the opportunity to flee. Thus, the peril posed by vampires in the streets has been alleviated. What a splendid narrative. I yearn for a bard to sing of it. This encapsulates the measures taken by the Vampire Hunter Guild to end this incident. The guild managed the situation as follows. Rodi fortuitously encountered the vampires assaulting the Agaranari Merchant Guild, engaged in combat within the residence. Yet the vampires ignited the building and escaped. Although lives were lost within the Agaranari Merchant Guild, none were transformed into vampires. Rodi, as the Holy One, fulfilled his duty and emerged as the hero who salvaged the streets. No, this implies that Rodi shall repeat such actions in the future. Each time innocent lives are taken, will you condone such behavior? Bodis seethed with fury. Yet, the other participants shrugged, seemingly in agreement. It appears Mr. Bodis harbors some misconceptions. Bodis's bewilderment. A participant chuckled softly. This nation lacks humanity. What? Bodis's eyes widened at this statement, and the other participants murmured in response. This nation has not provided us with appropriate donations. We are not obligated to protect them. Hence, they do not qualify as humans, and their deaths are inconsequential. Should they contribute to us, our only responsibility would be to manage the damage appropriately. The fact that they have bestowed the holy silver sword upon the aberrant Rodi was certainly not without consideration. They are utterly indifferent, as long as he operates within the realm of Silveria. Even if he spirals out of control and slays innocent lives, it would merely be attributed to the vampires. Are you suggesting that it is preferable for Rodi to act recklessly? If he engages in some radical endeavors, it could influence other nations as well. Moreover, his capability to slay vampires is reliable, thus explaining it to neighboring countries would be far more feasible. The Vampire Hunter Guild operates as a monetary enterprise, which is precisely why they established a branch in the donation-deficient nation of Silveria. This would facilitate a more effective takeover of the Silverian state. The vampire hunters of Silveria can predominantly be classified into three categories. One consists of individuals like Ares, who harbor an innate loathing for vampires, vowing to protect humanity rather than pursuing monetary gain. The second category encompasses aberrations like Rodi, whose commonality lies in valuing something beyond mere currency. The final group requires no elaboration. In any case, such damage is negligible. Even if an entire town were to be incinerated, it would pose no issue, as long as it is deemed the work of vampires. Do you not possess the awareness to protect humanity from the clutches of vampires? Is this not the pride of the Vampire Hunter Guild? Are you driven solely by monetary gain? In response to Bodis's impassioned outcry, the other participants merely shrugged. It seems Mr. Bodis is still quite young. We propagate the threat of vampires to gather donations, thus safeguarding humanity from their malevolence. I admire your excessively naive perspective, yet such ideals will not attract followers. Fear not. In due course, you too shall evolve to resemble us. Excuse me, the representatives justified their own actions. Bodis appeared unable to endure their words. Gritting his teeth as he exited the room, he subsequently departed the building with equal fervor. Mounting the carriage that awaited him. What is this? Is this truly the Vampire Hunter Guild? Does this not resemble another race of vampires? Does such an organization warrant continued existence? After Bodis's departure, discussions resumed in the meeting room. The power of the Holy Silver Sword is indeed astonishing. Capable of effortlessly incinerating humans, it may very well rank among the 4 great relics. If not, it shall become the 5th. Such a treasure has fallen into the hands of the infamous Rodi. Known as the Demon Slayer, it seems there are currently no vampires capable of opposing him. Demon Slayer, this is one of Rodi's monikers, earned through his relentless extermination of both vampires and humans. The Vampire Hunter Guild protects the aberration Rodi, due to his sufficient strength to offset any potential repercussions he may incite. Originally, he wreaked havoc on the battlefield, and in comparison to ordinary vampire hunters, he possesses superior combat experience. He is a formidable individual capable of overcoming standard mercenaries, and he can unleash powerful holy magic through the Holy Silver Sword. Although Rodi is somewhat lacking in holy magic, he nevertheless wields remarkable strength as a vampire hunter. Particularly, he excels in close combat with weapons such as swords and whips. Vampire hunters fundamentally rely on holy magic for combat. The stronger the holy magic, the more weakened or obliterated the vampires that come into contact with it will become. Therefore, vampire hunters typically enhance their holy magic. Conversely, they do not place much emphasis on martial skills, rather than slightly improving their combat techniques. It is more advantageous to bolster holy magic, rendering vampires feeble, thus narrowing the disparity in strength. In this context, Rodi is a rare existence, as he relies more on his martial skills than on holy magic for combat. This is where his strength lies. As a vampire hunter, he is undoubtedly the most formidable among the vampire hunters within our Silverian branch. Rodi is an anomaly. He was originally a mercenary, specializing in targeting humans. Forged into a devil through rigorous experience on the battlefield, that man fortuitously possesses the talent for holy magic and was recruited by the Vampire Hunter Guild. Remaining until today, he compensates for his average level of holy magic as a vampire hunter with his martial prowess. Such a man, endowed with the most potent holy magic, being regarded as the nemesis of vampires, is hardly an exaggeration. Let us deliberate on Rodi, and more importantly, the silver-winged divine sword, if it is deemed a new holy relic. We understand that these artifacts only ascend to legend upon the demise of their wielder. Should they be fabricated indiscriminately, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Rodi's actions are somewhat excessive. Should the nation of Silvalia voice their grievances, it could present a significant issue. Can we then attribute this incident to the vampire village? We would lead our forces to annihilate it. A representative's remark left others somewhat astonished. This will incur expenses. The nation of Silvalia bears no obligation to undertake such a task. We are not bound to protect those who are not human. Amidst the myriad of dissenting voices, the man proposing the idea chuckled. I received a report from Settle, indicating that there exists a gold mine near that vampire village. What say you? Is that value sufficient? Upon hearing this news, the countenances of the others shifted dramatically. That changes everything. We can indeed obliterate the vampire village, and in return, we could dominate the surrounding territory and seize the gold mine. If we assemble a crusade led by Rodi, under the pretense of an apology, the king would likely raise no objections. Should we entrust the army to that aberration? There are concerns, yet they are hardly insurmountable. He genuinely desires to hunt vampires. Should anything go awry, We could easily attribute it to the vampires. We will find an excuse. Mr. Bodis would be a fitting candidate, would he not? The representatives appeared to reach a consensus, nodding in unison. Well, as a call to other nations, we shall gather approximately 100 vampire hunters. They can annihilate the vampire village in one fell swoop. Let us ready them for the assault. Is 100 sufficient? A greater number would attract more attention. That would be an extravagant expenditure. Gathering more individuals will entail colossal costs, and Roddy's prowess suffices to contend with the vampires. So, will the vampires from that village come to us, or will they flee in terror because of me? As night fell upon the plains north of Dracula Village, an assembly of vampire hunters, numbering around 100, congregated. Standing there, Roddy gazed towards the direction of Dracula Village, a sinister smile gracing his lips. To him, Ye Liu was an inconsequential presence. His true targets were Minorina, Safi, and Ares, along with the villagers. Thus, he pondered whether it would be best if they fled in fear. If they did not, he would not hesitate to eliminate them from the onset. It would be preferable to resolve troublesome matters at the outset, ensuring the smooth execution of his mission thereafter. I must consider how to judge the villagers. Perhaps I shall douse them with boiling holy water. If their skin rots as a consequence, it would serve as proof of their vampiric nature. He. The cheerful Roddy hummed a tune. For him, the forthcoming actions were a source of amusement. A delight, an indulgence, a proxy of the divine. He fantasized about how he would adjudicate evil, enough to set his heart racing. How could such a thing possibly be permitted? Bodis, standing beside this aberration, approached in fury. Bodis had been dispatched by the Vampire Hunter Guild as an observer, and logically, he should have been Roddy's superior. However, Roddy's unsheathing of the silver sword instilled a sense of threat within him. Oh, Lord Bodis, have you also succumbed to vampirism? Anyone who dares to interfere with my sacred judgment is wicked. Should you not accept my trial? How could such a thing be allowed? I am permitted. This is the will of heaven. Furthermore, if the inhabitants of this village have already been transformed into vampires, then sparing them would be a transgression, for those vampires shall slay the innocent. Roddy's demonic shriek caused Bodis to recoil, rendering him entirely incapacitated, a mere witness to the execution of evil. From the very beginning, no ordinary person could thwart this aberration. This was the scenario the Vampire Hunter Guild had anticipated. Bodis was not expected to restrain him. When Roddy caused trouble, he merely served as an observer, providing a modicum of excuse. I shall not allow the evil I target to escape, Roddy muttered to himself. Among the 100 vampire hunters he brought forth, approximately 1/10 ascended into the air. What? Vampire hunters. Bodis, in a state of panic, beheld those soaring into the sky. While Roddy merely smiled, Roddy's gaze shifted to the location where the vampire hunters had once stood. Where Minorina now stood. She descended like a missile, the mere impact sending the vampire hunters flying. Not only that, Ye Liu, Ares, and Eli seized the opportunity to approach Roddy, closing the distance to a point suitable for dialogue. You arrive at an opportune moment. Minorina and Ares, come forth to accept my judgment. Silence. Who would accept the judgment of such a lowly creature as you? At Roddy's outcry, Minorina displayed a countenance of revulsion, prompting Roddy to begin pleading to the heavens. O Divine One, please forgive this sin-laden vampire. She scorns humanity for being a vampire. The reason I scorn you is that you are a creature more repugnant than garlic. Oh, I now undertake judgment in the name of the divine. So please, heavens, grant forgiveness. From the outset, you have not been addressing me. The dialogue between Minorina and Roddy did not transpire, which was only to be expected. This priest had been calling out to the heavens rather than conversing with the vampire princess. Roddy, you also intend to slay the villagers, do you not? At this juncture, Ares shouted loudly, and Roddy smiled at her. No, I shall not kill. What I intend to eliminate are the Dark Ones. The villagers harbor suspicions of having turned into vampires, and I shall conduct my trial in my own manner. You intend to irrationally slaughter everyone. Do you not? Irrational? How rude of you. I merely employ my sacred power to test who can survive. Through this divine might of mine. Roddy drew the sword from its sheath at his waist. The surrounding darkness was illuminated, the brightness sufficient to be seen by the naked eye. Upon witnessing that light, Minorina grimaced in agony, while Ares gazed in astonishment. Truly, I cannot believe that such sacred power is contained within. If used against a person, Ares whispered, her voice trembling. Precisely because she was a wielder of holy magic could she accurately comprehend the power concealed within the silver-winged divine sword. This sword was regarded by the Vampire Hunter Guild as one of the 4 great holy relics. Its power not to be underestimated. Haha, this is divine power. Thus, those who perish by this power are indeed dark, are they not? Even if they are not dark, they shall be scorched to death. That is an entirely different matter. The silver holy maiden has fallen. Here, the silver holy sword must be employed for sanctification. Facing Roddy, who raised the silver sword, Ares assumed a defensive stance, yet Roddy regarded her with disdain. However, even a fallen holy maiden can return to grace should she heed my words. Obey my command. As a proxy, I shall plead with the heavens. Truly revolting. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be a messenger of the divine? I do not pretend to be a deity, for I am the proxy. Roddy seemingly concluded his dialogue with Ares, and then turned his gaze toward Eli. Young maiden, your magical eyes are splendid. It is not you who are fallen, but rather something I should possess. By stripping away your eyeballs, your sins shall be alleviated. The heavens shall surely affirm this. Liu, this fellow is terrifying. Eli dashed to hide behind you, Liu. Ugh, truly repulsive. It sends shivers down my spine. As a proxy of the divine, I am scrutinized. It is only natural that the dark tremble. No, I merely find your actions and existence utterly nauseating. If such a scoundrel were to capture her for a time, it is no wonder that Safi would suffer psychological trauma. Oh, Safi, it appears that through my judgment, she bears a sacred wound in her heart. Splendid. This is evidence of her sins being alleviated. The greater her suffering, the closer she comes to salvation. Roddy began to pray to the heavens. Ye Liu's foot struck the ground, causing fissures to appear. Safi is in torment, and yet you dare to call it a sacred wound. Her voice, unlike her usual tone, was imbued with an icy chill. Roddy seemed to sense something, and let out a slightly deranged laugh. Ha ha ha. So what? You appear to be a top-tier vampire yourself. Then, this silver holy sword must indeed hold its value. Shall we commence? Just as well. I have grown weary of conversing with you. Facing Roddy, who brandished the silver sword, Ye Liu provocatively waved her hand. You claim to be the judgment of the heavens? Huh. Let us see if you can even sever my fingernail. Roddy laughed heartily at Ye Liu's taunt. Ha ha ha. Oh, what a foolish vampire you are. I find a certain appreciation in your stupidity. Yes, splendid. You are so eager to be eradicated by my holy power. Then allow me to boil your foolish head and watch it evaporate. Laughing, Roddy sheathed the silver-winged sword of the celestial being, assuming a ready stance. What is this? Why have you deliberately sheathed your prized sword? Just as the sun may hide, it shines even brighter upon its return. In other words, the sheath serves as a charger, for a weapon hailed as a holy sword, needing to recharge is rather pitiful. Isn't it? At Ye Liu's contemptuous words, Roddy's eyes widened, yet he quickly transformed his fury into laughter. What a diminutive and pitiable vampire. You have foreseen your own demise, at least feigned strength in your words. Hurry, do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Let us bring this to a conclusion. If you can evade my strike, I shall commend you. Roddy wore a mad grin, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Meanwhile, Ye Liu crossed her arms and firmly planted her feet on the ground, as if to declare she would not budge an inch. What are you misunderstanding? I have no intention of evading. Oh, you sense your death approaching and no longer struggle in vain. No, such a feeble force is hardly worth my effort to avoid. Roddy slightly raised his head, gripping the sword's hilt with increased intensity. Deep within, he was seething with rage. How dare a vampire belittle his power? Liu, what are you doing? This is far too reckless. The power of that silver sword is tremendous. Do not engage lightly. Ares and the others were astonished by Ye Liu's audacity. As for Roddy himself, the strength of the silver-winged celestial sword was undoubtedly real. As a weapon forged to combat darkness, if the opponent is indeed a creature of the night that cannot withstand such holy power without suffering injury. He could assert this without exception. Fool! How could a vampire possibly endure such holy magic? Ares understood that Ye Liu was unafraid of holy magic, yet the sword's power was immense, capable of delivering instant death even to a human. Oh dear, I await the spectacle. Minorina effortlessly dispatched the vampire hunters while keeping an eye on the battle between Ye Liu and Roddy. In this conflict, their clash was the main event. The outcome hinged on Ye Liu and Roddy. Is this all your final words? Then accept my judgment? Regret your foolishness? No, you have no time left. My judgment is so powerful that it requires but a fleeting moment. The silver-winged celestial sword was drawn with force. That sharp strike bore a heat not of holy magic. Hurtling toward Ye Liu. It was a visible slash of light, yet Ye Liu remained unmoved, her expression devoid of fear, merely disregarding the encroaching wave of light, which then struck her, passing through her form. For both vampire and human, this was a fatal blow. However, once the strike passed, Ye Liu had not so much as ruffled a hair. Her body bore no injury. Observing the vampire still standing, Roddy tilted his head in confusion. Oh, it seems the holy magic did not activate. Even a divine agent can It was a given that a vampire could not remain unaffected by his holy magic. Roddy found this incomprehensible, leading him to assume the attack had simply missed its mark. Hey, did that not strike true? Without a doubt, it did indeed hit. Terrifying. Merely witnessing it sends shivers down my spine. Yet it is astonishing that she remains unscathed. By the way, do vampires leave bones behind upon death? Ares and the others were equally bewildered by the situation, though more so relieved. Meanwhile, at a distance from the battlefield, someone held his breath, his mouth agape. In the midst of everyone's disbelief at the current state of affairs, Ye Liu took a deliberate step forward. This technique appears commendable, but you simply cannot execute it. You dare to boast of a mere fluke. What a shameless vampire. This time, I shall not falter. Oh, judgment of the heavens. Roddy once more sheathed the silver-winged celestial sword, then closed his eyes, beginning to mutter an incantation, intending to unleash a layered holy magic strike. For Roddy, ordinarily, this would have been impossible. He was a seasoned warrior, not one to employ a spell rife with vulnerabilities before his adversary. Holy sun, shine upon my enemy. With your smile, purify the darkness. Reveal the power you have yet to display from atop the clouds. Hear my pure plea. Annihilate evil with your holy might. Roddy glared at Ye Liu with blood-red eyes, gripping the sword hilt as tightly as possible. His hand cried out in agony from the strain, yet he remained oblivious. For him, it felt as though he were in a blazing inferno, compelled to muster every ounce of strength to vanquish those who doubted him as the divine agent. Light converged within the sheath of the silver-winged celestial sword. Merely standing in proximity to the gathering residual energy was sufficient to evaporate a high-ranking vampire as evidence. Minerina's body grew weak. Still, she persevered, yearning to witness the outcome of the battle. Power coalesced in Roddy's right arm as he exerted himself to draw the silver-winged celestial sword from its sheath. Hey, divine agent, what will you do if the next strike fails as well? Ha ha ha. Are you afraid of my power? But it is far too late. Regret having provoked me. Repent. Alas, I shall render you incapable of finding excuses again. In a moment, Ye Liu teleported to within mere meters of Roddy. For a skilled warrior, it was impossible to remain immobile or evade an attack at such proximity. You boldly extend your neck. How courageous. Aurora, purify the darkness. Holy explosion slash, the holy magic, surpassing the scale of previous attacks, released a beam as thick as a house from the sword, engulfing Ye Liu. The light then passed through her, cleaving the earth behind her. The overwhelming quantity of light possessed physical force. This was akin to a large-caliber laser forged from holy magic. Neither human nor vampire could survive in its wake. More like an angry deity descending to pass judgment, the holy magic continued to emanate. Ha ha ha. I am the divine agent, the righteous herald of purification. Now, anyone who defies me is guilty. Anyone standing in my way shall perish. Roddy laughed boisterously, watching the spectacle, his sword still radiating light. Then, the torrent of light finally subsided. The excessive holy power began to wane. Yet at that moment, he began to doubt his own eyes. No, it cannot be, for one who claims to be the divine agent. If there were any misfortune, it would be an unexpected turn of events. Within the light stream, that vampire remained intact. Hey, counterfeit divine agent, what excuse will you conjure up this time? Ye Liu's attire, though subtly altered, now bore a mocking gaze directed at Roddy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In an instant, Roddy distanced himself, staring in disbelief at the vampire before him. Shaking his head frantically, he had always believed himself omnipotent and could not fathom that his most fervent release of holy magic had been withstood by his opponent. Unscathed, impossible. Where has it all gone wrong? Dark One, what trickery have you employed? There is no trickery involved. I merely accepted the attack in a most ordinary manner. Silence. Ye Liu provocatively laughed at the screaming Roddy. The silver-winged divine sword was undoubtedly a supreme holy sword. With no doubt about its capabilities, it could serve as a deadly weapon against beings of darkness. Moreover, the overwhelming heat of the holy magic could even incinerate those not of the dark attribute. However, it remained a holy sword, and the power of the silver-winged divine sword could only truly manifest its worth against dark beings that in other words, if the opponent was not of the dark attribute. Its power merely amounted to that of scorching a person. Thus, if the adversary was not a being of darkness, its holy light bore no difference from that of flame. For Ye Liu, holy magic held no effect. In essence, the silver-winged divine sword was merely a degraded version of a flame magic sword. Furthermore, if the vampire's body was sufficiently robust, then an attack of flame magic sword caliber would struggle to inflict fatal harm. Well then, it is time to conclude this. I have demonstrated that your prideful sword is not all that remarkable. With a swift motion, Ye Liu made a hand gesture, severing her own left arm near the shoulder, which she then picked up with her right hand. Subsequently, her left arm began to regenerate, returning to its original state. She brandished the severed arm as if wielding a sword, confronting Roddy with it in both hands. Now this is a true one-handed sword. Humph, perverse fiend. Not far off, Ares commented. How dare you? Roddy seethed with anger, facing the silver-winged divine sword, while the vampire brandished her own severed arm like a fool. Ye Liu, in contrast, responded to his fury with disdain. I am not mocking you. I am thoroughly toying with you. It has been made abundantly clear, and yet you remain oblivious. You, how dare you treat me, the agent of the divine, in such a manner? You shall not easily escape death. The divine will bring judgment upon you. Whatever it is, come forth swiftly. I shall inform you that your silver sword pales in comparison to my arm. Silence. Ye Liu swung her one-armed sword, while Roddy wielded the silver-winged divine sword, their blades clashing. The one-armed sword extended with the rigidity of a corpse, while the silver-winged divine sword was enveloped in potent holy magic. And then the two swords collided. The outcome was determined in an instant. It broke. The silver-winged divine sword emitted a crisp sound. The holy light contained within the sword surged upwards like it sought to return to the heavens, transforming into pillars of light that illuminated the surroundings as if it were noon. What? Roddy gazed at the sword, now shattered at its base, rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. The broken blade fell limply to the ground. Having lost its radiance, Ye Liu gave a slight flourish with the one-armed sword. This truly formidable holy sword, fitting for the agent of the divine, suits you well. It was a clear provocation, yet it struck a sufficient blow to Roddy's spirit. Ah, Adho. My divine power. Ah. No. If it can be repaired, if it can be restored. Roddy picked up the broken blade, disregarding Ye Liu as he fled. His figure could only be described as pitiable, as he, alongside the holy sword, had shattered his own heart. Are you not going to pursue him? It would be best not to let him escape, right? Ares approached Ye Liu. It is not my duty to begin this pursuit. But Ye Liu gazed in a particular direction. Hurry, repair the holy sword. It can still be mended. Roddy cradled the broken blade as if it were a treasure, sprinting towards the city. For him, the silver-winged divine sword represented his entirety. Thus, he had never contemplated its loss, firmly believing that it could be restored. However, a vampire appeared before him, blocking his path. Roddy furrowed his brow, but upon seeing that figure, a smile graced his face. Is that not Safi? You have come to accept judgment. How splendid. The vampire standing before Roddy was Safi. She adjusted her breathing slightly and fixed her gaze intently on her foe. Simultaneously, her clothing transformed. The once male attire became a dress predominantly in red and black. Designed for agility, Safi had regained her transformation ability, reverting her attire to its former state. Roddy, Safi once feared you, but now she harbors no fear. What? It seems you require further training. Roddy cautiously placed the blade of the silver-winged divine sword on the ground, then drew the silver whip from his left side. He was originally a user of the silver whip, having previously defeated Safi with this very weapon. Thus, if the conditions were the same as before, Roddy should be able to overcome Safi once more. Come, accept my judgment. Roddy swung the whip, attempting to strike Safi. Yet, she evaded, kicking off the ground to retreat. The girl then turned to face the vampire hunter. Her expression wanted determination, not fear. Safi, I know you have lost your power. Have you come to realize the depth of your sins? I am aware that the power of a vampire is formidable, while you, in truth, are quite weak. Safi. The man before her bore no distinction from the counterfeit Ye Liu had masqueraded as. Through her prior training against the impostor, she had been able to observe the recent battle without succumbing to unconsciousness. Moreover, it was precisely because she had witnessed Roddy's disgraceful display that she now felt no fear. The girl bared her fangs, glistening under the moonlight, causing Roddy to take a hesitant step back. To fear a vampire was unfathomable for Roddy of old. The confidence he once had when battling women now starkly contrasted with his present state. I shall charge forth. Stay back. Do not approach. Roddy swung the whip, trying to deter Safi's advance, yet the smile that once adorned his face had vanished. Safi's movements grew increasingly agile, fueled by her newfound confidence, while Roddy's lack of self-assurance dulled the sharpness of his whip, thus sealing the outcome of their encounter. This is the physical prowess a vampire can exert. It is beyond the ability of an ordinary person like Roddy to defend against. Struck, Roddy was sent sprawling to the ground. Collapsing. Cough. How could this be? He attempted to rise but found himself unable, as the full force impact of the vampire proved too overwhelming for an ordinary human. His bones cried out in agony, with several fractures evident. Cough. I am the agent of the divine. Safi slowly approached the fallen Roddy, kneeling beside him. Then I shall not hold back. She opened her mouth, leaning her face close to Roddy's neck. No, do not do this. Do you realize what you are doing? I am Roddy, the agent of the divine. You cannot do this. Safi sank her teeth into his neck, beginning to drink as if to settle all past grievances. Only the vampire's instinct remained in her mind. Minutes later, she finally released her grip. Thank you for the hospitality. Roddy is withered away and perished. A trickle of blood stains the corner of Safi's mouth. Yet her expression radiates delight. From a distance, Ye Liu observes as Safi drains Roddy of his life force. Should she find herself in peril, Ye Liu would undoubtedly intervene, but it appears that Safi has managed to resolve matters on her own. An outcome far preferable. This must be the fruit of Safi's relentless efforts. After all, she had previously undergone brutal treatments, and despite fainting multiple times, it brings Ye Liu immense joy to witness her hard work bear fruit. Once Safi lays Roddy's lifeless body upon the ground, bat-like wings sprout from her back, and she soars over. Lady Ye Liu, Miss Aries, Lady Minorina, I have succeeded. I have drained the blood, Safi announces, her face aglow with a beaming smile. She has transformed from her former male attire into a more vivacious girl, now clad in a dress. Splendid. Safi, your ability to overcome psychological trauma is truly remarkable, Ye Liu exclaims, clapping her hands. Conquering such trauma is no simple feat. Many may never find healing in their lifetime. Logically speaking, as fellow vampire hunters, it is somewhat complex to feel elated at Safi's victory over Roddy. Yet Ye Liu genuinely offers her congratulations, feeling no sympathy for the villain that was Roddy. Although Aries watches Roddy's fallen form from a distance, she unabashedly praises Safi. You have done exceptionally well. However, Safi, you have merely regained your powers as a vampire, so do strive to continue improving. Yes, Lady Minorina. Safi responds. Oh, lady, such a delightful term. How about we celebrate with a taste of exquisite blood? Minorina produces a small vial filled with blood from her bosom. How convenient. It seems she has kept the vial in such a remarkable location. Perhaps that is yet another facet of her transformation abilities. In this moment, Ely strokes her own chest while eyeing Safi's bosom with envy. Hey, Safi, reveal to me the secret of your growth. Well, my chest has merely enlarged a little. Yet you act so boastfully, when not long ago it was as flat as a board. Ely's words ring true. Safi's metamorphosis encompasses not only her spirit and attire, but her physique as well. Specifically, where once there was an ambiguous flatness, there now exists a discernible curvature. Perhaps this current form represents Safi's true self. It is due to transformation magic. How cunning. No, that's truly cunning. Tell me how I might augment my own bosom. Well, transformation magic isn't quite so straightforward. Safi murmurs. As she states, metamorphosis magic is not universally applicable. Significantly altering one's original form is a challenge. For instance, it is impossible to merely enlarge one's feet to trample foes or to inflate one's hands for striking. Even transforming into entirely different entities follows the same principle. Essentially, transformation magic relies heavily on imagination. If one possesses a shape from the outset, that is a different matter altogether. Alternatively, a vampire with artistic talent might, through their vivid imagination, achieve peculiar transformations. Well then, how about transforming using magic? Is that so? Even fake breasts could work. Under Ely's sharp tongue, Safi finds herself perplexed, scratching her head. Safi, I would allow you to drink my blood in exchange for transforming me. What? Hurry up. Li approaches Safi with an impassive expression, a gesture that seems rather threatening. Miss Li, I believe that request is a bit, begins Aries, but is interrupted. As a comrade. You have no standing to comment. Li retorts, huh? Aries is quite a generous bosom too. Li, it's about time to stop. Ye Liu interjects, exasperated. I too wish to become a vampire, to use transformation magic. You need not go to such lengths. Who is that over there? As the topic turns sensitive, Ye Liu gestures towards the man lying nearby. That fellow came with Rodi. He has succumbed to unconsciousness from the battle's aftermath. He is dressed in noble attire, yet his purpose remains unclear. Moreover, he appears to be devoid of silver weaponry. I know not. I have no interest in human affairs. I know not. Safi, Menarina, and Li reply coldly. Most importantly, Aries. I too do not know. Aries reflects, resting her chin in thought. Seemingly at a loss regarding the man. What shall we do? If he is a vampire hunter, we cannot simply send him back unscathed. He lacks silver equipment. No, that is not my intent, since he is associated with Rodi. It is likely he is no legitimate hunter. If he were a true vampire hunter, he should be dealt with here. Aries approaches the fallen man for examination. I do not believe he is a vampire hunter. He possesses no silver or similar equipment, nor do I sense any holy magic emanating from him. Then why was he with Rodi? I do not know. But Aries appears puzzled, uncertain about the man's identity. Originally, as Rodi's companion, he ought to face consequences. Yet, realizing that this line of inquiry leads nowhere, Ye Liu decides to rouse the man. Huh? Where am I? Hey, you vile vampire monster. Upon waking, the man leaps from the ground at the sight of her. Maintaining his distance. No. What do you mean vampire monster? Surely, it is vampires that are monsters. Indeed, this man seems not to be a vampire hunter. Ye Liu doubts he could ever capture someone as terrified of vampires as he appears. A fisherman who fears fish cannot hope to work. Who are you? I am Botus. Why did you come to this village with Rodi? The answer to this question will determine how to proceed with him. Botus seems to sense this, taking a deep breath, his expression turning grave. I am one of the representatives of the Vampire Hunter Guild. I came as a monitor for Rodi, to prevent him from wreaking unnecessary havoc upon this village. Yes, that is precisely the case. Li's words render Botus silent, his gaze dropping to the ground. Indeed, as a monitor, he has rendered no assistance. He appears to speak truthfully. Her ability as a vampire allows her to discern the flow of his blood. His heartbeat and blood pressure show no anomalies. She begins to feel a measure of sympathy for this man. Ah, so you are Rodi's monitor. I was merely thrust into an unpleasant task. The powerless individual thrust into the battlefield is either fodder for the cannon or a scapegoat. Perhaps the Vampire Hunter Guild has long since regarded this man as expendable. She feels a pang of compassion for Botus. You may return. What? Is that permissible? I am an important figure in the Vampire Hunter Guild. Yes, it is that moment. Li approaches. That important figure is merely an honorary title, is it not? One that is elevated posthumously. Enough, Li. Botus, you may leave. Ye Liu urges, hastily directing Botus to depart. He hesitates briefly, then fixes her with a serious gaze. I wish to ask one thing. I witnessed your battle with Rodi. Rodi is an anomaly, yet undeniably powerful. Yet you, who faced that holy magic directly, emerged unscathed. Who are you? Who am I? I am Ye Liu. A vampire possessing a human soul. She gestures to her heart as she speaks to Botus, also known as a blood-sucking demon. Li, stop joking around. If such a being exists, it poses a grave threat to our guild. I will remember you. I must take my leave. With that, Botus departs. Rather than allowing him to escape unscathed, it may indeed be wiser to deal with him. He perceives her as a threat, one that may exacerbate the assaults on Dracula Village. Yet, on the other hand, she contemplates that the Vampire Hunter organization might not be entirely corrupt. There must be individuals with whom dialogue can be established. However, as it stands, the organization does not appear promising. Nevertheless, without conversation, one remains in ignorance. Hey, Liu, hand me that arm. Alina grasped the severed limb, which seemed rather weighty. This girl, she had no inkling of her own thoughts. What do you intend to do with it? A kitchen knife? Absolutely not. Is that family heirloom cursed or something? It's meant to be a treasured relic. Do not pass on such objects. Subsequently, Ye Liu also reclaimed the broken silver-winged celestial sword. It seemed she had forgotten something. Upon returning to the village, wow, my life's masterpiece. The legendary silver sword. The armed sword that Ye Liu fashioned in mere 5 seconds ultimately met a tragic demise. Alina shook her hand, muttering in discontent at ha. No, you must be joking, right? It's true, something quite formidable occurred, causing the sword to break. Yes? Silverlion shifted his gaze towards Ares, who promptly turned his face away. That holy sword had been mocked by vampires and met a dismal fate. Wah, what does my life as a blacksmith amount to? Upon witnessing the shattered silver sword, Silverlion wept. By the way, it was Silverlion who forged the silver-winged celestial sword? She seemed to have committed a grave error. Alina, to be frank, do you believe that wielding such a wicked sword to indiscriminately slay vampires is utterly unforgivable? Indeed, it is for vampires, yet the one who handed the sword to Roddy shares the same guilt. Wah! Silvalion's defenses crumbled in an instant. At the Vampire Hunter Guild, the Silveria National Branch, a heated debate raged within the chamber. More precisely, a young man was fervently shouting, "Dracula Village is perilous. The vampires there effortlessly defeated Roddy. We must promptly decide how to respond." Bodis pounded the table with both hands, desperately conveying his message. Having witnessed all the conflicts in Dracula Village, he was the sole individual capable of accurately grasping the threat posed by Ye Liu. He issued warnings, yet the other representatives displayed indifference. Well, I certainly did not expect Roddy to be vanquished. Before the silver-winged celestial sword, it is impossible for any undead vampire to prevail. There is no need for concealment. During your unconsciousness, Roddy was ambushed and slain, wasn't he? No matter how excellent a renowned sword may be, it is of no consequence if it fails to be drawn. Vampires, akin to professional assassins, are challenging to defend against in the shadows. Then why is Lord Bodis still alive? I thought you were dead. The representatives accused Bodis, their faces adorned with mockery. Why did they not believe Bodis? Because they had witnessed the power of the silver-winged celestial sword with their own eyes. Thus, in the face of that divine power, they were convinced that no vampire could emerge unscathed. Furthermore, while they placed complete trust in the holy silver sword, their faith in its wielder, Roddy, was rather tenuous. The arrogant Roddy had been ambushed by a vampire lurking in the night. Before he could draw his sword, his head was twisted off or drained of blood. This was a tale easily deduced. The loss of the silver-winged celestial sword to the vampires was indeed agonizing. Yet, it was of no matter. As long as we retrieve it, all shall be well. That sword, vampires could never wield it. Even if they could, it would not pose a significant threat. Ultimately, that sword was solely a weapon against those of darkness. No, that is not the case. Roddy confronted the vampires head-on and fell. Within that village lurks a creature capable of nullifying even that holy silver sword. Bodis exclaimed loudly, striving to correct the erroneous sentiment prevailing in the room. Yet the participants merely gazed at him in astonishment. Lord Bodis, regardless of the extent of your monitoring failures, placing the blame on the enemy is a limited excuse. In this situation, it is best to acknowledge your own mistakes. No, there truly exists a monster in Dracula Village. Then present your evidence. At that moment, Bodis, rendered speechless by the lack of legitimate justification, lowered his head, thus solidifying the validity of Bodis's deception. Lord Bodis, you appear fatigued. This meeting ends here for today. Return and rest. But, enough. You have failed as a monitor. It is excessive to speak of your identity in such a manner. Go rest. Being with Roddy must be exhausting. Even the representatives of the Vampire Hunter Guild felt a twinge of sympathy for Bodis, who had to deal with Roddy. After Bodis was ousted from the council, he glared resentfully at the closed door. The situation was dire. That vampire was undoubtedly dangerous. If the village continues to expand, that formidable vampire will ascend to kingship, organizing a legion of vampires. Bodis's complexion turned ashen. Vampire hunters held vampires in contempt for 2 reasons. Firstly, they could be defeated upon discovering their weaknesses, and secondly, they rarely formed groups. However, should vampires unite to form an army, the circumstances would change drastically. If intelligent monsters launched a collective assault, despair would be the only outcome. Bodis was engulfed in fear of Ye Liu. Aside from his personality flaws, Roddy was undoubtedly a formidable individual, and one could even argue that he appeared more terrifying due to his twisted nature. Having witnessed the scene firsthand, his terror was inescapable. The greatest advantage of humanity lies in their numerical cooperation. Even when faced with a powerful individual vampire, they can leverage their numerical superiority to subdue it with silver rods and achieve victory. Moreover, due to the lack of organization among vampires, humans have always been able to maintain an advantage in information warfare. The reason vampires are easily defeated is that humans prepare meticulously. However, if vampires also begin to cooperate, the scenario would be entirely different. For instance, the vampire hunter's lethal tactic, garlic smoke, is effective precisely because humans are the aggressors and possess knowledge of the enemy's stronghold, giving them an information edge. What's more, encountering a vampire devoid of weaknesses would be a nightmare that a plan must be devised. We cannot simply stand idle. I refuse to. Regardless of the means, a solution must be sought. He left those words behind as he turned to depart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door he had been staring at, the representatives were snickering that, "Oh dear, Lord Botus has encountered trouble. To be honest, I thought he wouldn't return alive. Yet here he is. I never thought Roddy would die. He seems like a man who cannot be killed. Yet we still desire mountains of gold and silver. What shall we do?" "Oh, that. The brilliant inventor we support claims to have devised a formidable potion." The representatives crossed their arms, deep in thought. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing Sadr. Sadr, just in time. "You mentioned having a plan. You claimed you could ensure that the vampire village could not sustain itself in the future." In response to the representative's proposal, Sadr wore an apologetic expression. "Heh. In truth, it is a failed plan. Upon reconsideration, I found it utterly unrealistic." "What? Were you not boasting before? You said you could handle that village." "It should have been so, but it seems this time was my miscalculation. What is that?" "It is precisely because vampires are a group of self-serving individuals." Sadr bowed his head in apology, yet a smile revealing his sharp fangs crept across his face. In his heart, he thought, "Collaborating with you fools to implement that plan is a waste of time and dreadfully dull. A bunch of self-righteous imbeciles, lacking the courage to confront the enemy head-on. On the contrary, the inhabitants of Dracula Village far surpass you in virtue. It would be splendid if our interests aligned." He scoffed at those foolish souls who fancied themselves superior, contemplating his next stratagem. "I shall select more intriguing individuals to handle matters, for my ambition extends beyond merely enriching and empowering the Vampire Hunter Guild. Darkness shall inevitably envelop the dawn." On the night following Roddy's assault 2 days hence, Rinaldi and Ye Liu were engaged in discussion in the square, while Eli and Ares listened intently nearby. By the way, after the battle, Minerina returned to her own castle bearing honey. So, it has been decided that we shall reside in this village from now on. Correct? Yes, for returning to the city would bring peril once more. Even if I could linger in the city for a few days, why should I not establish my stronghold in this village? Over the subsequent 2 days, she continued to deliberate with Rinaldi about future actions. Specifically, it pertained to Rinaldi's forthcoming plans. He could opt to return to the former city, as Ye Liu had gathered intelligence regarding the incident. Rinaldi's residence was set ablaze due to the vampire's actions. Reports indicated that the innocent Rinaldi trading company was assaulted by vampires, and fortuitously, Roddy was present to repel them. Thus, theoretically, Rinaldi could return to the city without any wrongdoing. Yet the possibility of the vampire hunters seeking trouble remained. But why would Roddy attack the Rinaldi trading company? If it were at the behest of the Vampire Hunter Guild, they would typically declare Rinaldi in collusion with the vampires. Would they not? Her association with Rinaldi was not a fabrication. Were the truth to be disclosed, it would be preferable, yet for reasons unknown, false information was deliberately disseminated. At this juncture, Ares interjected. Perhaps it was Roddy's own initiative. The Vampire Hunter Guild had not grasped Rinaldi's situation, yet that wretched priest, guided by some peculiar intuition, intruded, proclaiming himself a servant of the divine. Is he not a divine agent? Dogs and agents are essentially akin. While I do not consider them identical, there is little need to elucidate Roddy's actions. Indeed, that fellow might act in such a manner. In other words, the Vampire Hunter Guild remains oblivious to my association with Rinaldi? Ares nodded slightly. That seems likely. You have concealed evidence of your dealings with Rinaldi, have you not? Ultimately, the Vampire Hunter Guild is merely a guild for hunting vampires. They lack investigative capabilities, and the nation of Sylvalia is a non-affiliated state. It would be peculiar if they were aware. Non-affiliated state, another term she was unfamiliar with. What does it entail? Well, the Vampire Hunter Guild wields influence worldwide, yet not all nations cooperate with them. Those nations that have signed agreements with the guild are termed affiliated states, while those that have not are referred to as non-affiliated states. Even without collaboration, a certain degree of influence persists. Branches of the guild still exist. Perhaps they interpret cooperation as vassalage. The Vampire Guild truly is a dismal affair. Yet, why would a guild solely dedicated to hunting vampires possess such immense power? In that case, there ought to be formidable monster hunting guilds, such as those for dragons. I would never underestimate vampires. Rinaldi fretted that he had spoken imprudently. Ye Liu concurred with his inquiry. Vampires are indeed a troublesome existence, yet their numbers are not vast. They seldom act collectively. Thus, if the vampire hunters were diligent, the majority could be hunted down. Excluding exceptional vampires like Minarina, if the vampire hunters were to operate globally, the threat posed by vampires would be questionable. Given that it is a very ancient organization, I am not entirely aware of its workings. By the time I was born, the global organization had already decayed, yet vampires indiscriminately attack humans. So even with their limited numbers, they inflict greater harm than other monsters. If they remain unchecked, they will grow in power. I can somewhat comprehend Ares' words, yet there remain aspects that are difficult to accept. For instance, conducting excessive activities behind the scenes and wielding tremendous privileges. Ares likely lacks insight into the intricacies, especially since she is a complete outsider. Sigh, it is unavoidable. In any case, Rinaldi, your trading company will be reconstructed post-haste, albeit different from the residence you once inhabited. No, I am profoundly grateful. I shall rebuild the Rinaldi Trading Company. Fortunately, I am not wanted in the city, so I can continue business using my existing connections. It was on the verge of collapse. Eli interjected. Eli, cease your words. Rinaldi's eyes began to grow vacant. Indeed, without ties to the vampire village, the business situation would be dire. Teetering on the brink of life and death. Ahaha. I shall endeavor to persevere. Rinaldi once again donned a somewhat awkward smile. If the Vampire Hunter Guild is unaware of my connection to the trading company, then conducting business outside should pose no issue. As long as it proceeds smoothly without detection. From now on I shall prepare longer-term contracts and employ more blood-etched guards, Ye Liu declared. Splendid. Rinaldi's expression appeared somewhat strained. He seemed to harbor a disinclination towards blood-etched items. Therefore, shall the primary goods henceforth consist of silverware and honey? No, that the silver forger's masterpiece was shattered, leaving him disheartened. A silver sword is inferior to a hand. Eli recited in an enigmatic cadence reminiscent of poetry. The metals extracted from the mines are currently being processed by Silverlion, yet he has been reclusive since 2 days ago. For Silverlion, the Silverwing Divine Sword is the pinnacle of his life's work, and its shattering appears to have dealt him a significant blow. Thankfully, Silverlion did not venture to the battlefield. Had he done so, he might have perished from shock, Ye Liu remarked with relief. Could it reach such an extent? The greatest masterpiece of his life shattered. He may never escape this psychological shadow. Eli and Ares regarded her with reproach. Alas, why do they look at her thus? Just then, Silverlion rushed toward them, an aura of despair seemingly emanating from him. Silverlion, are you well? Has your shattered heart been crushed? Village Chief, I have a request. Please allow me to become a vampire, Silverlion implored as he knelt. Silverlion, first you must rest well, Ye Liu advised. Such utterances should be reserved for the confines of slumber. Alas, Ye Liu and Eli's jests left Silverlion feeling dejected. I have given it serious consideration. The Silverwing Divine Sword is the greatest masterpiece of my life. Yet it was so easily shattered. I must create something to surpass it. Silverlion pounded his fist upon the ground, presenting his plea, which was understandable. Yet I am already aged. Time is of the essence. If I were to become a vampire, my lifespan would be extended, would it not? Silverlion cried out in despair, and while it seemed reasonable at first glance, Silverlion, you are simply sleep-deprived. Why? I have contemplated it so earnestly. What is wrong? There is a fatal flaw. What is that? What issue plagues my perfect plan? Silvalion's reasoning was fundamentally flawed. Why? Where lies the problem? If you believe there is an issue, articulate it. After all, you do not wish for me to forge another legendary sword. Silverlion bellowed. Silver cannot be handled. Eli spoke calmly. Vampires cannot touch silver. A brief silence ensued. Then, Silverlion collapsed, his expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, a silversmith transforming into a vampire in order to create superior works is fundamentally misguided. For if one were to become a vampire, they would be utterly incapable of remaining a silversmith. In other words, you did not contemplate for 3 days and nights. It has only been 2 days since then. It is rather shallow. Eli, must you not cease? The other party is a distressed elder? Silverlion had utterly lost her vigor and returned home dejectedly. After a brief discussion, they disbanded. The following night, I pondered for 3 days and nights. While I draw breath, I shall forge a sword that surpasses your arm. Therefore, as a sample, I shall take this very arm. Silverlion stormed into her house, exclaiming, and then took the arm that Ellie had left on the table without permission. My arm. No, it is my arm. For reasons unknown, Ellie was struck with immense shock, her emotions utterly bewildered. I shall do everything in my power to reclaim it. There is no need for that. My kitchen knife. Do you truly intend to use another's arm to prepare your ingredients? Very well. Should I not hand over the hand sword to Silverlion? She is likely to go mad. Moreover, she was curious about what weapon Silverlion would craft. If it were successful and surpassed expectations, she would possess a weapon suited to her. Thus, peace once more enveloped the village. The next day, a bat delivered a letter. It was from Minarina, stating her intention to move to this village. Ye Liu gasped in astonishment. Why? Ellie inquired. I am unsure. It cannot possibly be for the pursuit of honey. Meanwhile, in the castle throne of northern Sylvalia, Minarina sat impatiently. Hurry up and gather the necessary items. We are relocating. Everyone is ready, miss. We are all waiting for you. What? Wait a moment. I still have much preparation to complete. Minarina hurried back to her room. Observing her departing figure, the steward sighed as he surveyed the room. Having been here for 2 centuries, it was astonishing to discover a place more habitable than Lady Minarina's castle. Minarina's castle was a sanctuary for the weaker vampires, as the castle's mistress, Minarina, shielded them from threats such as vampire hunters. Her departure signified more than mere relocation for the servants. Steward, I cannot find my favorite gem. When did you last see it? Perhaps 10 years ago. I believe it is lost. Do not say that. Let us search for it together. Very well. The steward began to search the room, and 2 minutes later, he found the gem. Why was it so easily located? Do you possess magical sight? It is merely that your method of searching was incorrect. It was near the gem box. Oh, how peculiar. I distinctly checked there. Minarina tilted her head, though in truth, she had simply overlooked it. She was rather absent-minded, with low life skills, relying entirely on her steward. Minarina took the gem from the steward and placed it against her chest. Very well, let us proceed to Dracula Village. Miss, we have hastily prepared. Are you certain you have not forgotten anything? Of course not. Do you take me for someone forgetful? I am an ancient vampire of 300 years. Then Minarina realized she had forgotten the gem box and leapt from the carriage to retrieve it. The young lady can be quite forgetful at times. In the square of Dracula Village, Minarina's carriage came to a stop, approximately 5 in number, while her servants began unloading the luggage. Such well-developed muscles, Ellie remarked quietly. The servants appeared quite robust, showcasing their muscular physiques without reservation. Their upper bodies bare. By the way, steward, where will this luggage be taken? I have heard that Lord Ye Liu has prepared a home for us. The vacant houses over there. The servants called out and commenced moving the luggage into the few empty houses she indicated. The delectable blood that Minarina had previously mentioned, was it sourced from them? Perhaps such exquisite flavor arose from their musculature. Typically, fatty meats are more delectable. What of human blood? Is muscle everything? Can muscle resolve all? Perhaps the residents of Dracula Village should be compelled to undergo muscle training. Dracula Village, or perhaps Muscle Village, might transform into such a place. Thank you for your patience. As Ye Liu contemplated these matters, a voice suddenly echoed above, and Minarina gracefully descended from the air. Though in a long skirt, it fluttered artfully, concealing her form. Minarina, if you come down from above, your undergarments will be visible, you know. Do not underestimate me. This skirt is a part of my body, and through transformation magic, I can easily control it to keep my undergarments hidden. The frivolous application of transformation magic to it is anything but frivolous, Ellie retorted. While Minarina countered, was it possible that all of Minarina's garments were crafted through transformation magic? Indeed, when she transformed into Rhodey, her attire accompanied her, which is achievable. In that case, she ought not to dwell on this. Otherwise, a warm flow might surge from her nose. Steward, did you find the gem box? What are you saying? As the Lord, I am certainly not returning to fetch something I forgot. For some reason, Minarina was evasive. She occasionally cast glances at Ye Liu, possibly wishing to maintain her composure before her. She crossed her arms defiantly. More importantly, from now on, I shall reside in this village. Are you pleased? I am delighted. Lady Minarina is quite dependable. Naturally, a touch of self-praise from Minarina. In truth, she was indeed reliable. A distinguished vampire. She would become the village's second combatant, and with 3 centuries of experience, her knowledge was vast. Though her demeanor might seem somewhat careless at times, she was a reliable presence in many respects. By the way, why are you moving to the village? To see you to the very end. So, where should I reside? Can you prepare a castle for me? The cellar. I see. Is it a single room? Temporarily, you will share with other vampires, but is it a single room? After Minerina arrived in the village, it seemed she would bring a lively atmosphere. Could you assist me in restoring the guild first? Before that, let us construct a basement for Minerina. Ares and Agranali's request seemed to elicit a wry smile. Damn it. It is too busy around here. I cannot move. I wish to act freely and indulge in delicious food. The fate of the bat was sealed, Ellie remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Among the supplies Minerina brought, there appeared to be ample wine. Ares turned to Ye Liu, who looked rather listless. What? Then let us drink. The side dish will be potatoes. No, let us throw a party in the village. Just as the vampire village commenced its festivities, within the Sylvaline branch of the Vampire Hunter Guild, in the main assembly hall, another festival was underway. The representatives present lay sprawled on the ground. No, do not stop. Kekekek, where is your once proud demeanor? Show it to me. Sadiel grasped one representative with both hands, slowly drawing his neck close to his face. Stop. Help. The vampire's prey reached out for assistance. And before him stood a man leaning against the wall. There are no humans in this country, correct? The man said coldly. Kekek, then I shall begin my feast. With that, Sadiel slowly sank his teeth into the prey's neck. He discarded the body, leaving yet another corpse upon the floor. The assembly room was enveloped in a dreadful scene of bloodshed. Well then, it is time. Wake up. Oh. Approximately half of the fallen individuals have risen, emitting a chilling roar. However, their appearance is peculiar. Their eyes are hollow, and their postures are notably hunched. Furthermore, their skin has taken on a pallid hue. Heh, you can no longer look down upon me from your lofty perch. Now, I possess the ability to end your life at my whim. How could you have ever deemed me inferior? What? Only half of them have transformed into half-vampires. Settle gazed intently at the man leaning against the wall, observing the situation. Half of them have already undergone the transformation, Lord Bodis. Typically, when a vampire bites, if the victim lacks the requisite qualities, they merely die or become mindless puppets, with a transformation probability of less than 10%. You must be exceptionally fortunate. You see, Lord Bodis, do they not appear somewhat endearing? Oh. The puppets rolled their eyes, pointing at some unseen point while screaming. Witnessing this, Bodis muttered to himself, where's the charm in that? I didn't expect you to agree with me. I am no saint. The Vampire Hunter Guild is utterly corrupt, and I have been deemed an aberration deserving of death. Now, I only hope that the kingdom of Sylvalia does not meet its demise. So, should we henceforth refer to each other as comrades? Lord Bodis hesitated momentarily, closing his eyes in anguish. When he opened them, his gaze was sharper than ever before. I shall never be your ally. You are merely my adversary. Precisely. The notion of coexistence between vampires and humans is foolish. They will only slaughter one another. Compared to the feeble, you are far more valuable. Within Yelio's abode, the sun had set, and the night began to envelop the world. Yelio emerged from her coffin. Well, good morning. She greeted as usual, though the rhythm of this vampire's life was rather chaotic. Sometimes she rose in the morning. Other times, not until noon, entirely dependent on the activities of the previous day. As a vampire, her physique was remarkably robust, capable of foregoing sleep for 2 or 3 consecutive days. It is now nighttime. Illy's expressionless face bore a hint of irritation. It is a bit late. Yelio waved dismissively. What should I say then? Good night. Do not make me sleep again just after rising. It should be good evening. You honey-sipping vampire. Well then, we should establish a fixed schedule for rising and resting. The inconsistency is unbearable for Illy. Dinner consists of garlic steak. I do enjoy that. Tonight, Illy anticipated Yelio's awakening, thus preparing the meal in advance. Illy entered the kitchen, frying the steak with garlic in a skillet. The aromatic blend of garlic and meat heightened one's appetite. During this time, Illy took charge of Yelio's dietary needs, confident that only she could craft a meal to satisfy this vampire. Once the meat was cooked, she placed it on a plate, and then came her signature move, pricking her finger with a knife to let her blood flow onto the steak. Hey, Illy, please refrain from stabbing your fingers again. Yelio said helplessly. This is a secret ingredient, Illy declared proudly. Incorporating blood into the dish is not a secret ingredient. It seems more akin to food forgery or concealment. In any case, stop it. If you truly require blood, there is some over there. Ye Liu pointed to a bottle containing blood in the kitchen, prepared as a household seasoning. This lacks soul. Compared to pre-prepared blood, I desire a dish infused with suffering. That is entirely unnecessary. Please cease this Yandere behavior. Watching Ili, knife in hand, with a trace of blood still lingering on the blade, her excitement was palpable if she were to add the act of licking the blade. Ye Liu couldn't help but swallow hard. Yandere? Yes, it refers to an exceptionally peculiar individual who incorporates their own hair into their dishes. Wow. Ili questioned this, pondering how strange such a person must be to take pride in their own hair. Ye Liu wished to correct Ili's behavior, believing that incorporating one's own blood was inappropriate. Vampires relish blood, and my blood is so delectable. More importantly, my love for you is the most vital seasoning. I believe no one appreciates such a flowing affection. While I am grateful for your efforts to please me, stabbing your finger with a knife is hazardous, so please desist. Ye Liu considered herself no saint. As a vampire, she ought to adhere to her blood-sucking instincts. Yet she did not wish to partake in activities she found distasteful. Moreover, she certainly desired to diversify the culinary offerings in the future. Speaking of desserts, cakes came to mind. If only there were eggs and milk. Eggs will be available in the future, as will milk, and a variety of delicacies. Ye Liu's pursuit of gourmet food was fueled by boundless motivation. Ili set down the knife, placed 2 plates on the dining table, and then fried 2 more steaks before sitting across from Ye Liu. Come, savor my love for you. After finishing their meal, they decided to patrol the village. They awaited Ares in the square, under the cover of night. Vampires might engage in nefarious deeds, so vigilance was required. Ares greeted them as usual. Everything is as it should be. Ye Liu patted Ares on the shoulder to tea that moment. Ili observed Ye Liu and Ares standing together and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Sensing her exclusion for the first time, she possessed magical eyes and a unique personality. Yet why was she feeling this way? They had lived under the same roof, even sharing the same bed. Why? What is wrong with Ili? Suddenly, she fell silent. That I was pondering why Ye Liu did not wish to taste my delectable blood tonight. What? Ye Liu, you? No, I did nothing. She even mentioned wanting rich milk, and very rich milk at that. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. Ares, do not misinterpret. That is milk. Milk. One of the primary ingredients for a dessert. If Ye Liu did not clarify, she might genuinely be mistaken for a perverted vampire. Ili, speaking of which, why are you 2 living together? It is rather inappropriate for a human and a vampire to share the same roof. You are not being threatened by Ye Liu, are you? Ares, do not look at me as if I were Roddy. I told her she could return, but Ili insisted on staying here. Indeed, it is true that Ili chose to remain in Ye Liu's home. Ye Liu is the strongest and kindest vampire she has ever encountered. Because I decided to dedicate my body to Ye Liu. Ye Liu, I want. The moment Ares exclaimed this, Minerina descended from the sky with astonishing speed. Minerina, come help me deal with this. Ye Liu spotted Minerina hovering above. Do you summon me? Will you provide me with honey? Or, she landed abruptly, striking a triumphant pose, puffing out her chest. Quite ample. Are you here to cause trouble? I soared through the skies, hearing blood and milk. Minerina, I want to liberate Ili from this scoundrel, Ares shouted. Matters were becoming increasingly convoluted. Ili, please help clarify this misunderstanding. And Minerina, did you not desire my honey? Ye Liu realized the necessity of elucidating the truth. Within the northern forest, there, a villager was engaged in a clandestine meeting with an armed man. So, the Silver Saint and the vampire hunters were instantly slain. Indeed, without a doubt. Well, according to the report from the Vampire Hunter Guild, they inflicted severe injuries upon one another during the battle. The armed man displayed a puzzled expression, but the villager shook his head. That is a grand lie. I only witnessed the corpses of the vampire hunters. Is that so? I understand. I shall continue to insist upon your discretion. However, your role is confined to remaining in the village, doing nothing but gathering information. Haha. Leave it to me. As a member of the Royal Guard, I shall not bring shame upon myself. Yet, what is the king's opinion of this village? That will determine my course of action. The armed man displayed a troubled expression regarding the villagers. He was deeply distressed, pondering whether to annihilate them or to promptly relay your report through magic. There is no need for you to forcibly extract information. Simply report what can be gathered from a villager's perspective. I vow to protect the kingdom with my life. From this moment forth, Let us act in pursuit of delectable sustenance. Everyone, rally together. In the square of Dracula Village at night, Ye Liu summoned the usual members and proclaimed loudly. She recalled her initial goals and intentions. After all, he had been preoccupied with managing Dracula Village, continually fending off external threats, and had forgotten the most vital purpose, to procure delicious food. What benefits does her governance of the village provide? Is it not merely to indulge in culinary delights without regard for health? Mimi, did you not indulge in honey just yesterday? Ellie remarked with a sidelong glance. The honey belongs to me personally, not to the village. The honey she collected was from her own kin. Thus it was her personal possession, not the village's. Henceforth, she resolved to seek out new sources of nourishment. May I return home? Unlike the exhilarated vampires at night, humans require rest. Ares stated somewhat listlessly. She had never been particularly concerned about food, nor did she harbor an interest in gourmet delights, which perhaps stemmed from the animosity within her heart. By the way, Ares, what did you eat before coming to this village? Currently, she was consuming the distributed meat, but prior to her arrival, she must have led a more affluent life. Ares had once been an exceptional vampire hunter. She ought to have had some savings, sufficient to enjoy a life of luxury. Me, I consume bread or dried meats. As a renowned vampire hunter, is that all you eat? I do not squander money on food. I allocate my funds solely towards equipment for hunting vampires, investing everything into that pursuit. What a fervent worker she is, managing to adapt to life in this vampire village from such a state. How do you intend to procure delicious food? Ares questioned. As a vampire, I shall seek sustenance in the manner of a vampire. Alas, do not vampires crave blood more than food? Ignoring Ares' words, Ye Liu snapped her fingers. Immediately, bats and bees began to congregate, flitting about her. Ha! Behold, these are my proud kin, my lady Ye Liu. Do you have any commands for us? If required, we shall comply. However, we wish to return to our nests by nightfall. So please issue your orders swiftly. Very well, I shall expedite your return home. So many bees gathered together, it feels rather nauseating. Hey, Ares, what are you saying about my kin? Despite her words, she could not entirely dismiss Ares' feelings. The sight of numerous bats and bees assembling was indeed discomforting. Perhaps it could be termed an aversion to dense gatherings. Kin, go and find me something delicious. Delicious food? That is rather vague. Please provide more specific instructions. Our vampire taste differs from that of humans. Your awareness as a master is too lacking. Such a command leaves even us bees unable to comply. My apologies. Why is she, as their master, apologizing and bowing to them? It seems you are not adept at managing kin. Allow me to demonstrate. My kin, assemble. Lena called out, yet her kin did not come together. After a moment of awkward silence, oh, right, I sent them on errands. Are you unable to summon them? I can, but it is too much trouble to go back and forth. Lena muttered to herself. She viewed her kin merely as tools, but perhaps that is the correct method of utilization. I wish for you to spend time seeking fruit trees, such as grapes and apples. Do you understand? Are you referring to those sticky, glowing spherical objects? The bats inquired. Absolutely not. She immediately refuted the bat's suggestion. What stickiness and glow? Though it piques curiosity. It is something that grows on trees, spherical in shape. Ye Liu suddenly recalled that the bees should have considerable knowledge of plants, so she instructed them to take action. The bees formed a formation and flew off to search for grapes, while also dispersing the bats. It would be splendid if they could locate a vineyard. By the way, why fruit? At that moment, Ellie quietly approached. Since it was night, she was not wearing her eye mask. I desire not only honey but other sweetness as well. Furthermore, I plan to acquire seeds for cultivation, although it may take some time. I shall look forward to their endeavors. Hence, it will not be available in the short term. Fruits may require a while, yet for delectable meats and wines, I have already sent Agarinari to procure them. They should arrive in the village soon, and upon their arrival, we will hold a feast. Agarinari has returned as a merchant. He has made appearances in his city and is resuming business from there. When the time comes, the various items he purchases will also leave a favorable impression on other merchants. Thus, we wait. But as Agarinari has yet to arrive, Liu gradually grows impatient. Don't say that. Agarinari will surely come tomorrow. Agarinari rode his horse towards the city, desperately pondering. I understand that I need to purchase meat and wine, but what kind of meat and wine is considered delicious? He had been tasked by Ye Liu to procure delectable meat and wine. Compared to before, this was already quite specific, but what can vampires perceive? This posed a dilemma for him. Gurgle, my stomach hurts. Upon reaching the city, he sought to buy stomach medicine. Ye Liu had provided him with the medicine not because he requested it, but rather because she had seen him pressing his stomach. However, this stomachache was not solely Ye Liu's fault. When asked about the cause of his stomach pain, he replied that he had lost his home in the city. Was that wrong? No. I am a merchant. If I cannot comprehend the needs of my clients, I cannot survive. Agarinari also did not ask specifically. The pride of a merchant would not allow it. Most people might inquire. But for him, this was a non-negotiable matter. Even if I must vomit blood, I shall endeavor to understand vampires. Agarinari steeled himself once more. The other merchant guards observed and thought, no, you should inquire. The vampires had arrived in the village for about a month. Thus far, there had been no conflict between humans and vampires. This is a good thing, yet also a bad one. You might wonder why. The answer is simple. You should occasionally venture out. You all remain cooped up at home all day. Ye Liu shouted at the vampires in the basement. Ever since they arrived in this village, they had been reluctant to step outside. No wonder there was no conflict between the villagers and them. They had not even had the chance for face-to-face encounters. Indeed, when the vampires first arrived, she had issued a roughly week-long outdoor prohibition. Yet even after allowing them to go out, these fellows still remained at home. I apologize. Safi occasionally ventured outside, so it was acceptable, but at least you should converse with the villagers. Safi had become familiar with the villagers and occasionally ventured out at night to talk. It seemed the villagers did not regard Safi as a vampire, so there were no issues. Just a few days ago, I was nearly harassed by a villager. Safi complained. Safi, next time that fellow approaches you, just throw him out. There were some dangerous individuals in their village. A man had been spouting strange things, and unless one caught him by the tail, it would be impossible to imprison him. Let's set aside Safi's matters for now. Why do the other vampires not venture outside? Because, you see, the basement is quite comfortable. There is no fear of the sun's rays, and it remains perpetually dim. Blood is conveniently delivered, rendering any need to step outside unnecessary. The vampires exchanged glances and spoke. Their thoughts were remarkably akin to those of the recluses on Blue Star. Parasites, remarked Illy from the side. Indeed, Illy is correct. We must not squander our lives in such degradation. Let us strive to engage in something meaningful. Ye Liu concurred. No, it implies parasitism. The subtly self-deprecating remarks were infuriating. These beings had ceased to be vampires and had instead become parasites. While she genuinely desired a symbiotic existence between vampires and humans, it must not manifest as this one-sided parasitic relationship. In other words, they must be reintegrated into society, or rather, return to the surface. If these true degenerates do not emerge from the basement, they will only sink deeper into their depravity. Very well. Henceforth, all meals shall be consumed outside. Eating in the basement is strictly forbidden. What? That is utterly tyrannical. Yes, indeed. We reside underground. We shall gradually expand this basement, delving deeper and making it ever larger. We shall become the sovereigns of the Undercity. The vampires declared vehemently. Were they moles, aspiring to be denizens of the underground? Silence. Do not merely proclaim your descent into ruin. Even if you cannot toil beneath the sky, you must work diligently beneath the moon. I shall prepare for work immediately, Ye Liu asserted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. What did you say? We are quite content with our current existence. Merely drinking blood and sleeping is indeed delightful. Of course, it is enjoyable, but it is not permissible. I desire that kind of life. These vampires absolutely must not lead a life of indulgence and sloth. Otherwise, they would surely become useless. As she pondered how to impart a lesson to them, a golden-haired vampire named Beliru gazed at her. Wait a moment. While it is true that we have not gone outside, it is also to avoid unnecessary contact with the villagers, although it is likely due to our reluctance to venture out. However, we believe that we should not easily go out before meeting face-to-face. If we do not understand one another, unnecessary conflicts may arise. Beliru regarded her earnestly. He made a valid point. Vampires and villagers had not yet encountered one another, and even among humans, misunderstandings can be terrifying, not to mention the vampires, who were merely objects of fear. Yet, Ye Liu did not intend to let them outside without due consideration. I understand. The first thing you must do upon returning to the surface is to meet the villagers face to face. So, go wash up. You smell of blood, filthy creatures. Upon hearing her and Illy's words, the vampires sniffed at their garments. Isn't this a pleasant scent? What is there to complain about? Because the stench of blood is too overpowering. You must rid yourselves of it. Do you think the villagers would feel comfortable seeing you all covered in blood? The walls of this basement are stained with blood, and the perpetual odor is unbearable if you linger here too long. That scent will cling to your clothes and bodies. Honestly, come now, go wash by the river. No, we shall perish. As she attempted to coax the vampires towards the riverbank, they cried out desperately, "Ah, vampires detest flowing water. These creatures are truly bothersome, and I suppose I must dig a bit into the ground to reveal some soil free of blood. Come, roll in this patch of earth. Hey, do not treat us like pigs. Do not equate our noble vampire lineage with beasts. Yes, indeed, we are vampires. Is it preferable to bathe in the river or to purify ourselves with holy magic? Which is better?" Before long, the vampires were rolling on the ground, attempting to rid themselves of the odor. By the way, how do vampires typically bathe? If they cannot approach a river, how do they procure water? They do not dig wells like humans. By the way, may I ask a question? How do you keep your bodies clean? Why must one maintain cleanliness? They did not comprehend the necessity of bathing. I see. Upon reflection, humans bathe primarily to prevent illness. While there are reasons such as body odor, the foremost reason is disease prevention. Vampires do not fall ill, hence they see no need to maintain cleanliness. Alas, all for the sake of coexistence. Ye Liu sighed helplessly. Filthy creatures, Illy huffed. Perhaps we should construct a bathing facility. If we do not immerse these beings in water, they may never bathe. Listen, you lot, tomorrow night there will be a face-to-face meeting between the villagers and the vampires. Before that, keep yourselves clean. Thus, Ye Liu conveyed her plans for the following day to the vampires. The village square was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension beneath the night sky. Vampires and villagers gathered, 10 vampires facing off against 100 villagers, caught in a standoff between them. Unlike usual, torches were lit in the square. Illy possessed magical eyes, and Ares could also see with holy magic. But ordinary villagers struggled to see in the dark, relying solely on the feeble light. Those are the vampires. Indeed, their teeth are quite long, compared to the village chief and Safi, their gazes, haha. Safi, the villagers felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the vampires, yet they were somewhat reassured by Ares' presence before them. There are indeed many villagers gathered. Such beautiful hair. I bet the blood is delectable. The vampires also assessed the villagers, for this was one of their few remaining sources of amusement. Why have the vampires not appeared in the village until now? I do not know. There must be a profound reason. They have merely remained holed up at home. But for the sake of the vampire's reputation, we shall not speak of it. Now, let the proceedings begin. Ye Liu cleared her throat and took a deep breath. Vampires and villagers, I hereby declare that the laws of the Dracula village, the Codex of Blood, shall now come into effect. The Codex of Blood? Both vampires and villagers turned their gazes towards her. For the coexistence of vampires and humans, many elements are required. However, the most crucial aspect is the establishment of orderly laws. Considering human society, without laws, villages and nations cannot exist. Given that wrongdoing warrants punishment, it is essential to establish rules for coexistence between humans and vampires. The common sense of vampires and humans may differ. Thus, through laws, we will delineate what actions are prohibited. Those who violate these laws, whether human or vampire, shall face punishment to uphold the order of the village. In essence, humans have their laws, and vampires have theirs. It is impossible for humans and vampires to adhere to the same set of laws. For instance, providing blood for vampires is undoubtedly permissible, but allowing a human to drink blood is absolutely unacceptable. Conversely, allowing humans to consume garlic poses no issue, but it is intolerable for vampires. With laws in place, it will be easier for you to discern what is permissible and what is not. Ye Liu declared. What sort of law is this? Surely it cannot be a law favoring vampires. Inquired villager A.It cannot be a law detrimental to us vampires, right? Asked vampire A. Both humans and vampires were deeply intrigued by the laws, as they would significantly impact their future lives. Moreover, both sides were eager to ascertain whether they would emerge as the disadvantaged party. Everyone desires preferential treatment. Whether human or vampire, it is the same. There is no need to overthink this. Humans and vampires must not harm one another. This is the very purpose of the law's establishment. For example, vampires must not drain human blood. Those who violate this will be punished. Particularly, turning a human into a vampire through bloodsucking will incur severe penalties unless under very special circumstances. What? The vampires emitted sounds of discontent, while the villagers, in stark contrast, felt a sense of joy. This reaction was entirely expected, as it adhered to the most fundamental of rules. For the villagers, it was a protective law, while for the vampires, it merely represented constraints upon their existence. However, Humans too could wield silver and garlic to an appropriate extent. What? What is this? There are restrictions on the quantity of silver and garlic humans may use, and if they possess more than the permitted amount, it will be deemed illegal in the future and subject to punishment. Simultaneously, the possession and transportation of these items without permission will be prohibited. No. This time, it was the vampires who reveled in joy, while the villagers appeared discontented. But what if the vampires were to attack us? What? Do you not trust us vampires? Impossible to believe. You were the ones who wished to drink our blood before. A verbal altercation between vampires and humans was on the brink of erupting. Yet, this was anticipated. Ye Liu did not consider the coexistence of humans and vampires to be a simple matter. Rest assured, a certain quantity of silver and garlic will be permitted to be placed at doorways and windows. Furthermore, we shall prepare to establish a patrol unit to handle any vampire uprisings. Then, if we proceed with this, do you humans not trust us vampires at all? Vampire A was exceedingly furious, and should they resort to violence? Ye Liu contemplated delivering a well-placed kick while selecting the appropriate words to placate him. No. Humans are weak, which makes them timid. They fear intruders, hence they install doors in their homes. So, for vampires, who are stronger than humans, is not being unafraid considered a sign of contempt? After all, it is the case that being unafraid of 10,000 things is still fearful of one. Is that so? The fury of one vampire gradually subsided. In truth, the reason for installing doors may simply be for convenience, but if that can be articulated, then so be it. As long as the vampires are satisfied, that is sufficient. In the previous life on Blue Star, locking one's door was a matter of course, and people tended to maintain distance from others. This was the right course of action. The details shall be discussed later, but in summary, should there be mutual harm, I will ensure they pay the price. Remember this. Now, disband. Please wait a moment. I have a question. As Ye Liu was about to dissolve the assembly, a villager raised his hand. She had not seen him before. His physique was more robust than that of an ordinary villager, evident from his attire. She did not recognize his face, so he was not one of the 50 individuals from Dracula Village, but rather someone who had migrated from the eastern village. Is this law established for the equal treatment of both vampires and humans? Precisely. Indeed, as it has just been enacted, there may be issues, and we shall strive to amend the rules thereafter. Thank you very much for your response. The man nodded in satisfaction at her answer. His gestures were courteous, as if he were accustomed to etiquette. Thus, the assembly concluded, and both vampires and humans departed the square, with Eli approaching her. Liu, you've worked hard. Oh, by the way, what's wrong? You didn't say a word today. Eli was unusually silent today, which felt discordant to her. She was typically quite talkative, yet at today's assembly, she had not uttered a single word. I was worried you might have consumed something unpleasant. Why the silence today? Ye Liu inquired. Is it because I become rude the moment I speak? Would it be better to release venom in that case? Indeed. How persuasive that is. If Eli had spoken in that setting, it might have led to a broadcasting disaster. It's about time to speak up. The blood code lacks taste, but with the addition of blood, it would be fitting. Moreover, attempting to please both the vampires and humans is truly the behavior of a bastard. No more of that. Don't release all your accumulated venom at once. This girl, does she accumulate poison within her like an insect? Truly, the moniker of the sharp-tongued girl is not unfounded. Eli glared at her face. And should there be any further comments, she would exert pressure. However, I support such a Liu. This is why she does not reproach in necessary circumstances. She refrained from speaking, as she too was contemplating. She had also taken care of all the household chores, which brought her Is that so? Thank you. What's for dinner today? Garlic stir-fried garlic. Just garlic. Then, let us change it to blood stir-fried with garlic. All right. 5 days later, a carriage arrived in the village, adorned with the flag of the Kingdom of Silveralia. I am an envoy from His Majesty the King of Silveralia. I bring a letter from the king. At noon, a soldier clad in armor shouted from a distance in the village. Ye Liu stood in the square, observing the scene from afar. The armor was exquisitely crafted, not something an ordinary citizen could possess. It was unlikely to belong to the ruffians who had been clamoring. Are we not going? He seems to wish for a dialogue, doesn't he? Eli tilted her head and asked. Indeed, she too hoped for a conversation. But whether that soldier was truly an envoy remained uncertain. This call might also be a trap. First, she carefully scanned the surroundings and found no soldiers hiding in ambush. Well, it appears there are no hidden threats. I shall go and see. Eli, wait for me here. All right. After all, nothing can commence without an attempt at dialogue. Therefore, She resolved to approach the soldier, ready to dismantle any potential trap. As Ye Liu slowly approached, the soldier's complexion grew increasingly pale, as if he were forcing himself. When they were close enough for touch, the soldier cautiously dismounted his horse. This is a letter from His Majesty the King. The soldier carefully retrieved a letter from the saddlebag and handed it to her. The paper was of fine quality, and the envelope appeared quite luxurious. Please prepare a reply within 3 weeks. Then, I bid you farewell. The soldier, upon delivering the letter, immediately bowed his head, mounted his horse, and fled. This was evidently a confidential document, not to be read in public. She hurried home, seated herself in a chair, and opened the letter. What was written in the letter? Eli attempted to sneak a glance at the letter, but Ye Liu grasped her head as she reached over. This letter was likely intended for her, so she should verify it first. Wait, what is this? As she began to read, the letter was exceedingly lengthy, spanning 3 pages, causing her eyes to blur. However, as it was from the king, she had to make an effort to decipher it. The letter was filled with salutations directed towards the vampires. For instance, was it inappropriate to include greetings such as "May the sun shine upon you"? No, that would certainly not do. The letter also mentioned a lack of understanding regarding vampire etiquette, and there were numerous difficulties encountered in its composition. For instance, should one use the blood of a sinner as ink, or would human skin paper be preferable? What exactly was she being regarded as? A wicked sorceress. Merely these contents filled the first page, and the second page finally got to the point. After diligent reading, the summary was as follows. The king invited me to the royal capital, wishing to meet in person and engage in dialogue. Previously, Dracula Village and the Kingdom of Silveralia were in a state of opposition, which had evidently been misconstrued. In reality, there had yet to be direct conflict. Until now, they had only been contending with the Lord's army. With no relation to the king, the Lord could freely mobilize his troops within his own territory, holding rights and responsibilities over his dominion. Thus, he intended to conquer and destroy this village before the king became aware. In other words, the king had not yet taken direct action. If subsequent dialogue proceeds smoothly, the coexistence of vampires and humans might suddenly advance. Ye Liu could not help but gaze at the ceiling. This should have been a moment of wishes fulfilled, yet regrettably, she could not feel joy, for this was a trap to lure Liu to the royal capital and forcibly eliminate her. Even if coerced, she held no value. No one would desire her. Not necessarily. I am quite eager for your arm, so hand it over. Do not covet it. Responding to Eli while feeling troubled, Tio speak frankly. This is exceedingly suspicious. Luring her to the royal capital only to assassinate her is entirely plausible. Rather than merely a possibility, it could very well be the most likely scenario. If that were the case, she could simply cause a ruckus in the capital and then return to her village. Alternatively, if their collaboration is merely superficial, they might be plotting to undermine the village from within. For instance, pretending to engage and trade with the village while exporting garlic in large quantities. Such an action would undoubtedly infuriate the vampires, leading to the collapse of the coexistence between vampires and humans in Dracula Village. However, using garlic is rather too obvious. They may refrain from such a tactic. Yet, it is conceivable that they might mix holy water into the water supply. Both substances are colorless and could easily go unnoticed at first glance. So, what shall we do? Ellie inquired, gazing thoughtfully at Ye Liu. This is virtually a trap. Yet, what if the king genuinely desires a dialogue? That would be disastrous. We would miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Refusing this dialogue might mean relinquishing the chance to promote coexistence between the human kingdom and the vampires. Should the king genuinely wish for such an arrangement? Liu, perhaps you should attempt it. Ye Liu looked at her in confusion. Ellie might believe that fearing danger and avoiding risks is a mistake. Pursuing the dream of coexistence between humans and vampires necessitates a certain degree of risk. Even if it leads to failure, she possesses the strength to mitigate it. The king, being a seasoned individual, likely excels at concealing his true intentions, making it challenging to discern his heart through a mere conversation. While she pondered, Ellie stared at her with an expressionless gaze. I have a plan. We shall venture to the royal capital. For what purpose? No, we will conduct covert reconnaissance in the capital to assess the enemy's situation and, if possible, attempt to meet the king. I see. That indeed seems feasible. Ellie's plan might prove to be quite sound. If it is merely a conversation, a person's character can be entirely disguised. However, if she stealthily travels to the capital, the entire city becomes difficult to mask. The royal capital is the king's domain, and the governance there can provide insights into his character. If the king possesses a tarnished reputation, he would be untrustworthy. Conversely, If his reputation is commendable, it could at least serve as a foundation for trust. Furthermore, it is also possible to infiltrate the royal city to observe the king. Although the journey to the capital would take over a month by carriage, as a vampire, she could reach it swiftly. Well then, let us proceed to the royal capital. Splendid. I desire new eye masks, as well as tableware, clothing, undergarments, and sweets. Wait, you aren't truly intending to indulge, are you? I have always wanted to see the royal capital. Very well. Thus, they resolved to journey to the royal capital for the purpose of investigating the governance and the king's character. Besides Ellie, who else should accompany them? She lacked confidence in her understanding of the world. Having lived in this village, Ellie was utterly ignorant of geography and similar knowledge. Relying solely on Ellie made her uneasy. Additionally, she needed to ensure the village's safety in her absence. That night, Ye Liu gathered the vampires of the village in the square. Having decided to travel to the royal capital, she could not allow them to remain idle and resolved to find them some tasks. Blood is not free. How could she allow them to feast without recompense? Firstly, whether human or vampire, merely greedily extracting blood taxes from the villagers would surely breed resentment. If she returned to find an irreparable rift between the villagers and vampires, that would be unacceptable. Alas, what is it now? We hope you will allow us to remain underground. The vampires grumbled, don't jest. She would no longer tolerate you homebodies. What nonsense are you spouting? From now on, you must work every day. What? Don't joke with us. We refuse to work. Work is for humans. The vampires complained incessantly. These parasites are more intolerable than mere homebodies. The price of blood is labor. By constructing villages and roads, you increase the population in the village, thus allowing you to draw more blood. So that is how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're merely crafting traps to ensnare humans. The vampires seemed to suddenly accept this, their previous dissatisfaction seemingly evaporating. They did not relish plain labor, but the idea of crafting traps or schemes exhilarated them. Somehow, she could empathize. Imagining the expression of prey falling into a trap was quite amusing. Well then, what should we build? I have experience in city construction. I can handle most matters. Balira turned to her, a hint of confidence gracing his face. Why would a vampire have experience in city construction? I was an architect when I was still human. Balira appeared to reminisce. Now she understood. Hey, Liu, what does it mean to be an architect? Ellie tugged at her sleeve, tilting her head in inquiry, perhaps not quite grasping Balira's words. Well, there are two ways for vampires to be born. One is for vampires to give birth, and the other is for humans to be bitten and transformed into vampires. Was Balira turned into a vampire after being bitten? Yes, thus they possess knowledge. Balira was once human, which is a rather delightful surprise. She could have him lead. He might construct many things. Moreover, compared to other vampires, he was, to some extent, trustworthy. He was a gentleman. However, Ellie seemed still not to fully comprehend. Frowning and deep in thought. What is it? Is there something that still troubles you? I understand the reproductive methods of vampires. No, it's the mode of expression, because vampires can increase their numbers through blood consumption. The term reproduction might also be appropriate. But how did the original vampires come into existence? All right, Ellie, pondering how the first humans came to be is a meaningless endeavor. You might as well ask Minerina. Ye Liu reminded Ellie, who was on the verge of falling into a loop of contemplation. She had no idea how vampires originated. Perhaps they were bitten by bats. Regardless, it must have been a mutation. But speculating on such matters without basis is endless. The oldest vampire she knew was Minerina. If she did not know, then certainly no one else would. The original vampires likely did not understand why they came into being either. The first humans surely did not comprehend how they became human and simply perished. Vampires too. The original vampires might have already passed away. Who can say? Then I shall summon Minerina. Ellie hurriedly rushed home and soon returned. In her hand was a jar filled with honey and a spoon. As she opened the cap of the jar, the sweet fragrance of honey wafted around. I have arrived. At that moment, Minerina descended from the sky. Her speed was remarkable, akin to summoning magic. Like beetles drawn to honey smeared on trees, she sniffed the aroma of honey with a sense of smell surpassing that of dogs and gazed at Ye Liu with eyes sharper than an eagle's. Drawn by the honey, has she become a honey-sucking demon? Do you know about the first vampires? Ellie asked as she dipped the spoon into the jar to scoop out honey. The first vampires are the progenitors. I was also transformed into a vampire after being bitten by the progenitor. Minerina licked the spoon she handed her. Progenitor? That sounds familiar. Minerina was also turned into a vampire after being bitten? Where is the progenitor? Ellie continued to inquire. I do not know. They vanished long ago, and there has been no news since. Did they die? Not at all. The progenitor possesses immense power and is not so easily slain. By the way, could you pass me the jar and spoon? You have licked them too much, so that won't do. Minorina continued to lick the spoon Ellie had handed her, a glistening thread connecting the spoon to her mouth, which appeared somewhat sensual. After licking for a while, when it seemed the honey was gone, Minorina withdrew her mouth from the spoon. Thank you, Minorina. You may return now. If there are any questions you wish to pose, simply call upon me, human girl. Minorina sprouted bat wings from her back, flapping them joyfully as she soared into the sky, exuding sheer bliss. Indeed, for her, there could be no sweeter delight, merely engaging in casual conversation. She was aware that she could attain exquisite honey, and the dignity of the esteemed vampire had been utterly diminished. The princess of violet light, nourished by the bloodline of the true ancestor. What would the true ancestor say if they beheld this? Barilla trembled as he spoke. Ye Liu could empathize with his sentiments, yet Minorina appeared genuinely content, so it was of little concern. Perhaps it was best to change the subject. In any case, we plan to have the vampires construct roads and bathhouses. Naturally, not as technicians, but purely as laborers. Given that humans are significantly weaker than vampires, I intend for them to perform the heavier physical tasks. The more delicate and technical work shall be left to humans during the day. Humph, village chief, you underestimate the vampires. Barilu flashed a proud smile at her. She had no intention of belittling them. If anything, she might have overestimated their value as laborers. If left unchecked, these creatures would become reclusive bats. We vampires have lived for a long time, which means that with just a bit of instruction, many can easily emulate the work of carpenters. We can transform our fingers into hammers and manipulate them with ease. And our immense strength makes us adept at heavy labor. What do you think? Do you see vampires in a new light? Barilla beamed with pride, though it remained uncertain if any new perspective on vampires had truly been gained. A vampire hammering nails with a golden hammer. How utterly pedestrian. In any case, vampires can indeed be utilized as labor. Yes, certainly. You shall witness the true prowess of vampires. We shall construct impeccable roads and bathhouses. Is this truly their strength? Ye Liu had always hoped that the vampires could maximize their abilities, and now that opportunity had arrived. Let us then discuss where to build the roads. Regarding the selection of companions for the journey to the capital, Ye Liu decided to first consult with Ares and Minorina, for her understanding of this world was still limited, and it was essential to bring at least one of them along. Thus, that evening, she invited them to her home for deliberation. I too wish to go to the capital. I cannot rest easy if it is only the two of you. Do you not require my reservoir of knowledge? Both expressed great enthusiasm, eager to accompany her to the capital. Indeed, Ye Liu inwardly wished for both to join her, but the village needed a guardian in her absence, so a choice had to be made. Ares was quite familiar with human society, while Minorina, despite being a vampire, was exceptionally learned. Her long existence had rendered her knowledgeable about many matters, including human society. Additionally, Minorina's understanding of the Vampire Hunter Guild held considerable value. Should an accord be reached with the Kingdom of Sylvalia, the Vampire Hunter Guild would undoubtedly take action. As an insider of the guild, Ares might find certain matters difficult to perceive due to her limited perspective. What are you thinking? Nothing. Minorina narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her. Her perceptiveness was well known. The selection of personnel presented a dilemma. To speak frankly, I would be delighted to have both of you accompany me. But if neither of you is present in the village, I cannot rest easy about its security, especially since we plan to return within a week. If the village were to face unforeseen circumstances during your absence, it would certainly be troublesome, and I would always harbor a lingering concern. There is no need for worry. The Vampire Hunter Guild is unlikely to take action for the time being. After all, they have suffered losses of hundreds in their ranks, and even Roddy has been defeated. Is that so? I believe vampire hunters are omnipresent. It feels as though for every one seen, there are 30 lurking in the shadows. What an odd assertion. The Kingdom of Sylvalia is not a member nation of the guild. Originally, the number of vampire hunters here was already scarce, and even if they summoned reinforcements from other countries, it would take at least a month to assemble a respectable force. This world is not as conveniently connected as the blue star of my previous life. Physical travel is quite time-consuming, and it seems there are few vampire hunters willing to venture to this country. Will individuals like Roddy still come? Ye Liu inquired. It is unlikely, in this country. The only adventurous and powerful vampire hunters are myself and Roddy. It is precisely for this reason that I am regarded as an oddity. Even if the guild were to summon personnel from other nations after my departure, they would not arrive immediately. Ares explained to her with a degree of certainty. Thus, concerning the issue of vampire hunters, they need not worry for the time being. As long as vampire hunters remain inactive, the village's defensive capabilities will not be significantly compromised. Even if figures like lords were to mobilize against them, the vampires in the village should be able to withstand the assault, correct? Do not be so pessimistic. To my eyes, they are merely a group of cowards, those vampires who came to the village. Ye Liu still vividly recalled their wretched state after being driven away by garlic smoke. Indeed, even if they remain reclusive, they could still launch nighttime ambushes against enemies. Furthermore, they intend to continue employing blood scripts. So there should be no issues. She retained her confidence in the vampires. In other words, if they cannot even protect the village, they would truly become mere freeloaders. So how should the personnel selection be resolved? Very well, she had made her decision. Ares, I sincerely apologize, but I hope you can remain in the village. Are you certain you can manage without me accompanying you? While I certainly wish for you to join me. The village requires someone to oversee the vampires, and you, Ares, have extensive connections, do you not? If we encounter vampire hunters in the capital, it would likely cause trouble. Ares is quite a notable figure within the Vampire Hunter Guild. Ye Liu had heard that the capital also housed a branch of the Vampire Hunter Guild. Bringing her familiar face along would indeed be rather perilous. Moreover, as an ally of humanity capable of combating vampires, she provided the villagers with psychological support. If they took Ares away and left only Minerina, the situation might deteriorate. For the villagers, the vampire hunters had already departed, but vampires still remained. Should another royal like Minerina be present, the pressure would undoubtedly be immense. Your reasoning does hold merit. It must be as you say. Ares appeared somewhat disheartened. Very well, then I shall proceed to the capital with Iri and Minerina. Wait, I can forego attending. But does Iri also have to go? Ares inquired. That is her personal desire, and her magical eye will prove useful. Iri seemed to agree with this notion, slowly removing her eye mask to reveal her right eye, which shimmered with a golden light. My magical eye is about to display its might. It feels as though it has been glowing all along. Ye Liu shared this sentiment. Iri had likely spent an equal amount of time both wearing and not wearing her eye mask. Had she not? Would bringing Iri pose any danger? Even with her magical eye, perhaps she would not be able to exert much influence. Ares gazed at Iri with a face full of concern. She felt that Iri would be of little use. Thus she did not wish to compel her to accompany them. Regardless, she was a kind-hearted girl. It is indeed useful. Iri's expression suddenly turned serious. Is that so? Even without Iri, we could manage in some way. After all, the journey to the capital is fraught with peril. Ares had touched her chest with both hands while cleaning herself the previous day. At that moment, Iri proudly placed her hands on her hips. What? Ares felt puzzled, and then a realization dawned upon her, causing her face to flush deeply. She was concerned about the size of her chest. Subsequently, she began to touch her own chest. Wow. Iri's magical eye is truly formidable. We absolutely must bring her to the capital. Ares hurriedly covered Iri's mouth, while Ye Liu was quite curious about Ares's actions after touching her chest. Ares was currently glaring at her with great intensity. This is the marvel of my magical eye. Iri replaced her eye mask over her right eye. Liu, regarding the enhancement of the village's defenses. I have an excellent idea. At this very moment, a savior descended, prompting her to hastily divert her gaze towards Minerina, who confidently proclaimed, train the vampires. Within 2 days, I shall ensure that they can stir even amidst the fog of garlic. Minerina boasted. To make those reclusive beings move in a cloud of garlic within 2 days, what method could possibly achieve that? I possess a secret plan, Minerina replied with a seductive smile, compared to her usual demeanor. She exuded a more regal air at this moment, befitting one who had survived for 3 centuries. Force the vampires to consume garlic, allowing them to gradually acclimate. Goodness, the best way to conquer fear is to confront it directly. Ye Liu mused, considering that this might be suitable for those reclusive bats, and thus allowed Minerina to proceed with her intentions. Leave it to me. Training young vampires is as effortless as toying with vampire hunters. Am I about to die? There's a hint of garlic in this. Wouldn't it be better to give up? In the square beneath the night sky, Minerina set up a large table, distributing plates filled with meat to the vampires. Naturally, this meat was infused with human blood. As the vampires began to feed on the meat as usual, they soon writhed in agony upon the ground. Each piece contained merely a smidgen of garlic. Even if vampires were weak against garlic, such a small amount should not pose a problem. Despite Minerina's grand claims, the vampires in the square had collapsed in disarray. Cough. I can't take it anymore. I've only been a vampire for 5 years. This fleeting existence as a vampire. The vampires seemed to wail in their final moments, losing consciousness one by one. Incidentally, Safi fainted quietly after just one bite. This is hardly a minor issue. It's a veritable graveyard. It was puzzling. These vampires did not appear physically frail, so what was the cause? This could not be denied. Perhaps due to their former existence as bats, their bodily functions had declined. No, as vampires, their muscle mass should not diminish. However, their mental fortitude may have weakened. Ultimately, training seemed unnecessary. Vampires' aversion to garlic was instinctual, as long as they kept their distance from it. They would be fine, the vampires clamored. This was evidently a lack of ambition, yet one could argue that their awareness of their own weaknesses was a rare virtue. Sigh, if that is the case. Then I shall employ my power to compel them to train diligently. Attempting to enforce obedience through force may prove futile. A voice of skepticism arose in the face of Minarina's fervor. Fighting among vampires is meaningless. Neither side can inflict real harm upon the other. Even if one is a lower-tier vampire, Minarina would find it challenging to prevail. Although they were lower-tier vampires, they were still vampires. No matter the torment, they could plunge into darkness and resurrect. Without exploiting their weaknesses, victory would be elusive. Yet Minarina laughed confidently. Of course, I understand. Come forth, my servants. At her call, a series of thudding footsteps approached. Turning to the sound, a line of muscular men, bare-chested, marched toward them, each holding a torch. They were Minarina's humans, collectively referred to as muscle men, reminiscent of the muscular figures from a bygone era. By the way, muscle men was merely a colloquial term they used. They arrived, standing in formation before Minarina. Lady Minarina, all present. Leave it to our muscle. The muscle men showcased their physiques, appearing significantly stronger compared to the seemingly frail vampires. If you do not exert yourselves, my servants will punish you, Minarina proclaimed, gesturing dramatically at the vampires, who remained unimpressed. They are merely humans, nothing to fear. We are vampires. We shall not be cowed by humans. You do not comprehend why I do not allow these individuals to become my kin, but rather keep them in the role of servants. I shall reveal the reason. Observing this, Minarina smiled and snapped her fingers. The muscle men retrieved something from their pockets. Garlic. We shall smear you with garlic. The muscle men grasped garlic in their hands. I see. These individuals are mere mortals, hence they can handle garlic without issue. Wait, in this village, humans are prohibited from possessing garlic. Indeed, a breach of the rules. Village chief, someone is violating the rules. The vampires cried out desperately. Yes, in the village. Possession of holy water and similar items is restricted. Yet I recall no prohibition against them handling garlic. In Dracula Village, by law, possessing items that exploit vampires' weaknesses was forbidden. Very well, I shall submit an application, the rationale being, they require more means to safeguard the quality of the blood. Approved. What? Their recent arrival rendered them unaware of the rules, and their justification for possessing garlic was rather reasonable. Minarina's pride in her blood extraction source warranted ensuring defensive measures. Then let the training commence. If you do not consume meat, you shall be smeared with garlic. That's good. No. The night echoed with the lamentations of the vampires. By the way, where has Ares gone? She would typically be present. She is over there practicing swordsmanship. Engaged in training, swordsmanship, rather than holy magic training? Then I shan't disturb her. Eli pointed towards the eastern part of the village, indicating that Ares was indeed striving. Moreover, she had finally begun to strengthen her physique. Ares's holy magic was undoubtedly formidable. However, in comparison to her magical prowess, her physical abilities were quite lacking. Akin to an ordinary girl in the village, she was originally a sorceress, but that was precisely the issue. After approximately 3 days of training, the vampires began to develop some tolerance to garlic. The village square appeared somewhat dim under the moonlight as Ye Liu, Eli, and Minarina prepared to embark on their journey to the royal capital. Ares and the former village chief came to bid them farewell. We are setting off for the royal capital now. I entrust the village's affairs to you too. If the vampires show signs of rebellion, you may utilize holy magic to discipline them slightly. I am well aware. I shall show mercy. Ares wore a confident smile, clad in silver armor, appearing invigorated. One could only hope her fervor would not go to waste. However, Ares occasionally exhibited tendencies to act recklessly. By the way, that light is rather blinding. The former village chief struggled with his vision at night, which was unfortunate. Minarina furrowed her brow slightly. Her gaze was fixed upon Ares, who was illuminated by the radiance of holy magic. Today, they did not light torches, as preparing wood and lamp oil was overly cumbersome, thus they opted against it. During my absence from the village, I shall rely on you. Ye Liu stated. Rest assured, leave it to me. Should any villagers display unusual behavior, I shall teach them a proper lesson with this wooden staff. The former village chief swung his staff vigorously. His movements quite forceful. It was perplexing why this elder would wield a staff. It is sharper than my sword. Li's words left Aries quite astonished, rendering her unable to retort honestly. Having toiled in the fields for years wielding a hoe, she had grown accustomed to the use of such tools. Oh, I see. Aries managed to force a faint smile. Being a sorceress by nature, the silver sword she possessed often resembled a wand meant to amplify her magical abilities. She was not one to charge into battle with her sword drawn. Rather, she assumed the role of a supporter, casting spells from the rear. Rarely participating in coordinated hunts against vampires, she had only unsheathed her sword out of necessity. Had Aries been an ordinary adventurer, she might have donned a robe and wielded a wand, presenting herself as a mage, thus allowing her to better harness her magical prowess. Regardless, leave the matters of the village to us. You must gather intelligence on the king in the capital. Certainly, we will take care of the village. Do not forget to provide sustenance for the vampires. It feels akin to tending to pets. Until recently, the vampires had been reclusive, but they had recently commenced the construction of roads and buildings. Albeit under duress. Ye Liu had observed their work methods a few days prior and had to admit they were truly remarkable laborers. Their strength was evident when compared to humans, and due to their prolonged lifespans, many were knowledgeable and skilled. Their efficiency surpassed that of humans by several multiples, showing no fear in undertaking tasks that should have been perilous. Even if buried alive, vampires could resurrect unscathed, embodying a naturally formidable physique. They could also soar to great heights to perform their tasks, which was exceedingly convenient. If only they could work during the day, it would be even more perfect. Since the vampires were diligently laboring, it was imperative to feed them well. No work, no food. Conversely, those who toil deserve to eat. Ye Liu reminded Aries. I understand. By the way, regarding provisions, are you truly all right with such light preparations? Aries squinted at them. She and Ely had made only the barest travel preparations, slinging small backpacks over their shoulders, rather than embarking on a journey. It felt more akin to a day's work. We're fine. We can camp for a few days. The issue is Minorina. Their gazes shifted towards Minorina, who had made no travel preparations whatsoever, dressed in her usual attire. No, her garments were crafted from transformation magic, rendering her essentially naked. Traveling by carriage to the capital would take about a month, yet as vampires, they could arrive in just a few days. Nevertheless, it still required several days, leading Ye Liu to believe that at least some preparation was necessary. She packed food into her backpack. Vampires did not catch colds, so blankets were unnecessary. Just provisions for Ely would suffice. Do not mind me. Minorina crossed her arms, radiating confidence with a smile. Ye Liu was genuinely curious about the source of her self-assurance. However, at the very least, some travel preparations were in order. Am I not a noble and powerful vampire? Such necessities are entirely superfluous. When hunger strikes, I shall simply feed upon the thieves. Very well, let us set forth to the capital, Minorina declared with unwavering conviction. Ye Liu sighed in resignation, hoisting Ely onto her back, ready to depart at any moment. Ely cooperatively clung tightly to her back. Through my magical eye, it seemed I could glimpse the outcome. Even without the magical eye, I felt I could foresee it. All right, let us embark. Thus, they journeyed towards the capital while camping along the way. Is this the capital? How lively it is. Under the sunlight, Ye Liu and Ely gazed at the opulent stone edifices surrounding them. Unable to suppress their exclamations of awe, they paid the entrance fee to the capital and smoothly entered through the main gate. Naturally, Ye Liu and her companions had used transformation magic to mimic human appearances. And now, they strolled along the streets of the capital. The roads were well paved, and many people chatted happily as they walked. How about some beast meat? Delicious fruits, come by. Skewers of spicy chicken for just 1 coin. Oh, that one's out. Numerous vibrant outdoor stalls lined the streets, bursting with life. Observing the passers-by, their attire and hairstyles were exquisite, imparting an impression of cleanliness and tidiness. I occasionally visit here, Minorina casually remarked, uttering something quite shocking. Although she spoke nonchalantly, the thought of vampires frequently visiting the capital felt rather unsettling. As a distinguished vampire, even when exposed to sunlight, she merely weakened slightly, which was one of the reasons Ye Liu had brought her along. What was your purpose for visiting the capital before? I intend to purchase items that cannot be crafted through transformation magic, such as this sunshade, which is rarely sold in the village. Minorina twirled her lace-trimmed black parasol, She crafted her clothing using her transformation magic yet still chose to buy the sunshade in earnest. It suits you well, Ye Liu whispered to Minarina. Indeed, with her noble demeanor and dressed in finery. Minarina complimented the expensive lace-trimmed parasol splendidly. At first glance, she appeared as a refined noblewoman. However, in reality, she was a downcast lady and a vampire to boot. Of course, Minarina declared proudly, puffing her chest out. Ye Liu nearly found herself staring at her cleavage and quickly averted her gaze. Although as a vampire, her allure was not overwhelmingly intense, it was certainly not absent. I desire that. Ye Liu tugged at her garment. Pointing towards a nearby outdoor stall, there lay freshly baked bread mixed with walnuts, not the hard, blackened variety. To preserve, the village's bread was dehydrated, resulting in a hard, dark loaf. At that moment, Ye Liu could truly empathize with Ye Liu's yearning for normal bread. But we did not come here for leisure. I shall pay with my body. Why do you keep saying such things? Ye Liu puffed out her flat chest, mimicking Minarina's earlier stance. I want some too. Alas, what am I to do with you both? With both of them desiring the bread, she had no choice but to relent. Pulling out her pouch of coins and approaching the stall, the vendor noticed them and greeted them with a smile. These two young ladies truly shine with radiance. Are you nobles? Ye Liu, dressed in attire reminiscent of nobility, alongside the elegantly clad Minarina, indeed appeared more noble, which was entirely intentional. In the capital, nobles should be ubiquitous, and they ought to blend in quite well. Furthermore, as nobles, the risk of becoming embroiled in trouble should be minimized. Both Minarina and Ye Liu possess striking features. Wandering the capital, they might attract unsolicited advances. However, if they were nobles, others would refrain from approaching them recklessly. If their demeanor was disrespectful, they could face dire consequences, such as execution. Though she was unsure of the truth of that, only Ye Liu wore the garb of a villager. As she had no other clothing. I would like 3. She handed the vendor a silver coin, and the vendor, upon receiving it, gathered 3 loaves of bread and handed them to Ye Liu. These are your lady's bread. Be careful not to drop them. Although Ye Liu displayed a hint of dissatisfaction, she accepted the bread. She likely felt she had been treated as a maid. Both Ye Liu and Minarina were attired in noble garments, while only Ye Liu donned the attire of a commoner. Lady, let us depart. After distancing themselves from the stall, Ye Liu handed the bread to her and Minarina. Ye Liu took a loaf, taking a bite. Wow. Just the addition of walnuts to his soft bread makes it so delectable. She was overwhelmed by the unexpected deliciousness, which was incomparable to the black bread back in the village. This was undeniable. Moreover, it seemed to have some secret seasoning. This faint, slightly pungent flavor is... Wait. Is there garlic in this? Minarina emitted a displeased sound, her face contorted in apparent distress. Much like an individual who has inadvertently consumed something distasteful. It would indeed be unfortunate if one's favorite dish were to be tainted with unwanted ingredients. Ye Liu could empathize with such sentiments, and fortunately, Minarina, being a high-ranking vampire, would be unharmed. Had it been one of the ordinary vampires from the village, they might very well have fainted by now. How could this be possible? They are aware that I have come to the royal capital and have set a trap. Humans, you truly dare to do this. Such occurrences should be purely coincidental. While they consoled Minarina, they continued their excursion, or rather, their reconnaissance of the enemy. Liu, I desire that candy. They even have honey for sale. You too should exercise some restraint upon arriving at the market of the royal capital. Minarina and Iri were so exhilarated that they began to run amok. Drawn by the various aromas, they acted impulsively, following their whims. Is she the leader of a kindergarten? Speaking of which, it's Iri's first visit to the royal capital. But Minarina has been here frequently, hasn't she? Has her experience been reset? Just as she pondered this, Iri and Minarina dashed towards her like eager puppies. Liu, you must have plenty of money, right? You possess a wealth of treasures. Dantiu. Indeed, while it was true, they had not come to the royal capital to squander their wealth, and those riches belonged to the village, not solely to her. Her coin pouch was indeed filled to the brim. For the village thrived on the profits earned from selling gold and silver, as well as honey, largely due to the Agaranari Merchant Guild. Yet, this money was ultimately reserved for necessities, not frivolity. The honey is yours. Therefore, the profits should rightfully belong to you. That said, that meat looks incredibly appetizing. Iri was pointing at a stall selling grilled skewers, which prominently advertised the use of beast meat, resembling pork. Wow. It's generously seasoned with salt. It looks delicious. The salt in the village is scarce, resulting in bland flavors that Ye Liu could not help but swallow hard, her body yearning for the salt. Calm down. Maintain composure. We did not come to the royal capital to indulge recklessly. However, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat was simply irresistible. Look, look, there's plenty of salt sprinkled on it. The stall owner, with a flamboyant yet precise technique, sprinkled a handful of salt, allowing it to cascade down his elbow at a 45-degree angle, evenly coating the grilled meat. So much salt. Salt on the meat. It's crucial to study the ingredients of the royal capital and recreate them in the village. I must buy 3 skewers of that meat. There is more over there that looks delectable. How could vampires possibly resist? This is permissible. I pointed at something resembling sausages. Goodness. This means we can feast. I want to eat my fill. And so, they began to indulge. Overcome by the allure of the food, Ye Liu found herself losing her self-control. The candy is delightful. The honey in the village is of superior quality. What a disaster. Iri and Minorina savored their purchases, while Ye Liu chewed on her skewer, reflecting on her immaturity, vowing not to repeat such behavior in the future. They were extravagantly indulgent. This was her first visit to a human market since arriving in this world, and the variety of enticing foods had overwhelmed her senses. But how could she be blamed? She had always exercised restraint, and now there were exotic ingredients like beast meat. As the sun began to set, Ye Liu suddenly regained her composure, realizing they had indeed been excessively extravagant. Although her coin pouch still contained a considerable amount of gold, she felt disappointed in herself, as well as remorseful towards the villagers. Liu, you are worrying too much. Yes, delicious things should be enjoyed abundantly. Both of them excitedly assured her. Shouldn't you be a bit concerned as well? I have paid the blood tax on time, and have been performing household chores without pay. The attendants I brought are working in the village as laborers. Moreover, I am training vampires. Minorina and Iri puffed out their chests. These two are genuinely diligent workers in the village. Rather than that, isn't it worse that I am the one not paying them? I wish to find some casual work in the royal capital. What is your purpose for coming to the royal capital? However, I feel guilty for spending the village's money. As the village chief, the beekeeping farm was akin to her private property. If she merely considered spending a little money, it should be permissible. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Incidentally, she observed that the royal capital appeared quite respectable. The populace was vibrant, and the square showcased a variety of shops, ranging from slightly expensive items to common fare. Many establishments seemed prosperous, indicating a thriving economy, which also suggested that the king was governing effectively. Most importantly, the king must possess the capability to provide for his people. From the looks of it, he did not seem incompetent. The market in the royal capital was bustling, leading her to believe there was no oppressive rule in place. Thus, confirming the purpose of their visit to the royal capital could be deemed accomplished. Liu, look at that. Iri pointed towards a large wooden bulletin board set up in the center of the square. It was covered with numerous notices, likely announcements that in 2 days, there will be a competition held in the arena. Tomorrow is the last day for registration. Those who are unafraid of death and those seeking fortune, come one and all. The champion will receive a reward directly from the king. A man who appeared to be an official shouted beside the bulletin board. A competition? Is it an entertainment event where people slaughter each other? I fail to comprehend the enjoyment derived from such lowbrow conflicts, and even if blood spills, it cannot be consumed. From a vampire's perspective, that would indeed be accurate. In any case, it involved battles akin to those of swordsmen. Although the mutual slaughter appeared quite barbaric. An opportunity to meet the king. Iri removed her eye mask and gazed at Ye Liu. The champion can receive a reward directly from the king, correct? Indeed. And if you win, you can secure a substantial sum of money. With the prize money from the championship, I can compensate for my earlier extravagance. No, not just that. I can indulge even more. Iri, you have been fixated on money since earlier. A miser. Money is indeed important. Very well. I shall participate. And thus, she resolved to enter the arena competition. As a vampire, there was a possibility she might not be allowed to participate, so she would first confirm the rules upon registration. But is that permissible? After being received as a champion, you would meet the king, and your identity would be exposed. Transforming my appearance with metamorphosis magic would suffice. As expected of Minorina, she is already accustomed to being a vampire. Now, the next step is to decide how to participate in the competition. What form should I take? Transforming into a muscular man should not connect back to my current self. What are you saying? Changing gender to conceal your identity. Human intuition is sharp. Male disguises are easily discernible. And I do not wish for my former self's body to undergo such a transformation. Minorina articulated some compelling points. Yet, in her previous life, she had been male, so logically, reverting to her original form should pose no issue. If she were to become a frail young girl, it would be even better. There would be betting in the arena. If she transformed into a 5-year-old girl, the stakes would increase. What, IRI? Are you considering placing bets now? And these two? What a cruel thought. Ye Liu began to feel that bringing them to the royal capital was a mistake. Since we are here, we should strive to earn some money. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? Doesn't your heart ache? Liu, I shall place all my gold on you. You shall not lose. Very well. Ye Liu sighed, deciding to transform into a petite girl of 1 meter tall to participate in the arena competition. However, would such a height truly qualify her to compete? Before registering, it is prudent to confirm. As night has fallen, they have rented 2 rooms at an inn in the royal capital. For vampires, staying in an inn at night can be somewhat discordant. Yet the dangers of the capital's night and its poor security leave them with no choice. If such strikingly beautiful young maidens were to wander the streets at night, they would inevitably attract trouble. The allocation of the 2 rooms is as follows. Minarina occupies one, while she shares a room with IRI. They initially intended to share a single room, but Minarina remarked that girl's blood is exquisite. I cannot resist. This statement sealed their fate. Indeed, allowing a vampire and a human to share a room is far worse than permitting a male and female to do so. But she too is a vampire. So that alleviates the concern. By the way, sharing a room with Minarina is out of the question. Although she admires Minarina's appearance, this body once belonged to her dear friend, which perhaps accounts for her reluctance. At this moment, they gather in one room to discuss the precautions for the morrow. The transformation is confirmed, but what form should it take? Minarina sits on the bed in the room, envisioning a 5-year-old girl. Immediately, IRI raises her hand. That would violate the age restrictions of the arena, wouldn't it? Is such a thing even considered? They are unlikely to concern themselves with age. Rather, they will be fixated on the spectacle to satiate their perverse curiosities. Precisely. For Minarina, the conflicts among humans might appear as mere play among puppies. She too is not particularly inclined to witness the arena. Moreover, should I transform into a 5-year-old girl? One must consider the feelings of those who would be defeated by me. What would a muscular man think of losing to a little girl in front of a crowd? IRI, with her arms crossed, ponders this briefly. Even she finds the thought of a man losing to a little girl to be quite embarrassing. Yet amusing. Are you a devil? The odds of the wager would rise, and one could profit from it. This sharp-tongued girl is filled with venomous thoughts. Very well. A 5-year-old girl will not suffice. She would surely be rejected upon registration. The age must be altered. Then how about 4? No, let us raise it instead. Thus, they continue to chat aimlessly for reasons unbeknownst to them. Transforming into Safi, she muses, would surely delight her upon arriving in the royal capital. Having become a legend. ATIRIS musings, Ye Liu shakes her head. Imagining Safi surrounded by the populace, she finds the thought pitiable. I have a perfect plan. Transforming into Ares would be splendid. As a vampire hunter, her presence in the arena would not be unusual. This time, Minarina speaks with newfound confidence. However, others would doubt her appearance. Thus, the 2 direct reproachful gazes at her. Then what do you propose to transform into? Is that my fault? Ye Liu questions, puzzled. It is strange. She merely spoke a sensible statement. But if it were a 100-year-old grandmother, do you not think it would be odd for such a person to appear in the arena? How bizarre. As long as it is a person, what more is needed? Ye Liu sits in a chair, closing her eyes. The transformation should ideally be something that comes to mind immediately, recalling characters she favored on Blue Star. Reflecting, she envisions flowing, golden hair and red eyes. An old lady. IRI, do not disturb my concentration. IRI whispers reproachfully in her ear. Nearly transformed into the image of a golden-haired, gentle old lady, it is far too abstract. Once more, she begins to meditate. Transformation magic is delicate, and any strange thoughts can lead one astray. Flowing golden hair, red eyes. IRI. The image of golden-haired IRI vividly materializes in her mind. This time, the transformation magic activates, and she becomes that form. She transforms into a frail body resembling golden-haired IRI. The transformation has failed. Is this not acceptable? She can appear in the arena like this form. Are you serious? Ye Liu feels an ominous gaze from behind her. I am insulted. Turning around, she sees IRI, having removed her eye mask, glaring at her. No, that is not what I meant. Ye Liu hastily clarifies. IRI appears upset. Though her expression is neutral, she exudes an air of pressure. After the match, I shall ensure you indulge in the culinary delights of the food street. It is a promise. Thus, Ye Liu resolves to enter the arena disguised as a diminutive version of golden-haired, red-eyed IRI. In this guise, she should not expose her identity. No one knows IRI's face, and it should be easy to imagine her visage during the next transformation, perhaps an unexpectedly wise choice. In the arena. Who would believe that a 12-year-old girl could achieve victory? At that time, they spend a night at the inn. When it comes time to sleep, she initially intends to undo the transformation magic. But under IRI's strong insistence, she succumbs and sleeps as is. Upon awakening, she senses her attire is somewhat disheveled. Her intuition suggests that IRI may have done something last night, yet considering the battles ahead, she dismisses such thoughts. Thus, in the morning, they depart the inn. As they walk, they arrive at the grand circular structure of the arena. Noticing a counter, Ye Liu decides to register first, sitting down to face the receptionist. The latter's smile becomes stiff upon seeing her petite form. Are you here to compete? Is there a height restriction? No, there is not, but the arena is quite perilous. It would be best to. It seems she is about to be gently refused. She realizes that to appear in the arena, she must concoct a reasonable justification. In truth, it is due to a lack of funds. Without this, she would have no food to eat. If she does not earn money in the arena, she shall starve. Why is she so desperately applying to the arena in the guise of a pitiable girl? Never mind, she decides to remain calm and not contemplate it too seriously, for such thoughts would only lead to foolishness. That is not entirely a lie. She plans to squander the arena's prize money in the royal capital. If she fails, the prospect of food will slip away from her. But is it truly dangerous? I understand. Yet there are no other means of earning money unless, internally, she berates herself for the thoughts. Yet still speaks. The receptionist begins to tear up. How tragic. I understand. You are allowed. No, do not allow it. If it is out of pity, then refuse her. Is it the fervor of the arena that has clouded her judgment? Upon closer inspection, she notices the receptionist's pupils widening. It seems Minorina has done something behind her. As a vampire, she may have used hypnotic magic. Of course, there are things to confirm. She inquires. Are there any vampires participating? Haha. How could that be? This arena is held during the day, and there is no ceiling that if they could appear, they would have long turned to ash. Understood. After Ye Liu completes her registration for the arena, she overhears the murmurs of armed men nearby, likely other competitors. They seem to be verifying the identities of other entrants, stationed near the reception area, though they attempt to speak softly to avoid being overheard. Her vampire ears are not easily deceived. Why would such a child appear here? This is the arena. Are they underestimating adults? She too wonders why she presents herself in such a form. No, calm down. Do not panic. How adorable. If by chance she encounters her in the first battle, I shall feign a fight and then topple her, longing for the girl's blood to flow. Hehe. This individual has lodged himself in her memory. She shall ensure he experiences the taste of hell. Hey, miss, this is not a place for little girls. If you do not wish to be harmed, then surrender at once. A contestant clad in armor addresses her. He is extraordinarily burly, towering over 2 meters, with a physique reminiscent of a bear. Moreover, he is clad in full plate armor, including a helmet, exuding an intense aura of intimidation. Ye Liu wonders why he is fully armed before the competition has even begun. Walido speaks. As the champion from 2 years prior, he seems displeased by anyone underestimating the arena. Always donned in such heavy armor, he has earned the title of permanent warrior. That little girl, is she not too small? From the murmurs around, it seems that this man possesses great strength. Rather than mocking, his tone conveys a sense of concern. Since she has transformed, should she respond in the style of IRI? If it were IRI, she would surely wish to avoid being labeled as a man who can only fight when clad in armor. You exhibit considerable courage, yet prepare yourself mentally. Ah? No, I have indeed responded in IRI's manner. Mimicking a sharp-tongued girl is not permissible. By the way, how does IRI manage to live alone? Does she always provoke those around her? I have warned you, should you suffer injury, I cannot predict what may follow. With that, the man departed. While I received advice, it was met with taunting words. She resolved to show mercy in her forthcoming battle with the man from earlier, when suddenly, someone approached her. Hey, miss. I overheard your previous conversation. Turning towards the voice, she beheld a girl with waist-length black hair, presumably a high school student. She spoke in colloquial terms, devoid of honorifics. Perhaps in this rough place, such formalities were unnecessary. Clad in leather armor, she wore light attire to facilitate movement. Yet, she bore a slender sword on her back, its scabbard quite lengthy, almost matching her height. Just a slight verbal misstep, Ye Liu remarked. However, I can't help but find it somewhat sharp. It seemed she had been overly attentive to IRI's biting remarks. Speaking of which, your manner of speech is quite masculine, miss. Are you? She appeared to be suspected. But what could she do? In her past life as a male, this was simply her tone. It mattered little in the village, but here, this was precarious. As a girl who resembled a boy, she had to respond dominantly. Oh, I typically speak in a masculine manner to avoid being belittled. It was a somewhat clumsy excuse, yet she hoped it would be convincing. If that were the case, her previous sharp tongue could also be interpreted as hostility towards men. Indeed, that was precisely her thought. Men are truly dreadful, are they not? You enter the arena to prove your own strength. The girl leaned closer with excitement. What's wrong? Why the sudden surge of emotion? I feel the same way. My father is a swordsmanship instructor, yet I am underestimated simply for being a woman. Though my strength surpasses that of men, I have no students at all. Men are truly. I can empathize with your sentiments. The girl grasped her hand. A cold response might have evoked profound sympathy. Yes, it's truly frustrating, isn't it? I understand. You speak like a man to avoid being belittled. Simply because you are a woman, you are dismissed. Let us make a ruckus in this arena. We must earn their recognition. How disheartening it is to feel such sympathy while lying. Her true intentions were merely to obtain a reward and meet the king. Liu seemed to be entangled in troublesome matters. It appeared rather amusing, so perhaps it was best to observe for a while. IRI and men arena seemed to be watching the commotion from a distance. Or could it be that women are perceived as weak in this world? No, on the contrary, she felt that the strongest in their village were all women. Hey, what weapon do you wield? I use this sword. The girl proudly displayed the slender sword from her back, which indeed was elongated. Its thickness was of ordinary size, yet its length measured 1.6 meters. A typical sword is about 80 centimeters, making it roughly twice as long. I shall make those men who underestimate me weep publicly with this sword. What a delightful feeling. Yes, absolutely. The girl revealed a joyful smile. This girl was undeniably dangerous, primarily due to her mental state. Fortunately, she was still unaware of her name, making it best to retreat. Miss Liu, my apologies. I forgot to provide you your participation certificate. The receptionist rushed over, calling out loudly. Was there no law for personal information protection? Without this token, entry is forbidden, so please be cautious not to misplace it. The receptionist handed her a slender wooden token before departing. Miss Liu, had she unintentionally let that peculiar girl learn her name? Although it was not her true name. I am Shika, pleased to make your acquaintance. Let us encourage one another. I shall undoubtedly support you. Together, we will shatter the egos of those self-important men and bloom like two flowers in the arena. I sincerely hope you flourish independently and do not involve me in your antics. She wished to avoid drawing attention, as it might expose her identity. As a vampire, the stakes were raised. Those fellows are underestimating us. Prepare a wooden stick as a weapon, so that when we topple them, we can impale them. Despite Liu's silent prayers, the surrounding men were filled with murderous intent. Look, those men are belittling us simply because we are women. Liu was certain this was entirely due to their actions. Let us strive forward, just the two of us. Let those men be astonished. She truly hoped to avoid being entangled in this. It was quite unfortunate. Liu cast a glance towards IRI and the others, seeking assistance. Liu, hurry. Eventually, she managed to evade Shika and fled. In a lavishly adorned chamber within the kingdom of Sylvalia, where a crimson carpet lay. An elderly man sighed as he sat upon a magnificent throne gilded in gold. Alas, while I anticipated receiving a complaint from the Vampire Hunters Guild, I never expected to be labeled a traitor to humanity. Enduring such injustice, I have even been stripped of the right to voice my grievances. The elderly man, distinguished by his white beard, bore a weary expression. Clad in a cloak adorned with jewels, despite his opulent attire, the gloom upon his face was more pronounced. I understand their position, yet this is exceedingly extreme. A middle-aged man standing beside the throne squinted. He was a close ally of the king and also the captain of the Sylvalia army responsible for the guard, although he bore no sword due to the proximity to the throne. Even unarmed, he possessed the strength to take on 100 foes. But is it truly feasible to forge an agreement with the vampire village, even at the cost of becoming adversaries of the Vampire Hunters Guild? The king furrowed his brow, sighing once more. Dark circles under his eyes indicated a lack of sleep. The army dispatched by the Vampire Hunters Guild had been utterly defeated. Moreover, the man known as the Silver Saint had also been slain. To be honest, I no longer trust the Vampire Hunters Guild, either in their integrity or combat prowess. The army of the Vampire Hunters Guild faced defeat in the vampire village. For Sylvalia, this was sufficient to erode trust in the guild. Naturally, the guild sent letters of justification. That army was merely a test. Had they fought with all their might, victory would have been assured. Thus, they requested the king to dispatch a larger force, necessitating considerable funding. This is the situation. In the worst-case scenario, we bow to the Vampire Hunters Guild, allowing them to extract vast sums of money. yet still failed to conquer the vampires, resulting in our nation being seized. War does not only devastate the defeated army, the losing side suffers even greater repercussions, losing the trust of neighboring nations. Furthermore, the previous effort to enhance the reputation of the Vampire Hunters Guild within Sylvalia by promoting Lord Ye was a miscalculation. Thanks to that, the impact upon failure has magnified. We dispatched spies to the village, who reported the existence of non-lethal vampires. Thus, the possibility of peace may arise, especially since they even established laws. Ye Liu sternly commanded the vampires in the village not to attack humans and prepared specific legislation. These 2 points had a profound impact on the king of Sylvalia at the time. Perhaps we can communicate with them. Laws are the instruments of humanity, the cornerstone of society. This implies that the vampires of Dracula Village may possess thought processes akin to those of humans. However, being vampires, even if peace were attained, they might periodically demand living sacrifices. I understand. Even so, I am contemplating an alliance with them. Vampires are fearsome, yet as the leader of a nation, I must choose the option that prevents the annihilation of my state. Alas, it appears that in the near future, I shall be deprived of restful slumber. The king is in distress, seeking a resolution. How should the kingdom of Sylvalia proceed to uncover the most advantageous course of action? If our nation were to ally with the Vampire Hunters Guild against Dracula's village, they might proclaim, the kingdom of Sylvalia is the enemy of the world, an enemy of the world. How tiresome. My foremost duty is to safeguard my people. As the sovereign of Sylvalia, as long as I can ensure my citizens lead peaceful lives, what matter if we are deemed the world's adversary? The king offered a faint smile at the captain's words. In a different location, within a conference room, a grave assembly was underway. 5 masked individuals encircled a round table. Engaged in deliberations. It is said that the Sylvalian royal family is contemplating coexistence with the vampires. This is not without merit, for our Sylvalian branch has suffered a grievous defeat. We dispatched letters with fervent rhetoric, attempting to instill at least a moment's hesitation towards peace, yet to little avail. Should we wish to reverse our fortunes, we must wield our power to annihilate the vampires' village. These individuals conversed in a tone devoid of emotion. Within the influential Vampire Hunters Guild, they stood as the elite. Unlike the inept Sylvalian branch, they possess a clear vision of reality and formidable strength. The man wielding the silver-winged holy sword, though lacking experience, witnessed the total collapse of the vampire hunters. Thus, we must deploy greater military strength. We cannot afford another defeat, for it would deal a fatal blow to our reputation. At the very least, we require 1,000 warriors. Additionally, the 4 holy relics must be considered. Whether that sword should be included is worth pondering, especially since they failed even while possessing it. This implies that the individuals handling it may need to be the 4 holy knights. The Vampire Hunters Guild is not foolish, at least not the headquarters. They will learn from past failures and prepare over 1,000 vampire hunters for victory, gathering only the most exceptional talents. However, the question remains, from where shall we procure the necessary funds? To amass such a multitude of vampire hunters and dispatch the 4 holy knights will incur immense expenses. Ideally, we should compel the kingdom of Sylvalia to bear the entire cost, yet under the current circumstances, they may be reluctant to comply, their trust in us having waned. Yet, it is equally arduous to have other nations shoulder the financial burden. Why should we pay for what Sylvalia ought to cover? The Vampire Hunters Guild is driven by a monetary ethos, not out of stinginess. Mobilizing vampire hunters demands substantial funds, as skilled hunters can employ sacred magic and wield silver weapons, given the wear and tear on such weaponry. Their remuneration will inevitably be high. The crafting of holy water and similar items necessitates sacred magic expertise, thus the operational costs per unit are among the highest in the world. Consequently, the Vampire Hunters Guild must raise funds to mobilize their hunters. Despite their global influence, the guild lacks territorial claims and relies on other nations. Without support, it is challenging to deploy forces. A letter should be sent to the Sylvalian royal family, if they are willing to finance our efforts. We shall dispatch 1,000 soldiers and the 4 holy knights, ensuring the village's destruction. But what if they decline? In that case, we shall have no choice but to render them the enemies of the world. Several high-ranking officials spoke in a monotone, their expressions concealed beneath their masks. What of the Sylvalian branch? The upper echelon has perished, led by one known as Bodus. We are aware of the situation and can afford to remain indifferent. Reports indicate he is plotting matters favorable to us. Should he succeed, the vampires will become even more formidable, which would be advantageous. If he fails, we can still publicize the vampire scheme, amplifying the perceived threat. After escaping from Sheikah, Ye Liu returned to the inn, where she engaged in discussion with Eli and Minarina. Night had fallen, and the room was illuminated only by a faint candlelight. A vampire. Ye Liu found the night to be the true stage. How unfortunate. Quite amusing, indeed. My apologies. I meant to say delightful. Is there a flaw in your phrasing? She retorted to Minorina, who sat at the edge of the bed. These two, in the end, only seemed to relish the spectacle. Liu, we have an emergency. At that moment, Eli spoke in a serious tone, taking a seat beside Minorina on the bed. What is it, Eli? Have our identities been compromised? That would be truly disastrous. If we do not flee the city swiftly, the worst-case scenario is being mistaken for assassins sent to slay the king, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Preliminaries. We cannot earn any profit without placing a wager. I see. It is a matter of little consequence. Or rather, are you truly intending to gamble? Many eyes were fixated on Minorina's chest. I do not wish to know. However, if it is this body, there is indeed no chest. If modeled after Minorina, it could be quite perilous. Eli then shot her a silent glare. Oh dear, I spoke out of turn. My apologies. Was I denying the absence of a chest? She evaded Eli's pressure, realizing that honesty was imperative, rather than concerning ourselves with trivial matters. I shall offer you some advice, so please heed my words. Minorina extended her hand. Saved. It is of no great import. Those who possess cannot fathom the sentiments of those who do not. One should simply anticipate growth. What was I like in my youth? The events of hundreds of years ago, when I was human, have faded from my memory. So that chest is from centuries past? Minorina pondered momentarily. It appears she might have transformed into a vampire after maturing. If she had been born and raised as a vampire, or had been bitten in childhood, she would not have made such a remark. Liu, please listen closely. I have something of utmost importance to convey. Never engage in battle. Should you unleash the power of a vampire, humans can be effortlessly slain. If you were to easily snap an enemy's iron sword, it would leave them utterly astonished. Minorina imparted her words with a serious expression. Indeed, she spoke the truth. Vampires possess immense strength compared to humans. Even those who have undergone slight training, one must exercise caution to avoid treating them as one would a mere infant. Very well, I shall significantly temper my strength, and this body has also been adjusted to be somewhat weaker. Transformation magic can alter appearances, including muscle mass, and thus adjust physical strength. Therefore, in my current form, I have calibrated my abilities to yield only about 1/10 of my usual strength. Should I inhabit Eli's body, I would merely appear as an ordinary girl, lacking any chance of victory. Although 1/10 may seem considerably weakened, it suffices against humans. Furthermore, if I inadvertently increase my strength to 1/5, a single punch could reduce the opponent to a mere pulp. If my power is too great, controlling the force becomes a challenge. That, are you aware? Then, that is reassuring. Additionally, you must absolutely avoid enemy attacks. Even if struck by an iron sword, you must not sustain injuries. Even if you do, you must recover. Otherwise, your identity as a vampire will be exposed. Thus, I essentially intend to evade attacks. This too requires caution, as she is accustomed to not avoiding enemy strikes, given her invincibility. Even if she were to sustain injuries, she could heal instantaneously, rendering evasion unnecessary. Rather, by enduring enemy attacks while countering, she can inflict damage while simultaneously recovering herself. Reflecting on this body truly feels like a cheat. However, in this transformed state, such tactics cannot be employed. One must evade enemy attacks, and her habitual tendencies compel her to be mindful of not absorbing damage directly. She has also considered donning armor or wielding a shield for defense. Such measures would allow her to withstand swords and other weaponry, and with sufficient strength, even heavy equipment would not impede her movements. Yet, transitioning to offense would pose difficulties. Excessive power could inflict severe harm upon her opponent. How peculiar. I speak of the mistakes I have made in public. Minorina seems taken aback by her response, appearing rather perplexed. Was our previous conversation merely a recounting of experiences? If it were Minorina, it is highly likely she would commit such an error. After being struck by an iron sword in front of others, she might exclaim, "Alas, my favorite dress has been torn," and then effortlessly shatter her adversary's blade. Minorina, do not be so impulsive. No, that is not the case. At that time, my experience as a vampire was still quite limited. Minorina's flustered demeanor is rather endearing. By the way, vampires, in general, tend to be either quite naive or rather careless. Possessing exceptional strength and regenerative abilities, even a slight lapse in attention does not pose a significant issue. Moreover, being a special-grade vampire like Minorina, she can easily rectify many mistakes, even if executed rather carelessly. For instance, if her dress were to rip in the forest, she could instantly mend it by transforming. Even if she were to forget something, her remarkable agility or flying prowess would allow her to retrieve it immediately. If making errors is not a problem, then becoming careless is inevitable. Ye Liu also feels that she has grown somewhat sluggish in her reactions to danger. If her heart were pierced, she would not perish, thus diminishing her sense of anxiety and vigilance. I remain ever vigilant. Moreover, I have made considerable efforts to remain undetected. What sort of efforts? She is curious. For understanding how vampires conceal their true identities is indeed worthwhile. Minorina puffed out her chest, displaying a rather proud expression. I have developed the habit of retrieving items from between my bosom. Who taught you to do such a thing? That trick to deceive men. Was it taught by someone else? Who instilled such perverse ideas in you? Surely, it must have been some trickster. It is undoubtedly a case of someone having implanted strange notions in her, as her friend. I ought to correct that man's misguidance. It was advice from my father. Ah, what excellent taste your father possesses. Indeed, my father is remarkable, truly an extraordinary parent, regardless of any peculiarities. What kind of father instructs his daughter to retrieve items from between her bosom? Well done, father. If it is a suggestion from him, there is no need for correction. As I come to know this new side of Minorina, the night deepens, fatigued, Illy, seated in a chair, begins to doze off. Why not sleep on the bed? Very well, I shall take my leave first. Minorina rises from the bed as Illy lies down. It appears she has accumulated considerable fatigue, as she quickly begins to snore. She has already fallen asleep and seems exhausted. The disparity in physical capabilities between vampires and humans is quite significant. No matter how much Minorina frolics, she would not tire. But if Illy were to exert herself with the same vigor, she would end up like this. It would not be wise to awaken her, so I shall return to my room, remaining cautious for tomorrow. Is it not time to gather your strength? If you do, you shall utterly vanquish your opponents. Remaining vigilant without exerting oneself is indeed the best course. With those words, Minorina exited the room. She offered her encouragement in her own way, possibly akin to our previous exchange of experiences. Could it be that Minorina once exerted herself to the point of utterly defeating her opponents? She ceased her contemplation. No, that is unlikely. Minorina would undoubtedly exercise a degree of caution around others. Otherwise, she would have already taken lives in the village. After all, if Minorina were truly to run at full speed through the village, colliding with someone could easily result in their demise. As a special-grade vampire, humans are but mere ants in her eyes. Despite her occasional carelessness, she has not harmed those in her vicinity, a testament to her constant vigilance. Excessive strength can also pose a challenge. I shall retire for the night. The following day, Ye Liu trudged heavily towards the arena once more. Did you bring the wooden token for participation? It is quite important. Please take good care of it, under the guidance of the receptionist. She now awaits in the waiting area, as the preliminary rounds are said to commence today. This grand tournament boasts over 200 contestants, and it is customary for the preliminary rounds to require at least several days. Is that so? The preliminary rounds for such a large tournament are to be completed in just one day. It seems utterly unreasonable for such a grand scale to conclude its preliminaries in a single day. Ye Liu was astonished upon hearing about the tournament schedule from Shaika. The moment she entered this waiting area, Shaika charged in with astonishing vigor, leaving her no chance to escape. The waiting room was packed with people. All the contestants had gathered here, likely exceeding 200 in number. Some were sharpening their blades, while others observed their surroundings. Although there were sofas, no one sat down. For some reason, sitting down felt akin to displaying weakness. Hey, Liu Yi, shall we team up for the preliminaries? Teaming up? What form does the preliminary round take? The reception did not provide any special instructions. What a shoddy tournament, failing to explain the rules of participation clearly. Shaika giggled in response. This too is a part of information gathering. The tournament has already begun. You know, have you not inquired from previous participants? Indeed, for instance, from me, I can offer you a discount. Why is it necessary to gather information in a place meant for comparing martial skills? What sort of nonsense is it to demand anything beyond martial prowess at a tournament? Shaika gently shook her head. Because knowing the opponent's hidden strengths during combat is crucial, is it not? Whether it be slaying monsters or hunting thieves. Understanding the enemy's combat capabilities and strategies makes all the difference, does it not? Yes, perhaps that is true. The rules for the preliminary rounds remain consistent year after year, so if one wishes to comprehend them, there are numerous ways to do so. If one is truly powerful, they will not lose simply because they are unaware of the preliminary rules, as the strong fear nothing. Shaika grasped the sword hilt from her scabbard, a smile gracing her lips. This girl may appear foolish, yet she could very well possess genuine strength. As an outsider to martial arts, Ye Liu struggled to articulate her thoughts. but she discerned no flaws in Shika's movements. Like a rose ensconced in thorns? Attention all participants, please proceed to the arena. As Ye Liu pondered, the receptionist's voice rang out. The gates leading to the arena swung open, and simultaneously, the participants surged forth towards the entrance. You lot, wait for me. Do not obstruct my path. You lot. In the blink of an eye, everyone rushed out, leaving only her and Shika standing alone in the waiting area. Shall we go as well? It seems the preliminary rounds have already commenced, Shika remarked. Oh, right? What exactly are the preliminaries? Ye Liu inquired. Rather than explaining, it would be better to see for yourself. Let us go, with Shika pulling her hand. They crossed the threshold into the outside world. Suddenly, it transformed into a battlefield. Come, die. No, you die. Where are the weaklings? Who else? The participants engaged in reckless combat, a chaotic melee devoid of rules, unfolding all around them. What is this? This is the hallmark of the Royal Capital's arena, a free-for-all among contestants. To conclude the preliminaries within a single day, only those who collect 10 such wooden tokens may advance to the official competition. Once collected, they must return to the waiting room and hand them over to the reception. Shika produced a wooden token from her pocket to show Ye Liu. It was indeed the token received during registration for the tournament. I see. So it is not merely a participation certificate. Then, Shika, are you not considered an enemy? Ye Liu turned to the girl holding her hand. If Siaka aimed for her wooden, then she must retaliate. However, Siaka shook her head. Not now. I do not intend to fight in the preliminaries. As she glanced around, Siaka drew her sword from the scabbard behind her. Upon closer inspection, they found themselves surrounded by a group of men. Hey, hand over your wooden, or else. It would only be reasonable to shred your clothes. A cluster of about 6 men advanced toward them, clearly eager for a confrontation. When the two of us are together, we attract the riffraff. Siaka scoffed at the men, her gaze dripping with disdain. I do not wish to reveal my strength in the preliminaries. Thus, I seek a weaker opponent. I will attack you. How dare you be so arrogant? The men, highly agitated, lost their composure, incensed by such provocation. Liu Yi, I will protect you. So after the preliminaries, we can bathe together. Siaka appeared to speak from the heart. Then let us go hunting. Liu Yi, what do you think is a swordsman's weakness? Siaka plunged the tip of her sword into the ground. The arena's floor was earthen, yet she inscribed strange symbols upon it with her blade. The swordsman's weakness is insufficient range. What means do they possess to combat long-distance attacks? Indeed, for a mage, if the distance is not sufficient, a swordsman is powerless. Is that not unfair? Mages can practice swordsmanship for close combat. Yet those devoid of magical talent cannot wield magic. Though it is unjust, is it not a given? Magic is an innate talent. Those without magic cannot utilize spells. Hence, the value of a mage is exceedingly high. If all humans possessed magic, ordinary individuals could vanquish vampires with holy magic, leading to their extinction. Do not treat people as fools. I shall strip you bare. Hand over your wooden quickly. Ha. The men charged simultaneously. They had only 2 wooden, yet faced 6 adversaries. Their movements were evidently sluggish, clearly mere fodder. Ye Liu prepared to dispatch them with a swift punch. She recalled that even without magic, one could wield techniques to utilize spells. Siaka let out a soft chuckle, and simultaneously, her sword emitted a crimson light, while the symbols drawn in the earth glowed green. Imprint spell. The characters inscribed on the ground vanished, and from that spot emerged a small tornado. Roughly human-sized. GHO. The tornado assaulted 3 men, slicing through their gear like a wind blade. Magic? Yet, no trace of magical power emanated from Siaka. This indicated that she could not cast spells. Moreover, it was not akin to Roddy, who invoked magic through his sword. What mechanism was this? Stop. My clothes. Oh. Although it was a small tornado, it manifested and attacked people, drawing the attention of those nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Liu struck the remaining 3 men unconscious with a palm strike. As the tornado dissipated, the 3 men caught within it fell one after another. Their iron and leather armor remained intact, yet their cloth garments were utterly torn apart, essentially everything except for the armor. Siaka gently waved her sword, her face adorned with a satisfied expression. I told you I am strong. Do not underestimate the magic imprint style. Now, let us deal with the remaining 3. Ye Liu pointed to those she had knocked out with her palm strike. She wished to remain inconspicuous, thus attacking them by surprise. Well, wow, perhaps Liu Yi is stronger than I imagined. What shall we do next? She sported a triumphant smile, knowing this would put Siaka on guard, preventing her from acting as she had before. From now on, they would be rivals. I want to take you down. She might genuinely have been targeted. Very well, let us separate our battles a bit. We still need 6 wooden, so we must not attract too much attention. If we remain together, we may be avoided. All right. Ye Liu departed from Sieka as if fleeing, resolved to hunt other opponents while discreetly observing the other competitors. Without that madwoman, we can win. Immediately, the riffraff converged around her. With no Sieka around, the other competitors deemed her an easy target. She is completely regarded as a weakling. The men encircling Ye Liu were all weak. The more that came, the easier they fell. Imprint spell. Sieka once again inscribed characters upon the ground, conjuring a tornado that wreaked havoc, shredding the men caught within the wind blades. She seized wooden from the fallen men. Consecutively conjuring tornadoes. This implies that this is the extent of Sieka's displayed strength in the preliminaries. Conversely, she does not wish to reveal more. My hammer. No. I surrender. I will hand you my wooden. Please spare me. A hulking man clad in full armor wielded a slender wooden stick, sweeping aside other competitors. He was the resident warrior, Balido, who had spoken to her earlier. The wooden stick resembled a finely polished wooden sword. Yet it was not a hammer. Is this also a means to conceal his strength, not using one's primary weapon during the preliminaries to prevent opponents from seeing one's hand? That man was last year's champion, so his prowess is formidable. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Turning toward the sound, she noticed a throng of spectators. Among them were Eli and Minarina. Seated and engaged in deep conversation. It appeared they were cheering for her. I hope Liu can endure a bit more. If she struggles, everyone would assume Liu would falter in the official competition, thus increasing the gambling profits. In other words, they could buy more honey. Ye Liu's expression darkened. It seemed they had come to add to her troubles. Yesterday, Minarina had told her not to exert herself too much. Was that the implication? I want to suck honey. Come on, struggle. Nevertheless, she seemed to prefer sucking honey over human blood. Hey, everyone, let us gang up on her. Oh no, she is now surrounded by enemies. I will kill you. Miss. Underestimating adults will bring you suffering. The men gripped their weapons tightly, assuming combat stances. As 4 men charged at her, she struck all their carotid arteries with a swift hand blade before they could even lower their raised swords. They fell without a chance to react. Apologies, but we are not acquainted. This persona was merely a facade. She chose to conceal her true identity. She rummaged through the fallen men's belongings for wooden. Where is this guy's wooden? It is neither in his clothing nor in his pockets. This fellow hid the... Why would you place it in such a location? Perhaps to prevent it from being stolen. Even when defeated, he wishes to keep it safe. Are there others besides Sieka who engage in such dreadful tactics? At that moment, a masked man resembling a thief quickly approached. Hey, hand over the wooden. He rummaged through his undergarments, retrieving the... This is bad. She had now memorized the face of this fellow. Then I shall first defeat the nearby opponents and conclude this. If I obtain that peculiar. It would be troublesome. If the masked thief is defeated first, the dirtier would mix in. Ye Liu approached those nearby who were engaged in swordplay. Excuse me, I only require the wooden. The combatants, upon seeing her, both readied their weapons. You bastard, interrupting our battle. I will kill you. It is improper to disrupt another's duel. Prepare to die. Come on. With a soft grunt, she delivered 2 swift strikes to the duo, rendering them unconscious. How splendid. These ruffians had taken great care to stow the wooden tokens in their pockets. Yet, the preliminary rounds of the arena were nothing short of chaotic. It truly made one question whether presenting oneself to the king in such a manner was indeed the right approach. As she contemplated this, she gathered more wooden tokens, preparing to return to the waiting room. Hand over 10 wooden tokens. Otherwise, what is this? She deftly swatted away an approaching man, causing him to succumb to unconsciousness. It became evident that collecting 10 tokens would leave one utterly exhausted. Snatching tokens from such individuals would be a breeze, allowing one to advance through the preliminaries with little effort. Well, how should I put it? There truly was a diverse array of characters present. As she mused, she made her way back to the waiting room and addressed the individual at the reception. You're here. Give me the tokens. Wow. Suddenly, a man sprang forth from beneath the sofa in the waiting room, and she instinctively struck his face with great force, sending him flying out into the arena. Was he lying in wait for her to submit the tokens? How cunning these fellows are. Perhaps there are no more hidden figures, she thought, and spoke again to the receptionist. I have collected 10 tokens. 1, 2, indeed, they have been received. Congratulations, you have passed the preliminaries. The receptionist remarked with a smile. After a series of twists and turns, she felt elated to have safely passed, though a question nagged at her. That man just now, had he truly been hiding beneath the sofa in this waiting room? Yes, isn't that against the rules. There is no rule stating one cannot hide in the waiting room. I have seen him lurking there since the preliminaries began, and when you arrived, he was desperately biting his lip. Hand over the tokens. I'll kill you. Voices of contestants echoed from outside. They too were fiercely vying to remain. Naturally, if they emerged victorious, they would be rewarded with prizes and honor. Perhaps she, as a vampire, ought not to participate. Her motives were not driven by monetary gain, but rather by a desire to present herself to the king for the future of Dracula Village. To achieve this, she must prevail. Where is the woman? I wish to fight her. That beauty is far too excessive. This fellow is vomiting. Ha. When you stretch out, I shall seize your weapon. Are there truly more individuals here who are less serious than she had anticipated? Perhaps they are merely participating for the spectacle? The preliminaries always unfold in the same manner, and the fighting styles of the contestants have become increasingly refined. By the way, roughly 10 of the participants in this competition are genuinely serious, while the remaining 90 are merely trying their skills with a casual approach. Thus, many conclude their bouts by surrendering that if you lose your tokens, you will be eliminated by the rules, yet you may continue to fight in the arena. However, should you fail to submit your tokens due to a rules violation, you shall be slain, and you cannot complain. Hence, those who lose their tokens generally choose to depart voluntarily. After submitting her 10 tokens at the reception, Ye Liu exited the waiting room and made her way to the stands. The audience was arranged to overlook the central square, and she navigated through the throngs of seated spectators until she reached Iri and Minarina, who were watching the match. Oh, that girl has actually entered the official competition. I thought she would lose, yet she has prevailed. How infuriating. I was eagerly anticipating the moment her garments would be torn to shreds. The spectators around her whispered, the last fellow, should he have the chance, she would impart a painful lesson to him. Liu, you've returned. As she approached Iri, the latter took notice of her, without the magical eye. Iri might merely seem like an ordinary girl. No, she would still possess her sharp tongue. Oh, Liu, what are you doing? You ought to fight harder. That way, we shall acquire more honey. Minarina also noticed her, placing her parasol on her shoulder and exclaiming loudly. Isn't that a bit demanding? Shouldn't I be commended instead? If you exerted yourself, we would naturally offer praise, but you clearly haven't put in the effort. This is an irrefutable and logical point. To be frank, she was mentally fatigued, yet physically at ease. Her mental exhaustion stemmed from the multitude of bizarre occurrences. By the way, how does it feel, apart from me? Do you have formidable opponents? They were observing the battle from above, thus likely had seen more contestants than she had. The girl accompanying Liu is quite strong. Sheikah, did she employ some form of peculiar magic? I am unclear about her mechanism. She seemingly lacks magical energy and does not appear to wield a magic sword. It is likely that the symbols she draws with her sword itself invoke the magic. The sword is probably forged from iron imbued with magical properties, and she utilizes that powder to draw the array, which then reacts with the magical iron. Minarina's explanation was somewhat perplexing to her, yet she could only nod in understanding. I see. How impressive. Certain magics do indeed manifest through the drawing of magic circles. Correct? For instance, summoning magic utilizes magical energy to create the array, which then channels power. Yes, that girl directly sketches the magic circle. If she draws it with iron powder containing magical properties, it will yield a magic-infused array. In other words, she has produced magical results without using magic. She comprehends. Although the theory is somewhat difficult to grasp, she seems to be understanding it to some extent. Is this akin to a microwave? Traditional magic involves roasting meat over fire, yet with a microwave, even without flames, the meat can be cooked due to the heat. This method can only utilize a limited form of magic, specifically that which appears in the form of summoned arrays. Well, even so, the ability of a swordsman to wield magic is an advantage, and the casting speed is quite rapid. From my perspective, it resembles a form of street art, if judged by human standards. It is quite a formidable magic. Minarina seemed to express her disinterest with a soft yawn. Sheikah's power appears to be a regression of a magician's skills. Are there any others? A heavily armored individual wielding a large wooden club. Iri whispered he is referred to as a resident warrior. She had also observed him on the battlefield. That fellow, he is indeed strong that he seems to be the prime contender for the championship. So if I were to compete against him, I would place my bets. You are already prepared to be the object of gambling. I would wager all my money. If I lose, I shall. Iri, don't be foolish. This girl, will she ultimately ruin herself due to gambling? By the way, are there any other troublesome individuals? The rest are merely fodder. Only those two possess human-level prowess. Minarina yawned out of boredom. It was daytime, so she might be feeling drowsy. For a vampire, it was time to sleep. Meaning Liu is... Iris words were abruptly interrupted by a scream that Ye Liu turned around to see Sheikah, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at them. Wait? Liu Ye has two. Wow, how adorable. Two together. Isn't this a double delight? It was worth stealthily following. Oh no. When did Sheikah start trailing them? Sheikah approached Iri and seized her shoulders. Iri struggled in an attempt to escape. But it was futile. I do not wish to play with my sister. Gathering information from the opponent's sister. Despicable. Disgusting. Stay away from me. Thank you. Hemph. Eli cast a pleading glance towards her, her expression blank, yet clearly troubled. Haha. It seems Eli is quite exasperated by Sheikah's type. By the way, the notion of Eli as an elder sister strikes me as rather peculiar. How about we become three sisters instead? Leah declined. Captured by Sheikah, Eli continued to gaze at her like a little puppy. Oh, how amusing. The sharp-tongued, expressionless girl Eli finds herself in a predicament. How delightful. What a racket. Oh, is there another alluring girl? What is this? Something even more captivating. I suddenly remembered that I had matters to attend to, so I leave those two to you. Minarina sprang from her seat and dashed away like a rabbit. Oh dear. Let us three play together. I know a delightful eatery. Although it can't be extravagant, Sheikah wore a warm smile. Haha, I apologize, but I also have siblings waiting for me. I must provide for them, so I cannot go. My little sister is adorable, but that is irrelevant. Let us depart. She and Eli were half-dragged to the tavern. Unable to resist, they had no choice, certainly not because they were lured by the promise of delectable cuisine. Then, seated at a table in the tavern, after ordering their dishes, Sheikah sipped her drink for a while. Men truly are something else. Why is it merely because they are women? Have I not taught you swordsmanship? I am 1,000 times stronger than you. Wah! She wept while clinging to Ye Liu. My, she is crying quite loudly. The magical art of Moku I inherited has no disciples. Thus, I must prevail in the arena to gather students. Yes, yes, I have worked diligently. Moku is marvelous. Yet, no one shows interest in it. Do you not find that lamentable? Yes, yes. Ye Liu continued to listen to the inebriated girl's grievances. Oh, by the way, the food is exceptionally delicious. Particularly the orc stew, which she wishes to savor again. This menu is also provided by Sheikah, so she deemed it worthwhile to indulge in listening to the complaints. Furthermore, Sheikah is rather charming. In a sense. Being embraced by such a girl is indeed rewarding. Sobbing, she exclaimed, Hey, Liu Ye, you defeated the enemy with a hand blade. What style is that? No, I have not studied any martial arts. Sheikah may be exploring her combat style and the like. She is quite cunning, as evidenced by her tactics and the preliminaries. If her true identity were to be exposed, it would pose a significant problem. Perhaps she should be more vigilant. While the information from Sheikah is indeed valuable, it remains regrettable. After a while of drinking, they bid farewell to Sheikah and return to their inn. Tomorrow is the official competition, thus, she must prepare diligently. After parting ways with Sheikah, Ye Liu spent the night at the inn. Upon returning to the arena, she discovered a bulletin board near the entrance displaying the match schedule. Of course, both her and Sheikah's names were listed. Alas, the first matches. She confirmed her own name and those she recognized. Then Eli approached the board to observe for a moment. How do we place bets? Where can we add honey? Miss, is honey all that occupies your mind? This is an arena, not. What are you saying? The arena is merely a place to earn money, is it not? No, it is a place to witness battles. Minarina preferred honey over money. The official matches are about to commence. Please proceed to the reception. A voice called from the waiting room. Alas, they must go to the reception. If they do not, they will be deemed cowards. Ye Liu was about to enter the waiting room. Betting is over there. Let us go. Human girl. Eli was pulled along by Minarina. Soon thereafter, their voices echoed back. I bet Liu will win, wagering a bottle of honey. Minarina declared to the betting staff. I'm sorry. We only accept money. The staff replied with a smile. What, because of honey? Where is there a casino that accepts honey as a bet? Even if someone comes to the casino for sweet honey, is there anyone willing to gamble sweet honey? This is strange. I recall it being possible before. I have worked here for 10 years and have never seen honey used as a wager. That must have been much earlier. It's nothing. I misspoke. Hey, Minarina, you nearly revealed yourself. Discussing matters from decades ago as a girl would certainly raise suspicion. I have money. At this moment, Eli stated. Miss, you are underage. Absolutely forbidden for children to gamble. Legal lowly. Eli puffed her chest slightly. Regardless, it is illegal. We should not judge by appearances. Eli appeared somewhat irritated. That still cannot be allowed. Eli, are your words not fluent? Where has your sharp tongue gone? No, your communication skills were always negative, were they not? Moreover, Eli, upon reflection, you were technically too young to gamble. Those two should be fine. Ye Liu was extremely concerned. She hoped they would not cause any trouble. If only Aries were here at this moment. She could keep an eye on those two. Indeed, a normal person's presence is required. Since she is participating in the arena, we need someone normal to come to our aid. Liu, come with me to the waiting room. Ye Liu curiously glanced over, and Sheikah was approaching with a smile. Why am I being scrutinized? It's fine. I am quite normal. I shall not do anything strange. A normal person would not say such a thing. Have you ever encountered that lunatic who claims to be ill? Is only Aries normal among them? Ah, Aries, you truly are an indispensable presence. Speaking of which, once the official matches commence, we shall be enemies. Correct. Can we be this amicable? If I compete against Liu, it will be the finals. The arena operators stated that because we are women, we were arranged at the edges of the schedule. How vexing. Sheikah muttered resentfully. In truth, both she and Sheikah were positioned at the edges, and to win the competition, they would need to fight more matches than other contestants. They both advanced too quickly, resulting in rather poor treatment. But it was of no consequence. Sheikah, I understand what you wish to convey, but as long as we win, that is what matters. Ye Liu addressed Sheikah as long as we emerge victorious. If Sheikah continues to win, the men of the arena will have nothing to say. Even if someone does speak, it can be dismissed as the words of a loser. Liu seemed to have inspired Sheikah, who gazed intently at her. She had wanted to say this since yesterday, right? So let us continue to win. The first round of matches was about to begin. Have you registered? This was the lethal question that sprang forth from Sheikah. Yes, I am in the first round. She hurriedly dashed into the waiting room, where the reception lady was just rising from her desk. Miss Liu, are you present? If you do not arrive, you will be deemed a coward for not fighting. I'm here. I'm right here. You are here. Splendid. Ye Liu rushed to the reception, relieved that she had made it in time. She had offered Sheikah so many encouraging words. It would have been terribly embarrassing if she had been disqualified for not fighting. The waiting room housed approximately 30 contestants. Compared to the preliminaries, the number was significantly reduced, yet still quite a crowd. I thought you might forfeit. Winning without a fight is exceedingly dull, but now it has become interesting. A robust man clad in armor leaned against the wall, staring at her. He uttered this remark near the reception, and it appeared this fellow was her opponent for the first round. Oh, that guy. He is a brutal warrior. In the preliminaries, it seems he sent everyone to the hospital. How utterly repulsive. As a mercenary, his performance is exceptionally commendable, making him a front-runner for victory. Yet he has been positioned in the first spot. That girl should give up. Voices echoed around. It appears that this fellow takes pleasure in inflicting harm upon his opponents. Now, both of you, proceed to the arena at once. Hurry. We are pressed for time. Move swiftly. Let us swiftly determine the victor. Even a game of rock, paper, scissors will suffice. Ye Liu felt at a loss for words. With this thought in mind, she exited the waiting room and stepped into the stifling arena. Gradually, she approached the referee, who was beckoning her near the center. There's no escape for you now. I shall pummel you into an unrecognizable state. This formal match has a referee, so I cannot kill you. But that does not preclude the enjoyment of the process. I am unaware of how you managed to pass the preliminaries, but your luck ends here as you face me. Following her, the warrior unsheathed 2 daggers from his waist. Gripping them tightly, he licked the blades, his gaze sharp, as if he relished the thought of maiming her to death. And so, the 200th edition, the official match of the arena, is about to commence. This tournament celebrates the heroes who have triumphed over monstrous beasts. In other words, strength is justice. The referee announced with a resounding voice, resonating throughout the venue. Quite impressive. His lung capacity is remarkable. However, she felt that such statements ought to be made during the opening ceremony before the first round. Not now. Now, we declare the official commencement. Let us exchange pleasantries. She inclined her head toward the warrior, who likewise regarded her with a slight bow. Now, the match begins. With that, the referee stepped back slightly, indicating that they could commence their battle. The warrior then looked down upon her, tauntingly waving his hand. Come, let me demonstrate the chasm between our abilities. I shall render your body incapable of further combat. The warrior flashed a lewd grin. In that instant, Ye Liu forcefully stomped her foot and accelerated, striking the warrior with her elbow, sending him crashing to the ground. The warrior fell, frothing at the mouth, having uttered so many grandiose words. Only to meet such a fate, the referee hurriedly rushed to the fallen warrior, confirming his unconscious state. The victor is Lord Ye. The referee proclaimed her triumph. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretch. Guh. Ye Liu struck her opponent's nape with her hand, rendering him unconscious. Thus, she had consecutively triumphed in both the first and second rounds. Compared to her usual self, Ye Liu's physical prowess was reduced to merely 1/10 of its potential, although somewhat inconvenient. This made it easier to control her strength. Were she to utilize her original form, she might easily snap her opponent's neck, and excessive power could pose a problem. The victor is Lord Ye. The referee grasped her right hand and raised it high, and the surrounding audience erupted into cheers. Wow, this girl is incredibly strong. Damn it, I bet on her loss this time. Return my silver coins. Hee, I was certain that girl would win, so I placed my bet on her. Just a copper coin. You clearly did not consider her chances of victory. Despairing cries emanated from those who had wagered against her opponent, although she felt a twinge of regret, such as the nature of gambling. She hoped they could understand. By the way, what are the odds in the arena? Regardless, the operators of the arena undoubtedly pocket a substantial portion of the funds. Such state-sanctioned gambling activities are beneficial to the nation. If one day Dracula Village expands, perhaps a vampire arena could be established. However, as there are no weaknesses among vampires, it may devolve into a dreadful game devoid of winners. With these thoughts in mind, she returned to the waiting room. Having no further matches today, she proceeded directly to the spectator stands. She then navigated through the audience, returning to her companions, Ye Liu and Mina Lina. You must try harder. I placed my bet on you. Yes. Mina Lina and Ye Liu were thoroughly enjoying the match. No. Mina Lina, you have gone overboard. You already have a profound fondness for honey. Must you also indulge in gambling? Liu has returned. Liu, please lend me some money. I shall repay you upon my return to the village. Do not borrow money for gambling again. The gambling-obsessed vampire princess exhibited an overly distinct personality. When she first encountered her, she was a typical noblewoman. Now, where had that image vanished? If that is the case, I should join in. Can you fight under the sun? I can don thick garments that cover my entire body, along with a mask and parasol that would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The image of being fully covered, wearing a mask and parasol. Even if one were not a vampire, they could be arrested for suspicion. Even if masks were permitted, the attire would be quite unreasonable. Furthermore, she might succumb to the heat. With such thoughts, she continued to observe the ongoing match. Taste my hammer. The individual known as the resident warrior wielded a hammer that exceeded his own height, shattering his opponent's iron sword. This is absurd. Both are made of iron, yet it appears that the opponent's arm has dislocated, and he staggered in surrender. Excellent. I have won another bet. Why? Why does the one I bet on always lose? Mina Lina screamed at Ye Liu, who was signaling for peace. She is targeting a big upset with the potential for substantial earnings. Given her string of losses, this time, she should theoretically win. It seems this lady is equally unreliable when it comes to gambling. Mina Lina extracted some coins from her pouch, glancing within. I understand. Then I shall bet on the lower odds next time. Off I go to place my wager. This time, I will undoubtedly win, with confidence. Mina Lina rose from her seat and dashed away. How can she be so confident? Even without my magical eye, I can foresee the outcome. Betting on lower odds is easier to win. Lower odds imply that the audience also believes in victory. Logically considered, betting on the other side's victory presents a higher probability, though it yields little profit. 5 minutes later, Mina Lina returned with a triumphant grin, crossed her legs, and sat back in the stance. This time, I will surely win. Today's odds are the lowest. This time, it's a sure win. Ye Liu cast a glance at the arena, where Sheikah was facing off against an armored man. Sheikah drew a long sword from the sheath on her back, assuming her stance. The sword remained exceptionally slender, resembling a short spear. The fully armored opponent also unsheathed a standard sword. Listening closely, one could hear the voices of Sheikah and her adversary. Hey, miss, you inscribed symbols on the ground with magic during the preliminaries, but that won't work on me. Let us put that to the test. Sheikah traced symbols upon the ground with the tip of her sword, summoning a whirlwind to attack the man, yet he roared in fury, cleaving the whirlwind with his sword. Oh, how surprising. Is that the magic severing flow? You know, indeed, my sword can even slice through magic. One more strike, and I shall shatter your sword. Can your delicate arms withstand this? The man brandished his sword, assuming an aggressive stance. It appeared perilous, but would Sheikah be all right? That slender sword cannot penetrate my armor. The man launched a full-force attack towards Sheikah. Rather than attempting to counter, Sheikah leaped backward to evade, the missed sword striking with a tremendous clang. Sheikah deduced that the metal armor was impervious, thus deciding to confront him head-on. In reality, Sheikah's slender sword posed significant challenges against an opponent clad in full metal armor. She was entirely targeted. How would she respond? No choice. I shall demonstrate one of the utmost extremes of the magic inscription flow. Nonsense. The man retaliated with even greater boldness. Sheikah crouched to dodge, aiming the tip of her sword at the man's armored chest, but merely grazed the surface of the metal. The man fixed Sheikah with a victorious smile. Useless. All of this is futile. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it would be so. However, if the magic inscription flow could only counter metal armor, it would not bear such a name. I had anticipated this situation. At the moment of Sheikah's shout, words materialized upon the man's armored chest, and then those words turned crimson. What on earth? It's so hot. So hot. The man began to roll on the ground. He screamed, even discarding his sword, as Sheikah lunged once more at his armor. Then, the words that had appeared on the armor vanished, and the man's scream ceased. It hurts. The man could not rise, lying helplessly on the ground, groaning in agony. The referee determined he was unable to continue fighting and declared Sheikah the victor. The essence of the magic mark flow is to repel enemies without taking their lives, incapacitating them instead. Quite impressive, isn't it? Unlike those rudimentary sword techniques. The entire arena erupted in a cacophony. No one had anticipated her victory in such a manner. The man's rolling on the ground must have been the result of Sheikah's words' power. Moreover, considering the words on the armor turned red, along with the man's screams, could it be that heat was generated through the words? Roasting both him and his armor, perhaps. Ellie, too, gazed intently at Sheikah's sword. If that were the case, it would indeed be a terrifying power, capable of easily heating metal armor and inflicting immense pain upon the opponent. No amount of armor would be of consequence. It is almost a capability that pierces through defenses. Minarina, what do you think? Ye Liu inquired of the suddenly silent Minarina. Minarina did not respond. Ye Liu turned to see her trembling. Could it be that Sheikah's power instilled fear even in the elite Minarina? Why did I choose the side with lower odds, only to lose? She had placed a bet on Sheikah's opponent. Under the bright morning sun, in the square of Dracula Village, Ares was practicing with her silver sword. Have I truly become stronger? Pausing her movements, Ares felt a sense of disappointment. She realized that her strength primarily lay in holy magic, rendering her physique rather feeble. Previously, when attacked by vampires in the village, her holy magic had been diminished, leading to her defeat. During her battle with Liu, her holy magic had proven ineffective, always leading to her being tripped. In other words, if her holy magic were to fail, Ares would be nothing more than a weakling. Although she wielded a silver sword, her swordsmanship was not exceptional. The sword merely served as a catalyst to amplify the power of her holy magic. Ares's holy magic was indeed formidable. Against most vampires, she could render them severely weakened or even evaporate them, securing an effortless victory. However, if the enemy were a horde of vampires or an advanced vampire like Bayard, the situation would be vastly different. The former would scatter the rays of holy magic, diminishing its effect on individual targets. The latter, even when diminished to the level of an ordinary human by holy magic, Ares, relying solely on her physical prowess, would still be unable to prevail. If deprived of her holy magic, her abilities would be scarcely distinguishable from those of an ordinary villager. There was yet another matter that troubled Ares. Ares, you can do it. We believe in you. If there's anything I can assist with, please let me know. The villagers greeted Ares as they began their agricultural work in the fields nearby. They commenced tilling with wooden hoes. Yet Ares gazed at it all with a profoundly perplexed expression. Why did her sword swing seem inferior to the villagers' hoeing? The villagers swung their hoes with greater vigor, their movements markedly more stable than hers. I am still young. I cannot be outdone by you all. Ares encouraged herself internally. However, even the former village chief, despite his age, appeared stronger than Ares. This realization nearly brought her to tears. Why? After practicing swordplay daily, was she still inferior to them? Yet she could not simply wallow in despair. Ares possessed confidence, believing her duty was to protect the villagers as a spiritual barrier against vampire threats. She felt it was a responsibility only she, as a vampire hunter, could bear. Thus, she focused intently on observing the villagers' labor, seeking to break through her current limitations. Perhaps, then, as if struck by a revelation, she made her way toward the fields. What's wrong, Ares? I also want to help with the farm work. What? Despite the villagers' astonishment, Ares's gaze was filled with determination. If she engaged in farm work, perhaps her swordsmanship would improve as well. Here, the silver saintess would henceforth be known as the farming saintess. Ares promptly seized a hoe and began tilling. Ares, bend down. The purpose of swinging the hoe is to till the soil. Hey, the earth must be caressed gently. Hey, all right, all right. My legs lack strength. My feet. Merely swinging my arms is insufficient. All right, all right. My chest lacks power. What are you talking about? Ares was drenched in sweat, covered in dirt, laboring diligently in the fields daily. Until now, she had practiced swordplay every day. Now, she worked in the fields in the morning and practiced swinging her sword in the evening. This constituted quite a heavy physical workload, but Ares possessed an indomitable spirit, persevering with all her might. For the villagers, having an additional laborer was a blessing, and they felt joy at the presence of a young and lovely girl among them. Could performing agricultural work truly enhance her swordsmanship? Though Ares sometimes pondered this, she could not voice the thought. They were farmers, and thus could neither teach her swordsmanship nor propose methods to strengthen her. Ares, let's move the sacks of wheat. This is too dangerous for you. No, I can manage this. Oh no. Ares was overwhelmed by the wheat, teaching Ares the techniques of farm labor. Haha, farm work is indeed quite strenuous. If I do this, my swordsmanship is bound to improve. Will this truly enhance her swordsmanship? No one knew. Meanwhile, Ares also practiced her holy magic, releasing it while hoeing, resulting in a slight improvement to the soil's quality. In the castle of King Silvalia, a red velvet carpet adorned the room, lavishly decorated. On the throne, the king listened to the reports of his subordinates. The participants in this tournament were all carefully selected, including former champion resident warrior Ballet, the ruthless warrior, and the masked grave robber, among others. These were names he had heard of. Could they truly contend against vampires? In this tournament, the king harbored a plan to find a bodyguard capable of confronting formidable vampires. Should they be provided with silver weapons, they might prove stronger than ordinary vampire hunters. That would be splendid, given that the Vampire Hunter Guild is unreliable. I require a bodyguard to ensure safety during negotiations with Dracula Village. King Silvalia sighed deeply. He sought an exceptional bodyguard, a valiant warrior unfazed even in the face of powerful vampires. Originally, he should have requested the Vampire Hunter Guild to dispatch someone. Yet the guild would not allow peace between Silvalia and Dracula Village. Therefore, they would not send aid. Even those wielding silver holy swords could not vanquish vampires. They must be exceptionally powerful warriors. Perhaps even warriors would stand no chance if they could not employ holy magic. What if they were fully equipped when encountering vampires? Would binding garlic to their bodies and encasing themselves in silver armor not provoke the vampires during peace negotiations? Apologies, the subordinate bowed his head. And King Silvalia raised a hand to silence him. It is all right. I understand your sentiments, but we cannot proceed in that manner. We must prepare a capable bodyguard. I beg your pardon. Our Knight Order lacks sufficient strength. The subordinate, the captain of the Knight Order, seemed to regretfully bite his lip. Among the knights of Silvalia, there were none who could take on 1,000 foes single-handedly. Therefore, when confronted with the terrifying vampires of Dracula Village, they found themselves compelled to enlist the aid of formidable folk heroes. Naturally, this endeavor carries its own risks. Should they unwittingly hire spies from foreign lands, the very guards they intended to protect might meet with untimely demise. Thus, public recruitment of valiant souls as protectors was out of the question. In a bid to subtly secure guardians without entirely concealing their intentions, recruiting the victors of the annual arena competition seems a sound strategy. In this way, spies from other nations would be unlikely to participate in the customary arena events. I shall personally attend the arena to ensure the utmost confidentiality, leaving no room for information leaks by delegating this task to subordinates. Indeed, if possible, I too yearn to witness the contest firsthand. However, that would be ill-advised. If your majesty were to show interest in the arena's warriors, it could raise suspicions. They are exceedingly cautious in hiring external personnel, especially as these guards are directly appointed by the king. We must strive to keep this information under wraps. While other nations may have spies within our borders, they should remain oblivious to this conversation. Should any foreign spies happen to attend the arena, the customary rewards for victory would merely consist of a modest prize and a fleeting opportunity to meet the king. Lacking allure, spies would have no incentive to engage in conspicuous behavior. It is only natural that Silvalia harbors spies from other nations. Given its vast expanse, it is impossible to exclude everyone. Addressing the threat of espionage is an expected protocol, particularly in light of the importance of this matter. Hence the measures taken to prevent leaks. Yet, they remain unaware that there are indeed others who might compete for the sake of prize money. Are the other contestants merely the 3 individuals previously mentioned? The regular warriors can be dismissed, but the inclusion of the other 2 as guardians poses a challenge. There are, however, 2 intriguing figures. One is a girl named Shaika, who wields a peculiar rapier. Her prowess in both swordsmanship and magic is formidable, and she hails from a long lineage within this nation. Her background well established, Shika has garnered attention. Her magical techniques and swordplay eliciting admiration even from the captain of the knightly order. Even without the prefix of being a woman, she stands as a paragon of excellence when compared to her male counterparts. Then the likelihood of her being a spy seems minimal. What of the other individual? The second is a girl named Liu Ye, approximately 12 years of age. Is she not too young? Nevertheless, Liu Ye has also caught the attention of the knight captain. Though youthful, her abilities are exceptional. She can effortlessly defeat armed men with her bare hands. Even when facing a ruthless and merciless warrior, she maintains an overwhelming advantage. Yet, her identity remains a complete mystery. How suspicious. Could she truly be a spy? It seems highly improbable that a spy would draw attention while participating in arena competitions, particularly in the guise of a young girl. Regardless, she will undoubtedly continue to attract scrutiny, which may hinder the activities of any spies. Indeed, it is quite impossible. There exists a strategy known as the empty city stratagem, which entails deliberately opening the gates of a city that should be guarded, thereby presenting an illusion of vulnerability to the enemy and arousing their caution. What they fail to realize is that the esteemed figures of Dracula Village will be gracing the royal capital, let alone participating in the conspicuous arena competitions. My allowance has diminished. Aside from Miss Honey's reduced spending money, the first day of this battle has concluded smoothly. Minarina sits in the stands, gazing intently at the arena's grounds. It appears that Minarina indeed has a limit on her allowance, mused Illy while covering her mouth with a smile. Humph, if I do not exercise control, I would squander every last coin. It would be troublesome if even the funds for my subordinates' sustenance were depleted. Hence I instituted an allowance system. In this manner, I could afford to deplete it entirely without concern. Should I commend her for her self-awareness or advise her on the importance of restraint, since she has not caused trouble for others? It should be acceptable. Yes, tomorrow, I shall not lose. I shall surely win and then purchase honey candies. As long as I wager on Liu, victory is assured. Illy timely interjected. That would be far too obvious and therefore uninteresting. I wish to win without certainty of the outcome. Only then can I relish the honey with a joyous heart. This sentiment is not without understanding. The exhilaration stemming from the uncertainty of victory or defeat amplifies joy upon achieving success. It seems even vampires can become enamored with gambling. Aside from their vulnerabilities and the ecological dynamics surrounding sustenance, the emotional experiences of vampires and humans appear strikingly similar. What brings joy to humanity is similarly enjoyed by vampires. Shall we return to the inn? Liu Ye suggested. This evening, I intend to indulge in the wealth earned from the arena. By the way, does indulgence imply having girls attend to one? Illy inquired, tilting her head. What significance lies in having girls serve? Would it not suffice to simply buy a cake? A cake, you say? Today's victor, Illy, shall lavishly treat the unfortunate lady who faced defeat. Would that suffice, Minarina? No, as long as we can procure sweets. Anything will do. Thus, Illy proudly, or rather, graciously, treated them to a sumptuous dinner. Liu must foot the bill herself. Why? Because, unlike Minarina, you possess ample funds. Very well. As Liu and her companions departed the arena, Shika wandered the streets alone, clutching a bag filled with hard black bread. Her brow furrowed. Liu Ye's prowess is perplexing. It is not merely strong, but so formidable that her martial skills remain indiscernible. Such a phenomenon suggests a strength akin to that of a magical beast, one born with inherent power. As a warrior, Shika has encountered many formidable opponents wielding diverse weapons, swords, spears, hammers, fists, and more. Thus, she finds Liu Ye's combat style disconcerting. It is evident that she is accustomed to fighting, showing no fear towards her adversary's attacks. If one possesses extensive battle experience, certain patterns should emerge during combat. However, Liu Ye's style appears amateurish. If she possesses a naturally gifted physique, her movements may be exceptionally swift. Even without accrued experience, it is conceivable she could best season warriors. Yet, in such a case, some trepidation towards her opponents would be expected. After all, an enemy wielding a lethal weapon would instill fear in anyone unaccustomed to battle. Perhaps there exist anomalies who are unacquainted with fear from the very beginning. However, having conversed with Liu Ye on several occasions, Shika does not perceive her as a merciless, bloodless fiend. Might Liu Ye, in fact, be a creature transformed from a magical beast, perhaps a vampire? Am I overthinking this? If she were a vampire, she would be unable to fight under the sun and would not appear in this arena. Shaking her head as if to dispel such peculiar thoughts, Shika resolved to focus on how to overcome Liu Ye. as she is likely to be her opponent in the finals. Thus, victory is imperative. Despite her swiftness, her lack of combat experience suggests that employing a strategy of mixed feints during the match would be prudent.